calling Ellie. Hold on 5 more minutes. We'll be there. There were several corpses lying on the ground, and a humanoid creature covered in long hair was squatting in front of the corpses and pulling out their hearts. The woman slightly lifted her long blue sword, a faint light flowing above it. The humanoid creature's claws reached out to one of the people lying on the ground. Captain Ellie, help me. The woman gritted her teeth and raised her breath, enduring the severe pain. She raised her knife and slashed towards the humanoid creature. The humanoid creature punched her without looking back, and the woman's body flew backwards, smashing into the water and causing many splashes. A strange watch on his wrist ticked and the 3 red dots of light displayed on it abruptly turned into 4 small dots of light. Level 4. Level 4 in human. What? 4th level? Ellie, we're already on our way over there. Just hold on a little longer. We'll be there soon. Ellie took off her headset and lay down on the ground, her ice blue eyes looking up at the dark dome as she muttered under her breath. It's too late. In the afterglow, there was an extra person at her side at some point, and Ellie's heart tightened as she subconsciously went to grab her own knife. The man was holding an umbrella, and the raindrops falling on top of the umbrella made a dense cackling sound. Ellie hastily tugged on the visitor's pant leg. Don't watch the fun. Go. The humanoid creature that was gnawing on the heart, liver and lungs slowly stopped its movements in its hands, and turned back to stare at the visitor with a pair of cold vertical pupils. The humanoid creature wiped its mouth and stood up, staring greedily at the visitor, as if it had seen a delicious dessert after the meal. Its feet suddenly stomped, the mud and water splashed, and the humanoid creature rushed towards the visitor who was holding the umbrella. I'm not moving like a mountain. Come on, Ellie shouted with the last of her strength. The humanoid creature had already arrived in front of him, the umbrella slowly lifted up, and behind the thinly broken bangs under the umbrella's edge, the pair of pitch-black pupils turned scarlet red in a flash. One of my hands lifted up, and scarlet bloodthirsty runes sprang up above the skin of my fingerknuckles. My palm swept out remnants of shadows and pinched the humanoid creature's neck with lightning speed. Everything happened so fast that the humanoid creature even maintained the same movements it had just made, and the curtain of rain seemed to have stopped for a moment, suddenly bursting into a sprint. The humanoid creature disappeared into the wall, the siding falling away and the bricks smashing out a recessed hemispherical crater to the other side. I raised my hand and grabbed it through the air. A tiny bit of imperceptible blood aura flew out from the humanoid creature at a speed indiscernible to the naked eye, and disappeared into the scarlet runes of my knuckles, which flickered for a split second and then faded away, and the slender fingers seemed to be nothing more than a flat, uninteresting palm. I turned my head, and a panic like never before surfaced on Ellie's delicate face as she lay on her side in the rain. I smiled blandly, as if I were looking at a red-powdered skeleton without asking the slightest question, and walked straight toward the distance. I'm badly injured. Can you drag me over there out of the rain? You begged me to do something and wouldn't even say the word you. Please, could you drag me over there? Ellie raised her arms, ready to be princess hugged. Unsurprisingly, I hit the ground running, and when Ellie said to drag her over there, I tugged on the back of Ellie's collar and dragged Ellie outside a store at the end of the alley to get out of the rain. Thank you. May I ask what your name is? Jibda. Is that your real name? I don't change my name when I walk. I don't change my name. Jibda. Ellie was about to ask something else when I had disappeared into the misty rainy night. Not long after, several cars gathered towards the side. The first to jump down from the car was a man wearing a bowler hat and a trench coat. The man raised his wrist and looked at the distance between his wristwatch and Ellie and rushed over at a fast pace. Where's that level 4 mutant? Team Xiao. Look over here. A team member shone a light on a place. Team Xiao was stunned beyond measure after seeing it. Ellie, who made this move? To be able to kill a mutant who just broke through level 4. He must not be a silent nobody in a small place like Lon City. It's a high school student. A high school student? Are you sure? I saw him wearing a second high school uniform. Geez, if that's true, he's definitely an SSS ranked talent, and at the top of all SSS ranked talents. Did you ask him what his name is? Asked. He said his name is Jabota. Team Zhao's eyes were glowing with excitement. I'll have someone check if there is this person in the second middle school later. If this is all true, we've picked up a treasure. 2 days after tomorrow, the first round of this year's talent test will begin. I must go and check it out myself. We can't let other units snatch away such a good genius, especially those hateful guys from the 9th division. Ellie's icy blue eyes stared out into the vast rainy night, rubbing her still slightly sore hip. Remembering him indeed. At this point I shook the raindrops from my umbrella and had just opened the door when a voice came from the room. On the table, besides the simple home-cooked food, there were also 2 peculiar light blue potions. Auntie's youngest daughter, Jiang Xiaoyu, looked at the only 2 potions. Mom, 3. Why just 2 potions? We're about to take the aptitude test. How can we do without this potion? Xiao Yu, this is a rare item now. And your father and I had to go through a lot of connections to get it. Your father and I have discussed it. You are still young, so you should not participate in the talent test this time. And let your sister and your brother Fong Xin participate. Not good. That means that there should have been one of mine originally. It's because of Fong Xin. He robbed me of that one. Right? What kind of words is this child of yours saying? Jiang Xiaoyu stood up angrily. Is what I said wrong? You're just favoring that fatherless and motherless nephew of yours. He eats our family's food and uses our family's food. And now he wants to hijack what rightfully belongs to me. Why doesn't he have any shame at all? Zhang Weidong looked at the 2 potions on the table. Huilan, why don't you give Fong Xin's one to Xiaoyu? After all, Xiaoyu is our own daughter. We've done our best. No way. The talent test is very important. It's related to whether or not you can get a good job in the future. And if your talent is good enough, you can also receive focused training from the state. My brother and sister-in-law also served the country when they were alive. So if Xiaoxin can be like them, they will definitely be very pleased. Zhang Weidong slapped the table and said, how come it doesn't work? Your nephew is a treasure, but my daughter is not? Am I in charge of this family or are you? If it wasn't for us, that nephew of yours would have been a lost dog. Jiang Xiaocha, the eldest daughter who was sitting on the side of the table taking small bites of food, raised her head. Technically speaking, what we eat and use and even the place we live in were all left to Fong Xin by his parents. He would probably be better off without us, and we are the ones who are bereft. If I'm not mistaken, the money to buy these 2 potions is also the money left to Fong Xin by my aunt and uncle, right? Zhang Weidong was silenced for a moment. Jiang Xiaoyu was unforgiving. The money his parents left behind was spent long ago, and since he, Fong Xin, has been living in our house for so long, haven't the labor costs and whatnot for our parents to take care of him long since cancelled out? I don't care. This potion can only be mine. I don't want to be ridiculed by my classmates. With those words Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed a potion for herself. Fong Huilan was just about to speak when movement came from the doorway. The family looked toward the door. Fong Huilan got up and greeted her. Xiao Xin is back. It's so dangerous at night now. Why are you back so late? Fong Xin changed his shoes, went to the bookstore for a while. Hurry up and eat. Zhang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Fong Xin with hostility and mumbled something shameless in a small voice. Fong Xin was familiar with what Fong Xin had just heard from his aunt's family. When his parents passed away, they left behind great wealth, which attracted the covetousness of many relatives, each of whom wanted to eat the Jedi. It was also at that time that Fong Xin had seen through the human heart. Later, he followed his grandfather for a period of time, and during that time, his grandfather told Fong Xin many stories that he had not heard before. At the beginning of the last century, a mad scientist discovered that the world had become a different place, and that human genes had been radically altered by some unnamed force. At first, it was just thought to be the ramblings of a science nut, until one day, someone can lift a 1-ton object with one hand, someone can attract wind, rain and lightning, someone can be invisible, someone can do push-ups without using their hands. That's also when everything changed. After the surge of power, the desires of the human heart will also rise with it. The awakened gradually divided into 2 camps of good and evil, also known as the Army of Holy Light and the Army of Eternal Night. The 2 sides are constantly fighting. Then at the end of the last century, the rebellion of the gods, which has gone down in history, took place. It ended with a disastrous victory for the Light Camp. After all these years, the awakening has gradually been standardized. Awakened people are also strictly controlled by the officials, and from the time they go to high school, they will do a talent test to determine whether or not they will be awakened. Talent levels are divided to make it easier to remember. From E to the highest SSS level, the higher up you go, the rarer it gets. The entire Dragon Kingdom's annual talent test had no more than 20 SSS-level geniuses out of several million candidates. Every one of them has a bright future. Fong Xin didn't know how his specific talent was. His current battle power according to the Awakened should be at the 4th level, and no one within the same level could beat him. Previously Fong Xin had checked the information. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there were only 2 people who could reach the 4th level at this age, and none of them were SSS-level talent. Talent varies and eventually grows up to a different ceiling, so the higher the rank, the better the welfare benefits, and it will also be absorbed by the official forces of all parties as well as some other terrifyingly powerful forces. Fong Xion's awakened talent for killing came after his parents passed away. He can increase his overall power by killing. also awakened the gift of strength through this talent. It was then that the grandfather was informed of this. Fong Xin still remembers his grandfather's stunned and shocked expression. Grandfather stayed up all night that day, sitting in the yard smoking cigarettes and chanting the words predestination, twilight of the gods, and Godslayer. The next day the grandfather said that he was going to go out of town, and before he left, he repeatedly instructed Fong Xin to try not to show this talent to people, and also gave Fong Xin a pendant to wear around his neck, so that he could avoid detection. And since then grandfather has not been heard from again and again. Grandfather disappeared that time. Coincided with the Aunt Zhang Weidong business fell on hard times, owed a lot of debt. The family is about to pick up garbage to eat, and finally begged to Fong Xin here. At that time, Zhang Weidong did things like a person. Fong Xin helped to level the score. The aunt's family had nowhere to live. Fong Xin let the family live in the house left by his parents. Fong Huilan gave Fong Xin a bowl of rice and handed it over, rubbing Fong Xin's head. Xiao Xin. I heard from Xiao Feng's mom that you were second in your grade in the monthly exam the other day, right? Fong Xin hummed. My family's little Xin is really great. Fong Huilan looked at Fong Xin with relief. Jiang Xiaoyu despised and cut. There's no point in being good at studying. Now that times have changed. Having your talent awakened is better than anything else. Jiang Xiaocha, who was eating in small bites, picked up the conversation and said, a bad brain and awakened talent is still cannon fodder. Fong Huilan signaled her two daughters to stop fighting and continued to rush at Fong Xin. Little Xin, the talent test is in a few days, and auntie has bought you a potion as well. Xiao Yu, give the potion to your brother Fong Xin. Jiang Xiaoyu tucked the potion into her bosom. By what right? It's mine. As Fong Huilan was about to speak, Jiang Xiaocha wiped her mouth and pushed the potion set in front of her in Fong Xin's direction. Brother, this is yours. I'm done eating and going to my room. Xiao Cha! Fong Huilan shouted in a hurry, and Jiang Xiaocha had already returned to her room. Jiang Xiaoyu snickered. Mom, forget it if she's not happy to have it. Fong Huilan looked at the door of her eldest daughter's closed room with a complicated expression. Zhang Weidong put down his chopsticks and sat sideways, slanted a glance at Fong Xin, and viciously picked up the newspaper and said in a cold voice, Fong Xin. Fong Xin looked up. This potion is hard to come by. Oh. Seeing Fong Xin like this, Zhang Weidong shook the newspaper vigorously, his fingers knocking on the dining table. Do you know that this pharmaceutical agent that I pulled my old face? I don't know how many relationships to get. Ooh. Seeing Fong Xin like this, Zhang Weidong angrily said, I'm telling you, don't trash it for me. It's a waste of my efforts. If you don't show some results, move out of my house. Ha! Never heard of it. Zhang Weidong was furious and stood up with a slap on the table. Pointing at Fong Xin, his fingertips clicked in the air before slamming the newspaper on the table. Zhang Weidong got up and went back to the house, and when he passed the trash can, he deliberately kicked it to vent his anger. Fong Huilan gritted her teeth and chased into the bedroom, closing the door with a clang. Zhang Weidong, what do you mean? Zhang Weidong's voice was loud, purposely speaking to Fong Xin outside. What does it mean? What can it mean? Look at him like that. He's been raised and not taught. Do you talk to your elders like that? I'd like to see what kind of talent he can awaken after robbing my eldest daughter's potion. Jiang Xiaoyu bit her chopsticks and hummed as she wiggled her head triumphantly. Fong Xin, I've asked my seniors about this. Studying well doesn't necessarily lead to the awakening of a good talent. There were several good students in our school who didn't even awaken their talents. I'll be laughing at you for 2.5 years if you awaken one of the trashiest earranks by then. Chapter 3, which one is Mr. Sheen? Fong Xin took a bite. Comparatively speaking, Fong Xin still likes Jiang Xiaocha as a cousin, who is knowledgeable, well-read and polite, and is also kind-hearted like her aunt. This Jiang Xiaoyu, however, had perfectly inherited her father's bad genes of looking at people and disliking the poor and loving the rich. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Fong Xin laughed. Don't worry, the dead skin of my heel thrown out is better than your talent. Are you evil or not? Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Fong Xin with contempt, then hummed once again. I'd like to see what level of talent you can awaken by then. After saying her words, Jiang Xiaoyu picked up the potion and went back to her room. Aunt Fong Huilan walked out of her room, her eyes a little red, her hands clutching her apron tightly, and looked apologetically at the door of her eldest daughter, Jiang Xiaocha's room. After hesitating for a long time, she still went forward and knocked on the door. Xiaocha, is it convenient to let Mom in to have a word with you? Jiang Xiaocha's voice came from the room. Mom, I'm going to sleep. Something to talk about tomorrow. Fong Huilan sighed. Re-entering the dining room table, he glanced at the potions on the table. Nowadays is the world of the awakened. Many important jobs are monopolized by the awakened. Like Jiang Weidong, Fong Huilan, such non-awakened, can only find some very poorly paid jobs to subsidize the family. Xiao Xin. Don't be angry with what your aunt just said. Come up with a little achievement to let him take a good look at my nephew who is not a coward. Fong Xin looked at his aunt with some heartache, saying that a good man does not have a good wife, and a bad man marries a good wife. Jiang Weidong can marry a woman as virtuous and kind as Fong Huilan, completely belonging to the degree of the ancestral Tung Bam Bam smoke. From time to time, Fong Xin would feel sorry for this aunt, who had taken care of Fong Xin in every possible way since his parents had passed away. It's okay, auntie. I'm full. When she put the dishes into the sink and was about to wash them, Fong Huilan gently patted Fong Xin on the shoulder. Go back to your room and read. I'll wash them. Fong Xin went back to his room, the cell phone in his pocket constantly vibrating. The message inside the class group has reached 99+. The homeroom teacher said that the talent test will be held tomorrow and the next 2 days, and the family will buy a potion in advance if they have the means to do so. The full name of this potion is SpaceX, a potion that can maximize the awakening of human potential, developed by the scientific research team under the internationally renowned company Leon Corporation. Only after this thing was made, nearly 80% were taken by those consortiums and powerful family organizations, so only a pitiful 20% flowed to the ordinary people at the bottom. During the talent test, the success rate of the injected potion would be increased by 10 to 15%, which was equivalent to adding 10 to 15 points to the college entrance examination. So many families were willing to spend money to buy a potion for their own children. This year the testing pattern has been reformed. There have been gifted tests since I was in high school. Everyone has 2 chances before the end of their senior year, so freshmen and sophomores can also participate early. Because of the 2 chances, some people will use 1 chance early, and if the talent test is good enough, they can take advantage of the generous stipend early. This was why Jiang Xiaoyu, who was only a sophomore, wanted to talent test. Ever since the class teacher Chang Wenjin made the announcement, the group messages haven't stopped. The one who sent the most messages inside the group was one named Qin Juanhao, nicknamed Flatulent Richie Rich, average in studies, mediocre in looks, but from a fairly well-off family, with his father being a well-known local tycoon. From the day Fong Xin met Qin Juanhao has been committed to being a good employee at the core of the inflatable doll production line. 1 second of not pretending or you'll die. Since a year ago, when Qin Juanhao's bullying had killed a student from a poor family, and Qin Juanhao had relied on his family's connections to keep nothing from happening, Fong Xin had never been kind to Qin Juanhao again. Qin Juanhao swiped a dozen photos of a potion contained in an exquisite box. Ugh, my dad is really something too. I said no. Had to buy it for me. Now it's good. Bought me 20 potions in one go. Don't you guys talk nonsense. It wasn't filmed in my bedroom. It was filmed in the bodyguard's room. And my room isn't anywhere near that Spartan. Qin Juanhao at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao student. Have you bought your potions yet? If it's not enough, I'll bring my family's bodyguard team to personally send 2 to your house. Chu Xinyao, who was known as the class flower, coldly returned. No need. Qin Juanhao was deflated. The spearhead immediately turned to Fong Xin. Fong Xin's family is good, handsome, and good at studying, which makes Qin Juanhao has always been very upset. Always feel that he is being pressed by Fong Xin head to head. Qin Juanhao at Fong Xin. Fong Xin, I heard someone say that they saw your aunt and uncle when they bought the potion, and they only got 2 potions. This is something. It's useless for you to just have some money. You also need to have connections. I heard that you have 2 other sisters. 2 potions for 3 people is obviously not enough to share. Why don't you beg me? I can sell you one. Fong Xin was about to dislike him back when his cell phone vibrated and the class flower Chu Xinyao sent a message. Chu Xinyao at Fong Xin. Little Fong student, I happen to have extra potions here. Come to my house to pick them up. If you don't have time, I'll go to your house to give them to you. The ambiguity in the words had many people figuring out a hint of something else. Fong Xin smiled slightly, to say that it is also a kind of fate. This small round-faced cute girl and Fong Xin from kindergarten is the same classmate. Until the high school is also the same high school, the same class. No need for that Chu-san. Qin Juanhao at Chu Xinyao. Xinyao. He doesn't want it. I want it. I want. You give it to me. Qin Juanhao was banned by admin Chu Xinyao for half an hour. It is said that those who cannot get it are in commotion. Even though Qin Juanhao career-rich second generation, Chu Xinyao that does not bird him or does not bird him, which makes Qin Daxeo very sad. See Chu Xinyao to the other side of the new is very good. Qin Daxeo always want to target Fong Xin. The group was instantly quieter without Qin Juanhao. The pretentious peddler. Someone brought the topic back. I heard from my former classmates that their school, which is next door to the first high school, has produced a class of spiritual talent. It was directly recognized by several special departments, and it was a bloodbath. Envious? I don't ask for much. It's enough to measure AB grade, and I wonder who in our class can measure the best talent. I think it should be Fong Xin. Xin is so good at studying. His talent surely can't be that bad either. It is not necessarily Al. Before the study of good measured out of the poor talent is not unheard of. There are even people who cultural exams every time the top. The results of the test nothing. The results of the E-level are not. The one who said this was none other than Qin Juanhao's loyal lapdog, Su Xiaoqiang. I think my hoe is the most important. The final result won't be known until the results of the talent test come out. The class teacher Chang Wenjin sent out a message. Everyone calm your mind. No matter what the final test result is, everyone should face it openly. This is the first giftedness test of the senior year. Even if this one isn't ideal, we still have special practice, and go all out to deal with the second test. It's getting late. Everyone should go to bed. Fong Xin put down his cell phone, raising his palms and looking at the back of his hands. His pupils slowly turned scarlet, and a dozen scarlet bloodthirsty runes emerged above his knuckles, 4 of which were particularly scarlet, as if it were a killing hand. When his grandfather opened a small restaurant in a small town, Fong Xin went to help and open this killing talent when he killed chickens. And with the killing, Fong Xin's comprehensive ability steadily rose. Whether it was strength, speed, agility, the 5 senses and 6 senses all improved. And the most terrifying part of this was Fong Xin's self-healing ability. Then by chance, he came across the Inhumans, who are also a kind of awakened person, only that their desire is infinitely enlarged after they have the ability to burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. After a compelling strike, Fong Xin found that killing such an alien could give him a substantial boost in his abilities. Since then, Fong Xin had set his sights on this kind of person, killing them all the way to the present. Nowadays Fong Xin's combat ability is a ceiling within its class. Moreover, the killing talent Fong Xin but where it was not actively displayed. No one knew about it. Since Grandpa had told Fong Xin not to display this killing talent easily, he would take out the power talent that he had awakened through the killing talent. The power talent was not as good as the killing talent, but it was not bad at all. Early the next morning, had breakfast and went to school. The class came in extra early today. Arrive in class with your ass still warm. The class teacher Chang Wenjin, who wore a dress and had a pretty face, arrived. Everyone, don't be nervous, relax your mind and wait for my announcement before injecting the potion. By the way, are there any students who don't have the potion? Qin Juno tossed his middle-parted hair. Hearing this immediately turned his head to Fong Xin, who was sitting by the window, and said with a leathery smile, Fong Xin, teacher asks you. Without waiting for Fong Xin to speak, the small round-faced pretty girl sitting in Fong Xin's front row opened her school bag and took out a potion. Teacher, I brought it for Fong Xin. With those words she placed the potion on Fong Xin's table and smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. Qin Juanhao batch face pulled down at once. Chang Wenjin smiled faintly. Still the same sentence. Everyone don't be nervous. Relax a bit. The mindset also has a great influence on the test. I see that all the students in our class are the best of the best. They can definitely measure good talent. It's also possible to test out S grade. A classmate said. That must be Fong Xin. Who said that? S rank must be my brother Hao. Qin Juanhao's little follower Su Xiaoqiang immediately said. The occasion of the noise. A voice came. Mr. Chang, come out for a moment. As everyone looked, there was the principal standing in the doorway, and behind the principal were 2 other men. One wore a trench coat and bowler hat. There was another, with short silver hair and ice blue eyes. What's wrong, principal? The principal signaled for the door to be closed and looked through the window to look inside the class, inquiring curiously. Mr. Chang, which one is student Qin Juanhao? Chapter 4, the tests begin. Chang Wenjin was slightly stunned. Subconsciously, he looked back to where Qin Juanhao was. The principal, with his hands behind his back, bent over, looked in through the window. The 2 men behind him were from the special services. A student who could make such a special department look at him in advance. Principal G would definitely want to take a look at him in advance. Chang Wenjin first glanced at the two people behind the principal. He then pointed in the direction of Qin Juanhao. That's Qin Chunho, Teen Xiao, who was wearing a bowler hat, bent over and looked in towards the inside of the classroom in the direction Chang Wenjin was pointing. Then he turned his head to the pretty woman with the ice blue eyes. Ellie, check it out. Is that him? Ellie's icy blue eyes stared at Qin Juanhao through the window. He was wearing a mask before and I was about to pass out so I didn't get a good look. But this is the right height and build. Chang Wenjin was puzzled. Principal, who are these two? Principal G laughed with his hands behind his back. Teacher Chang, these two are from the 7th division. This is Mr. Xiao Wutong and this is MS. Ellie. Chang Wenjin was once again stunned. Then surprised. The 7th branch? Looking for John Chin? Has he been picked early? Xiao Wutong immediately raised his hand, signaling confidentiality and unspeakability. But it was clear to see the smugness in this Xia team's eyes as they intercepted the talent early. After a brief chat, Xiao Wutong turned away with Ellie. Farewell. Ellie's eyes suddenly went to a figure sitting by the window. Fang Xian mentally muttered about what a small world it was when Ellie appeared, and went ahead and lifted his bangs up, putting on his deskmate's glasses in the process. What's wrong, Ellie? Ellie snapped back. Nothing. When walking outside, Xiao Wutong was in a good mood. The gang of the 9th division this time also declared to the higher-ups, so that the test scores are delayed by 1 day to be announced, is to want to use this method way to cut off gifted students in advance. Moncler Outlet Online. They are meritorious and outstanding, and they also have the backing behind Yi Elder. But this is also too overbearing. But who made our old Xiao lucky? We found a treasure in advance. As soon as the talent test ended, the two of us went to find Qin Juanhao to sign the contract. I just want to laugh when I think of the stinky faces of those people from the 9th division. Classroom. From the moment the principal called Chang Wenjin out just now, it blew up, because when the door was about to close, the students sitting in the front row clearly heard the principal inquiring who was Qin Juanhao. The two people who seemed to be of uncomplicated status then both looked in Qin Juanhao's direction. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the situation? What is that guy? The student sitting in the doorway perked up his ears and said, what did I hear them say about Division 7? Holy, the 7th branch. I have a distant cousin right over there. The legendary 7th branch of the Sky Shield. That cousin of mine just got caught early. Looked outside the classroom like that. Signed the contract as soon as the test was over before he was done. And now he's awesome. Many people were shocked, and a lack of information inquired in a low voice. Sky Shield? The Sky Shield Bureau is a very official organization set up specifically to target the Inhumans. Below the jurisdiction of 9 Special Operations Division. The 7th Special Operations Division overall strength although not crowded into the top 3, but that is also the Sky Shield Bureau and they have an exceptionally high threshold, with the lowest only recruiting B grades. Holy, threshold B, what is this? The most of the Sky Shield Bureau is the 9th Division. Listening to that cousin of mine, the 9th Division is also called the Monster Room, clear of geniuses, and the threshold is S-level. Holy, S-class? Then those who go in don't all have to be geniuses. We can only take a look. Dogleg Su Xiaoqiang immediately said, wow, brother Hao, you've gotten rich. Regardless of his first few places, you can be discovered in advance that is the most powerful. Humph, I told you that my brother Hao is the best. You guys still don't believe me. Have to bark at me? Come on, come on. Now who else is not convinced? Qin Juanhao was also a bit confused. Qin Juanhao, how did you get discovered? Give everyone a tip as well. Let's all hold on to the Buddha's feet for a while. A classmate inquired. To be honest, Qin Juanhao himself couldn't say a word, and the dog-legged Su Xiaoqiang immediately defended his master. That goes without saying. Brother Hua, your family is so powerful. Surely you know someone from the Heavenly Shield Bureau, right? Hearing this reason, Qin Juanhao immediately realized. Right, my dad recognizes it. I remember. My dad had dinner with the people inside before. Hear that? This is the home base. Even if my brother Hao teaches it to you, can you learn it? Su Xiaoqiang kneeled down. The corner of Qin Juanhao's mouth directly curled up. Xiao Chang, we are all classmates. Don't say that. It hurts everyone's self-esteem too much. As he spoke, his afterglow looked at Chu Xinyao. Su Xiaoqiang was also a master with a flexible mind. Chu Banhua, see the strength of my Ho? Chu Xinyao cut out. People are just taking a look. Who knows exactly what's going on? It can't be that Qin Juanhao's father broke the law and came to arrest him. Su Xiaoqiang choked. In terms of family, Chu Xinyao's family is not bad. Everyone only knows that her mother is the director of the Electricity Bureau. However, it is unknown what her father does. I heard that he is a feudal official. So Qin Juanhao's set of Chu Xinyo is not at all in the eyes. Chu Xinyo reached out and waved her hand in front of Fang Xian's eyes. You're not nearsighted. What kind of glasses are you wearing? Fang Xian laughed and handed the glasses back to his tablemate. Try wearing glasses, what it feels like. Glancing out the window, Sha Wutong and Ellie were already far away. Fang Xian didn't expect to run into it, but it was good that it was raining heavily that day. Wearing a mask, and Ellie was still seriously injured, or else she would have really been found out. His own talent is very evil. Fang Xian has checked online. There is not a single relevant word on the internet. Who knows if he will take away the slices to study when the time comes. The class is still talking. The classroom door opens. The class teacher, Chang Wenjin, walked in from outside and emphatically glanced at Qin Juanhao. Teacher, what did those guys just say? It's nothing. Chang Wenjin laughed. Is it true that my brother Hao has allowed the 7th Division to make a special recruitment? Dogleg Su Xiaoqiang immediately inquired. Chang Wenjin raised a finger to her lips, signaling that she must not speak. Seeing that Chang Wenjin was smiling, the students of the 2nd and 3rd year senior class once again exploded. How he is awesome. Qin Juanhao was also a bit excited. After the test, if we are really recruited by the 7th Division, one from our class is one. I'll pay for whatever you want to eat, drink, or play. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Hao is mighty. Dogleg Su Xiaoqiang shouted in a broken voice. Fang Xian looked at Qin Juanhao, who opened the champagne in the half-court. If the talent test results are not good by then, how high Qin Juanhao flew. How miserable he fell. Chu Xinyo in the front row turned around, her chin resting on the stack of books on Fang Xian's desk. Fang Xian, they play with theirs, we play with ours. After the test is over, do you have the time? Our city has recently opened a new ocean theme museum. I want to go. Will you accompany me? We'll see. I'm not sure. Okay, then we'll both go when you have time. Yes. Chu Xinyo smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. Then it's a deal. You can't back out. Aha. Chang Wenjin glanced at his cell phone. Students, bring your student IDs, potions, and depart in an orderly fashion. Talent test, about to begin. Chapter 5, Fang Xian, I'll take the 9th place. The line was long. Many students were nervous. After all, this is a life event. In this world now, it is the awakened who have the absolute right to speak. It's hard for ordinary people to make a living. If they can have a D grade in the talent test, as long as they don't commit any crimes, then they can also make an iron rice bowl out of it. The talent test was conducted in 3 zones that were divided. 1 district for freshman and sophomore year and 2 districts for senior year. Chu Xinyo stood behind Fang Xian. Tender white fingers wrote and drew on Fang Xian's back. Every now and then, she poked Fang Xian to make guess what she had just drawn. Far away, around the talent testing area, there were quite a few people in uniform standing. Pass the word through some well-informed classmates. Most of these people in uniform were official people, and some of them came from prestigious families and various huge organizations. Awakened people are in high demand right now, and all families want to compete for a good seedling. Qin Juanhao picked up his chin to look for the 2 men from the 7th place outside the classroom earlier. Many students looked at Qin Juanhao with envy. The dog-legged Su Xiaoqiang rubbed his hands together like flies rubbing their claws. Brother Hao, over there. The person you're looking for is over there. Following the direction Su Xiaoqiang was pointing, he saw Xiao Wutong and Ellie standing side by side. It's so awesome. You'll definitely be able to become like this in the future. Brother Hao. So remember to keep me in mind when the time comes. Qin Juanhao put his arm around Su Xiaoqiang's shoulders. Don't worry, I won't forget you. As he was talking, he saw 2 men coming in the distance. A tall, skinny, white-haired handsome guy wearing sunglasses walked past those officials with his hands in his pockets, and behind him was a pretty girl with a lollipop in her mouth and carrying a suitcase. Everyone stood at attention when they saw those 2 unofficial members nodding their heads in greeting, official members saluting one after another. Even Xiao Wutong and Ellie from the 7th branch stood at attention and saluted those 2. But the white hair at the head of the familiar, hands in the pocket, through the crowd, straight to a classroom. Who's that? So arrogant? All the official members have to salute? The 9th place. The legendary 9th place. See that box carried by that pretty sister? That 9-dragon totem on it is the totem of the 9th place. It's worthy of being the 9th branch, with the highest welfare benefits. Their members are ranked 1 level higher than the other branches. and they can mobilize members of the other 8 branches in times of emergency, without giving face to anyone. If I could join the 9th branch, I'd be willing to let me marry the schoolgirl. Fong Xian looked at the white hair and the pretty girl who entered the classroom. Even if the other party did not release any aura, Fong Xian, who had experienced countless battles, was able to very keenly feel the sense of crisis from those two, especially that white-haired one. Fong Xian even felt that the other party was able to second himself with a single thought. According to Fong Xian's comprehensive assessment based on his previous internet surfing, his power talent should be in S rank. If he was S rank, it was highly likely that he would be taken away by the 9th division, and the people of the 9th division were so strong that if they found out about his killing talent, in case they moved on to something, wouldn't he be sliced up and studied? In fact, last night Fong Xian thought about it, not to use the potion, to avoid being stared at by the high level. Jiang Xiaocha tested in the afternoon, and the potion was given to his sister Jiang Xiaocha later. The reason why it wasn't given yesterday, it was simply to be angry at Zhang Weidong. The following students whose names are called, with their student IDs, and those who have potions to inject them in advance, will enter the testing area in an orderly fashion for the talent test. Zhang Yuxuan, Prince Han, Li Sini. Several classrooms were laid out in each district, and inside the classrooms were several 2-meter-high cabinets, and after the talent testing students went in, they waited for 3 to 5 minutes. But Cheng Wenjin just sent a notice saying that this year's test scores were not announced on the same day and needed to be postponed for a day. This makes it difficult for many students. After all, the day of waiting for the results is torturous. Qin Juanhao's gaze shifted to Xiao Wutong at the 7th place. Xiao Wutong also looked over towards this side and nodded with a smile at Qin Juanhao. Howie, he nodded at you. Dogleg Su Xiaoqiang said excitedly. Did you all see that? The one in the 7th place nodded to my brother Hao. Su Xiaoqiang flaunted at the surrounding students. The corners of Qin Juanhao's mouth were harder to suppress than AK's, but he still advised Su Xiaoqiang, keep a low profile. We don't know exactly what talent and level will be opened by then. With a sweep of his remaining light, he looked at Fong Xian and Chu Xinyo. Finding Chu Xinyo writing and drawing on Fong Xian's back, the two of them were playing a game of you draw, I guess, not putting him in his eyes at all. Qin Juanhao slanted a glance at Fong Xian. I don't know what kind of talent can be opened out in the end, but I've heard that opening a talent is something like this. Sometimes students who are good learners and have overdeveloped their brains, their talent test scores are counterproductive. Before, there was a senior who was a very good learner, and he ended up opening out an A-ranked excavator talent. Fong Xian, I think you might be able to develop this kind of talent too. Fong Xian nodded in recognition. That's pretty good too. It's better than an A-grade dog-licking talent. As the saying goes, lies don't hurt, the truth is the quick sword. A simple sentence directly gave Qin Juanhao a dry break in defense. Qin Juanhao's face changed all of a sudden. Su Xiaoqiang hastily patted Qin Juanhao's chest to smooth the air. Brother Hua, we do not get angry with this kind of people. We will be the 7th branch of the people. When you join the 7th branch, when you want to pinch him is not a word of matter. Qin Juanhao sneered. Let's see how I'll clean you up when the time comes. Chu Xinyo poked Fong Xian's hindquarters. Where's the potion I gave you? Forgot I didn't bring it. You. Chu Xinyo frowned and beamed. Why are you so careless at such an important time? With those words, Chu Xinyo shoved her own potion to Fong Xian and turned around, about to run back to the classroom to retrieve the potion she had just given to Fong Xian. Fong Xian tugged on Chu Xinyo and smiled softly. It's almost time for us to arrive. Going back to fetch it now is not enough time. Not being able to come over at the specified time will be considered as missing the exam. Why are you like this? Chu Xinyo said anxiously. It's okay, if it doesn't work this time, there's always next time. Cheng Wenjin's voice came from the front. The following students whose names are called bring their documents and enter the testing area in an orderly manner. Qin Juanhao, Su Xiaoqiang, Zhang Haoyu, Li Bowen, Fong Xian, Chu Xinyo. Fong Xian gave Chu Xinyo an expression of no problem and walked towards the testing area. Far away, Xiao Wutong saw Qin Juanhao heading towards the testing area and immediately revealed a smile as he looked back at Ellie. Hurry, contract. Wait, after he comes out, let's go ahead and sign him up. Ha ha ha, the 9th division has been overbearing for so long. It's time for us, the 7th division, to get tough for once. Fong Xian entered the huge white testing apparatus. Place your student ID card in the front induction area. After authentication, a constant red light scanned Fong Xian. Fong Xian touched the pendant around his neck that his grandfather had given him. Classroom. Whitehair sat in his chair, rocking back and forth. The girl with the lollipop opened the suitcase, and inside the case was a precision control keyboard and a display. A lens exposed at one end of the box projects images of each test area on the wall. Time passes by. Drop. A sudden ear-piercing sound caused Whitehair's swaying movements to pause slightly. Couldn't help but look at the picture on the wall. Fong Xin was in the middle of the screen. A box appears. The top of the frame is flashing. A few lines of text surfaced after a few seconds. Name, Fong Xin. Talent, Strength Talent. SS level, no potions. Talent, Perception Talent. S rank, no potions. Talent, Imperial Beast Talent. S rank, no potions. Talent, Brightness Talent. A rank, no potions. Talent, Spiritual Talent. Level A, no potions. Comprehensive Battle Evaluation, Level 3. The girl raised her head, her pretty eyes flashing with amazement. Without using a potion, he was able to measure SS rank talents, and he also measured so many talents. If he used a potion, all of his talents were able to rise another level, and he's a battle power level 3. That's a rare existence among the students. White-haired fingers slowly hooked the sunglasses downward, and a pair of eyes behind the sunglasses flashed with blinding white light, as if they contained two terrifying thunder pools. A slow smile floated at the corners of his mouth. Fong Xin, the 9th place is wanted. Chapter 6, Our Family Owes Him. Ding! The test is over. Candidates are requested to leave the testing cabin with proper identification. Fong Xin took his student ID and walked out of the testing cabin. According to the class teacher, Chang Wenjin, test scores will not be available school-wide until the day after tomorrow, but this test score is actually known on the same day. So today and tomorrow, these handy organizations will try to check the scores in advance, then grab the good ones. Of course, everyone has to line up behind the 9th office. The 9th branch has priority in selection, and other organizations have made a fuss about it, stating that it is too unjust and overbearing. Later on, after much deliberation, for each session of the 9th division, each district could only select a maximum of 3 good candidates of S-class or above. Fong Xin reached up and touched the pendant around his neck. Having this pendant's own killing talent can blind detection. According to all that he had learned online before, he predicted that his power talent was at S rank, and he didn't inject the potion today. The measurement should be an A. Could be targeted by an organization like Sky Shield, but definitely not into the 9th place. The 9th branch was too scary for Fong Xin, and sandwiched in the middle of that kind of monster room, he might be exposed soon. Exhaled. A gasp was seen from the same class. Qin Juanhao had just come out from inside the classroom when he was dragged into a classroom by Xiao Wutong. A scene that drew a lot of exclamations and envy from many people. Su Xiaochang was even whistling excitedly. How is awesome. Straight away there was a small commotion in the playground. Qin Juanhao completely stopped pretending. The corners of his mouth curled up high as he kept waving at the wildly cheering students. The white hair in the classroom looked towards the window. What's that douchebag Xiao Wutong doing? Pretty girl said. Signed a student early. Did we leave out any good prospects? No. So what's he doing here? The pretty girl casually lifted her hair to reveal a pair of delicate and tender little white ears. In her ears she wore a beautiful earring. I just heard an earful. And Xiao Wutong said he was looking for a good seed to cut us off. Whitehair scratched the side of his nose and pointed to the box in front of the pretty girl. This douchebag. Doesn't he know we've brought state-of-the-art detectors with us this time? The girl rested her cheeks. The news of the detector upgrade hasn't gotten out of the 9th branch yet, so it's only natural that he doesn't know about it. What's the rank of the guy he cut off early? The girl glanced at Qin Juanhao's test score. C grade itself, but piled it up with tons of potions. Barely B grade. Whitehair stretched. Rubbish. Right. You prepare the contract. We'll go to Fong Xin's house to sign the contract in the evening. Go there during the mealtime, and we can still dilly-dally with the meal. Fong Xin walked towards the class team. The topic of conversation in the class at the moment was Qin Juanhao. Everyone was envious. This is no longer an iron rice bowl. This is a golden rice bowl. Entering the Heavenly Shield Bureau. Even if it is not the 9th branch of the kind of monster room, it is also a supreme honor. Chu Xinyao went forward and pulled Fong Xin's arm. Little Fong, let's both go sit over there. This side is too noisy. Fong Xin paused. I have to go back to my classroom first, and then I'll go to class 8 and look for my sister. Looking for her for what? Give her the potion. Chu Xinyao muttered her little mouth. So you didn't use the potion to save it for your sister. You don't want to use my stuff that much? You don't have enough potions. Just use the ones I gave you. Little Fong, we've known each other since kindergarten. I forbid you to be so polite to me. You can ask me for anything you want. As long as I have it, you'll never be short of it. Do you hear me? While speaking, Chu Xinyao stood on her tiptoes, her tender white fingers nudging Fong Xian's head. Fong Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Anything? Aha! Can you kowtow to me? Fong Xian. Chu Xinyao fiercely clutched Fong Xian's hindquarters. Humph. Took the potion. Found class 8. There were no classes today, so discipline was chaotic, and through the window, many students in the classroom were chattering about the talent test, and almost everyone had a potion on their desk. Ginger Tea was wearing headphones and looking at a book. Jiang Xiaocha. Fong Xian shouted. Jiang Xiaocha was nudged by her tablemate, looked up at the door, pushed up her glasses, and walked out quickly. Brother, have you finished your tests? Well, this one's for you. Fong Xian handed over the potion. Seeing the potion, Kang Xiaocha froze for a moment, able to recognize it as the one from last night. You didn't use the potion? Forget it, you use it. Jiang Xiaocha hung her head and bit her lip. Brother, thanks. Be polite to me. Jiang Xiaocha tilted her head and looked at Fong Xian, her eyes a little red. I know you didn't use it just to leave it for me. Why? If I didn't need it, I'd have given it back to you last night. Isn't that why you didn't give it to me last night? To piss off my dad? Fong Xian scratched the side of his face awkwardly, popped Jiang Xiaocha on the head. Don't talk nonsense, Al. My classmates are watching it. Jiang Xiaocha glanced at Chu Xinyao, who similarly looked at Jiang Xiaocha, and both of them nodded shallowly at each other. When he returned to the class, Qin Juwenhao stood at the podium. Fellow students, since you have seen it, then I won't pretend. I have indeed been recruited by the 7th Division. I told my dad about this news. My dad said, to our school to donate a building in the name of our class, to thank you all for taking care of me in the past few years, as well as, my dad has already instructed the housekeeper to book a good place. The day after tomorrow, I'll send my family's driver to pick up all of you. The whole place consumes, I'll pay for everything. With these words, Qin Juwenhao looked towards Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao, you must come too. Excuse me, I've got a date with Fong Xian to go to the ocean theme pavilion, so you guys go have fun. Qin Juwenhao choked and was about to say something when Chu Xinyao put on her headphones. Seeing Chu Xinyao's refusal, Qin Juwenhao sat down, his face full of gloom, looking at Fong Xian with eyes that were itching to whip Fong Xian into shape. Qin Juwenhao pulled out his cell phone and sent a message out. Dad, pack up the ocean theme hall in our city. I want to go over there and meet up with my classmates. The talent test lasted until the afternoon when school was about to end, when the school suddenly exploded with an incident. I don't know what big smart leaked the test scores of some of the students, so much so that the report card quickly went viral inside the school. After seeing the results, some people are happy and some are sad. Fong Xian also received that test score. After clicking through for a moment, instead of finding himself, he was surprised to see the results of Jiang Xiaocha and Jiang Xiaoyu. Name, Jiang Xiaocha. Talent, spiritual talent. Level A, potions. Talent, healing talent. Grade C, potions. Name, Jiang Xiaoyu. Talent, imperial beast talent. Level C, potions. Fong Xian returned home. Auntie was busy inside the kitchen with a happy smile on her face. Aunt Jiang Weidong even took out the wine that had been treasured for many years and happily patted his leg while drinking. Jiang Xiaoyu arrogantly sat paralyzed on the sofa, crossing her legs, with a posture of I'm in charge today. Ginger Xiaocha sat at the table and looked at the book. Little Xian is back. Auntie Fong Huilan happily wiped her hands on her apron and happily rushed at Fong Xian. Fong news for a moment. Auntie, what's cooking? What's good? I've got all the chickens, ducks, fish and meat that you three love. Jiang Xiaoyu sat up in a flash. Mom, what does it have to do with him? My sister and I are the biggest contributors today, okay? Fong Huilan was in a good mood. Both of her daughters' grades were very good, especially her eldest daughter, Jiang Xiaocha, a grade that would surely be grabbed by many organizations. It's all mom's baby bump. Jiang Xiaoyu cut out. Who knows if your great-nephew will be garbage or a baby bump when the time comes. Fong Huilan sked. You child, what are you talking about? Ba. Your brother surely won't be bad. Today is the big day. Don't say this kind of thing. Xiaoxin, sit down for a while. The meal will be ready later. Jiang Weidong cleared his throat vigorously and placed his cell phone on the table, and on the screen were the electronic report cards of his two daughters. Here, Fong Xian, look at your two sisters' grades. Fong Xian laughed after taking a look at them. They're all great. Jiang Xiaoyu cut out. Do I need you to say whether it's great or not? Jiang Weidong took another sip of his wine and tapped his finger on the table. Fang Xin. Ah, look at your big sister. Xiao Cha, A-rank talent. Do you know what that means? A lot of organizations will grab it. Other people's children are the organizations that choose them. While your sister, Xiao Cha, is the organization she chooses to go to. That's the difference. Get it? Fang Xin flattered. Auntie, you are so right. Pinched. Jiang Weidong heaved his wineglass onto the table, pointed his finger at Fang Xin, and chided through the strength of his wine. If you hadn't snatched Xiao Cha's potion, Xiao Cha would have accomplished more than that. You, Fang Xin, remember, you owe my daughter. You owe my daughter for the rest of your life. Fang Huilan immediately defended Fang Xin. Jiang Weidong, today, this big day, saying such unconscionable words is too much. Excessive hair. Jiang Weidong slammed the table and stood up pointing at Fang Xin. Today he was happy and drank wine. With the strength of the wine, I'm telling you Fang Xin, you remember well, my daughter was generous and gave the potion to you. If it wasn't given to you, her talent might have been S-class, and her future achievements will be even higher. You have caused my daughter to lose her great future. You just owe my daughter. You will never be able to repay it in your entire life. Snap. Jiang Xiaocha suddenly slammed the table. Jiang Weidong shivered in shock and looked over at Jiang Xiaocha, smiling curtly. What's wrong, Xiaocha? Did Dad scare you? I'm to blame. Dad was also afraid that Fang Xin's results would be mediocre, and in the end, he would waste the potion. Jiang Xiaocha clutched an empty syringe and slapped it on the table, tilting her head back to look angrily at Jiang Weidong. My brother gave me the potion. It's me who owes him. Our whole family owes him. Chapter 7. The family's eyes were fixed on the potion. Jiang Weidong was dumbfounded for a moment. He recognized the potion, and he was also very sure that it was impossible for Kang Xiaocha to lie about this matter. Therefore, Fang Xin didn't use this potion at all and even gave it to Jiang Xiaocha. Auntie Fang Huilan grabbed the syringe as soon as she could. Hastily turning back, he clutched Fang Xin's arm tightly with both hands, then gently patted Fang Xin's arm with red eyes. Why, you child, you're going to piss me off. It's yours. What are you giving it to your sister for? As she spoke, Fang Huilan's lips trembled and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down. Auntie, it's okay, I'm fine without potions. Fang Huilan wiped her tears. Auntie is sorry. Auntie is sorry. Jiang Xiaoyu chewed his gum. Mom, why are you crying? I'm in such a good mood that you've ruined it. Even if Fang Xin used that potion, that's not necessarily better than my sister, is it? What's more, your great-nephew voluntarily gave the potion to Jiang Xiaocha. It's not like anyone forced him to. Jiang Xiaoyu, have a little conscience, okay? Jiang Xiaocha angrily rebuked. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. People do not say themselves. People do not need to. Potions can also be. You worry about what for others, nah. And then again, he ate our home with our family. Should be long conscience is his right. Snap. A crisp and loud slap through Jiang Xiaocha and Jiang Xiaoyu's face. That was a clean slap. Jiang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. A few seconds later, Jiang Xiaoyu cried out with a wow. Dad, mind her. She even turned her elbow outward. Jiang Weidong hugged Jiang Xiaoyu, giving a rub to her face. Xiao Cha, what are you doing? Why are you also hitting your Xiaoyu for an outsider? This is your own sister. Jiang Xiaocha stared coldly at Jiang Weidong. Outsiders? Our family is the outsider. Don't forget that it was my brother who took in our family. Now, please, immediately, right away, for your behavior just now, apologize to my brother. It's your dad. Jiang Xiaocha repeated in a cold voice. Apologize. If you don't apologize, I'll give up joining any organization. Jiang Weidong was instantly anxious. Xiao Cha, you. Jiang Xiaocha's gaze was clear and cold. Now that Jiang Xiaocha's grades are out, he will definitely be the pillar of the family in the future. Not to mention that Jiang Weidong himself knows that he is in the wrong. Glancing at Fang Xin, I'm sorry Fang Xin, what I said did go too far. I'll give you an apology. And you also persuade Xiao Cha so that she must not give up on joining the big organization. Fang Xin gently flicked Jiang Xiaocha's white tender forehead. This sister did not hurt for nothing. Much better than Jiang Xiaoyu, this kind of white-eyed wolf. Hungry. Oh, well, I'll go get your dinner. Jiang Xiaocha walked towards the kitchen. Fang Huilan reddened her eyes and looked at Fang Xin with an apologetic face. Xiao Xin, Auntie, I'm hungry. Let's eat. Fang Huilan clutched Fang Xin's arm. Good. Auntie will cook 2 more dishes and then we'll eat. Jiang Xiaoyu nestled in Jiang Weidong's arms, still aggrieved. Dad, it hurts. Jiang Weidong patted Jiang Xiaoyu's back, rubbed his daughter's face, and gave Fang Xian a vicious look. He felt that Fang Xian was the culprit. Grunting, he dragged his daughter off to find an ice pack to put on it. Rushing to Jiang Xiaoyu said in a very small voice, "Xiaoyu, your sister. We are a family after all. This matter is to blame for Fang Xian." This slap on his body. I have never heard of anyone who does not use a potion to measure the child can be a very good result. He is obviously still want to wait for the next test, at that time, or have to need to find connections for me to buy potions for him. You watch it, Dad will certainly give you this slap back. Of you. Jiang Xiaoyu stared viciously at Fang Xian. Okay Dad. A knock came at the door. Who is it? Auntie ran over to the door. In the doorway stood a noble fat man carrying a huge pile of presents. This is Jiang Xiaocha's home, right? You are Jiang Xiaocha's mother, right? We are from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. We've come here specifically to find Jiang Xiaocha's classmates to discuss joining us. It didn't matter if Fang Huilan invited or not. The fat man freed a hand to shake hands with Fang Huilan's empty slot and squeezed right in with his assistant. Fang Huilan was confused, but quickly responded by shouting at the kitchen. Tea, for you. Kang Xiaocha walked out from the kitchen while wiping her hands. Ginger Xiaocha's student. Hello. I'm Tong Fingwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. Fatty greeted him with a smile and went up to shake Jiang Xiaocha's hand. You guys are? Jiang Weidong also rushed to welcome them. Fatty eight-faced, immediately bent over and trotted over. Jiang Xiaocha's father. Right. I'm Tong Fingwu of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. Tiannan Chamber of Commerce know it. The largest chamber of commerce in our entire district. Jiang Weidong immediately nodded his head, his eyes beaming. Hello there. Hurry up and sit down. You're here for our little tea's matter, right? Xiao Cha students' excellent results. Our Tiannan Chamber of Commerce specially let me, the person in charge of Lan City, come over to invite Xiao Cha students to join us. As long as Xiao Cha students to join us, in the most expensive Baohu Yuan in Lan City to send a set of large flat. We'll also give Xiao Cha students equipped with a limousine transportation to join the first year of the Chamber of Commerce of the Tiannan, an annual salary of 800,000 yuan, and the second year doubled incrementally. After 3 years, we'll give Xiao Cha students according to the contribution in the Chamber of Commerce allocation of shares dividends. Tong Fengwu, the fat man, said a whole bunch of benefits in one breath. Listening to Jiang Weidong, his eyes were directly glowing and he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva in a row. Jiang Weidong looked back at Jiang Xiaocha. The so-called one man gets a chicken and a dog. If Jiang Xiaocha takes off, he, as a father, will certainly not be any worse. How's it going, little T-san? Tong Fengwu once again inquired. Before Kong Xiaocha could speak, the knock on the door came again. Fang Huilan went to open the door, and at the door stood a woman in professional attire, wearing glasses, followed by 2 assistants carrying gifts. The woman extended her hand to shake hands. You are the mother of Xiao Cha's classmate, right? How are you? I'm the agent of the Li family from the provincial city in Lanchang. My name is Li Yin Xiao. We're here for Jiang Xiaocha's classmate. Welcome. Fang Huilan looked blearily at the other party, who had a strong aura of a strong woman, and sidestepped to let in. Li Yinqiu stepped on high heels and walked in, sweeping a glance at the fat Tong Fengwu, who returned a harmless smile, but only got a cold grunt. You are Jiang Xiaocha's father, aren't you? Li Yinqiu rushed at Jiang Weidong and extended his hand. Jiang Weidong licked his lips, feeling a little fluttery at this moment. Someone came to rob his daughter. After so many years of harboring a fugitive, it's finally time to raise some eyebrows. He had just seen all the neighbors talking about their family. Hello? Jiang Weidong hastily extended his hand. Li Yinqiu turned back and smiled at Jiang Xiaocha. Hello, Mr. Jiang Xiaocha. I'm Li Yinqiu from the Li family of the provincial city. It's a pleasure to meet you. I think this friend from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce has given you a price tag. Our Li family, in order to show our sincerity, whatever they offer, we offer double. Tong Fengwu's squinted eyes widened a few points. I say, Mr. Li, you're being a bit unkind, aren't you? Li Yinjia laughed unabashedly. I think student Jiang Xiaocha deserves it. Seeing the two families fighting back and forth, Jiang Weidong felt like he was going to anoint the nest. That's too cool. Everyone sit down and chat first. Jiang Weidong rounded off the conversation. Unexpectedly another knock came from the door, and Fang Huilan opened the door. This time the person who arrived at the door was more formal, wearing uniforms and bringing a single gift, not as fancy as the first two. The one in the lead was a man who looked a bit dull with a Chinese character face. Hello, Sky Shield, Division 4, Captain of the 2nd Special Operations Brigade, Chu Gang, here for student Jiang Xiaocha. Fong Huilan hurriedly opened the door. Come in. Chu Kong stepped in. The eyes swept over both Tong Fengwu and Li Yingjiao. Both of them revealed smiles. Captain Chu is all here? Aha! Have you made your choice yet, Mr. Kong Xiaocha? Not yet. Oh, well, Branch 4 would like to invite you to join them as well. You can choose now. Jiang Weidong was so excited that his voice split when he spoke, feeling that this was the highlight of life. Captain Chu, right? You sit down. You sit down. Chu just sat down. You guys sit down too. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinjiao sat down one after another. Li Yinjiao was the first to open the box. No matter how we argue, the final decision is in the hands of Jiang Xiaocha's classmates. It's better to see how Jiang Xiaocha's classmates choose. Jiang Xiaocha also a little bit did not react. Only heard of high talent. Will be robbed by various forces. Did not expect to rob so specific. After a slight hesitation. I'll listen to my brother. Fong Xin froze for a few seconds. Obviously not expecting Ginger Tea to say that. The three parties looked at Fong Xin. Li Yinqiu laughed. You're Jiang Xiaocha's brother? Which house do you want your sister to go to? Jiang Weidong immediately interrupted. What's the point of listening to him? I'm her father. I'm in charge of this family. Which one of you can enroll this daughter of mine as well? As he spoke, Jiang Weidong yanked over Jiang Xiaoyu. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, your daughter is? Grade C Imperial Beast System talent. Chu Gang said with a slate. The talent is too low. The 4th place will not accept it. Tong Fengwu's eyes rolled. We'll take it. Li Yinjiao said without thinking. We'll take it too. The conditions are still twice that of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. I say, Mr. Li, why do you keep getting on my nerves? Fatty said breathlessly. Li Yinqiu didn't give a damn about him and continued to look at Jiang Xiaocha. Student Jiang Xiaocha, the decision is in your hands. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaocha still said, I listen to my brother. You child. Jiang Weidong stood up in a hurry. Tong Fengwu sized up Fong Xin. You're a student too? Right. Called what? Fong Xin. Gingerly, he inquired. Did you guys know the grades ahead of time? And could you look at his grades? Tong Fengwu smiled. A little embarrassed. Anyway, the grade sheets we got are all C grades as well as C grades upwards. And this one of mine doesn't have the name Fong Xin in it. That means it's below C grade. Then, Jiang Weidong secretly snickered a little. That's pretty much it. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately burst out in joy. And Jiang Weidong also slanted a glance at Fong Xin. A humming sound of triumph emanating from his nostrils. Fong Xin was a little bit unexpected. And did not expect that C are not even there. Jiang Weidong crossed his legs and slanted a glance at Fong Xin. Below C grade that job might not be very good either. Jiang Xiaoyu was also looking at Fong Xin with a sense of triumph, rubbing her still slightly swollen face. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaocha suddenly spoke. I'll go to whichever one of you is willing to recruit my brother. The words froze everyone in their tracks. Chu Gang was the first to open his mouth. Still as bored as ever. The threshold of the 4th place is very high. And it doesn't accept those with too low a talent. Tong Fengwu's small eyes turned to weigh the pros and cons. Feeling a bit uneconomical, Li Yinjiao spoke. Our Li family can take him in, but the benefits may be relatively low. After all, his talent is too low, and the words were not finished when the knock came again. Someone's here again? Huilan, open the door. Jiang Weidong excitedly stood up and pointed at the door. Excited and full of smiles, Fong Huilan walked to the door and opened it. After opening the door, in the doorway stood a white-haired man in uniform, wearing sunglasses, followed by a pretty girl. You're here to see tea, aren't you? Looking for what little tea? I'm still looking for coffee. Is Fong Xin home? In. You guys are? His friend. With that said, white hair walked in with the pretty girl, looking for Fong Xin's. When he saw the white hair, Fong Xin's heart tightened. How did the 9th branch come to be? Jiang Weidong was floating on a cloud at the moment when he saw a white hair walk in. Fong Xin, you're a student. You don't learn a day in your life. What kind of unsavory friends are you making? You still bring them home? You. Jiang Weidong hadn't said the latter words yet. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinjiao stood up one after another, bending respectfully. Mr. Zhuge. Chu Kong also got up immediately, snapped to attention and saluted. Chu Kong of the 4th Special Operations Division. Greetings, sir. Chapter 8, Grandfather's True Identity. I'm afraid the air will suddenly be quiet. Jiang Weidong was arrogant as hell a second ago. The next second the smile on his face froze right in place. Tong Fingwu of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and Li Yinjiu of the provincial city Li family both looked at this white hair with respect. The main thing was that Chu Kong, the one from the organization, stood up and saluted and said, "Sir." Jiang Weidong swallowed. Totally didn't expect this white hair to have this kind of identity. But in his heart, he wondered what this white hair was doing coming to Fang Xin, who didn't even have a C-rank talent. "What are you looking for Fang Xin for?" Jiang Weidong immediately changed his address, squeezing out a smiling face inquiring. White hair didn't give a damn about Jiang Weidong and rushed at Fang Xin to extend his hand. "Hello, Sky Shield's 9th Special Operations Division. Zhuge Hang." Fang Xin paused and also stretched out his hand, a belly full of doubts. He obviously did not even use the potion. How could he still be discovered? It is hard not to be that the 9th Division has some special means. "What is it that you are looking for me?" A smile appeared on the white-haired handsome face. "Two things. First, an invitation to join the 9th branch, and second, a rubdown." "Join the 9th branch? What's the 9th Division? The 9th Division even accepts this kind of C grade or less?" Jiang Weidong asked several questions in one breath like a curious baby. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinjiu were like looking at little cuties. Like looking at Jiang Weidong. Chu Kong still had that dull look. Division 9 is the strongest special operations division of the Sky Shield Bureau. It only accepts members with S rank or above talent. But didn't this Mr. Tong say that just now? There's no Fang Xin in his report card. Tong Fengwu didn't have the good sense to say. When the 9th Division selects someone, the information is encrypted. And we don't have that power to check it. That's why he's not on the list. Jiang Weidong's eyes glazed over and his entire body was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiaoyu was equally incredulous. Fang Huilan and Jiang Xiaocha, however, were full of excitement, and this kind of big fall and rise made their mother and daughter's hearts almost unbearable. "So that means my little new family is highly gifted?" Zhuge Hang sat down as if he had returned to his home. "Awakened 5 talents. The highest talent SS level without using a potion. This is his report card." With those words, Zhuge Hang took out a 2-finger-wide black-colored long-striped object like a juggler, breaking it open to form an L shape, and a virtual screen appeared in the middle of the corner, able to see Fang Xin's information. Fang Huilan took it, her hands shaking with excitement. Jiang Weidong also immediately came up. Upon seeing that one awakened talent, the entire person froze, shocked beyond words. Surprisingly, there was 1 SS grade, 2 S grades, and 2 A grades. The worst of this can be mixed with a royal rice bowl. And to top it off, he hadn't used the potion yet. This is if you use the potion, all the talent levels will have to be increased by another level. Fang Xin couldn't help but frown after seeing this. Jiang Weidong's throat was tight and dry. His breathing was a little clogged, and he felt like he was being pinched by a hand on his neck. Seeing that the profile still had a button to the right, Jiang Weidong clicked it. A summary of Fang Xin's family situation appears on the second page. Fang Yingtai, grandfather, message encryption. Fang Zhengping, father, the message is encrypted. Yi Zuge, mother, message encryption. When Fang Xin saw this, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. His parents used to be engaged in scientific research inside the organization. Information encryption can be understood, but why his grandfather would also information encryption, this is not understood. A bit further back is Fang Xin's current family situation with Jiang Weidong's family, but there are also comments above the family page that were obviously written by someone. Jiang Weidong, auntie, great. Fang Huilan, auntie, a great person. Jiang Xiaocha, cousin, little good guy. Jiang Xiaoyu, cousin, small. Jiang Weidong and Jiang Xiaoyu's faces bristled. Barta. With a squeeze, Whitehair jerked the thing back closed. Pretend nothing happened. Fawn. The white-haired Zhuge honored snapped his fingers. The pretty girl took out an exquisitely beautiful and heavy box and handed it to Fang Xin. Zughang shifted his chair. Open it, enter the information, and then eat. Fang Xin was silent for a moment. Do I have to join the 9th Division? These words came out. Everyone in the room froze. Those who knew little about the 9th branch could still understand. Tong Fengwu who knew about the 9th branch. Li and Jia were all staring at Fang Xin with glazed eyes, not knowing that Fang Xin was just saying something crazy. Zhuge Hang's shaking motion paused for a moment. The corner of his lips hooked up. When the others heard that they could join the 9th branch, they would all be so happy that they would go to their ancestral graves and set off firecrackers. It was too much for them to wake up the old ancestors and jump out to celebrate together. You're the first person ever to refuse to join the 9th branch. Fang Xin thought for a moment. It could be that the history of your 9th division is too short. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinjiao both couldn't help but look at Fang Xin. thinking warrior. Ah, how dare you talk to this Mr. Juga of the 9th Division like this? I'm afraid your little brother doesn't know who this person is. Juga Hong laughed out loud at his words. It doesn't seem unreasonable for you to say so. The 9th Division was established at the end of the last century during the Rebellion of the Gods. The predecessor was the ferociously famous Divine Court organization of the last century, which was only later merged into the Heavenly Shield Bureau. And counting down, it was also established 92 years ago. According to the rules, the person that the 9th branch is looking at can choose to refuse. However, it might be okay for others not to join, but not you. Fong Xian's heart tightened, secretly guessing that it was hard to believe that his killing talent had been discovered. Why? Zhuge Hang bared her small white teeth and laughed. Let's talk somewhere else. Snap. Zhuge Hang suddenly snapped his fingers. Next, everyone in the room watched as Fong Xian and Zhuge Hang disappeared into thin air. Where is everyone? Jiang Weidong was shocked beyond belief as he looked at the spot. The pretty girl called Little Deer said, Mr. Zhuge is a strong spatial system talent. There are some things that are inconvenient to say in front of outsiders. So Mr. Zhuge opened up a temporary domain to take Fong Xian there for a secret talk. Jiang Weidong's family found it magical. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinjiao also looked shocked. And for the first time, Chu Gang's face changed a bit. Mr. Zhuge is strong again? Fawn laughed. Mr. Zhuge is getting stronger every second. Fong Xian looked around and realized that he had come to a side of independent space, surrounded by waves of water, which could still be a bit dizzying after looking at it for a long time. No need to be nervous, it's just you and me here. We can talk about some personal matters. Zhuge Hang's voice came from behind him. Fong Xian turned his head back, although the white hair in front of him did not reveal any dangerous aura, but the sense of oppression brought between his hands and feet was about to make people suffocate. Do you know who your grandfather was? Zhuge Hang opened his mouth to inquire. My grandfather? Right. Fong Xian replied in a serious manner. My grandfather is my grandfather. Zhuge Hang sked. You'll easily be killed if you talk like that. After a short pause, Zhuge Hang pulled back to the topic and opened the door. Your grandfather, Fong Yingtai, should never have given any of you the word, who he really is. It was the predecessor of the 9th branch, the first of the 4 divine generals of the Divine Court organization. Fong Qingdi, Chapter 9, Two Things. Fong Xian was visibly frozen for a moment. After Zhuge Hang saw Fong Xian's micro-expression, he was certain that Fong Xian's indeed did not know. Fong Xian himself was shocked. I didn't realize that old man had such a strong identity. Looking back on the old man's bits and pieces, now you do manage to figure out something or other. The old man had always said to the public that he was a veteran, but never said his unit number. Every time I asked, I said that I was an ordinary soldier from an ordinary team, and that I just wanted to live a good life after I left the army and returned to the field. When the parents passed away, Fong Xian was in his old home with his grandfather. At that time, grandfather told Fong Xian many stories from the last century. Many of the details of the armies of Holy Light and the armies of Eternal Night were skimmed over even inside the textbooks. The old man, however, was able to tell it like it was. Moreover, now that he carefully pondered over the old man's look at that time after learning of Fong Xian's talent, it looked like the old man's did know something. Although Fong Xian tried his best to restrain his face from showing any unnecessary expression, his heart was in shock. Pretending to be calm, he looked at the white-haired handsome Zhuge Hang in front of him. Fong Qingdi? Never heard of it. Of course you haven't heard of him. His name is taboo. Back then, your grandfather, Fong Qingdi, defected from the organization and brought an unprecedented heavy blow to the Divine Court. Let me put it to you this way. The rebellion of the gods only caused a small injury to the Divine Court. But your grandfather, by virtue of his own strength, caused the Divine Court to suffer a great deal of damage. Fong Xian's heart once again set off waves, not realizing that that kind and amiable old man had once been so strong and invincible. But Fong Xian's expression followed suit. So you mean to arrest me? Zhuge Hang laughed. That's not so bad. After all, I was your grandfather's little fanboy. Moreover, the reason why your grandfather defected from the organization back then was because the organization's internal mountains were divided, and there were serious disagreements among the various factions, and someone placed a charge of collaborating with the enemy and committing treason on your grandfather for no reason, wanting to kill your grandfather, the founding minister, and then the faction that placed the charge on your grandfather fell, and the Divine Court also vindicated your grandfather. So that's why I have to join the 9th Division? Fong Xian once again inquired. Zhuge Hang put up 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons why I hope you will join the 9th branch. First, Your grandfather is after all the predecessor of the ninth branch. That is, the Yuan of the Divine Court Organization. The ninth branch's current head of power, Elder Yi, is a lifelong acquaintance of your grandfather. You will be joining the ninth branch, under his protection, and your future path will be open. As long as you have the war effort in place, there's no one stopping you from getting promoted. In other words, you also deserve to be the prince of the ninth branch. As for the second point, is also very important point. Your parents are top scientific research talent. Their previous car accident seems not simple accident, more like murder. Your parents found a thing, a kind of minimal cost to strengthen the gene thing. Someone is interested in this kind of thing, so deliberately arranged this car accident. Your parents passed away. The whereabouts of this thing is not known. Some people speculate that in your body, the piece de resistance is not the same as the piece de resistance. That's why joining the ninth branch is not only for your future, but also for your protection. Of course, you can choose to refuse, and I can give you 3 days to think about it. This is for you. Just figure it out and crush it, and I'll show up. Of course, in danger you can also crush this thing, and I'll show up to save your life. Zhuge Han flexed his fingers and a small, nearly transparent ball flew in front of Fang Xin. Fang Xin cupped the object in his hand, and it was very light. I have to find a way to contact my grandfather to confirm if what this Zhuge Han is saying is true. Fang Xin put his things away. Are you strong? Before the rebellion of the gods, the realm of battle power was divided into 14 realms of size, such as sense calling, source flow, pulsation, standing on the ground, observing the wells, merging with the Tao, breaking the mirror, responding to the emptiness, and the spiritual platform, and later, for the sake of convenience, it was directly called the first level of the second level of the third level of such. As for my battle power, using the current leveling, with my glasses on, my battle power is 11. Fang Xin looked at Zhuge Han who had been wearing sunglasses since they first met. What about not wearing glasses? Zhuge Han didn't specifically say a few levels, just put his hands in his pockets, showed that trademark teeth-bearing smile, and confidently said 2 words. Very strong. Even though Zhuge Han didn't say exactly how strong it was, Fang Xin was able to feel a strong sense of being in a Sakamoto style of pretentiousness. Logically, if you're so strong, shouldn't you be in a very high position and rarely show up? Fang Xin was puzzled. Zhuge Han bared her small white teeth and laughed. I have a nickname, the 9th place street sneak, but the trip was indeed worth it. After making me run into my idol, Fang Qingdi, where did your grandfather go? Followed the information you left and went to your old hometown. Didn't find anyone else. I don't know. Didn't he say anything before he left? No. Zhuge Han crossed her 10 fingers on the back of her head with both hands. Good. That thing Xiao Deer gave you just now is the Sky Shield Smart Linker that was independently developed by the Sky Shield Bureau. Throughout the entire Sky Shield Bureau, only members of the 9th Division who have just joined will be equipped with it, and members of the other 8 divisions who are new will need to go through a year-long assessment period before they are equipped with it. After successful authentication, you can use it to contact your teammates, access information, and also view other people's talent levels, battle power levels, and as for other functions, after you think of joining the 9th Division, someone will naturally introduce them to you. Is there anything else you want to ask? If not, we'll head out. I'm hungry, and I've come specifically to dine in time for dinner. My other gifts, why have I never felt them? Because it has not yet achieved true awakening. Just like a sharpshooter doesn't know his talent for the gun until he touches it, and after he touches it he also needs training, and after the talent test, the 9th branch will train you for it and polish your talent. Any questions? Not for a while. Snap. Zhuge Honored snapped his fingers. Everything in front of him was like a broken mirror, and when everything was put back together again, he found that he was back in the living room. Fang Xin only felt that this talent was too amazing, but this is also not dissociated from the fact that this Zhuge Yan, who is known as the 9th place street skater, is very strong. Seeing the 2 people appear, everyone in the room immediately looked over. Zhuge Yan sat down with a swagger, and Fang Xin served the food. Fang Huilan's brain didn't turn a corner for a while. Zhuge Han really wasn't polite at all and ran to the kitchen to serve the dishes herself. It smells so good. I told you you had to step on the meal. Zhuge Han placed the dishes on the table and looked at Tong Fengwu, Li Injiu and Chu Gang. What are you guys still doing here? Come for dinner too? Tong Fengwu hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. No, we're here to recruit Fang Xin's sister, Jiang Shacha. You are? Mr. Zhuge. I'm Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. Zhuge Han let out an "oh." So it's the treacherous merchants of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. You guys rely on contracts that don't pit students with average family backgrounds to do black labor for you. Right. Get lost. Okay. Zhuge Han looked at Li Yinjiao. And you are? The Li family in the provincial city. It's all treachery. You too. Get out. Li Yinjiao didn't dare to throw off her face at all, and politely owed her body. Goodbye, Mr. Zhuge. Jiang Weidong's family looked dumbfounded. Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and the Li family business in the provincial capital is very big. The ordinary people do not have do not know such a huge organization in Lanzhou City. The words of the person that is also the existence of the head. In this white hair in front of the surprisingly so humble. Zhuge Han looked to Chu Gang, who stood up. 4th Division. Chu Gang, I know you. Zhuge Han gave himself a bowl of rice. Let her go to one place first. One place over there is short of individuals in the spirit department. If they don't fit in over there, then go to your 4th place. Okay, Mr. Zhuge. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Zhuge Han looked at Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha's brain buzzed and she subconsciously looked at Fang Xian. Listen to him, Fang Xian said. Jiang Xiaocha nodded. No comment. Jiang Weidong hurriedly said, can you let my daughter go to your 9th division as well? Just now, during the time Zhuge Han and Fang Xian disappeared, Jiang Weidong also asked about the news about the 9th division, and the more he asked, the more alarmed he became, not realizing that this 9th division that Fang Xian was going to join was so terrifying. Which daughter? 2. Zhuge Han sat down. Your oldest daughter is almost there, and as for your youngest daughter, she's even worse. The dogs watching the door at the 9th place are all B-ranked fire attribute talents. Any other questions? If not, can you move your chopsticks? So hungry. Jiang Weidong's face was embarrassed, but he didn't dare to disobey Zhuge Yan in the slightest, and he was busy inviting Zhuge Han to dinner. During the meal, Jiang Weidong attentively pinched dishes for Fang Xian every now and then, his face full of smiles, itching to kneel down for Fang Xian. Here, Shin, this is your favorite braised fish. Mr. Zhuge, my Xiao Xian has been smart since he was a child. You must take good care of him in the future. Xiao Xian, what are you drinking? Today you're a great credit to our family. Auntie will pour you some wine to drink. After the meal, Zhuge Han took an apple and nibbled on it as he walked out. 3 days. Remember to give me an answer. After sending Zhuge Han away, when he returned to his room, Jiang Weidong still had that dog-licking look. Does little Nu want some more? This is a good wine that Auntie bought. No need. Fang Weilan looked at Fang Xian with relief, as if she remembered something. Shin, I almost forgot. There was a delivery for you this afternoon. It was delivered to the door. I put it in your room. Yes. Fang Xian went back to the house with the Sky Shield SmartLink machine. There was a delivery box on the desk. Opened the box. Found inside was a cell phone. Fang Xian immediately recognized that this was his grandfather's cell phone. Hurriedly, he took his cell phone out. The phone was dead. Found the data cable and charged it. After rebooting, the album is centered on the screen and is so prominent that it's like a fool's tip. Tapped on the album. Sure enough, a video was found inside. Fang Xian clicked on the video. A darkness and a shaky camera. A few seconds later came the sound of his grandfather's urgent voice. Through the violently shaky camera, you can tell that Grandpa seems to be on the run. On top of that, poignant voices can be heard interspersed throughout the video. Shin, I'm your grandfather. You must remember the next 2 things I'm going to tell you. Chapter 10, The Man in the Mirror. First, it's not hard to join the 9th division with your talent, and the current head of the 9th division is a good friend of mine from years past. He will definitely take care of you. Second, before 12 o'clock at night, look in the mirror and use your chi to activate your killing rune. Hold on for half an hour. Xiaoxin, there are many things that are not convenient to talk about right now. Don't lose this cell phone. I will contact you. The scene is frozen here. Fang Xian had trouble calming his mind for a long time. Grandpa seems to be hiding from something in the video. It's just that the light in the middle of the video is so dim that it's impossible to see exactly where it is. Fang Xian rewatched the video again, still not finding any useful clues to the location. Thinking about the sudden departure of Grandpa in the first place. There must be something else going on here. Returning to what Grandpa said just now, according to Grandpa, that would mean that he could join the 9th branch. It also proves that what the white-haired dudes say is okay. As for the second thing, in the mirror at night? What's this about? Fang Xian glanced at the time. It was now past 8. There was still a while to go before the time Grandpa had said. Flipping his phone over and over, He made sure that the only clue his grandfather had left was this video. Unable to squeeze out any extra information value, Fong Xin put the phone aside, looking at that SkyShield SmartLink machine on the table. After opening it, it was exactly the same thing that Zhu Gahong had taken out to look at the information when he came this afternoon. It's L-shaped when you open it. A virtual screen will appear in the center of the clip. This thing isn't very heavy. You could even say it's light. After booting, the virtual screen then shows two buttons. Identity registration. Account login. Fong Xin thought about it and clicked on identity registration. Please face the center of the screen and complete the face entry. Fong Xin is facing the screen. Face entry complete. Please enter invitation code or invitee. Fong Xin was stumped when he typed in his name. That white hair just said that his name was Zhu Gahong, but he didn't say which character was the last character of Zhu Gahong. And the bottom of the dialog box suggests that there is only one chance to enter. Zhu Gahong didn't leave any contact information for Fong Xin when he left, mainly because when Fong Xin was ready to ask for it, this white hair disappeared as soon as he left the house, taking little deer with him to use his spatial talent. Only Fong Xin was given the little ball of space that could summon him out, but Zhu Gahong had said at the time that he could also crush this thing to summon him when in danger. Fong Xin didn't want to lose the great opportunity to hoard this white hair. It was also possible to take advantage of the white hair's strike to see how strong this white hair really was. The cell phone kept vibrating. After Qin Juanhao was recruited by the 7th Division, his happy tail was going up to the sky. His old man bought him a luxury car worth $7 million, and at the moment he is sending photos inside the group to show off his wealth. Su Xiaochang was like licking a dog endlessly. Fong Xin was totally just watching for fun, watching these two sell their pretenses in the group. Chu Xinyao also sent a message half an hour ago. Xiao Feng, I want to go to the Ocean Theme Pavilion. Accompany me, okay, please. Fong Xin thought that before Chu Xinyao brought her own potions, it was also considered a favor owed, and bought 2 tickets for tomorrow and sent a screenshot. Chu Xinyao happily returned a message. Wow, I knew that little Fong student is the best. By the way, Mr. Xiao Feng, the results were supposed to come out the day after tomorrow, but today the results were leaked early and the school administration decided to release the results tomorrow. Fong Xin was stunned, not expecting an early announcement, but for himself, he already knew the result. Got it, play a little game? Fong Xin looked at the time. Grandfather said in the video, before 12 o'clock to go and look at the mirror. Still a little while to go, so first kill some time. On the number, Xiao Wutong was like a monkey eating mustard, spinning around in place, over and over again. He looked at Qin Juanhao's report card. Every time I look at it I want to cry. It shouldn't. How could this happen? Ellie, are you sure that this Qin Juanhao is the person you met in the alley that day? Ellie's ice blue eyes looked at the screen of a white bezeled smartphone. I think so. Can't remember. Xiao Wutong rubbed his head vigorously with both hands, as if he was wearing a mask of pain. That's definitely not it. There's no way a barely able to reach B-rank talent could have 4th rank combat power at that age. Originally thought it was picking up the treasure. I also hurriedly ran ahead of time to intercept. Now well, I became a joke. And that Qin Juanhao, but also a big banquet, to publicize this matter everywhere. God, I can't take it anymore. I just want to kick his ass so hard with my size 42 leather shoes. Ellie snapped the SmartLink closed and digressed. The higher-ups have given the mission, sending us to the 7th branch to protect someone. Who? Chu Xinyao. The specific information is sent to you. Xiao Wutong shook his wristwatch, and surprisingly, a SmartLink machine was thrown out from the small wristwatch, which opened and swiped his face to see the latest news. Heavens, this girl is actually the daughter of that great man. These remnants of the Eternal Night Army dare to kidnap his daughter. Ellie continued. The big man was involved in a secret, and the remnants of the Neverwinter Nights army tried to blackmail him with his daughter in exchange for the secret. But then again, the current infiltration of the remnants of the Neverwinter Nights army is too strong, and this early leak of the results was done by people arranged by the remnants of the Neverwinter Nights army, who also want to muddy the waters, disguise themselves as a major power, and poach some good seedlings with excellent talent to grow their own power. Xiao Wutong shook his head helplessly, and suddenly said in surprise, the other party has actually deployed a Battle Force level 8 powerhouse in order to kidnap this girl? Ellie nodded. That's why our team leader will be here in person. We need to leave now to covertly protect the girl. Fong Xin put down his phone and looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Let's not play for now. Good. I'm tired too. Go to bed early. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Put the phone down. Fong Xin got up and walked towards the bathroom. Look at yourself in the mirror. Push the chi in blood. The killing rune on the back of his hand was scarlet and bloodthirsty. But there was nothing different about myself in the mirror. What the hell was Grandpa making himself stare at in the mirror for? Fong Xin stared at the mirror as time passed by. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Fong Xin also stared at the mirror. And some grotesque legends kept flashing through his mind. But in the end, there was nothing strange. After more than half an hour of just watching, as Grandpa had told me, I still didn't see anything different. Fong Xin exhaled. I've had enough time today, so it looks like I'll have to wait until tomorrow to see it. Fong Xin turned around and prepared to leave the bathroom. But just the moment Fong Xin turned around, Fong Xin's body suddenly stiffened. A white-haired sweat rose straight up his spine, only because of the afterglow. Fong Xin in the mirror is holding his arms, staring at Fong Xin with a smile on his face. Chapter 11, The King of Killers. That moment, Fong Xin sweated. I only felt a chill rush from the soles of my feet to the sky. Slightly stiffly, he turned his head to look in the mirror. Fong Xin in the mirror was still motionless, holding his arms. He looked at Fong Xin. Fong Xin finally got a good look at the other party. Looks exactly like Fong Xin. Only the other party's pupils were scarlet. It was exactly the same as when Fong Xin used his killing talent. The two looked at each other through the mirror. Fong Xin in the mirror slowly leaned back. A blood-colored throne suddenly emerged behind him. Fong Xin in the mirror sat firmly on top of the throne. One hand was clenched into a false fist resting on his cheek. The scarlet pupils stared at Fong Xin beyond the mirror. The corners of his mouth were tipped with what seemed to be an innate kingly contempt. A powerful and terrifying King's Landing aura emanated from his body. Surprised? A voice suddenly came out of his head. Fong Xin's mixed body tightened once again. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene in front of him. Yourself in the mirror talking? It's hard not to be surprised, isn't it? It was hard to calm the shock in his heart for a long time. Finally, Fong Xin asked the first philosophical question. Who are you? Fong Xin in the mirror was sitting on top of the blood-colored throne. Once again, the languid voice that towered over everything in contempt came to his mind. Who am I? That's a question worth exploring. But I have many titles. Judge Zero, the first of the 7 kings, the king of killers, Kingslayer, or you can call me the destroyer of gods, but I also have a title of sorts. Fong Xin, if you have to ask me who I am you. The monstrous waves that rose in Fong Xin's heart were one after another. It feels like my CPU is burning up. What was in front of him was far beyond his perception. Fong Xin in the mirror had a smile on his lips. You're me? Fong Xin is a million do not believe that he is just a good character and excellent appearance than the pan and moral, intellectual, physical, social and aesthetic labor of the ordinary 3 good students. The other side with that overriding force in the sky is not at all their own. The other side is not the same. In the mirror, Fong Xin sat on top of his throne resting his cheeks. This is not a question that is worth thinking about now, and there is no need to waste time on it. With your current strength, you can only see me for 3 minutes. After that, everything goes back to normal, and now 1 minute and 47 seconds have passed. Then there are some things that I will simply say to you. As a godslayer who holds the talent of killing, you don't seem to have a thorough understanding of your talent, only knowing that you can increase your battle power through killing. Then do you know that you can also devour other people's talents by killing them? And you can also raise the level of your existing talents by killing enemies with the same talents. And that all of those existing talents you have, except for the light department's talent, were obtained through killing. This ability is what makes the killing talent truly terrifying. Of course, you still have one more ability, and that is to nourish me through killing. I am equivalent to the king of killing who has signed a contract with you. You can summon me when you are in danger, and I can take over your body for 3 minutes. But of course, at the moment, I can only exert a peak level 5 combat power. To summon me, simply activate the killing rune. Place your hand over your heart and say C in your mind, and I will descend. By the way, you have to be on your guard against someone. Just wanted to talk to you today. The sound and image of the latter words were abruptly cut off. The image in the mirror was distorted, as if it were a television screen with no signal. Who? Fong Xin hurriedly approached the mirror to inquire, and the mirror approached Fong Xin. Staring at each other, the eyes were equally blank. Fong Xin moves, and so does his mirror self. 3 minutes have passed. Everything is back to business as usual. Fong Xin held onto the wash basin. Everything that happened today was a bit beyond his imagination. Wash your face. Fong Xin stared at the mirror. Fong Xin in the mirror reminds himself to be on guard against someone. Who do I have to defend myself against? Halfway through the sentence. What's with me today? Fong Xin's first thought was Zhuge Heng. Because the only thing that could make Fong Xin realistically come across stressful was this white-haired hottie from the monster room. Defending him? Who else can we defend ourselves against? Looks like we'll just have to wait until tomorrow night to ask again in the mirror. Auntie's concerned voice came from outside the bathroom. Shin, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well anywhere? Why are you in the bathroom for so long? Fong Xin immediately said. Played with my cell phone for a while. You child, hurry up and get some rest. Jiang Weidong's voice immediately came. Just like licking a dog. Look at you. What's wrong with Xiaoxin playing for a while? Xiaoxin has the strength to play. The child wants to play, just play. Fong Huilan gave a cut, and was displeased with Jiang Weidong's kneeling behavior. Fong Xin returned to his bedroom and refocused his gaze on his grandfather's delivery box. There is also no location where it was sent. Only Fong's new address and the name of the recipient. Put the cell phone in the drawer compartment. Fong Xin looked at the full moon outside the window. Think about what you see in here. Look at your hands. I didn't realize that my talent could be enhanced. But I've never heard of the idea that talent can still be enhanced. Fong Xin was woken up by Jiang Xiaoyu's cries in the morning. Jiang Weidong got up early in the morning and went to buy Fong Xin's favorite family of buns, but forgot to buy Jiang Xiaoyu the milk tea she wanted to drink. Jiang Xiaoyu, relying on her yesterday's results, felt that she had the courage, so she pointed at Jiang Weidong's nose and cursed. What gives you the right to buy for Fong Xin but not for me? You even traveled so far. Fong Xin's grades are better. Right? Look what you've become after Fong Xin's grades came out. I'm your own daughter. He's just a fatherless, motherless thing. Why do you spoil him so much? You have no backbone at all. I'm your father. How can you talk to me like that? You don't have to be my father even if you gave birth to me. Jiang Xiaoyu screamed. Snap. The insufferable Jiang Weidong slapped him across the face. Jiang Weidong was an adult after all, and the force of a slap could not be described as small. Jiang Xiaoyu's sentinel beast talent didn't have the ability to make her cheek defense increase, and she was slapped by Jiang Weidong to make her face crooked, and she was slapped honestly. After Fong Xin washed up and ate, Jiang Xiaoyu glared at Fong Xin. Her teeth clenched, but she dared to be angry, and the spoon she was drinking kanji with knocked the bowl vigorously, making a distracting clanging sound. What happened to your face, Xiaoyu? Fong Xin, who was eating, asked knowingly. Jiang Weidong immediately rounded off the conversation by laughing. This child, speaking without a big or small voice. Let me give a lesson. Fong Xin immediately pulled Jiang Weidong's hand. Yo, auntie, your hand is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Hearing Fong Xin's concern for him, Jiang Weidong hurriedly smiled. Fong Xin looked back at Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, how old are you? Why are you so unintelligent? You even hit your father's hand with your face. Look at the way you hit my aunt's hand. The career line is all knocked askew. Jiang Weidong's face stiffened. Jiang Xiaoyu's tears came out with a brush, covering her mouth with a wow as she cried and ran back to her room. Look at the fun for the kid. Ginger Xiaocha stifled a laugh. Fong Huilan's fingertips gently nudged Fong Xin's head. Why are you so bad? Jiang Xiaocha laughed. Mom, it's not like my brother has a bad mouth for a day or two. Jiang Weidong immediately corrected. What mouth damage? Your brother is called humor. Fong Xin shook his head and couldn't help but think of having read an ancient book from more than 400 years ago, which contained a story of Fan Jin Zhongjia, and at the moment, Jiang Weidong's every move was more or less like Fan Jin's old husband. Brother, school is not in session today. Where are you going? Jiang Xiaocha inquired. Meeting a classmate. Going out. Was talking. The phone vibrated, and Chu Xinyao's voice message was sent right after. Calling Mr. Fong. I have gone out and felt good. Where do we meet? Sha Wutong held down his headset. Everyone get ready. Chu Xinyo has already left the house and is preparing to head to the Ocean Theme Pavilion. The enemy has made their move. No matter the cost, make sure to protect her safety. Ellie suddenly looked up. Team Xiao, there's one more thing. Qin Juanhao has set the banquet for his classmates at the Ocean Theme Pavilion as well. Chapter 12 Aquarium. After Fong Xin exited the subway station, across the street, he saw Chu Xinyo on the opposite side of the road. Chu Xinyao's beautiful eyes kept staring at the exit. After seeing Fong Xin, even beckoned. Waiting for half a day, right? Fong Xin stepped forward and inquired. Just arrived. Then let's go. Chu Xinyo is wearing a JK short skirt today. Tender white calves swinging interlaced with walking. Small leather shoes. White lace stockings, adding a few points of pure desire. The ocean theme pavilion only opened at the end of last month, but the publicity was pretty good, so there were quite a few people there when they came. Middle of the last century, a decade or so after humans awakened to their gifts, it became clear that many animals were also gradually opening up to spirituality, and this included sea creatures. This newly opened ocean theme house features a number of captured sea creatures that have awakened a special gift. The entire oceanarium looks like an orca hibernating on top of the earth from the outside. When you enter the door to check your ticket, the staff smiled. Both of you. You can enjoy all the services in the pavilion as well as the show for free today with your tickets. There is a wide variety of marine life inside the theme pavilion. A dolphin came out of the water waving its fins and smelling of ballast. Coming, buddy? There was also the octopus that played the harp while playing the piano. I don't know if it was an illusion. Fong Xian always felt that the tune played by this octopus was full of a violent, and it felt like it would lift the piano at any time. Singing jellyfish, starfish running underwater in their pants, king crabs wielding large pincers to take tips from tourists. There were also people who had awakened the water attribute talent wearing fishman costumes and dancing under the water with schools of fish. But the hottest show in the entire oceanarium is the underwater animal jousting ring. The ones who were dueling at the moment were a seahorse with a spear wearing armor and an electric eel with electric arcs flashing all over its body. That seahorse fought very well, and after a few charges, it actually beat the electric eel all over the place. The crowd is cheering. Fong Xian looked at the seahorses and electric eels in the battle. It was really a long time to live to see seahorses and electric eels in a firefight. At either end of the gladiatorial arena, two other seals were beating their drums in support. If he hadn't seen this with his own eyes, Fong Xian would have thought he had eaten too much fungus. Watch the duel on the occasion. A voice came. What a coincidence. You guys are here too? Follow the sound. Qin Juanhao showed up with some of his classmates. When he saw Fong Xian and Xu Xinyao, Qin Juanhao pretended to look surprised. Xu Xinyao's small brows furrowed as if she had seen something dirty. You followed me? Qin Juanhao immediately dumped the pot on his dad. Which is not true. It's really a chance encounter. My dad said that this ocean theme pavilion is quite interesting, so he chartered this theme pavilion for me to bring my classmates here to play. Fong Xian, why are you here too? Fong Xian is serious nonsense. I brushed the video to see the promotional video. Said there are a lot of performances here. I heard that there is a sea turtle can throw the shell out of the performance. The audience gave the name of what the king of dumping. I was curious, so I came to take a look. Qin Juanhao's face was cloudy. Xu Xinyao stifled her laughter. Fong Xian didn't bother to talk to Qin Juanhao a lot of the time, but every time he tried to counterattack, Qin Juanhao was sure to have a hard time for a while. Faithful lapdog Su Xiaoqiang immediately jumped out and angrily rebuked. Fong Xian, who are you calling a wanker flinging pots? Fong Xian pointed to one side. Through the thick glass, there really is a sea turtle show. The turtle swam fast. The shell did not keep up. The two front claws dancing between the legs and swim back to drill into the shell inside. It looks very funny, causing the audience to take pictures. Nah, I'm talking about the turtle. Or who do you think I'm talking about? Are there any other assholes around here dumping? Su Xiaoqiang choked for a moment, and Qin Juanhao countered with a sneer. Fong Xian, the results are out today. So if you don't stay home and wait for the results, why do you still have the leisure time to run here and play? That's right, my brother Hao has now been accepted by the 7th branch. The future of a person like my brother Hao is bright. It's only normal to run out to play like this. Su Xiaoqiang immediately took over the conversation and cheered. Fong Xian still said in a serious manner, didn't I just say, come and watch the wanker dump. Grades are not as important as fun. Qin Juanhao clenched his fists and revealed a leathery expression. There are still 2 hours to go before the results are announced. And I heard that you didn't use any of your potions yesterday. So I'd like to see if you're still in the mood to keep watching the fun when the results come out. Su Xiaoqiang helped out by saying smugly, I'm just afraid that when the time comes, he, Fong Xian, is going to become Brother Hao's delight. Was talking. There was a sudden scream from the direction of the gladiatorial arena. The electric eel in the duel with the seahorse was seen to suddenly erupt with a bright and brilliant electric light. 1 week into the gladiatorial arena, the spectators in the front rows were turned into charcoal in no time. The entire oceanarium was instantly in disarray. With a loud snap, the sea turtle that lost its shell and covered its legs, its eyes unexpectedly burst out with a humanized and vicious light. One claw grabbed the shell and threw it out as if it was throwing a discus. It came with a loud popping sound. The The glass wall separating the tourists from these sea creatures was instantly pierced, and the entire glass wall collapsed, spreading the water inside towards the theme pavilion. The shell child flew back into the turtle's claws, and the turtle flung it out again, the thuds answering the thuds. All the glass walls have been blasted through and shattered. The underwater creatures inside swam out in droves. The tourists who came here to play and visit instantly panicked, desperately trying to escape. But the entrances and exits are surprisingly closed at this time of year. That seahorse in the middle of the duel slowly turned around, its spear facing Chu Xinyao's direction. Xiao Wutong, who was disguised as a staff member, looked at the scene in front of him in shock and clasped his head with both hands. Oh, geez, heavens, this group of remnants of the Eternal Night Army are all simply insane. Not only did they send out a battle force level 8 powerhouse, but they also used this sacred ranked treasure weapon in the shape of an oceanarium, just for the sake of capturing a helpless little girl. Xiao Wutong, be normal and go protect that girl. A voice came from behind him. Xiao Wutong hurriedly turned back, and saw a man standing behind him in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The man was stout, with a cold, calm gaze. Team leader, Xiao Wutong hurriedly called out. The man tugged at his tie. You guys go protect that Chu Xinyao. I'll find that level 8 powerhouse among the enemies. Yes. Xiao Wutong immediately led his men towards Chu Xinyao's side to gather around. The theme pavilion was a mess at the moment. Fang Xian swept his gaze over every corner of the arena. In his hand, he clutched the small spatial ball that Zhu Gahong had given him. If there was a real need in the situation, it was possible to summon the white-haired handsome Zhu Gahong to make a move. The moment the mess appeared, several black-clothed men rushed forward to protect Qin Juanhao in the center. Qin Juanhao looked back at Chu Xinyao. Xin Yao, you don't need to be afraid. Come to my side. These bodyguards of mine are all experts that my dad spent a lot of money to hire. This strongest bodyguard captain is a battle grade 3 expert. Chapter 13, A Punch. Qin Juanhao hid behind his bodyguard, waving at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao tugged on Fang Xian's arm. A hint of panic surfaced on her delicate little face. It was indeed intimidating. Xin Yao, come over here. What are you hiding behind Fang Xian for? Can Fang Xian protect you? Qin Juanhao urged once again. Chu Xinyao's small face was pale. Seeing that Fang Xian did not move, she bit her lips and stood firmly behind Fang Xian. Qin Juanhao was furious for a while and said to a few bodyguards, don't make a move until the critical moment. I must give them a little color. Let them know that I'm the most reliable. And focus on protecting Chu Xinyao. That Fang Xian can be left alone. Fang Xian's gaze was fixed on the seahorse with the spear. The spear clutched by that seahorse was facing Chu Xinyao's direction. Sobering, the seahorse suddenly sprinted towards Chu Xinyao's side. A snow-white train was drawn out above the water. It was almost a few breaths. The seahorse had come to heel. The spear in his hand stabbed towards Chu Xinyao. Although this move was not towards the vitals, it could still incapacitate Chu Xinyao. Fang Xian tugged Chu Xinyao back and flashed. And almost right before and after, several figures flashed out from his side, in what he thought was a very elegant gesture. The leader, Xiao Wutong, picked apart the seahorse's spear with a single swipe of his sword, blocked at the front of the line. Ellie led the men to block in front of Chu Xinyao. Miss Chu, we are here to protect you. Fang Xian froze for a moment and looked at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao was actually able to get the 7th branch to protect her. What exactly is the background? Her mother had some power, no doubt, but not enough to get the 7th branch to come and protect her daughter. That would prove that Chu Xinyao's father was as unusual as the legends. Fang Xian raised his eyes and realized that Ellie was actually staring at him. The two looked at each other and Ellie smiled and nodded. Fang Xian also nodded politely. In addition to Xiao Wutong's team, there was another team that also threw themselves into the fray, with the leader of the group fighting with that electric eel. After Qin Juanhao saw Xiao Wutong and Ellie, he immediately waved his hand excitedly and ran over towards this side. Team Xia, Sister Ellie, are you guys here to protect me? Qin Juanhao said excitedly. Ellie said coldly, no. Qin Juanhao awkwardly squeezed out a smiley face, wanting to pretend that he didn't make it, and immediately changed the topic. Is that our 7th division on a mission? Aha! Qin Juanhao offered. Can I join? I've brought my bodyguards with me, and my bodyguard captain is a level 3 combatant. I want to fight alongside you guys. Xiao Wutong looked at Qin Juanhao. His face was full of rawness. Every time he saw Qin Juanhao, it was hard for him to die, and he went in a hurry, but he ended up collecting such a thing. Moreover, if the contract was signed yesterday and if it is cancelled today, the credibility score of the 7th division will plummet. And when he sees Qin Juanhao, Xiao Wutong seems to see his own pillar of shame. Out of sight, out of mind. Ellie, take them to the exit. Make sure to escort Ms. Chu out safely. Understood. Escorting Miss Chu? Qin Juanhao was dumbfounded, shocked beyond belief as he looked towards Chu Xinhao, not expecting Chu Xinhao's identity to be so counterintuitive that it could make the 7th division come specially to protect her. The other students were also revealing looks of surprise. Follow me, Ellie said, leading the squad from the 7th division, protecting Chu Xinhao in the center, and running in the direction of the safe passage. Dang! Far away, the octopus that played the harp and the piano. His claws suddenly tapped the piano keys frantically, emitting a mind-numbing frenzied piano sound, and the harp emitted a piercing chirping sound, which was distracting to listen to. And after those sea creatures that launched the attack heard the sound of the zither, their eyes were scarlet red and manic, as if they had been empowered. And when they fought, they seemed to be unaware of the pain, and went forward, not giving up until they had shed the last drop of blood. And that singing jellyfish floats in the water and makes a wonderful sound that gives you a drowsy feeling after hearing it. Not good. Spiritually gifted octopus and jellyfish. Ellie, form a formation to protect Ms. Chu. Xiao Wutong, who was fighting the seahorses, sank his face. Ellie shook her wristwatch, and out of it flew the smart link, breaking it open and pressing it to the ground. The other 3 team members followed suit, and the smart link emitted scarlet rays, hooking up and forming an octagonal boundary, directly isolating the overflowing water and sound waves. This amazing scene filled several students with curiosity. Qin Juanhao excitedly looked at the smart link machine on the ground and smugly popularized it to the other students. This is called the Sky Shield Smart Link Machine. It's a treasured weapon independently developed by the Sky Shield Bureau. Only the official members have it, and you need to stay in the Sky Shield Bureau for a full year before you can get it. Brother Hao, I'm so envious of you. You'll have this amazing thing a year from now too. Su Xiaochang didn't hesitate to send a horse's ass up. The other students had envious eyes. The corner of Qin Juanhao's mouth was tinged with a smile as his afterglow swept over Fang Xian and Chu Xinhao with a look of "see if my brother is powerful." Fang Xian returned a no-look expression. His eyes swept over the smart link machine. Yesterday white hair also gave Fang Xian one. At that time he thought it was just a communication device that could look up information, but he didn't realize that it had this kind of magical effect. Would have thought it would have lasted a while, but I didn't expect it. Almost in the next second, that turtle from earlier had another hand in the king's dump. The turtle sheller spun around and flew towards the side, blasting heavily on top of the boundary. The boundary let out a loud rumble, and a crack appeared in the nearly transparent protective shield. Everyone's faces changed, none of them expecting this turtle to be so strong. Nearly as soon as the next second, a chill came over me. The water outside the boundary froze in an instant, and the boundary was frozen with dense cracks, and the boundary shattered in an instant. The shell spun and flew back to the turtle, who flung it over again, this time about to blast through and through everyone in the boundary. But this time the shell of the turtle has not yet hit this side, was kicked back in the same way. The shell of the turtle heavy impact on the turtle body, rubbing the water flying backwards, hit the wall, struggling a few times and then no movement. A man in a suit stepped in front of the knot. With a hard step of his foot, the ice surface cracked, and the water waves swept back in all directions, revealing a vacuum. The man held up his glasses. Take them out the southeast corner. Ellie nodded. Okay, team leader. Group leader? Qin Juanhao was like anointing a nest when he heard those 2 words. Surprisingly, it's the group leader. What's wrong with team leader? Brother Hao? Su Xiaoqian was like a comic relief. Qin Juanhao looked at the back of the man in suit with excitement and admiration. The title of the highest commander of the 7th division is the division chief. Under the division chief is the team leader. Under the team leader is the senior captain. And under the senior captain is the junior captain. Sister Ellie is a small captain, needing a 3rd level of combat power to be able to be a captain. Team Xiao is a big captain, needing a 5th level of combat power to be able to be a captain. And the group leader, that needs an 8th level of combat power to be able to be a captain. Su Xiaoqiang was surprised. I'll go. We don't even have an 8th level powerhouse sitting in this small place of Lanchang. We've seen a live one today. Fang Xian glanced at Chu Xinhao with his afterglow. Surprisingly, he was able to send out a group leader of at least level 8 to protect him. What kind of existence was Chu Xinhao's father? The man in the suit tugged at his tie, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses looked coldly at the diver in the fisherman's costume behind the school of fish. My friend, going to work is already annoying. And when you're hiding in the shadows and playing dirty tricks, it's even more annoying. The school of fish dispersed and the diver beamed. So it's team leader Shang from the 7th division. I didn't expect a team leader to come out. The man in the suit ripped off his tie and wrapped it above his arm. It's really a waste to let you use such a good 8th-ranked treasure weapon and not be able to utilize your strength at all. Then try again. The diver looked gloomy and raised his hand. With him as the center of the circle. Once again ice in all directions. As if he wanted to turn this place into a world of ice and snow. And the fish surrounding him turned into spinning ice-covered cones. Coming towards the man in the suit. The tie that the man in the suit had wrapped around his arm glowed a brilliant, blinding gold. It was as if the icebreaker had gone barreling and reckless toward the diver. The ice was instantly pierced through a huge crack. Don't look. Move. Ellie urged. A group of students snapped out of their surprise. Is this a sparring match between strong men? Ellie was leading the way, but she didn't expect it. The road ahead is blocked by a dolphin. The dolphin looked at a group of comers. His eyes fixed on Qin Juwenhao's body. The dolphin ed with a mouthful of big ballast flavor. What are you looking at? Qin Juwenhao shrank behind a few bodyguards. Look at you. You little pussy. Who are you talking to? The dolphin was instantly enraged. Fang Xian looked at the dolphin that was mouthing human words. Some animals have high IQs and there are many animals that turn on their gifts that can also mouthing human words. The dolphin turned in a circle, charging this way. Ellie took the lead and blocked in front of her. The light of the blue streak blade flowing, and instantly blasted against the dolphin. The dolphin was a water attribute talent, while Ellie was an assassination talent, and both were level 3 combatants and fought to a standstill. Qin Juwenhao's group looked nervous, but Fang Xian, who had experienced countless battles of all sizes, did not think so. The dolphin already had a bloodstain on his side ribs. Ouch, you tiger pussy old. I'll kill you, panther. What are you two doing? I'll hold back this stinky old. You two do what the hell? To catch the target. We go back to the mission. From one side flashed out 2 seals that had been beating the drums in the gladiatorial arena earlier, with a couple of shrimp soldiers. Towards Chu Xinyao's side, he rushed over. Protect MS. Chu, Ellie yelled back. The 3 team members surrounded Chu Xinyao in the center and instantly fought with each other. But there were too many opponents, and the 3 players were a bit overwhelmed, and both seals were peak level 2. Qin Juwenhao licked his lips and looked at the opportunity. Xinya, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. But the next second, each of the 2 seals opened their mouths and spat out a drum, beating their chest drums with a deafening sound. The 3 members of the team shook their heads. One of them was directly exploded into a bloody mist, and the other 2 were both injured. The 2 seals turned their spearheads and came straight at Chu Xinyao. The scene gave many of the students in the room a fright. First time I've ever faced death so close and so directly. See the seal approaching. Qin Juwenhao's bodyguard captain wanted to come over to protect Chu Xinyao as per Qin Juwenhao's instructions earlier. Unexpectedly, Qin Juwenhao yanked on the bodyguard captain. Protect her for what? Protect me. The 2 seals were already approaching. Ellie tried to fold back up, but the dolphin desperately dragged her back down. Ha ha, Yakuza stuff. I'm going to get a lot of credit for this. Fang Xian blocked Chu Xinyao behind him. A twist of the waist. A punch. Chapter 14, Are you a good fighter? That punch. It was a ferocious punch after countless life and death trials. It was a heavenly punch that could reach SS rank power talent without potions. It is also a dominating punch that is simple and clean, strong and powerful, and blasts through all barriers. A punch. The arms rubbed against the air with a sharp, piercing sonic boom. The punch lands squarely on Seal's chest. A punch directly blew through the chest of the foremost seal. Blood spurted from the seal's heart. After 2 struggles he fell to the ground. Fang Xian didn't stop moving and leapt forward, clamping his legs around the other seal's head, elbows like knives. A wild elbow blasted down. A clicking and popping sound was heard. The seal's head shattered. Blood spilled from his mouth and nose. Powerlessness fell to the ground. After struggling a few times, he lay motionless on the ground. It's all a long story, but it happened in a flash of lightning. Fang Xian's face was expressionless. Fishing up the water on the ground that didn't reach his knees cleaned his blood-stained fists. Ellie's icy blue eyes twinkled. The dolphin let out a strange cry. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how can there be a hidden expert? The little turtle calf is still a ING student. Fang Xian washed his hands and looked back at Qin Juwenhao, who had shock creeping over his face, and a group of classmates. I grew up boxing and learned a little bit of kickboxing, so it's normal to beat up 2 seals, right? Qin Juwenhao swallowed. Normal chicken hair. That's no ING ordinary seal. That's a level 2 peak battle power seal. Even the most common seals can't be killed with one punch. Hello. Qin Juanhao's sweaty hairs stood on end, having reached fear from shock. Why Fang Xian is so strong? If Fang Xian wanted to kill him, these few bodyguards of his didn't seem to be able to carry him. A group of students looked at Fang Xian, shocked beyond words. The usual classmate Fang Xian, who has good character and can mingle with everyone, was so shocked. Chu Xinyao patted her chest and exhaled, her heart palpitating as she flashed a sweet smile at Fang Xian. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Fang Xian wanted to ask why these people would attack Chu Xianyao, but on second thought, with so many students next to him, he didn't ask again. Ellie was attacking harder and harder, and the dolphin had gradually become unable to hold back. This. I'm done. The dolphin's body turned and merged into the water, disappearing without a trace in a flash as a line of water. Below the surface of the water that didn't reach his knees, a dark shadow surged rapidly. A palm suddenly drilled out from underwater and grabbed towards Chu Xinyao's ankle. Chu Xinyao exclaimed in shock. The small half of his body was submerged in the water. A gust of wind came from the middle of the passage in the distance. The water surges. A blinding and exuberant golden light rushed towards the side. The man in the suit in the golden light carried a 1-foot-long, adult hand-width machete in his hand, and slashed down towards the palm that was dragging Chu Xinyao's calf. A scream came from underwater. A severed hand was seen surfacing. Not far away the water turned out of a whirlpool. The diver from earlier emerged from it, pale. The man in the suit once again erupted into a bright golden light and flashed out. The golden light dissipated. The diver had been tied up and thrown to the ground. The man in the suit wrapped his tie and pocketed it meticulously. The rest of the seventh branch converged toward this side. Xiao Wutong also came this way. The man in the suit held up his glasses and looked towards Qin Juanhao, who was now pale from the aftershock. Xiao Wutong, is this the new recruit you wasted a slot on for our 7th division? It's fine if we don't talk about this, but when we talk about this, Xiao Wutong is as uncomfortable as if he ate a fly. Team leader, I was wrong, but this kid is at least up to par. Don't you think so? The two people's conversation beyond the words, but all individuals can understand, is to call the dolphin just now can understand. It is clear that it is disliked Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao's original bit of pride and complacency was completely shattered by two sentences from team leader Shang and Xiao Wutong. Those individual classmates were also looking at Qin Juanhao with different expressions at this moment, so it was a look away. Team leader Shang turned his head to Fang Xian. What's your name? Fang Xian. Strength-based talent. To be able to kill a level 2 peak battle power, the talent is at least an A. Right, and it's possible that it's reached an S. These words caused many of his classmates to freeze. Fang Xian was surprisingly so talented. Qin Juanhao was even more disheveled. What little advantage I had is all gone. Which organization did you join? Haven't joined any organizations yet. I shouldn't. No one's looking for you? Searched. Haven't agreed yet. Thinking about it. Team leader Shang paused. Still thinking about it? That means that the organizations that have approached you are unable to do so, right? The 9th Division hasn't approached you? No. If the 9th Division approached you, with their overbearing character, they won't give anyone a chance to consider it. Why don't you come to our 7th Division? After the assessment period, I can directly promote you to become a squad leader. These words caused the students present to freeze for a moment, and some even let out a gasp of surprise. To be able to have the team leader of the 7th Division personally invite them, and directly promote them to become a squad leader after the assessment period? Team leader, we've recruited enough places, Xiao Wutong prompted. Team leader Shang took off his glasses and took a breath, wiping his glasses as he said, then we'll enroll an additional one. I'll give the director's side of the story. How about it? Student Fang Xian? No need. Team leader Shang paused for a moment as he wiped his glasses. Xiao Wutong and a bunch of other students also froze. Only Ellie's icy blue eyes stared at Fang Xian, as if she had guessed something. The head of the 7th Division personally invited him, and Fang Xian refused? Just turn it down? Qin Juanhao's envious skill was purple, and after he was recruited by the 7th branch, he beat the gongs and drums and proclaimed it everywhere, wishing to let everyone under the sky know that he, Qin Juanhao, had been recruited by the 7th branch. But Fang Xian had just rejected the invitation of the 7th Division's team leader in public. Not to mention that team leader Shang had also promised Fang Xian that he would be a squad leader after the assessment period. Such a condition could not be said to be ungenerous. Bud. Yo. Is there any law? Is there any law? Team leader Shang put on his glasses. So, you do have other ideas? Little doll. You can come to me. An old voice suddenly came. Everyone was shocked. Team leader Shang instantly erupted in golden light and entered a fighting state, as if he was facing a great enemy. Turn back. The water was seen surging, and at the top of a 2-meter-high wave, an old man was sitting on top of a sea turtle's shell, looking at this side with a smile on his face. Team leader Shang held the machete in his hand, and his eyes behind the lenses flashed with a hint of shock. In a small place like Orchid City, a 10th level battle power has been deployed. You remnants of the Neverwinter Nights army are really willing to put in the blood. Group leader Shang stared coldly at the old man sitting on the back of the turtle. The old man smiled gently. Your Heavenly Shield Bureau has sent you. A peak level 18 leader. Shall we not show enough sincerity? Team leader Shang swept his gaze. A sudden frown. The view off the windows of the theme pavilion flew back so fast that the entire ocean theme pavilion seemed to be flying in the sky. All communication devices also failed at this moment. The old man was smiling. Since all of you have deployed this saint-ranked treasure weapon, then you definitely have to complete the mission, don't you? Don't even think about it. You won't be able to escape. There's no one who can save you right now. You're all going to be the sustenance of this treasure weapon. With those words, the old man's gaze once again looked at Fong Xin. Besides you, little doll, how's the consideration going? I see that you strike cleanly and kill decisively. At this age, with this means, you are a rare and good seedling. Now, I'll give you two paths. Either join our 9 specters, or, heck, I'll just have to come down hard. After all, if I let you grow up in the future, you'll definitely be a formidable enemy. Qin Juanhao looked at Fong Xin with envy and jealousy. It's okay if you're wanted in the 7th office, but how come you're wanted in the villain's office too? Can't people live anymore? Fong Xin looked at the old man, clutching the small spatial ball in his hand. Is it okay if I choose C? The old man laughed out loud. Not many people make fun of me. Little doll. Qin Juanhao lowered his voice and whispered at Fong Xin. Fong Xin, join him. Fake is fine. Find a way to curry favor with him. Talk softly to him, so that he can let us live as well. Are you willing to watch so many of your classmates die? The old man pointed at Qin Juanhao. This little doll has good awareness and good ideas. The old man stared at Fong Xin. Little doll, I haven't asked you yet. What's your name? Fong Xin said in a serious manner. My name is Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao froze for a second. Fong Xin. Your ing name is Qin Juanhao. Then what is my name? Don't with me, Grandpa. His name is Fong Xin. Ha ha ha. Fong Xin, little doll. Interesting, I like you more and more. If you join us, I can let these classmates of yours go, but if you dare to refuse, I'll let them die now. Fong Xin, what are you waiting for? Save everyone. Qin Juanhao urged in a low voice. There are many ways to save a life. It doesn't have to be a tail wagging the dog. Then what the else can you do? Team leader Shang glanced back at Qin Juanhao in dissatisfaction. Qin Juanhao squeezed out a smile that looked like he was crying. Fong Xin looked at the old man. Old man, are you really a 10th level powerhouse? Not bad. Mid-10th level. Very beatable? No one in the room can beat me, including this Division 7 leader. Can you beat him then? Snap. The space blob crushes. Space distortion. A white-haired man with his hands in his pockets, standing behind Fong Xin, baring his small white teeth in his trademark smile. For the first time, the old man's face changed drastically, and he rose up in a mischievous manner, losing his voice. Zhuge Hang. Chapter 15. Hello. Hey, 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 old bastard. You don't have to be so excited to see me, do you? Zhuge Hang put his hands in his pockets. Everyone looking over realized it. His 2 feet were off the ground, standing in mid-air, with moving forward. It was as if transparent space steps appeared beneath his feet. As he came down the steps, the overflowing water on the ground parted directly to the sides. Zhuge Hong stood on the dry ground. See the old man panic. Qin Juanhao and these students were all confused. Recall that this white hair had appeared in the school before. There was no one else in sight. Everyone knows this one is strong, but I didn't expect it to be so strong as to be this terrifying. A 10th level powerhouse was panicking like this. But soon, Qin Juanhao and these people immediately realized another problem. Why Fong Xin was able to summon out the 9th branch. Could it be that? Qin Juanhao and the others immediately thought of a possibility. Unbelievably, he looked at Fong Xin. Fong Xin got the 9th branch to recruit? Division 9, that's the strongest part of Sky Shield. What a place to be called a monster room. Those pride of Qin Juanhao were completely shattered at this moment. The mind blew up with it. Su Xiaoqiang. The licking dog that protects his master, also followed and shattered. How could he not expect Fong Xin to be involved with the ninth branch? Snap! Zhuge Hong slapped towards the back of Fong Xin's head. Fong Xin's head snapped forward a bit from the beating. Asterisk. White whoring me. You're the first. It's a bit of a hit though, but there was no reprimand. Instead, it's more like an interaction between close friends. Mr. Zhuge. Team leader Shang turned back and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing Zhuge Hang. As if the moment Zhuge Hang appeared, he knew that the crisis here today had been lifted and the situation was under control. Zhuge Hang put his hands in his pockets and strolled over to team leader Shang. Overly gullible. Intelligence retrieval loopholes are huge. Almost let both teams be destroyed. First suspended for a month to reflect. Team leader Shang nodded, not daring to refute anything. Okay. Zhuge Hang slightly picked up his chin to look at the old man sitting on the turtle. Are you going to come over here and get hit and cry by me? Or am I going to come over there and beat you half to death? The old man looked hideous. Zhuge Hang? Big deal. I'll fight you. That means I'm going to go over there and beat you half to death. Right. The old man threw his arms upward. Everyone present felt a chill radiating from their bodies. The blood in his body also began to solidify, seemingly to freeze. The human body is 70% water. This old man was gifted with the water attribute. Nature can hard control the moisture in each person's body. The old man lifted his finger and pointed it forward once more. The walls of the passageway secreted a very corrosive and pungent slime that seemed to be trying to melt everyone. All must die for me, the old man growled. But the next second, the old man stiffened. In the afterglow, Zhuge Hang stood at the old man's side at an unknown time. With one hand in his pocket, he cupped the old man's neck with one hand and slammed it back with a stored force. The duo's figures flickered in mid-air and disappeared into thin air. The next instant, the two appeared in front of the wall out of nowhere. With a loud boom, the old man was pressed into the wall by Zhuge Hang. It was as if the old den was set into the wall. The old man choked out a mouthful of blood. Blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. The look of horror. Peak 11. It's worthy of being the most likely demon to be sealed as a god in the last 10 years. Zhuge Hang's hand that was cupping the old man's neck slowly loosened. I appreciate the compliment, but you're wrong. Zhuge Hang's fingers hooked down the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, revealing eyes that looked like two thunder pools afterward. It's nearly 30 years. A punch. Zhuge Hang lands a heavy blow to the old man's midsection. The punch seemed to run through the void. The old man was bent over like a prawn, his mouth choking out blood laced with crushed organs. Powerless, fell to his knees. Just the moment the old man hit the ground, the wall behind the old man, the bronze wall, was surprisingly blasted out by the residual power with a huge gap of 2 meters in diameter. And a wall behind this wall was also blown away by this punch. Concentric circles of varying sizes were formed. Miraculously, the walls were writhing as if they were alive. Zhuge Hang put his hands in his pockets, bending over to look at the writhing wall. Heat sked. This holy rank treasure weapon is not bad. It's a pity to give it to you. Later I'll take it to the little dragon lady of the 5 Elements Palace, and I'll still be able to ask for a favor. Thanks, old bastard. The old man on the ground was curled up, his eyes lax, his face pale and lifeless. Zhuge Hang turned back, toward Fong Xin. Thinking about it? Sure you want to join the 9th branch? There. Stuff. Fong Xin was confused. What is it? I gave you the Sky Shield Smart Link yesterday. Not at home. Where did you put it in your house? Zhuge Hang inquired. Fong Xin nodded after a second of confusion. On my desk. Why? Word strike. Amidst Fong Xin's and everyone else's shocked expressions, Zhuge Hang's one hand disappeared into the void. When he drew it out, he had an apple in his hand and held it to his mouth. He then reached out and once again disappeared into the void. And when he drew out his hand, it held the Sky Shield Smart Link machine that he had given to Fong Xin yesterday. Throw something at Fong Xin. Zhuge Hang clicked a bite of his apple. When you get home later, explain to your aunt that I took the apple, and that it may have scared her earlier. Fong Xin's brain buzzed. Just know that this 9th place street skit is great, but I didn't expect it to be so. Fong Xin opened this yesterday. After face verification, Zhuge Hang was allowed to enter his name. That's how I found out which word this white-haired name was. Tick. Authentication was successful. New to the membership. Welcome to Division 9. Zhuge Hang nibbled on an apple. After joining the 9th division, there will naturally be someone to match you up. There will also be someone to arrange things for you in terms of follow-up training. I will come to you from time to monitor your progress. Fong Xin seized the opportunity this time and hurriedly said, give me your contact information. Zhuge Hong picked his chin and gestured to the smart link machine in Fang Xian's hand. Later, Xiao Lu will pull you into the group. There's my contact information in the group. Glancing outwards, Zhuge Hang rushed at team leader Shang and then said, faults are faults. Credit is credit. I'll take away this sacred order treasure, and I'll report the credit of your 7th division without omitting a single bit of it. No problem. All listen to Mr. Zhuge. Go away. Snap. Zhuge honored with an apple in his mouth. The free hand snapped its fingers. The surrounding scenery seemed like a broken mirror began to fragment. Then all the images became blurred. And by the time everything was pieced together and reorganized, everyone realized they were standing in a clearing at the moment. Looking around, it was only then that they realized they were still in the same location as the ocean-themed pavilion from earlier. Only the orca-shaped themed pavilion disappeared into thin air. The spot is bare. All the tourists were in a daze. Fang Xin exhaled. This was all too magical. Fang Xin, you've joined the 9th division. You've joined the 9th division, which is known as the Monster Room. A student was the first to break the silence. The other students looked at Fang Xin with envy. Team leader Shang laughed. Just now when you said you hadn't considered it yet, I thought you were considering some organization. But it turns out you were considering the 9th branch. You're still the first student who would consider it in the face of the 9th division's recruitment. Fang Xin smiled blandly. Doesn't everything have to have someone be the first to do it? Team leader Shang lost his smile. Su Xiaochang looked at the Sky Shield Smart Link machine in Fang Xian's hand. Brother Hao, didn't you say that you can only have this after joining the Sky Shield Bureau for a year? How come he has it in advance? Team leader Shang took over. Because he was chosen by the 9th division. It's as simple as that. Qin Juanhao seemed like a frosty eggplant. Captain Xiao, your newly recruited cadet, who chose to compromise in the face of the enemy, has a serious problem with his thinking. You need to follow up on this. We can't have soft-hearted cadets in the 7th division. Team leader Shang held up his glasses. His voice was cold and serious. Xiao Wutong responded with a tearless cry and looked towards his pillar of shame. Qin Juanhao, got it, team leader. While speaking, he looked helplessly at Qin Juanhao. Later, copy the rules and regulations of the 7th division until you can recite them backwards and forwards. Qin Juanhao felt like the sky was falling. Xiao Wutong looked back at Fang Xian. How he liked it. Team leader Shang looked towards Fang Xian and extended his hand. My name is Sheng Tianqi. From now on we'll be considered colleagues. Fang Xian shook hands graciously. I'm Fang Xian. Please teach me more. Team leader Shang glanced at his wristwatch. Danger cleared. Prepare to close the team. As the men of the 7th branch prepare to leave, Ellie came forward and stretched out her tender white palm at Fang Xian. A pair of beautiful ice blue eyes stared at Fang Xian. My name is Ellie. Mr. Fang Xian. You. Good. Chapter 16, the result is not suppressed. Ellie bites the U hard. Fang Xian, who was shaking hands, was slightly stunned. Staring into Ellie's beautiful ice blue eyes, Ellie said so. Fang Xian was naturally able to quickly react to the fact that Ellie had recognized herself. But look through everything Shaw Wutong has done. Avery didn't tell Shaw about what happened. Greetings, Captain Ellie. Just call me Ellie. The two looked at each other in all directions. Ellie was the first to break the silence. Leave a contact? Yes. Contact information was exchanged and Ellie left with the group. Fang Xian slipped his cell phone into his pocket. After tossing and turning so much today, even though his arm had been cleaned, the water from washing his hands earlier wasn't very clean. And Fang Xian was ready to go home and take a shower. Chu Xinyao stepped forward and said sweetly, Little Fang student, thank you for today. Then why don't you kowtow to me? Chu Xinyao poked Fang Xian's stomach with an airy finger. Bad. The results are in. A student received the message. There was a flurry of getting out cell phones to check the scores. All school grades. The combined scores are ranked first. It was clearly Fang Xian. After seeing Fang Xian's row of remarkable achievements, a crowd of students exploded. I'll go. Someone hasn't awakened a single talent. And Shin has awakened 5? So strong without a potion? If this were to use a potion, wouldn't all the grades have to be raised by another level? SSS ranked strength talent? I told you that Xin is the most right. Wait a minute. Chu Xinyo is ranked 2nd in the overall ranking? SSS ranked light talent? SS ranked healing talent. I'll go. Fang Xian looked at Chu Xinyo in slight surprise. Chu Xinyo picked up her chin. Is it awesome, you sister Yao? Awesome. It's my human eyes that are low. Fang Xian. Chu Xinyo's teeth itched as she glared at Fang Xian with a puff of anger. Her fingertips once again poking Fang Xian's small stomach fiercely. Su Xiaochang flipped through the scoresheet. Brother Hao, I found you. B grade Earth attribute talent. All the students looked at Qin Juanhao in unison. Qin Juanhao's talent score is considered to be in the top of the school. However, in front of Fang Xian and Chu Xinyao, it was like a firefly competing with the white moon. Qin Juanhao had lost all of his heart and energy at this moment, without his previous arrogance. Envy and jealousy looked at Fang Xian. Fang Xian ignored it. Looking at the time, Chu, I want to go home. Good. Together. Say goodbye to a bunch of your classmates. On the subway, Chu Xinyao and Fang Xian sat side by side. You have such a high talent. And the 9th division didn't find you? Fang Xian inquired suspiciously. Chu Xinyao paused. No, because of my father. I have to go somewhere else. Your father was. Before she finished speaking, Chu Xinyao reached out her hand to block Fang Xian's mouth. Little Fang, can we not talk about this? After seeing Fang Xian's eyes, Chu Xinyao explained. Little Fang, my father's identity is rather special, so I can't tell you for the time being, but don't worry, if I can one day, I'll definitely be the first to tell you, okay? Chu Xinyao tilted her head, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Fang Xian with a begging little expression. Yes, he, I knew Fang-san was the best. Back home, as soon as I entered the door, I saw my aunt Fang Huilan and my aunt Jiang Weidong's two families suspiciously getting together. Fang Huilan had a rolling pin in her hand, and Jiang Weidong had a mop in his hand. The sound of the door opening startled both families. What are you doing? Fang Xian wondered. Xiao Xian, you don't know. Something strange happened today. It can be too scary. I was cleaning my room. A hand suddenly appeared inside the living room and touched around, then grabbed an apple and disappeared. Fang Huilan said in shock. Fang Xian immediately remembered that this was something Zhuge Han had done earlier. Auntie, that was the apple that Zhuge Han took by hand when he was fetching something for me. He said that it might have scared you and asked me to go home and tell you about it. Zhuge Han? Fang Huilan didn't react for a moment. It's that white hair from the 9th place yesterday. Fang Xian gave a reminder. Fang Huilan immediately reacted and slapped her chest. So it's him? He scared me to death. But this 9th branch person is too scary. Right. Spacing out? Fang Xian smiled. The more horrible you guys still haven't seen. Otherwise you can be surprised until the rest of your life. Took a shower. Fang Xian looked at the mirror that was covered with a layer of water mist, wiped the surface of the mirror. This evening, he had to ask that self in the mirror again. In the end, to let himself guard against who? Changing his clothes, he returned to his room when he saw a point of light blinking on the SkyShield SmartLink that was sitting on his desk. When I opened it, I saw that it was a nickname Fawn who had pulled herself into the group. The name of the group is called the 9th Division Red Lotus District Taiyan District Youth Training Program. There weren't many people inside the group, plus Fang Xian. Then counting Xiao Deer and Zhuge Hang there were only 8 people. Fang Xian saw that Zhuge Hang's avatar was a Taiji fish figure and tapped at friend in passing. Someone in the group sent a message. The avatar is a muscular man. And the nicknames of the members here are their respective real names. The one speaking is called Tai Lang. Another newcomer came in. Name's Fang Xian? Is she a girl? What's her height? What's your weight? What's your circumference? What kind of talent? Damn fatso. Where do you talk like that? Don't you scare the human girl away. Please introduce yourself. Mr. Fang Xian. The guy talking in the back is called Zhang Yaozu. And his avatar is a little yellow chicken with a center-parted head and backpack pants holding a basketball. Sure, Tai Lang was unconvinced. Okay, Zhang Yaozu. Girls like me this kind of straightforward. Fang Xian student. Like muscle man Fang Xian thought about it and replied. Hello everyone. My name is Fang Xian. My biological sex is male. But I have gender dysphoria and consider myself a girl. And I'm also a lesbian. So I only like females. The group was silent after a long time. A handsome anime avatar named White Featherwood said. Come on, another oddball. We don't recruit new trainees without some kind of disease, do we? Stallion at White Featherwood. Are you a brother or sister now? White Featherwood replied. I'm my brother. Stallone said. Oh, come on. The split personality has worsened again. And now we have a brother. And our 9th place isn't a monster room. It's a ING ward. Zhang Yaozu sidetracked the topic. Have you guys seen it? After the results of this year's national talent test came out, 18 SSS ranked ones came out of the 12 districts in the country. Our Red Lotus district alone produced 3. Since the rebellion of the gods, the territory of the Dragon Kingdom was half as large as before. A vast expanse that was divided into 12 districts for better coordinated management. and Lan City belonged to the Red Lotus District, a small city under the Qingzhou province. Zhang Yaozu said, "Didn't a small place like Lanchang produce an SSS ranked one? It seems to be an SSS-level light system talent. Brightness talents are already very difficult to develop, let alone SSS-level ones." Stallone took over. "The report card hides the name to protect personal information, but I hear it's still a particularly pretty girl. Alas, isn't Fang Xian student's profile showing that he's from Lanchang? Fang Xian-san wouldn't be the sister who opened the SSS-ranked light department in Lanchang, right?" Fang Xian was stunned, not realizing that Chu Xinya was already a minor celebrity. "I'm not." The schizophrenic Bai Yulin lamented. "It's really not easy to come up with an SSS-ranked one in a small place like Orchid City." Unexpectedly, Fawn suddenly spoke up. "Technically speaking, Orchid City actually produced 2 students with SSS-ranked talent." "2? Doesn't the SSS-rank stat sheet show just 1? Instructor Fawn. Fawn explained, "Because another student didn't use the potion. The test score was SS grade. That's our student Fang Xin. I'll be damned. Everyone who doesn't use potions is a bull." Sure Tai Lang was shocked. Zhang Yaozu was also shocked. "My goodness. I used a potion to barely be an SS. This big brother is an SS level without a potion? Why don't you use potions?" Fang Xin humbly said, "I heard that the 9th office is under great pressure, so I thought that I didn't need to use the pharmacy, and I pressed my grades to go to other places to mix my life. It turned out not to be pressed." Chapter 17, Old Cases. The group was silent after a long time. Sure Tai Lang sent a message. "I can't stand it. I'll pay $500,000 for someone to go to Lanchang and beat him up. I'll add $100,000. I'll add $200,000. I'll add $100,000. A few in the group who didn't show up have also sent messages adding chips. Fawn sidetracked the topic. "Alright, everyone be quiet for a moment. After the results come out, everyone will have a week's rest, and after a week, there will be a special person to pick you all up when you arrive at the youth training camp. See you all in a week." Fang Xian's smart link vibrated once again. It was Xiao Deer who sent a friend request. After agreeing, Fawn sent a message. "Fang Xian student, sign the contract and send it to me. Do I need to print the contract myself?" Put the wizard's virtual screen squarely on the desktop. Fang Xian did as he was told, and with a slight flash of light, a contract appeared on the table. After you sign the contract, click on the plus sign in the lower right corner. There's a teleport button. Teleport the contract to me. Fang Xian looked at this with surprise. This was too amazing. This thing seems to be a space-based treasure weapon. Only what specific grade Fang Xian was currently unknown. Do everything. Fawn sent Fang Xian another introductory instruction manual for the Smart Link machine, as well as the rules and regulations of the 9th Division. Incidentally, a plane ticket was transmitted as well as a bank card that hadn't been set up with a PIN. Please make sure that the new students of Fang read the rules and regulations of Division 9 carefully. There's $1 million on the bank card. It's a bonus for joining the 9th Division. Lastly, welcome Fang Xian to Division 9. We'll see you in a week. Fang Xian also returned a message. See you in a week. Went over the rules and regulations and probably memorized them pretty much. Then went through the instructions for the Smart Link machine. Read it and be even more surprised. Turns out there's another name for this thing. The Hyperion. When used by a single soldier, it can shoot out lasers to be used as a laser sword. When a squad is working together, 2 or more people can form a formation to form a boundary, or they can teleport over short distances. This thing is a treasure weapon developed by the Heavenly Shield Bureau at great expense. The grades of treasure weapons ranged from the very first rank to the 9th rank, and above the 9th rank were the Spirit rank, the Supreme rank, the Holy rank, the Divine rank, the Rule, and the Legendary Taboo. Something like the theme pavilion that we came across today was a terrifying Saint-ranked treasure weapon. This Smart Link machine in Fang Xian's hand was a 4th-order treasure weapon. According to the rules and regulations, new trainees who had just joined the 9th Division were issued a 1st rank. But Zhuge Hong had opened a backdoor for Fang Xian and directly gave him a 4th rank. If Fang Xian joins the 9th Division afterward, the higher-ups will also equip Fang Xian with a stronger Wisdom Link machine as his realm rises. Fang Xian followed the instructions, closing up the Smart Link and pressing it in one place. A scarlet laser abruptly shot out from one end, shaped like a tang sword, domineering to the extreme. It was only that although this laser sword was as powerful as iron, it needed to consume the user's chi and blood. That's why a lot of people usually don't use laser swords, unless a user with a thick bloodstain like the strength talent doesn't care about that and uses it. It feels like this thing is just for you. Fong Xin shook the laser sword and it felt great in his hand. It felt like if he used his killing talent, he would be able to touch base with an early 5th level battle power. Was working on the laser sword. The phone vibrated several times in quick succession. Fong Xin picked up his cell phone and realized that it was actually a message from Ellie. Fong Xin student. Got a minute? Let's talk. Fong Xin played with his phone, wondering what Ellie was up to here, and returned an ambiguous message. What is it? Ellie's message came back quickly. Thank you for saving me the other day. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for saving me the other day. Fong Xin inquired. When was this discovered? Ellie said. I found out the other day when I went to your classroom. Fong Xin then wondered. Why didn't you tell Team Xiao? Because all indications were that you didn't want to be exposed. So I didn't say anything. Fong Xin looked at the message sent by Ellie. The ultimate purpose of you saying all this is not to want to come and thank me, right? It's a thank you. You're my savior and that's something I won't forget. But I did have something else I wanted to ask you for today. Fong Xin and Ellie had only seen each other 3 times full stop, and met and talked only twice. It's not like two people are familiar with each other, and coming up and begging for money is any different than borrowing money when you've just met. Half a day without a message back. Ellie's message came through again. Fong Xin student, are you still there? Fong Xin thought about it and returned a message in a serious manner. My brother is sleeping. The other party is typing. This was after a long interval. Ellie's message came through again. A very long message. Fong Xin student, I really have something to beg you. My parents were killed many years ago. My sister also disappeared in the early years. This case was branded as an unsolved case back then. But for so many years I have been tracking down the real culprits, and also searching for my sister. My sister. Her name is Ai Ku, and I recently found a hint about her. But the other side has a level 4 combatant. And my side is I can only hire a few bounty hunters. But after all, they are not my own people, and are not very reliable. So I beg you, can you help me? If you don't believe me, the dossier of that year, you can access the information through the smart link machine to check it out. Fong Xin checked what Ellie said. There really is this dossier. More than 10 years ago, Ellie's parents are 2 doctors. Died in a car accident. The case dossier. There is also a photo of Ellie as a child, which is now a miniature version of Ellie. The photo in the Ellie sitting there. Her hair is scattered. Tear stains are still there. Full of bewilderment. A small body alone and pitiful. So that people cannot help but give birth to compassion. Reading the whole case over. Ellie's twin sister disappeared 6 months after her parents died. And during the same period of time, up to hundreds of children disappeared. And then I don't know what happened. But the whole case couldn't find any clues. And it became an open case. Fong Xin suddenly stared, as if he had discovered something. And then he pulled up the previous file on his parents' car accident and read it again. The file on his own parents has only a few introductory sentences and a few photos. The rest are encrypted files. Fong Xin's eyes suddenly fixed on the photo of the car that had run over his parents. Suddenly he sat up with a start. Pulled up another picture of the car that ran over Ellie's parents. Fong Xin enlarges the photo. Both cars have a sunny day doll charm inside. And Haruai dolls have a creepy smile on their faces. Is this a coincidence? Or is it man-made? All sorts of questions lingered in Fong Xin's mind. What in the world could have done this to your parents? Looks like this trip had to go. Fong Xin deliberated and sent a message back to Ellie. Yes, send me the time and place. Ellie seemed to be a bit surprised. She didn't expect Fong Xin to agree so quickly. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Cafe 122, on Tiannan Road. As a reward, all the loot will go to you afterward. And I'll also send you a perception fruit for you to awaken your perception talent before you go to the youth training camp. See you in the morning. Fong Xin sat up and went over the things that happened in the car accident of his parents in the beginning. And his own parents' file was encrypted. And if he wanted to access it, he either had to go to Zhugahang, or his own position was up to the mark. Taking his grandfather's cell phone out of the drawer compartment didn't result in any new messages. I don't know where my grandfather is now. The time turned to almost 12 o'clock. Fong Xin went to the bathroom. Right in the mirror. Push the chi and blood. For scarlet killing runes slowly emerged. Fong Xin stared at himself in the mirror. Chapter 18, Don't Be a Drag. 12:30. Fong Xin looked at himself in the mirror for a good 45 minutes. But I didn't see that Fong Xin in the mirror today. Fong Xin frowned. Stare at yourself in the mirror. Just now it was even pretending to turn away like last night. But there was no vision in the afterglow. It was fine last night. What's going on tonight? Is there some trigger mechanism missing? Thinking back on everything from yesterday. If you follow everything that was replicated yesterday, Fong Xin couldn't help but think. Could it be that you didn't watch that video of your grandfather? It's past time today. We'll just have to try again tomorrow night. Fong Xin re-entered the bedroom, lying in bed thinking about tomorrow and Ellie. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Fong Xin then received a message from Ellie. The rendezvous was at a cafe. When Fong Xin arrived at the place, Ellie was already waiting at the door. Ellie's silver white hair was tied back in a short ponytail, wearing a ducktail hat, baseball jersey, skinny jeans, will be the perfect outline of the delicate figure. This way, Ellie waved. Fong Xin also specifically wore a duck-tongued hat when he came here today. Approaching the heel, Ellie said, "There's still a certain risk factor. Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure the other side is only level 4? I scouted for half a month. Then there's no problem whatsoever. What about the others you hired?" Ellie tugged on Fong Xin's arm. "The gang that hired them are not good people. So wait a minute, we have to use a fake name and fake information. I'm now called Zhao Missy. I'm from out of town. You change your name as well. I'll call Qin Juno. Then, change the name again. Xin Xiaoqiang. Your cousin." Ellie spoke and gave Fong Xin a mask and brought out a delicate little box for Fong Xin. "This mask to wear. It will disguise your face. This one is the promised fruit of perception." Fong Xin was stunned. "Giving me something before we even started? I'm so happy you're here. Your captain and teammates, they don't help you?" Ellie put on the mask. After this mask is attached to the face, after the change in appearance, you can't see any difference. Even the face shape and hair color will change along with it. After hearing Fong Xin's words, Ellie said helplessly, "I've also helped before, but this time, Team Xiao recruited Qin Juanhao because of misinformation, wasting a quota, and is in solitary confinement to write a review. And the rest of my teammates, you also know, were all injured in yesterday's mission." Fong Xin scratched the side of his face in embarrassment and circled around to himself. If he had not messed up the registration number before, Xiao Wutong would not have picked Qin Juanhao in advance, and if he had not picked Qin Juanhao, he would not have been confined. Fong Xin put the mask on his face. "The faces have changed. Took a picture of it on my cell phone and couldn't see a thing." Opening the delicate little box, inside was a reddish fruit. "You can eat it now," Ellie reminded. Fong Xin took a bite. Juicy and crunchy, the spirit fruit was swallowed in 2 bites. A refreshing sensation hit my entire body, as if I had taken a big bite of mince, and my entire being became permeable. Fong Xin's already sensitive senses instantly increased. Previously, it was only the ability to see and hear as well as the sense of smell, taste and touch that far exceeded that of normal human beings. But after swallowing this sensory fruit, Fong Xin's mind was able to perceive everyone's every move within a 30-meter radius, including the mosquitoes and ants on the ground, all of which surfaced one by one in Fong Xin's mind, outlining a 3-dimensional translucent pattern. Within 30 meters, everyone was saying and doing something Fong Xin could perceive clearly. Even inside the cafe, the waiter was hiding in the bathroom to give his friend Cricket's boss's voice Fong Xin could hear clearly. Fong Xin opened his eyes and exhaled. Is this the awakening of the perception system talent? This talent is indeed good. Being able to clearly perceive every move of all the things around him, as well as being able to check out the enemy in advance. Perception was energy consuming though, and if you perceived for a while longer, your head would still be a bit dizzy. Still, thank you for coming to help me. Ellie tilted her head. After the mask disguise at the moment, her icy blue pupils turned black. Ellie seriously looked at Fong Xin and said word by word, "Helping you is also helping me. Go away." Ellie was baffled and didn't say too much, walking ahead to lead the way. Fong Xin followed behind and looked at Ellie's back. Ellie was only a year older than Fong Xin. She was the previous schoolmate, and to be able to become the junior captain of the 7th Division right after the youth training camp was over, it was evident that she had put in more effort than normal people. Crossed the street into a grocery store. There was a burly man with a mean face slumped over the front counter of the grocery store. The bell on the doorway made a crisp sound as he entered. Ellie stepped forward and handed out a card. The burly man took it and glanced at it. Inside, on the right, 4th room. Fong Xin followed the direction indicated. There was only a wall. Ellie retrieved her card and led the way in front. Fong Xin followed. The walls suddenly rippled in circles, and Ellie pulled Fong Xin one step inside, finding the 4th compartment and walking in. Fong Xin was still a bit confused, not realizing that this grocery store had a different world. After being seated, Ellie explained, Every city has its own black market trading place. This place is the black market trading place of Lon City. You can look for and accept to publish quests here. You can also exchange items, buy news, everything that the black market can do can be done here. A couple of bounty hunters I hired will be here soon. As soon as they arrive we'll head out. This is where we're going. Ellie took out a small ball and tapped it. The ball emitted light and a holographic projection appeared above it. It was a single house, and the construction of the single house was all shown clearly. The way I heard you yesterday, you seem to put together your parents' car accident and your sister's disappearance. Ellie nodded. I stumbled on the clue that the driver of the car that ran over my parents, and the man who took my sister, both had a hexagram tattoo on their arms. Fong Xinyan was stunned. The driver who hit your parents was found? I found him a year after my parents' accident. Except he was already a dead man when we found him, so a lot of the clues were still broken. Fong Xian's silent effort. The door pushed open. 3 men came in one after the other from outside. A height of 2 meters like a titan of the strong man. A blonde hair face oddly long bearded middle-aged man. The last side of the skin a little black wavy body very full woman. The woman wearing a low-chested dress. Gully long, ultra-short pants also with a fishing net socks. Hot to the extreme. Why is there someone else? The burly man sat down and looked at Fong Xian in a muffled voice. Ellie said, he's my cousin and won't be splitting your commission. The burly man slanted a glance at Fong Xian and said after scrutinizing him up and down, your cousin? Does he look skinny as a chicken? Don't hold us back. Chapter 19, is the brother fierce? Fong Xian swept a glance at the 3 men. Now that his own perception department talent had awakened, the perception talent has one more skill. That is the ability to sense danger in advance. It's commonly known as the sixth sense. The topmost SSS-ranked perception department talent could even foresee future crises. Fong Xian's perception department talent without using potions was S rank. According to the general environment where everyone was using potions now to categorize. In fact, Fong Xian's perception department talent was SS rank. Moreover, the King of Kill in the Mirror before also gave Fong Xian a word that Fong Xian's talent could be improved by killing enemies with the same talent. Through the perception department talent, the 3 people in front of him were no danger to Fong Xian. That would also prove that all 3 of these people's battle power was at level 4 or below. Ellie said seriously, don't worry, he won't drag his feet. Now that everyone is here, let's work out a specific battle plan. The burly man touched his bald head. Make what program? Just kill straight in. No, Ellie immediately interrupted. There are 7 people inside the other party's villa. These 2 people on sentry duty on the periphery are level 1 combatants. Black Pearl, you're a spiritual talent. You'll cooperate with me? You'll be responsible for confusing those 2 on sentry duty. I'll kill them. Ellie looked over to the hot woman who had been playing with her hair since she sat down. The hot woman had her fingers wrapped around her hair. That's it? Letting me, a peak level 2, kill 2 level 1s? And have to cooperate with you. Isn't that a bit too much to look down on me? Ellie continued, be careful. After killing the sentries, there are 2 guards inside the first floor. 1 level 1 and 1 level 2. And 2 more on the second floor. 1 level 2 and 1 level 3. Again use your psychic talent to mesmerize the enemies on the first and second floors. Black Pearl and my cousin Qin Xiuqiang attack the enemies on the first floor. Jin Rui and I attack the enemies on the second floor. Ellie looked at the blonde man again. Little brother, stay behind your sister. Black Pearl's 2 fleshy legs were interlaced, and she licked her lips at Fong Xian and threw a wink. Slut, the burly man cursed. Fong Xian chose to ignore it. Then, Ellie continued, the real target we're going to attack is on the 3rd floor, a battle level 4 spirit master. So, while we're attacking, Balu, we need you to go to the 3rd floor and attack that level 4 master. Just hang on a little while and we'll be up there to help you. The burly man called Baru touched his head. The other party is a battle level 4 spirit system. If Black Pearl launches a spiritual attack, the other party can sense it, right? Ellie explained. The other party will call a young lady over to vent every day around 12 o'clock at noon. People with spiritual talents tend to have the weakest defenses at this time. If we attack during this time, the other party's sensitivities will be reduced a lot. Bata rubbed his bald head and grinned. Then I shall not go in there and shrivel up for him. That's the kind of thing I like to do. Ha. Ready to go. Ellie collected the holographic projection blob. A few people exited the grocery store and dispersed in 2 groups. Ellie leading Fong Xian to a car. More than half an hour later, just arrived at the outskirts, 500 meters away from the destination, and hid the car in a dense forest. Not long after, Another car drove up and the 3 Baloo men stepped out of it. All 5 men stared in the direction of the villa. After waiting a while, Ellie glanced at her watch. It was 11:45, and muttered, "It's about time." Just saw a cab pull up outside the villa. A big wavy woman in a stepmother's dress stepped down from the car with her 2 big snow-white legs, her red-soled high heels stepping on the ground with a seductive da-da-da-da sound, and as she walked, her rounded 2 petals swayed from side to side. The yard sentry too immediately came up to check. While checking, 2 people full of piggish smile mooching. The woman did not resist at all, giggling, but also delicate, and 2 people flirting. Baloo touched his big bald head and licked his lips. "This one looks like an excellent one. It must be very comfortable and screaming. I'll have to ask the price later." Ellie grimaced and glanced at the clock again. "In 10 minutes. Be ready to strike." Time passes by. Fong Xin pulled out his ears. His own hearing was already far beyond normal, and after eating the perception fruit that Ellie had given him today, his hearing was even stronger. As Baloo said, barking up a storm, Fong Xin hastily had his listening target shifted elsewhere. "Do it!" Ellie suddenly gave a command. Black Pearl took the lead and charged toward the front. Ellie followed close behind cat-like, and for just an instant, Ellie miraculously blended into the shadows on the ground. Fong Xin was stunned. It really was an assassination department talent. "Kid, don't be a drag. And I don't know what I'm doing bringing a hairless one here." Baloo heavily slapped Fong Xin on the shoulder and grinned, charging forward with broad strides, his body becoming one with the earth as he charged forward. Earth attribute talent. With a look of kidney weakness, the blond man bent down to build up his strength and rushed in the direction of the villa with a strange speed. Surprisingly, a wind attribute talent. Fong Xin was close behind. Black Pearl was reaching out to the 2 sentries. The 2 sentries' pupils instantly went out of focus. Laxity. Almost back and forth. In the shadows of the ground, Ellie flashed out, and with a flash of light blue cold light, she directly wiped out a person's neck, and then blended into the shadows and drilled in along the 2nd floor window. The blond man made an assisted run and sprinted into the 2nd floor window. The earth suddenly squirmed, and an earth dragon dragged Baloo up, who was wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow light, and rushed in towards the 3rd floor window. The sound of snapping and breaking windows came one after the other. This was followed by shrieks. Black Pearl bit her gum and walked towards the 1st floor with her 2 meaty long legs. Glancing at Fong Xin, "Little brother, hide behind your sister. If you get hurt, your sister will be heartbroken." Saying that, twisting her buttocks and bumping her waist and crotch against Fong Xin, she advanced into the 1st floor of the villa by herself. The 2 men on the 1st floor got up and would have wanted to head upstairs. Black Pearl chewed her gum. That level 1 was instantly spiked, and the other battle level 2 had his hands on his head, looking pained. "Little brother, is sister fierce?" Black Pearl threw a wink at Fong Xin. "But how could I not expect it?" On the stairs between the 2nd and 1st floors, the battle level 3 enemy that had been on the 2nd floor ran down. After seeing the 2 men on the 1st floor, they rushed towards Black Pearl with fierce faces. Black Pearl's face instantly turned pale with fear. Her gum swallowed in one mouthful of fear, and she pushed her spiritual attack, trying to block the other party's footsteps. The other party's face changed slightly, obviously disturbed by the mental attack, but after all, he was a level 3 and a power talent, and he charged towards the Black Pearl regardless. Black Pearl cried out, "Jin Rue, save me!" The wind came from upstairs, but just for a moment, a figure flickered in the afterglow. Fong Xin slammed a flying knee on top of his enemy's face. Instant seconds. Black Pearl froze in place. The blond man stayed on the stairs between the 1st and 2nd floors. Fong Xin turned back. Looking toward the Black Pearl, smiled faintly. "Sister, is brother fierce?" Chapter 20, Needing the King's Judgment. Black Pearl looked at Fong Xin in a daze. Although Fong Xin's appearance had now changed, but the changed face still looks young. This was also why a few of them, Black Pearl, felt that Fong Xin might be dragging his feet. Until just now, Fong Xin had actually instantly secured a 3rd-level battle power expert. It was only then that they began to square up to Fong Xin. Black Pearl came back to her senses, palpitating and patting her heavy career line, rushed at Fong Xin's silver teeth and scraped her lips, then enchantingly and seductively licked her lips. "Brother can be really fierce. I just don't know if the rest of the brothers' place is fierce or not." Fong Xin returned a smile. "Just you still want the old Ian to eat a chicken. Dream on you." There were constant vibrations coming from upstairs. Fong Xin dodged past the blond man and headed upstairs. Black Pearl took care of the other enemy and stepped to Jinrue's side. "Underestimated him," the blond man said in a deep voice. "So young." At least third level of battle power. I just saw that he is also gifted in the strength department. At least an SS level. He should be the young master of whichever super organization that came out to train. Black Pearl licked her lips. All the more reason for me to taste him. Third floor. A mess. An earthy yellow glow emanated from Baru's body, and within the glow, Baru was covered in an earthy armor. On the bed was still lying the beautiful woman from earlier, who was currently shrinking in a corner clutching the quilt in shock, revealing a large area of snow white as she shrieked. A man with a slightly obese given physique was wearing a raggedy pantsuit, fleeing between a large, earth-colored hand that suddenly appeared. The man's face grimaced as he kept reaching out his hand to reach out and grab at Balu. A large, nearly transparent hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed towards Balu's head. Deals a certain amount of attacks to Balu's spirit. Ellie stood in the corner, clutching the blue-striped blade in her hand, ready to pick her moment to deliver a precise blow to her opponent. After Fong Xin came up, Black Pearl and Blondie followed along. The obese man who kept fleeing roared in anger and rolled on the ground, rubbing one hand on the ring between his fingers. A transparent poncho surfaced and the man immediately put on the transparent poncho. Just a moment after putting it on, the obese man's body turned transparent and just became invisible. Fong Xion's heart tightened and he immediately utilized his perception talent. Everything in the room came to mind. The perception department is gifted with Tinker, a cloak of invisibility. A chubby figure was seen holding a strange revolver between its hands, aimed in the direction of Balu's head. Watch out! He has a gun! Fong Xian shouted in a hurry. With a bang of a gun, the earthy glow from Balu's body shields towards the head, heart and crotch. One shot over, the earthy yellow light collapsed. A small earth-colored ball shattered and fell to the ground. Balu's face was pale, and at the center of his brow, the skin cracked open and blood trickled out, a hair's breadth away from death. Balu looked back at Fong Xian. The trace of contempt that he had just despised Fong Xian was gone, replaced by endless gratitude. Fong Xian had saved his life. If not for the bad timing, he could not wait to kowtow to Fong Xian right now. The obese man looked back at Fong Xian, and a hideous laugh came out. There's even a perception talent. As he spoke, the blackened muzzle of the gun was pointed right at Fong Xian. Seeing this, Baru guessed, even though he couldn't see the obese man, and lifted his large hand upwards. A wall of earth rose up in front of Fong Xian. Bang! The gunshots came. The wall of earth that Baru had conjured up disintegrated in an instant. Fong Xian had dodged to other places. Killing runes loomed above the back of his hand. Older brother, report your position. I'll kill him, Balu shouted. Fong Xian bent over, his eyes staring fiercely in the direction of the obese man. Couldn't you have sanded the ground? Wouldn't that make his footprints come out? Fong Xian snapped. Snap. Baru slapped his head and realized. Grr. Why didn't I think of that? A foot stomp. Ground sanding. As the obese man moved, a series of footprints appeared where he was. Ha ha. Older brother. You are truly my dear old brother. Baru laughed out loud. It's me who was dog-eared just now. Without your brother I'm really going to hang up today. The obese man's face was fierce, and the gun in his hand was pointed in Fong Xian's direction. Fong Xian dodged. After the awakening of the perception department talent, he was able to predict the opponent's firing position in advance, and managed to dodge the second shot. Balu's hands came together, a pair of earth hands rising up from the ground, large hands closing in the direction of the obese man to detain him. Ha ha, gotcha. Those earthy hands were getting tighter. The poncho that was worn over the obese man to make him invisible slipped off, and the obese man's face grimaced and his eyes bulged. Ellie, the blonde man attacked the obese man one after the other, trying to incapacitate the obese man, but I didn't expect the man to roar up to the sky. A flash of green light emerged from the ring between his fingers, and the man fed a fruit into his mouth, blood filling the air above his eyeballs, his entire being maniacal to the core. An aura suddenly erupted. Break the forbidden fruit, Balu yelled in surprise. The obese man's smile twisted. I'd rather live 3 years less than acquire a short-lived time limit of level 5 battle power to get you guys killed, Balu yelled. Run! The obese man grabbed at Baru through the air, and a nearly transparent hand appeared at the back of Baru's head, and pinched fiercely towards Baru's head. Balu let out a wailing sound and stumbled and fell to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The blonde man and the black pearl fled one after the other. With an icy face, Ellie shouted at Fong Xian. Escape! But I didn't expect it. The ring between the obese man's fingers flashed with light, and in his hand he held a foot-long baton-like object. A finger was pointed at the fleeing blonde man and black pearl and Ellie, followed by a finger at Fong Xian. The three people who had already jumped out of the window and landed in the courtyard wanting to escape looked as if they had been cast a fixation spell in midair, falling to the ground headfirst and having difficulty moving. The three men looked horrified. The obese man's gaze fell on Fong Xin, who was still in the room, and realized that Fong Xin had not fled, and Fong Xin was seen making a gesture of placing one hand over his heart. A grin appeared on the obese man's face. The face stared fiercely at Fong Xin. Damn it, it's because of you that I had no choice but to eat the forbidden fruit. Eating a forbidden fruit. I have to live 3 years less. I won't kill you either. Since I have 3 years less to live, I'll have to torture you for 3 years first. I'll cut out your tongue first. Talking. The obese man was about to come over and cut out Fong Xin's tongue. Fong Xin had one hand against his heart. As far as Fong Xin was concerned, in this situation, instead of running for his life, it would be better to turn around and the hell out of him. Not to mention, I still have the King of Kill card. Fong Xin meditated in his mind. See, the obese man had already reached Fong Xin, but just a moment before the heel. Fong Xin, who was supposed to be fixed and motionless, slowly raised his head. The pupils were scarlet. The face wore the innate contempt of a king. One hand slowly lifted. A circle condensed from the killing runes lingered above his arm. 5 full laps. Mortals, look up to me. Meet the king's judgment. Chapter 21, The Spoils of War. Fong Xin's palm was facing the obese man. The killing rune above the back of his hand was scarlet to the extreme. The 5 killing runes condensed into a circle that rotated rapidly around Fong Xin's arm. The obese man stared at Fong Xin's scarlet pupils. The mind vibrates. Never seen such a talent before. Much less have they ever felt such a powerful and incomparable aura like a king descending. The face is hideous and twisted, trying to escape, but it was hard to move his legs as if they were filled with lead. It was clearly him who had used the treasure weapon to immobilize Fong Xin, but it was he himself who was fixed at the moment. Fong Xin's palm was facing the obese man. Boom! The ring of killing that wrapped around his arm imprinted solidly towards the man. The man's body stumbled back 5 steps. 5 scarlet concentric rings appeared above his chest. It's like a target. And right in the center of the target is the man's heart area. Fong Xin raised his hand again. Between the 5 killing rings rotating crazily around the arm. The circle beyond the fingers is the smallest, and the circle above the arm grows larger, as if it were an olive killing. Fong Xin stabbed towards the man's heart target center in the air. The killing cone struck through the man's heart. The man lowered his head. Open mouth. Blood pattered out of his mouth. Stormy eyes then saw a fist-sized back and forth through and through bloody hole appear in his heart. The man raised his head incredulously with difficulty and looked at Fong Xin. What the hell? What the hell is this talent? Ku Tom. The man fell to his knees, head over heels. Fong Xin spaced out at the man. A bit of blood on flew into Fong Xin's palm, visible to the naked eye. The 4th killing rune above the back of Fong Xin's hand became even more scarlet. Spiritual talents can go up a bit, though. Eyes averted. Scarlet pupils stared at the woman hiding by the bed. The woman had been stunned, never having seen such a bizarre sight. Panicking, he bumped open the nightstand and saw a gun inside it. The woman grabbed the gun with both hands and pointed it squarely at Fong Xin. Seeing Fong Xin looking at her, the woman expected that she might not be able to escape today, so she might as well put up a fight. And without saying a word, she shot at Fong Xin. Fong Xin looked slightly sideways. The bullet grazed the side of Fong Xin's face and passed, but it still left a bloodstain on the side of his face. Fong Xin's scarlet pupils stared at the woman. Lifting his hand, he wiped the blood spilling from the side of his face. Almost in the next second, the wounds on his face had miraculously re-healed. The woman was stunned by the sick self-healing ability. Fong Xin's scarlet pupils flashed with murderous intent, and the arm that was wrapped around the ring of killing was once again raised to face the woman squarely. Boom! The sonic boom came out. A bloody hole appeared in the woman's heart and she lay limply on the ground. Fong Xin's eyes turned. Arms spread wide. A little bit of blood aura emerged from the first and second floors as well as from the several people who had died in the courtyard, coming towards Fong Xin's arm that was wrapped around the ring of killing, silently integrating into Fong Xin's arm, the 4th rune becoming even more brightly colored in scarlet, and it felt as if the 5th rune could be lit up at any time. The ring of killing that wrapped around his arm also added a bit of scarlet. Fong Xin casually waved his arm. The ring of killing converged into his arm. The scarlet in his pupils faded like a tide. Little by little it turned black. Fong Xin covered his heart, gasping for air, squatted on the ground, one hand on the ground. The moment he came back to his senses, His heart was beating so hard that it felt like it was going to jump out of his mouth. His face was pale and a layer of fine sweat emerged above his forehead. When his body was taken over just now, it was like he was watching what the king of killers was doing from a kind of god's perspective. Looking at the two bodies on the ground, Fong Xin didn't think about it. The king of kills derived from his own killing talent could be so terrifying. Looking at men's bodies, thoughts flashed through Fong Xin's mind. He had to think of a way to lull Ellie and the others over. Sensing that there were no cameras in this place, Fong Xin was relieved. With the obese man dead, the restraints on the several people outside who had been immobilized, Ellie, were all lifted one after another. The blonde man and the black pearl both looked stunned and scornful as they looked back to the third floor. The two did not dare to approach the villa, and first drew up their legs and ran to a safe area, and as they ran they fell in love, dragging up the seriously injured and fainting Baloo. Ellie looked back. Fong Xin was still inside. She was the one who brought Fong Xin here. And now that Fong Xin's life and death were uncertain, she could never just walk away. Now that the fixation was lifted, the only way this could happen was if the obese man died or if he took the initiative to unlock the ban. But the possibility of the second one was almost zero. But in the first case, the obese man had reached level 5 through the forbidden fruit. Could it be that Fong Xin had killed the other party? Ellie felt that this was highly unlikely. But thinking back to the first time she met Fong Xin was able to kill the early battle level 4 inhuman in seconds. As if killing the obese man wasn't completely impossible. But no matter what, one must not leave Fong Xin behind on this. And with a clench of her teeth, Ellie activated her assassination talent, dived into the shadows, and made her way up the stairs. Upon seeing the body of the obese man, Ellie froze, truly dead. His eyes shifted to Fong Xin's body, and he saw Fong Xin test lying on the ground, his face pale. Ellie stepped forward quickly. Fong Xin, where are you hurt? Fong Xin covered his heart and shook his head at Ellie with difficulty. What just happened? Did you kill him? Ellie inquired again. Fong Xin was talking nonsense in a serious manner. I don't know. I was fixed just now. Then inexplicably my heart was hard and I fainted. And I don't know what happened after that. Ellie reached over and touched Fong Xin at his heart, realizing that Fong Xin's heartbeat was so strong that he didn't seem to be lying. And Ellie was baffled as to what had killed the man. Sensing Fong Xin's heart beating fast, Ellie hurriedly hugged Fong Xin up. I'll take you to the hospital. You'll have to hurry then. I'll be fine if I'm late for the hospital. Ellie paused, not knowing how to pick up the conversation for a moment. From the time she first met Fong Xin always had a talent for speaking in a very beat-up manner. Fong Xin signaled that it was fine. I'll just rest a little. Looking at the obese man who had become a corpse. It's dead. And the trail is broken, so I can't ask for any more clues. Ellie was silent for a moment and then said, it's fine, as long as you are alive. The clues can be found slowly. I remember that you still have the spiritual talent. When your spiritual talent is awakened, and your battle power reaches a certain level, you can use the spiritual talent to force the enemy to open their mouths and tell the truth. Fong Xin was slightly stunned that the spiritual talent still had this kind of function. You mean you want to team up with me again next time? Fong Xin asked. May I? Ellie's voice was a little small, her tone careful and a little begging. Fong Xin looked at Ellie. The first time I saw Ellie, in the alley, her teammates mailed all of them. The second time I saw her, at the Ocean Theme Pavilion, her teammates mailed one of them and seriously injured two of them. And the third time I saw her, just today, the big tall one was seriously injured, and drooling from being hurt and healed like that. Fong Xin had a feeling that Ellie didn't have some kind of strange talent, like kiting teammates or something like that. A talent that could actually go undercover in the enemy camp. Looking at Ellie, Fong Xin rubbed his gradually calming heart. When's the next group? I'm not sure exactly when, but I have another line on it, and the results could be out in as little as 2 weeks. After Fong Xin seriously considered it, 2 weeks from now. That might not work out too well. I've got something going on. My 7th uncle's second wedding asked me to be the best man. Ellie deflated and smiled. Blame me. I didn't get the intel right, and this one nearly cost everyone their lives. Sorry, don't apologize. Just reimburse the medical bills. Ellie pursed her lips, picked up the baton that could immobilize from the ground, then picked up the gun that almost killed Baru, took off her stealth suit, jerked the ring off of the man's hand and handed it to Fong Xin. This thing is for you, what I promised you before. The loot is all yours. Fong Xin looked at the ring. To be honest, these things were indeed coveted, but Fong Xin had suffered losses on this before. Earlier, when Fong Xin picked the alien to start, he also exploded equipment. But these equipments are recognized. The other party, if there is a backstage behind them, will follow the equipment left behind the breath to find up. After Fong Xin ate a loss, he never picked up the equipment again. It has his scent in it. What if the other party comes to my door after I take it? All other divisions need to turn in their loot. But the 9th division has a special channel dedicated to erasing the scent of loot for its members. All you need to do is scan the loot with the smart link. Fong Xin picked the thing up. Black Pearl and Blondie, who had sensed that there was no movement inside, came in from outside. When they saw the man dead, they were all shocked and looked at Fong Xin. You killed it? Fong Xin shook his head. I don't know. No? Fong Xin gave the two the same spiel he had just given to Ellie again. And they would believe it. Several people split up and checked the room inside and out. Black Pearl looked upstairs. How did a level 5 die? The blonde man thought about it and said more firmly. It should be the kind of situation I guessed. He's the young master of a super organization that came out to practice. Just now, either the elders came out to help, or he's carrying some kind of great killing power unchanged display of treasure weapon. Black Pearl licked her lips. More and more I want to taste him. On the occasion of separation, Black Pearl stuffed a small note into Fong Xin's pocket and rushed to Fong Xin to make an expression of remembering to contact him by phone to get into the car. Fong Xin pulled out the note, a contact, and threw it away smoothly. Separated from Ellie at a park outside Fong Xin's house. Back home, Fong Xin flipped out the smart link machine. True to form, I found an option for a loot room. Fong Xin took that ring and sensed it, realizing that the space inside wasn't small, equivalent to a house with quite a lot of stuff piled up. In addition to the fixer-upper, revolver, and invisibility cloak he saw, there was also a pile of cash. Almost $7 million. Fong Xin suddenly let out a light eep, sensing one thing. Chapter 22, Diary. It's a very old laptop. Fong Xin took the notebook out. Inside a space ring this big. Putting in a notebook like this, it's like having a kobold sitting in the middle of a bunch of hot guys and girls. It's hard to keep people from noticing. Open the notebook. A newspaper remnant page turned and fell. Fong Xin fingers clamped. The newspaper remnant page is only the size of a palm. There are also traces of fire around the edges. Above is a news story. The time is the middle of the last century. It was written in the news. After the Leon Company's scientific research team through 10 years of unremitting research, finally made great progress in the project of the flood plan. This research and development of the flood no. One is known as the epoch-making substance. The flood no. One can make the comprehensive ability of the animals that have awakened the talent to get a comprehensive enhancement. And the ferocious beasts that have a high level of talent under the effect of the flood no. One can even be comparable to the legendary flood god beasts, to the strongest of those gifted in the royal beast system. This is the gospel of the cross-century. And this scientific research project was able to make 3 leaping leaps in a short period of time without the dedication of Prof. Shang and his team. Prof. Shang and the back is missing. Fong Xin turned to the other side of the newspaper's remnants. It's an old photo. And on top of the photo is the huge Lagoof Leon Red, which is now a giant in the biotech field. Fong Xin was puzzled in his mind. He had never heard of Leon's company developing a potion that could enhance animals, and put this newspaper on the internet and searched. No related words were found. After that, he searched the keywords in the newspaper in the Sky Shield SmartLink machine. Still nothing. There's nothing at all about the flood program or the flood one. Fong Xin was puzzled, feeling that there might be some ulterior secret behind this matter. Counting time, this newspaper's flood one appeared decades before the rebellion of the gods. Fong Xin's eyes fell on that notebook. After opening the notebook, it was densely filled with various biological structure diagrams, as well as a variety of complicated formulas. Such formulas recorded dozens of pages. Through some of the text above, Fong Xin was surprised to find that the notebook above the record seems to be the core of the secrets of the flood one. Turning to the back, Fong Xin saw that there were a few more diary entries, only they didn't look very complete, with many pages torn out of them. August 2nd, 2158. Cloudy. These self-serving guys, they even tried to take away the core formula of the flood one by threatening my teacher's family. Teacher burned down the most important lab, and I heard that their leader was so enraged that he threatened to torture my teacher to death. I'm scared, but I'm still going to listen to my teacher and never give in to these kind of people. September 4th, 2158. Cloudy. Crazy. All crazy. The teacher has been taken away for half a month. These crazy people, today, in order to get the flood one, They even murdered the teacher's mother. They call themselves the teachers of righteousness, but they are doing such things. They don't deserve to be human at all. December 1st, 2158. Heavy rain. My mood is as bad as today's weather. Teacher has been locked up for more than 3 months. I've traveled all over my connections and couldn't save him. I heard that it was a young man named Fong Qingdi who stood up for teacher and said a few words. Otherwise teacher would have been killed today. April 12th, 2159. Cloudy. When I went to visit the prison today, the teacher told me a secret in a secret language that only I could understand. He had injected a ferocious beast with Flood One before he announced it, and the experiment turned out to be a success. And the teacher named the beast Karen. Now that the ferocious beast hasn't grown up yet, the teacher told me to escape with that young beast. September 19th, 2162. Clear to cloudy. It has been more than 2 years since I escaped from that place. The past is vivid in my mind. Countless times I woke up from nightmares or dreaming about the day when I was on the run. If not for that young man called Fong Qingdi who let me off the hook, I might have died 2 years ago. Teacher has also been gone for more than a year. That ferocious beast is also gradually growing up. I did not expect to awaken the 4 gifts of wind, fire, thunder and lightning. No wonder those people want to torture my teacher like that. If the Flood One falls into the hands of those moralistic people, the consequences are unimaginable. My days are numbered. I'm not of the Imperial Beast System talent. I can't sign a contract with this Qilin cub, but I can't find a suitable candidate. That young man surnamed Fong is not bad, but it's a pity that he's not of the Imperial Beast System talent. December 18th, 2162. Snow. I was finally going to be unable to hold out any longer, and I sent that unicorn into the divine and demonic ruins, informing it that it must find a righteous and good person to make a contract with again. And I used the last of my power of my witchcraft lineage gift to rain blessings and curses down on this notebook. Those who get this notebook, if they are good and upright people, they can sign a contract with the Qilin. If they are evil and sinister people, they shall not die. The diary is on this page. Snap. Fong Xian's fingers tingled as if they had been stabbed by something, and Fong Xian threw the notebook away without saying a word. I examined my finger and saw that a small red spot had appeared on the belly of my finger. Fong Xian looked at the notebook he had thrown on the table. What's wrong with this person? Looking at your stupid diary and you're blessing and cursing it? Surely, who would write a diary for a decent person? Fong Xian rubbed his finger tummy, always feeling that there was a little bit more of something in his body, but there was no unusual change. But thoughts returned to the contents of the diary. His grandfather's name was mentioned in the diary. In other words, his grandfather and the person who wrote the diary knew each other. And the other person could live a few more years or Fong Xian's grandfather let him off the hook. On top of that, that Flood One, which had checked out nothing, had created a flood beast known as the unicorn. The person who wrote the diary placed the griffin in the divine and demonic ruins. And if one is upright and good, one can make a pact with the griffin. Fong Xian rubbed his fingers. He happened to have a talent in the Imperial Beast System as well. If he could subdue this Qilin, that wouldn't take off. Check the notes for mentions of divine and demonic ruins. Marking forbidden places. Fong Xian reflected to himself. We're supposed to be kind except for our bad mouth, right? No. Starting tomorrow, insist on helping grandma cross the street every day. Fong Xian pondered. But how does this relate to his grandfather again? Fong Xian felt like he was now caught up in a mystery, as if he was a clueless ball of wool. The killing talent, the parents' car accident, Ellie's parents' car accident, Ellie's sister's disappearance, and now the appearance of this diary. There seems to be a connection between everything, but where exactly that connection manifests itself is currently clueless. Thoughts gradually returned. Found that trophy room option. To be on the safe side, Fong Xian first scanned the cloak, which disappeared into thin air, and a few minutes later, the wizard's indicator light flashed and the cloak was spit out. Fong Xian picked it up and realized that it had become unclaimed. After that, he took the trouble of stuffing in the fixing sticks and revolvers one by one. Went through everything. Fong Xian then put his heart down and made everything his own again. Of these, Fong Xian was most curious about the fixing rod. The Smart Link machine has just evaluated all of these things. Invisibility cloak 4th order treasure weapon. The revolver was also a 4th rank treasure weapon with only 3 bullets, which could one-shot a 4th rank combatant without any treasure weapon defense. And this fixing rod was a full 9th order treasure weapon. It can only be used after the battle power reaches level 5. It was no wonder that the man had this kind of thing and didn't take it out at first, but had to wait until he ate the forbidden fruit to take it out. At level 5, You can only fixate below the same level, and you can only use it 3 times. And the number of times you can use it increases as your battle power increases. Fong Xian shook the stabilizing rod. This was a really good thing. I didn't expect to be able to pop out this kind of good equipment. The clock turned to just after 11 o'clock at night. Fong Xian sat up from the bed, removing his grandfather's cell phone from the drawer compartment. He opened it and looked through the videos in his grandfather's album. That's when he turned and walked into the bathroom. Turning to the mirror, he activated the killing rune. Chapter 23, The Crown Prince of Division 9. 12:30. Fong Xian looked at himself in the mirror. I didn't realize it was the same as last night. No matter how much one peacocks the shine, the mirror just didn't have any extra reaction. Fong Xian kept mulling it over. What went wrong? Everything in your own process before you look in the mirror today is almost a replica of the day's scenario. But it just didn't trigger the king of killers in the mirror to come out. Fong Xian re-entered his bedroom and lay on his bed, wondering what trigger mechanism he was still missing. But I can't think of a missing link even after rummaging around. Unable to sleep, Fong Xian thought again of the divine and demonic relic with a unicorn that had been mentioned in the diary. That ferocious beast named Qilin by Professor Shang had awakened the 4 talents of wind, fire, thunder and lightning. If he could sign a contract with this Qilin that could be compared to a flood god beast, it would be a great help. Fong Xian looked over the information. There is no specific history of the origin of the divine and demonic ruins. That place is filled with fog all year round. Those who go in rarely come out alive. Even the ones that make it out alive turn insane. There were once top powerhouses who went in unbelievingly, but in the end it never came out again. It can be pieced together from just a few words from the mouths of the insane who made it out alive. In the midst of the god and demon ruins there were ancient stone statues of gods erected everywhere, but too old. So much so that many of the stone statues are mutilated. On top of that, there were many exotic treasures in the divine and demonic ruins. It's off limits though, but it's also open twice a year. After many times of unafraid warriors piling their lives on top of each other to see the experience, the divine and demonic ruins were more restrictive the higher the realm, and instead were much friendlier to those of a lower realm. Every year, the midterm and final examinations of the youth training camp would be conducted in some fringe areas of the divine and demonic ruins. A light bubbled in Fong Xian's eyes. If so, wouldn't he be able to pass the test twice and go in at public expense to find the Qilin? It's a little exciting to think about. Only the curse on top of the laptop is a bit ed up. The man who was killed by Fong Xian today is the best example, to a certain extent. He was also cursed by the notebook. Fong Xian reopened the notebook. This time the diary in front of those complex formulas to read through. There are many places Fong Xian cannot understand, but many places have notes. After seriously read through once Fong Xian moved slightly excited to sit on the bed. This Qilin that was injected with the Flood 1 potion by Professor Shang. All 4 of its talents were at the SSS level. If it grew up, wouldn't it be able to rival the flood god beasts? Now counting the time, this has already passed for many years. From the talent awakening, awakened people's lifespan is much longer than ordinary people. According to Fong Xian's knowledge, some of the first batch of awakened people are still alive. It is reasonable to say that this Qilin should also be still alive. If it lives up to this time, then the combat strength. I don't even dare to think about it. Putting the notebook away, Fong Xian's gaze was like a torch, making sure to find a way to make a contract with this Qilin. The phone's been vibrating for half a day. Fong Xian picked it up and realized that it was inside the class group, and Qin Juanhao was pretending again. First, several large red envelopes were given out. Su Xiaoqiang, as a loyal dog leg, was naturally the first to pick up the conversation after grabbing the red packet. Howie, why aren't you in bed? Sorrowful. What can you be worried about when you're reporting for duty at the 7th? It's time to go to the youth camp soon. My dad bought me a private jet. He said I should take a private jet over there. To be honest, I wanted to take the train over there to get a taste of life, but I heard from my house sitter that the train is full of people who work in the city. It stinks, so I ended up giving it up. I want to just go to the youth training camp a little more low-key. Do not want to take a private plane over. Want to drive over. But I do not know to drive my more than 7 million sports car over there or 12 million supercars over there. 7 million of that one is a little cheaper. But that style I can like. 12 million of that one in addition to the style of the other which is good. I do not know to choose which one is better. Qin Juanhao said sadly. Saying that, he sent another message. Qin Juanhao at Chu Xinyao. Xinyao. Will you help me choose? Qin Juanhao posted a few pictures of his sports car. Fong Xian saw that there was wool not wool gathering for nothing. and grabbed several red envelopes by hand. Chu Xinyao sent a message after seeing the red packet grabbing prompt. Xiao Feng, you haven't slept either? Nope. Sad. What are you worried about? There are too many awakened talents, and the levels are all still sloppy, so I don't know which one is good to practice first, and I can't sleep with worry. After Fang Xin finished his speech, Qin Juanhao never pretended to say another word. It's also a lot quieter inside the group. Fang Xin's cell phone vibrated. Chu Xinyao sent a private message. Xiao Feng, my father said that he's grateful to you for saving me last time, and he also said that he wants to meet you sometime. Okay, have him make an appointment with my secretary, Fang Xin. Chu Xinyao sent an exasperated emoticon. Chu Xinyao's father had always been a mysterious character. Suddenly proposing to meet, Fang Xin was also really a bit surprised. Honestly really wanted to see what kind of being this one was. When? Fang Xin said squarely. Chu Xinyao then said, recently he's very busy, and this year's youth training camp is about to start. You're also going to the youth training camp to participate in the training. The time is all lined up, so we have to do it after the midterm exams. And at that time there will be a 1-week vacation, so that's when it's going to be. Fang Xin agreed. Good, Chu Xinyao happily said. Then you can't back out. No way. Chu Xinyao then proceeded to give Fang Xin a precaution in advance. There's one more thing. My father's temper is a bit eccentric, and probably because of his work. He speaks a bit sharply, so you have to be psychologically prepared in advance. Why? What's the big deal? I know a little about boxing too. Little mister. Fang. Chu Xinyao exasperatedly slapped Fang Xin's avatar. Just kidding, how could I really do it? Chu Xinyao then said. Xiao Feng, my father has some friends in the officialdom, and he also has some friends in the Sky Shield Bureau. After you go to the youth training camp, remember to train well every day. I will supervise you. At that time you come to my house, and my father to speak properly. I will beg a few more words with my father. In the future you will not have any obstacles if you promote in the 9th division. Otherwise, you are in that kind of place. There is no a strong background. Even if you have a war merit, want to move up is also very difficult. Fang Xin froze for a few seconds. This topic had also been spoken to Fang Xin before by the white-haired Zhuge Heng. However, at that time, the original words given to Fang Xin by the white-haired Zhuge Heng was that the one at the top of the 9th division, Elder Yi, and Fang Xin's grandfather were lifelong brothers, and that as long as Fang Xin did not make any particularly big mistakes after joining the 9th division, when Fang Xin's war effort was in place, he would be on a level footing, and that there wouldn't be any stumbling blocks on his way up. In other words, Fang Xin is the crown prince of the 9th division. Chapter 24, Decapitation. Xiao Feng, why don't you reply? Is it asleep? Square pig. Remember to message me back tomorrow. Good night. Fang Xin paused and replied. Don't bother your father. Chu Xinyao mistakenly thought that Fang Xin was the one who had his pride hurt. Xiao Feng, we are about to enter society. This kind of thing is actually very normal. Want to eat well in society? Have the background is very important. I understand your idea. You have enough ability. You also have their own pride. Want to rely on their own to fight out of a world. But if their own hard work, but also have someone to support, will allow you to take a lot of detours. Fang Xin smiled. Why wouldn't Fang Xin understand what Chu Xinyao said? No matter what the world want to do big and strong and also can flourish, in addition to their own strength is too hard. Background hard is also an essential factor. Chu Xinyao continued. Just like that Zhuge Heng from the 9th place. My father told me that it's inevitable that a demon as terrifying as Zhuge Heng has a huge Zhuge family behind him to back him up. Fang Xin froze for a moment. He didn't think that the force behind that white hair was still so strong. It really was a man who was more angry than a man. Chu Xinyao seemed to think of something. Oh, there is another thing. You can listen to, but do you decide. My father said that Zhuge Heng future is very likely to be the director of the 9th division, and may even be able to take over the position of the Tian Shield Bureau's one leader, the least of which is also the position of the Tian Shield Bureau's 3 leader, and his back Zhuge family in the entire Dragon Kingdom is called a big family, great family. If you can, make sure to make good relations with Zhuge Heng. It will be very helpful to your future. Fang Xin looked at the long paragraph of messages sent by Chu Xinyao. To be honest, Fang Xin didn't like to suck up to people. Similar to people like Su Xiaochang, Fang Xin had always been displeased, even though in reality people like Su Xiaochang usually didn't have a bad mix. But that didn't stop Fang Xin from despising them. What's more, no matter whether it's the white-haired Zhuge Hang or Chu Xinyao's father, he is ultimately just an outsider in front of the other party, and the other party can't possibly help himself with all his heart and all his strength, even if the help is needed in exchange for an equal price. So it's better to take advantage of their blessing than to go and give the Qin Shi Huang Kaotao to pray for the blessing of the ancestral dragon. But Chu Xinyao's idea Fang Xian also understands. Chu Xinyao's mother works in the organization, so Chu Xinyao learns by ear and contacts more people, knows that this society is such a relationship society, so want to pull Fang Xian a hand. Seeing that Fang Xian didn't return the message for half a day, Chu Xinyao sent a message again. Xiao Fang. In fact, it's okay if you don't want to compromise, you just need to know that I'm behind you. If you don't like this, then I'll do these things. I'm the strongest backing for you. Fang Xian smiled. Chu Xinyo and Fang Xian had known each other since kindergarten. The reason why Chu Xinyo is very good to the new one is that the two are indeed very destiny. The second is that Chu Xinyo as a child did not look as beautiful as it is now. Elementary school when the chubby and naive, because of the love of food and also grow fat, often will be bullied. But the new Fang Xian always Chu Xinyo protected behind. At that time, Chu Xinyao's parents have not done big and strong. Both are workaholics. Chu Xinyao's attention is not much. Fang Xian remembers one time, Chu Xinyao seriously ill. To the end of her father did not come to see a glance. Her mother came once, took a phone call and went away. Fang Xian's parents at that time has not yet passed away. It has always been the Fang Xian's parents to take care of the Chu Xinyao. Fang Xian returned a message. Then I'll focus on being dependent on Sister Yao's leg from now on. He. Okay little Fang-san. Sleepy. Want to sleep. Good night. After saying good night to each other, Fang Xian lay on the bed and looked out the window. The city of Lan was a little too quiet this evening. Because there are often inhuman activities at night. Lanshang has a curfew at night. No one is allowed to go out after 12 o'clock. But even so, there will still be occasional movements. And from time to time there will be people from the police department patrolling the area. Unlike tonight, which is so quiet. Looking at the constantly blinking Sky Shield Smart Link machine, Fang Xian picked it up and saw that there was another message inside the 9th Division Youth Training Camps group. The one who started the conversation is still the one called Stallone. I heard there's a feeler test after the start of this year's youth camp. Do you guys know about it? Zhang Yaozu message replied quickly. Not this year, but every year. Shi Tai Lang said. Holy, my brother said that for the mapping exam, we will face puppets of level 1 to level 3 battle power depending on our battle power. But for the mapping exam at the 9th place, which is also known as the Devil's Trial, each level of the puppets is the pinnacle battle power of the same battle power. Let's put it this way. Our 9th Division level 1 puppets can beat the 2nd level battle power puppets of other places mapping exams. And I've heard that not many of the 9th Division's mapping exams pass without injury unless the trainee reaches the 4th level battle power. 4th level battle power? Isn't that a joke? One called Shinyu opened his mouth. It's not a joke. Those who have awakened their SSS rank talent in advance have the potential to reach 4th level combat power. There are such people in history. Zhang Yaozu said. Shi Tai Lang immediately replied. Lu, you yourself have said historically, the entire dragon country, from the discovery of the talent awakening at the beginning of the last century to now, nearly 2 centuries, all high school students this age inside the opening of the SSS grade talent, and can battle power to reach the 4th level. Just 2. Dead fatso. Will you die if you don't carry on with me? Zhang Yaozu huffed. After Shi Tai Lang sent out a heave. Say, have you all awakened your talents yet? How many levels of battle power are you all at? I'll start. I'm an early level 2 battle power. Damn it. I'm only at the peak of level 1 battle power. You dead fat bastard level 2. Zhang Yaozu said. I'm also at the peak of level 1. Shin Yu said. Shi Tai Lang manically said. Holy, then won't we all be mailed? Everyone remember to bring all types of medicines in advance when you go over there. Other than that, what level of battle are you 3? Fang Xian looked at the group's message. Youth camps now are the equivalent of colleges from long ago. I've only heard that college students used to have it relatively easy, and that the colleges now called youth camps are tired as dogs. The good thing is that nowadays the youth training camp after graduation package allocation, generous allowances, all kinds of welfare is very good. I heard that the former college students graduated that is unemployed. Into the community is cattle and horses. The previous talent test was also just a test. Of course, the higher the talent level, the earlier the awakening would be. Fang Xian's current strength-based talent allowed him to exert peak level 3 battle power. His killing talent allowed him to exert peak level 4 battle power, and if he summoned the King of Killers, he could have peak level 5 battle power. In that case, one could barely squeeze into the top 3 in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom. White Featherwood suddenly sent a message to sidetrack the topic. Tonight in the Red Lotus sector, there are decapitations against the Inhumans all over the sector, you know? Bai Yulin at Fong Xin. Yu Lanchang are also in this operation. How is the battle over there? Fong Xin froze for a moment and got up to look out the window. No wonder it was so ridiculously quiet tonight. Just wanted to return a message. A hand appeared out of thin air. After scratching around a few times, he then grabbed Fong Xin's arm and yanked hard. Fong Xin disappeared in place. Chapter 25, That white hair brought me here. Fong Xin only felt dazzled. Wait until everything is restored. Noticing the white hairs standing around him, hands in pockets, and a pair of sunglasses in the middle of the night, Fong Xin looked down, found himself almost 500 meters above the ground. Immediately, he shifted in fear. Subconsciously, he grabbed Whitehair's arm. Whitehair bared his small white teeth in his trademark smile. Good evening. Fong Xin stabilized his mind and spat. Big brother, if you want to talk to me in the middle of the night, why don't you just go straight to my house and drag me out? If I go to the toilet or take a shower and you drag me out, I'll be naked. Zhuge Hong picked his chin to indicate the bottom. You were asked to come here so that you could do some odd jobs and earn some points so that you can easily acquire things when school starts. Fong Xin was confused and looked towards the bottom. Finding himself now above Orchid City, the entire city of Lan was within his sight. The city of Lan doesn't seem to be so peaceful this evening. Standing in mid-air, looking down from above, the entire Orchid City was covered by a huge hemispherical boundary underneath, and those residences were also protected by a nearly transparent film of light, so that, for one thing, it could prevent the enemy from escaping to facilitate catching the turtle in a jar, and for another, it could isolate the sound to avoid disturbing the people. Battles of varying sizes, large and small, were taking place in many parts of Orchid City. Fong Xin immediately reacted to the fact that this was the decapitation operation that Bai Yulin was talking about inside the group tonight. Are you the person in charge of this Red Lotus sector decapitation operation against the Inhumans in Orchid City? Zhuge Hong overrode the night sky and shook his head with his hands in his pockets. Not the Lan City chief. I am the chief of this operation. The Qingzhou province chief. Fong Xin sked a bit, letting this white hair pretend to be there again. Zhuge Hong looked down below and proceeded to explain to Fong Xin. Most of these Inhumans are remnants of the Neverwinter Nights army. The history textbook you studied mentioned about the Neverwinter Nights army. I won't give you more information. These people also want to restore the Neverwinter Nights. There are many Inhumans, organized, unorganized, but all those that are harmful to the common people are collectively the objects that the Sky Shield Bureau wants to target. Fong Xin thought back to what Zhuge Hong had just said under his breath. What points did you just say? After enrollment in the youth training camp, the official will provide some of the resources to the students. But if a student wants to grow up, the resources given by the official are far from enough. But the official is not doing charity, so it will hand out some tasks to allow the students to earn points, which can be exchanged for the required resources when the time comes. Killing a level 1 enemy is 100 points, level 2 is 200 points, and so on for settlements below level 5, with extra points added if the enemy is officially wanted. Of course, you can also use real money to exchange points. Only 1 million can only exchange 100 points. Not counting the fixed assets. Your parents left you that tens of millions of cash is only enough to exchange a few thousand points. Some rare resources as well as treasures need to be exchanged for thousands of tens of thousands of points or even hundreds of thousands of points at any one time. Your point of assets is not enough at all, and it is not cost effective. Moreover, many resources are controlled in the hands of the officials as well as the major powers, and it's not something that you can purchase just because you have money. So inside the world of the awakened, points are the hard currency, which can be worth much more than cash, and most of all, points can represent the true strength of an awakened. Then if I have 100 million points and spend them all, wouldn't my strength be poor as well? Zhuge Hang bared her small white teeth and laughed. There is a point rating system amongst the awakened. For each level, there are different star ratings. When you have 100 million points, your star rating will be very high, and when others take a look at the card in your hand, they will know your strength. Fong Xin nodded. Where's the card Fawn sent you in your smart link? No, it's on the desk. Zhuge Hong stretched out his hand. One arm disappeared into the void, and a few seconds later, The bank card with $1 million inside was held between two fingers and handed to Fong Xin. Each new trainee card from the 9th division has 1 million cash in it, which is also equivalent to 100 points, and the system will automatically give you a rise in points after you kill an enemy. Fong Xin took the card and took the smart link machine from Zhuge Hong again. Then will the points go up after I usually kill enemies? That's fine, but you have to scan the enemies you killed after your battle. And if the information is reviewed and it's determined that the other party is an inhuman, it'll give you a rise in points. Of course, it's useless for you to scan the enemies killed by others, so don't have any crooked thoughts either. Then how can you be sure I didn't kill anyone? Zhuge Hong explained. When the intelligent link machine conducts a body scan, it will take in the breath of the deceased, and the backstage auditing personnel are usually gifted in the perception department. So they will read the memories of the dead person from a portion of the time prior to their death through their own talent, thus comparing it to the identity information in your database, and if it passes the auditing, they can increase the number of points for you. Fong Xin looked at the smart link machine in his hand. No wonder this thing could be called the 100 treasure machine again. It was really strong. Any other questions? Zhuge Hong inquired. How do the points count if I combine with someone else to kill an enemy? Distribute points by the percentage of damage you inflict on the enemy. Fong Xin nodded. Understood. I see. So let's get started. Wait, can you let me wear a pair of shoes? Fong Xin hurriedly said. He had just been caught in bed and was still wearing his pajamas and no shoes. Zhuge Hong bared her small white teeth. If there's an enemy raid and you're on the toilet, do you think the vicious enemy is going to wait for you to finish wiping your ass before making a move? With those words, Zhuge Hong gave Fong Xin a light pat on the back. Go for it. Fong Xin's eyes flashed. It just appeared in the middle of a knot. In the midst of the boundary, 3 level 2 inhumans and 1 level 3 inhuman. Sky Shields is a squad of 5. Seeing Fong Xin who suddenly appeared, everyone froze for a moment. Fong Xin stood between the two parties in his pajamas and bare feet, because neither side knows which side Fong Xin is on. There was still dirty water on the ground, so Fong Xin had to do a golden chicken stand. A fierce-faced inhuman stared at Fong Xin, up and down. Fong Xin hesitated for a moment. Both blanks are missing? The inhuman gave a sneer. Wrong password. As he spoke, his large hand grabbed at Fong Xin through the air. Fong Xin only felt a chill coming from his feet. An almost transparent hand was seen coming out of the dirty water at his feet. Surprisingly, it was a grievous spirit system talent. Brush. A flash of light. In the hands of the team leader of Sky Shield, the laser sword that the smart link machine had turned into brushed off the near-transparent hand. Protect him, the squad leader barked. A team member blocked in front of Fong Xin. Don't move. How did you get here? Fong Xin pointed above the sky. In the night sky, under the curved moon, a figure was above the heavens and earth. That white hair brought me here. Chapter 26, Fighting. The team member protecting Fong Xin froze for a moment. Subconsciously, he raised his head to look at the sky. Upon seeing that figure, one couldn't help but freeze once again. You were brought here by Instructor Zhuge? You're a new cadet from the 9th division? Right. Was talking. A new round of fighting had erupted between the squad and the 3 inhumans. The leader of this squad was an electric attribute talent with a battle power of level 3. The burly man with the grudge system talent on the other side was also a level 3 combatant. Both sides fought to a standstill. Just as the two sides were fighting, the burly man stumbled backwards, one hand on the ground. A bizarre pattern emerged above the ground, with a lift and a pull upwards by the burly man. The ground cracked. Out of it crawled a zombie-like corpse. It was dripping with disgusting, stinking, nauseating slime. That corpse was clearly a level 3 battle power as well. The burly man smiled grimly. All must die for me. Back up. The one protecting Fong Xin held Fong Xin back. Just now Fong Xin said he was brought by white hair. But then he saw that Fong Xin was still wearing his pajamas. The small team members pondered that this new trainee of the 9th division should have been dragged up from bed by Instructor Zhuge and thrown over to face the cruel battlefield in advance. After all, Instructor Zhuge is not going out of his way. And with the kind of monster room of the 9th division, it's not uncommon for a new trainee, who has not yet enrolled in school, to be thrown into the battlefield. Hide behind me, the young team member admonished Fong Xin. The new trainees of the 9th division, none of them are good seedlings. He does not dare to be generous. In case they die inside their team, then they cannot afford. Instead of training new trainees, why not train them these old trainees of other divisions? But I didn't expect it. Behind him, Fong Xin suddenly rushed out. The young team member shouted in a hurry. What are you doing? The strong man who summoned the zombie of the third level of combat power saw Fong Xin, who rushed over and grinned fiercely. Nice body. Refining into a zombie is a good choice. The afterimage of the squad leader who was facing off in front saw Fong Xin charging out towards the strong man of the third level of combat power. Hey! What did you dash? The word M hasn't been uttered yet. Fong Xin flew up. As the saying goes, the elbow is like a knife. The knee is like a spear. Like a spear-like knee right in the face of the strong man. Nailed hard. The strong man was hit in the face on the spot. Fong Xin's hands went back and forth. His knees clamped onto the strong man's head. His waist twisted. And with a crunching sound, the strong man's neck snapped. And he died violently on the spot. The action was clean, crisp and beautiful, without the slightest delay. As the strong man was instantly secured, the zombie hung its head as if the power had been cut off and went down. Before the strong man's body fell to the ground, Fong Xin stomped, and in his hand, the smart link machine shot out a scarlet laser blade, which didn't enter the other alien's brow. And when the laser blade, which was shaped like a tang knife, was withdrawn, Fong Xin turned the blade, and it was another style of swallow return. With his back pressed against the last inhuman, the laser blade stuck out from Fong Xin's armpit and pierced the heart of the inhuman behind him. Fong Xin drew his laser knife. It's a long story, but it happened in the blink of an eye. Zhuge hung in the sky stared in Fong Xin's direction. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked up. Not bad. Fong Xin slipped the smart link into his pajama pocket, squatted down and peeled off an inhuman shoe of a similar shoe size to his own, sniffed it for a moment, then retched dryly for a while and tossed the shoe aside. Turning back, he saw everyone in that squad staring at Fong Xin in a daze. Everyone was filled with shock. Is this the battle power of the new trainees of the 9th Division? Not to be outdone, Nemo will be joining the monster room. A new cadet is so scary. Is there any law of the land? Is there any justice in heaven? However, to have a third level of combat power before even enrolling in school, this was also a standout in the 9th Division. Though the fetish of sniffing dead body shoes seems a bit odd, but none of that matters. What genius doesn't have some weird fetish? The junior captain walked towards Fong Xin. Rushing at Fong Xin, he saluted. Hello, Division 6, Tian Junhui. Fong Xin also stood up in a hurry, and only then did he see that the other party had a badge on his chest, which had a yuntang in the center and the word Lu in the middle. Good day, sir. My name is Fong Xin. Fong Xin rushed at Tian Junhui and saluted. Several other team members also saluted Fong Xin. Tian Junhui hurriedly tried to cover Fong Xin's mouth. Don't, brother, don't call me sir. You're a new trainee of the 9th branch, aren't you? Several of the other team members had smiles on their faces. Fong Xin was a bit puzzled, but still nodded. Right, Tian Junhui laughed. A new cadet of the 9th Division, the same level as the squad leaders of other divisions. Don't call me sir, I really can't afford it. Fong Xin was stunned. It seemed that this 9th branch was really not treated in an ordinary way. Tian Junhui continued. Are you going to join us next or? Fong Xin maintains his golden cockerel. I'll do whatever I want, but I have to find an inhuman with non-smelly feet to deal with a pair of shoes for me first. Only then did a few people see that Fong Xin was barefoot. No wonder I had to sniff the shoes of someone's inhuman just now. I thought I had some kind of quirk. The bodies on the ground were scanned by the wisdom link and vanished into thin air. The inside of his pajama pocket lit up. Fong Xin saw the numbers floating above that bank card after he pulled it out. From 100 flashes, the number shifted and became 502. Those 3 inhumans just now, 2 of them were level 2 and 1 was level 3. 3 inhumans could exchange for 700 points. Just now Tian Junhui's squad paid 40% of the damage and Fong Xin paid 60% of the damage. So Fong Xin took 60% of the overall points. Fong Xin was a bit embarrassed. I've robbed you guys of your points. How about this? You guys follow me to brush the damage. Let's speed through the levels together. As long as the number piles up, the points will be there too, right? Tian Junhui looked to the others. A few other teammates said it was no problem. They had seen Fong Xin's strength. As long as the numbers came up and they swiped the damage, the points were not a problem. No problem. Lifting his wrist, a holographic projection of a diorama of the city of Lan above the dial of his wristwatch, with many red dots of light representing the inhumans moving about. Fong Xin looked at the wristwatch curiously. When he first saw Ellie before, Ellie also had this. What is this thing? Tian Junhui explained. This is the Sky Shield watch, equivalent to a basic version of the Wisdom Link machine with a watch shape having a storage function. It is equipped after the completion of the youth training camp. and it is also a status symbol. But after the end of the youth training camp of your 9th division, it's not the Sky Shield watch, but the Sky Shield ring, which is a bit more advanced than this one of ours. Fong Xin came to a realization. So, Tian Junhui pointed at a few red dots and inquired at Fong Xin. There are a few fleeing inhumans here. Shall we go over? Yes. Tian Junhui saw that Fong Xin was still barefoot. His wristwatch turned and he held a pair of shoes in his hand. New shoes. If you don't mind, I'll give them to you. Fong Xin picked it up. It's too late to be thankful. How could I dislike it? Put on your shoes. Then let's go. The squad rushed towards where the red dots were. Half an hour later, Tian Junhui's few people were all beaming with joy. In just half an hour's time, under Fong Xin's leadership, they had already speed past 4 enemy squads. They were responsible for swiping damage. Fong Xin was responsible for finishing. And Fong Xin and their squad were basically split in half. Fong Xin looked at the points on his card that had changed from 520 to 1570. After Tian Junhui's introduction. Usually, if you want to see the balance of the card, you just need to put the card on top of the smart link. The Inhumans haven't cleaned up yet. Tian Junhui once again picked an Inhuman squad, but after doing so, he would seek Fong Xin's meaning. It was as if they had already taken Fong Xin as their centerpiece. Fong Xin took a look at the enemies. 5 people in the squad, 2 level 3, 2 level 2, and 1 level 1. Do it! Clearing these people. Fong Xin had no psychological pressure. A few minutes later, Fong Xin led the team and met with the other side. In a single shot, Fong Xin heavily damaged a level 3, then let the squad go up to swipe the damage, and waited on the side to prepare to reap the rewards after the right moment. When I thought everything was going well, unexpectedly, among the enemy team, that the lowest ranked level 1 was a teenager with an ugly face and triangular eyes with a ferocious light shouting, "Grandpa! Grandma! Help me!" Fong Xin's heart was steeped in hair. A sense of crisis raged under the perception department's talent. Fong Xin hastily dodged. The ground cracked where he was just now, and a huge centipede burrowed out of the ground. The bloody mouth opened, full of fangs, and bit hard at the place where Fong Xin was just now. With a single bite, the centipede's body rolled up and bit towards the nearest member of the team. The player was just about to run. A voice came, "Trip if you dare to run." After these words, the team member who was about to run actually tripped in place, and the centipede took a bite out of the team member's calf. The centipede broke the ground, and only then did he see that on its back sat an old man and an old woman. Both of them were grim-faced. The old man's mouth was still stained with blood, and his pair of yellow eyes glared at Fong Xin. A young man with strength talent. So young, his talent must be very strong. "Wife, drain his blood and give it to our precious grandson to drink. It's a great tonic." The old woman behind her, who looked like a witch, let out a sorrowful laugh. Good, good. Surely it can release a lot of blood. Old man, you have a bowl. I have a bowl. And the rest will be given to our precious grandchildren to drink. Tick-tock. Tian Junhui looked at the alert on his wristwatch with a grave expression. 3 little red dots flashed on it. Then it flashed into 4. 4th level Battle Power Imperial Beast Master. 3rd level Battle Power Voodoo Master. Fong Xin glanced upwards, but realized that Zhuge Hong had disappeared into the night sky at some point. Not knowing where he had gone. Unbidden. One hand touched the ring. Zhuge Hong's powers were vast and who knows where. So for the time being, it was better not to utilize the killing talent. It was a good thing that he had a stealth suit and a revolver in his ring, so he could one-shot the old man with a level 4 combat power. Tian Junhui and a few team members dragged the one with the broken leg back. Without a moment's hesitation, several of the men were about to call their superior brigadier to come over for backup. Requesting backup, please. The old woman sitting on the centipede's back grunted. Dare to call for support and rot your tongue. The few people who called for support, Tian Junhui, stifled a grunt, and a strand of dark blood spilled out of their mouths. Fong Xin's eyebrows raised his eyes much wider. Cunnilingus? The curse of the Wiccan talent is so evil? The old woman's brown pupils stared at Fong Xin. Greed revealed in her eyes. Want to live after being touched by our old couple? Simply dreaming. Old man. Kill him and give our precious grandson a drink of blood. Chapter 27 Violently Killing Level 4. The giant centipede's upper body was raised high. The old man at the back licked his blood-stained lips. It looks like it just drank human blood to get here. The old man's gray-blue eyes stared at Fong Xin bubbling with ghostly light. With a slap of the centipede underneath him. Get him. The centipede that was nearly 10 meters long and short opened its mouth and let out a sharp sound. swallowing down in Fong Xin's direction. Without thinking, Tian Juanhui's few people threw out the smart link machine to piece together a hemispherical boundary, protecting several people in it. Hold the boundary at death's door. Call for backup. Tian Juanhui's speech was slurred, and there was still ebony black blood flowing out from inside his mouth. A few of the team members following him also sent out requests for support. The centipede opened its bloody mouth and swallowed down towards the boundary. The boundary made a loud sonic boom. The old woman was holding a human skin drum inside her hand, and as her wrist shook, the drum followed with a strange to dizzying sound. A mouthful of yellow teeth was disgusting, and the old woman's mouth was also raspy to a sound similar to fingernails picking at iron. If you don't open the boundary, all your teammates will die. It was obvious that the light of the knot weakened with it. Tian Junhui kept his cool and said, "Xiao Chang, spiritual talent grams voodoo talent. Attack her." A youth at his side launched a spiritual attack with his eyes fixed on the old woman's direction before Tian Junhui spoke, and the nearly transparent spiritual flying dagger zapped towards the old woman's head. But I didn't expect that old woman to pull out a strange scarf from somewhere and put it over her head, isolating all mental attacks. The old woman laughed sorrowfully. "Old man, attack from below the boundary." At that the old man got up, stomped his foot, and the centipede underneath his foot plunged directly into the ground with a jerk. Tian Juanhui's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Tile." He saw a young man with an honest and thick face at his side holding down the ground with both hands. The ground instantly became as hard as iron to the naked eye. The giant centipede's head shot upwards. It directly topped a huge piece of ground. Above the ground is exactly the knot. The centipede's head pushed upward. It was about to throw the boundary along with the people inside into the sky before smashing it hard. Tian Juanhui's face was cold. Trying to keep himself calm, he raised his wrist and glanced at his wristwatch. A few small blue dots were rapidly gathering towards the side. "Fong Xin, don't be afraid. Support will be here soon." "You, what? Where's Fong Xin?" Tian Junhui spoke vaguely, black blood flowing inside his mouth. But as he spoke, his eyes turned and realized that Fong Xin had disappeared. A few other members of the team looked at each other in disbelief. Just now, while being picked up by the centipede, Fong Xin stood at the end of them. They had been focusing on the enemy's attack and hadn't paid attention. But at this moment, Fong Xin was gone. A few people were stony-faced. The knot is on its way down. A gunshot suddenly sounded before the eyes of the old man gifted with the Imperial Beast system in the distance. The old man's brain was directly hit by a sudden burst of fire from a meter away. As if it were a watermelon exploding on the spot, the red and white exploded on the face of the old woman next to her. The old woman screamed in fear. "If you don't dare to take off your invisibility cloak, your whole family." The curse hadn't quite been uttered. Fong Xin, who was wearing a cloak of invisibility, had already reached the old woman and twisted his waist. A punch is thrown. The old woman's jaw lolled. Half of her mouth's teeth flew out, and her body flew out right behind her. Fong Xin was a strength talent. With great strength. The main reason why the strength department talent was disliked by many awakened was that it was too brutal and rude. As long as it was a close melee battle, the strength-based talent was the absolute king. Once it's stained, a single punch can explode the body. That's why some awakened would specialize in exercising their physique, so that when the strength talent came close, they could still leave a whole body. The old woman flew out horizontally as if she was a tumbleweed in the wind under this punch blast from Fong Xin. Fong Xin was not a kind man. Fearing that the old woman would die an unclean death, he dodged forward and once again threw a punch, directly blasting the old woman's head into the wall. "Cursing whose family to die? My parents died a long time ago. Your crap curse is useless to me." Fong Xin muttered a lot of curses and felt angry enough to kick the old woman again. It all happened so fast, almost to the point where the old man and the old woman were dead. People on both sides reacted. The giant centipede over there roared shrilly, seemingly stimulated by something, and twisted wildly in place, smashing a number of walls. Fong Xin wore a stealth suit and approached quickly towards the enemy squad. One punch a cutie. Punch to punch also punch to storm. Every punch was toward the vitals. In an instant, the other few enemies were all swept away by Fong Xin. As the enemies fell one by one, imperceptible blood awnings overflowed from their bodies, blinking into Fong Xin's body. It all happened so fast that no one noticed anything. The moment that old man of the Imperial Beast System's blood aura merged into Fong Xin's body, Fong Xin instantly felt that he had an additional strange sensation, as if he had fused the other party's Imperial Beast System talent and his own Imperial Beast System talent had been enhanced. Fong Xin picked up the two old men's treasure artifacts and spatial rings in passing, and after inspecting them, there were quite a few miscellaneous things inside the two men's spatial rings. The bank card inside his pajama pocket flickered like a flashing light. Take it out. Just that old couple alone. Both of them had their names on the wanted list, so one 450 points, one 350 points, adding up to a total of 800 points, all of which were given to Fong Xin. The other 5-member squad, Tian Junhui and his squad had previously swiped 37% of the damage, and Fong Xin had played 63% of the damage, totaling 1100 points, and Fong Xin had taken 693 points. Fong Xin's total points had now reached 3063. Immediately, he was overjoyed. That's the equivalent of over $30 million in cash now. Far away, a group of men came quickly this way. The badge on his chest has the word Lu above it, which represents the 6th branch. Seeing the corners of Tian Junhui's mouth with dark blood, and seeing a pile of corpses on the ground, while in the middle of the corpses stood Fong Xin, wearing a pajamas, grinning stupidly. All of them immediately prepared for battle facing Fong Xin squarely. Tian Junhui hastened to pull the arm of the captain. Although the speech is still somewhat ambiguous, but at least still hear clearly. Chapter team. He's a new cadet from Division 9. The chapter team froze in place, looking at those bodies on the ground, and then at Fong Xin. You're saying that this new trainee from the 9th Division killed the 4th level Battle Power Imperial Beast Master? There's also a 3rd level Witch Compassionist, and a squad of 5. An entire team brought in by the chapter team was staring at the new 9th branch cadet in his pajamas with jaws agape. It's too anticlimactic. They only know that the monster room at the 9th place is filled with geniuses and demons. But isn't it a bit too much for you? A new cadet who hasn't even formally enrolled in school yet, to have killed a 4th level Imperial Beast Master 3rd level Sorcerer Compassionist as well as a 5-person squad. Is he a level 4? The chapter team inquired with tight, dry throats. One should know that there were only 2 of them at this age with 4th level battle power when looking at the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom. Fong Xin slipped the card into his pocket, turning back to the chapter team. It's not as powerful as you think. I'm just at the 3rd level. I can kill them all with the help of a treasure weapon. The chapter team smacked their mouths a bit. Level 3 is pretty unbelievable, isn't it? In the 9th division, it's also the best. Fong Xin pointed at the large centipede that was still twisting and rolling around. What about this one? You killed the Imperial Beast Master. So this centipede is now your trophy. What you do with it is all up to you. Before Fong Xin could speak, a voice came. You have a talent in the Sentinel line. Are you going to take it in? A white hair appeared out of thin air, stepped on the space ladder and walked up to Fong Xin, finally standing down 30 centimeters off the ground, his hands in his pockets as always. Instructor Zhuge. All the team members saluted. Zhuge Hang just hummed. Just now, when Fong Xin was in danger, white hair appeared in the sky above Lan City, but just after he appeared, he saw that Fong Xin had already killed the old couple in a small team, and the corners of Zhuge Hang's mouth curled up madly, like a treasure. Fong Xin looked back and knew that this white hair was everywhere, so Fong Xin had just stabilized his hand and didn't use his killing talent. Hearing white hair's words, Fong Xin looked at the huge centipede and shook his head. It's too ugly. Don't. Thinking of the majestic unicorn mentioned in that journal he had acquired. This centipede was nothing. This is a level 4 mud dragon centipede, and the upper limit isn't low. At the very least, it can accompany you to level 10. Zhuge Hong reminded again. Can you change it to something else? Zhuge Hong nodded. That's fine. If you really don't want it, you can go to the 10,000 Beasts Palace and get you a similar one over. With those words, Zhuge Hong snapped his fingers and the centipede disappeared in place. Several members of the 6th division looked at Fong Xin with envy. This white hair is the strongest genius at the end of the century as claimed by the 9th division, and to be able to obtain his shelter, his future is immeasurable. Oh, I almost forgot. Your Royal Beast System talent hasn't been completely awakened yet. I'll take you to the 10,000 Beasts Palace to awaken it first. Snap. Ringing fingers over. The scenery changes before your eyes. It appeared at the top of a mountain, and in the next second the scenery distorted and changed once again. After doing so 3 times, the two appeared in a luxurious bedroom. A bearded man with long hair and lots of chest hair sleeps on the huge bed. There were 2 stunning women with very different styles on his left and right. The 3 seemed to be going through a few big battles, sleeping soundly at the moment. Zhuge Hang sat down on a chair and poured himself a cup of tea. A leisurely sip of tea. Rolling black gas rose from beneath the large bed. A huge black shadow came out from under the bed. shaped like a python. A closer look would reveal a large viper with a bulge already in its forehead, just one step away from being transformed into a dragon. The great viper opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Zhuge Hang. Zhuge Hang twisted his head, and his head went down a bit. The sunglasses slid down slightly with the inertia, revealing the eyes that emitted a piercing thunderous light afterward. Get out! Intense scorn flashed in the eyes of the ferocious viper, and he immediately shrank back to the bed, his head topping the bearded man on the bed. The man awoke with a start and looked at Zhuge Hang, who was leisurely sipping tea. Immediately sober, helpless and annoyed, he said, "Mr. Zhuge, what are you doing here in the middle of the night without sleeping?" Zhuge Hang turned the lid of his teacup and rattled the tea leaves to take a sip. "I've only heard that Master Shang Palace has a great talent for controlling beasts, but I didn't realize that she's also very good at controlling people." Chapter 28, The Ninth Floor. The bearded man sat on the bed. The two women at his side were also awakened, waking up to find two more strangers inside the room. They were so frightened that they covered their chests and cowered in the arms of the Shang Palace Master. The Shang Palace Master wrapped his arms around the two women to signal that they were fine. "Mr. Zhuge, what exactly is the reason for coming to our 10,000 Beasts Palace?" Zhuge Hang pushed his sunglasses to cover his eyes. "Put the gun away first. I don't like being pointed at with a gun." The Shang Palace Master bowed his head and hurriedly pulled over his pants from the side to put them on, casually yanking over the golden robe and putting it on. He stepped off the bed. "Now can you tell me what's going on here in the middle of the night? I've recruited a new student here with a talent in the Imperial Beast Department. Come to the 10,000 Beasts Palace to completely awaken, and incidentally pick two suitable ferocious beasts for him to sign a contract with." The Shang Palace Master couldn't help but frown and looked at Fong Xian, who was wearing pajamas. "You came in the middle of the night for this?" Lord Shang Palace sat down. "I have other things to do during the day. No time to bring him." Shang Palace Master looked Fong Xian up and down, seeing that Fong Xian's sleeves were still stained with blood, and his shoes were also stained with quite a bit of blood. "A new trainee who has a Royal Beast System talent and is still valued by you. That means that it's at least a Royal Beast System talent that's at the S rank upwards?" "Well, S rank. Oh, S rank without the potion." Lord Shang Palace's hand that was tying the sash of his robe suddenly paused. "An S rank that doesn't use potions? That's an SS rank Sentinel Beast System talent?" As he spoke, Palace Master Shang stared at Fong Xian like a long-starved beast that had come across fresh flesh and blood, his eyes beaming. "Mr. Zhuge, can you let us have him in the 10,000 Beasts Palace?" "No, Mr. Zhuge, although the 9th division is very strong, but as the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts. And in this aspect of the talent of the Imperial Beast System, our 10,000 Beasts Palace is considered to be far ahead of the game, so let me have him and I'll do my best to cultivate him." Palace Master Shang was staring at Fong Xian like an old colorful batch looking at a stunning beauty, and he was drooling with gluttony. "I didn't expect to be decisively rejected by Zhuge Hang. This won't do. What's not to like about this? He's gifted in the Imperial Beast lineage, so he can be placed in our 10,000 Beasts Palace to better cultivate his talent." Zhuge Hang set the tea aside. "The Imperial Beast System talent is not his main talent." "Ah, none of the SS rank Sentinel Beast System talents are main job talents? Then what is his main job talent?" Lord Shang Palace stood up directly in an emotional state. "SSS grade strength talent." The Shang Palace Master circled around Fong Xian with his hands behind his back, squeezing out as much as he could a smile that he thought was kind to pat Fong Xian on the shoulder. "What's the name, young man?" "Fong Xian." Palace Master Shang recalled. "Fong Xian? I remember there's no such person inside the list of SSS-ranked gifted freshmen in this class." Zhuge Hang laughed. "Didn't I just say that he didn't use potions?" Palace Master Shang slapped his head and looked at Fong Xian with greedy eyes. "The good talents have all been taken up by your 9th division," said the words and sat down again, pouring himself a cup of tea. "Mr. Zhuge, we are old friends. You also know that I am also considered half a businessman." "Businessman? Do anything before? Have to first consider a word of profit. In our Beast Palace, awakening the beast talent is much more beneficial than awakening in other places. In the future, the affinity with beasts will be very high, and it will be easier to sign a contract." Zhuge Hang said bluntly. "The 10,000 Beasts Palace helped his talent awaken, and I'm sending you a message." Palace Master Shang pulled. "You just said you'd send him a ferocious beast." Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers and a giant centipede appeared inside the bedroom. "That's what he got. Just get him an equivalent one. Of course, if you want to make good karma with him and give him a higher grade one, I don't mind anyway. It's up to you if you're willing or not." Palace Master Shang smiled and glanced at Fong Xian once again. His eyes still looked like he wanted to keep Fong Xian in the 10,000 Beasts Palace. But with this white hair in front of him to rob people more or less some cannot be robbed. And finally held back. Okay, then what was the news you just mentioned? Palace Master Shang asked again. Zhuge Hang bared her small white teeth in her trademark smile. Let's give him the awakening first, and I'll tell you afterward. And I'll give you news that's guaranteed to make you so happy you won't be able to sleep tonight. Shang Palace Master rose. Mr. Zhuge, out of all of you in the Heavenly Shield Bureau, I like doing business with you the most, and I only take you as a friend. Dry. Ready to awaken then? Come on, I'll take you. Zhuge Hang laughed. How troublesome that would be. Before the words fell, the surroundings blurred and distorted. The picture was framed again. Fong Xian realized that he was standing at the foot of a mountain. A mountain road meandered toward the top, obscured inside by the lush trees along the way. Palace Master Shang sked. The spatial department talent is worthy of being ranked at the top of the list within all talents. Zhuge Hang tilted her head to signal the Shang Palace Master to lead the way and casually said, individuals are capable. Please do not rise above talent. Shang Palace Master laughed out loud, the night breeze blowing his golden robe open, revealing a chest full of hair. As he walked upwards, Palace Master Shang chatted. I heard someone say that Mr. Zhuge is going to be promoted? Is this news true? Zhuge Hang smiled at his words. Who did you hear that from? I heard it the other day when I was chatting with a few people from the Five Elements Alliance. Zhuge Hang picked up the steps. The above gave me two choices. One was for me to go over to the church to become the governor of the Red Lotus district, and the other was for me to go to one of the other 8 divisions and pick any one of them to be the director. Palace Master Shang paused slightly in her steps, then walked forward while saying, then where did Mr. Zhuge's last choice go? I went to the house of the old thing who signed the transfer order, and after cordial and friendly negotiations, he finally agreed to let me remain in the 9th branch and not have to go anywhere. Palace Master Shang looked back at Zhuge Hang. Mr. Zhuge, over there in the church, asking you to become the governor of the Red Lotus district. That's a promotion. Zhuge Hang was completely disdainful of this. The church's gang of old clerics, besides being able to compel people's hearts and engage in a power struggle, they have no other use, and it's annoying to see them. Palace Master Shang covered Zhuge Hang's mouth as if she had been electrocuted. Mr. Zhuge, you can't say this nonsense. Zhuge Hang disgustedly pushed away the Shang Palace Master's hand. The words are mine. If they want to find trouble, just come to me. The Shang Palace Master kept looking left and right with an expression of movement that was afraid of being overheard. No more talking to Zhuge honored about these topics. Palace Master Shang brought Zhuge Hang and Fong Xian to the top of the mountain. On top of the mountain was a huge altar, and in the center of the altar, there's a huge step. There are 9 steps in total, but if you look closely you will see that above the 9 steps creeps the keel of a giant dragon. Above the topmost 9th step is exactly where the faucet is located. Zhuge Hang tilted his head at Fong Xian. Go up. Get to the first few steps if you can. Palace Master Shang reminded from the side. After you go up, if you can't top the pressure, stop and stay on the steps you can hold on to for as long as you can. But don't ever force yourself, especially the last 3 steps. But since you're an SS-ranked Sentinel Beast System talent, gritting your teeth and holding out on the 8th step for a while isn't a problem. What's the benefit of staying up there? Fong Xian inquired suspiciously. Palace Master Shang patiently explained. Awakening your talent of the Imperial Beast Department through the Dragon Bone Breath. The Dragon Bone Breath in this will intermingle with your breath. The longer you stay, the more Dragon Bone Breath you will have in your body. And if you want to make a contract with a Spirit Beast or even a Divine Beast with each other in the future, if other people use 3 hours, you will only need 3 minutes. Fong Xian walked up towards the top of the steps. Indeed, he could feel a very strange aura. That aura seemed like the aura from a wild beast. With a certain pressure, Fong Xian climbed 4 layers of steps in one breath, and as he went up the pressure gradually increased. There was a feeling of being stared at by the king of all beasts. Only for Fong Xian, there was no pressure. In the twinkling of an eye, he reached the 7th step. The pressure increased a lot, but Fong Xian felt that it was not a difficult task for him. Once again, he stepped into the 8th step. The pressure was almost double that of the 7th floor, and the heartbeat accelerated slightly, but it feels totally acceptable. Fong Xian looked towards the 9th floor, his eyes leaping up. Palace Master Shang looked at Fong Xian with greedy eyes. It looks like it's already reached its limit. SS grade Beast Sentinel talent. This is a precious lump in the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Growing up in the future, As long as the 10,000 Beasts Palace doesn't have any SSS grade Beast Sentinel talent to show up, then he's a reserve candidate to be the future Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. But as his words fell, Fong Xin took a step onto the 9th floor. Chapter 29, How? What's he up to? The Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace hurriedly shrieked at the sight. Zhuge Hong also looked puzzled. If you can't withstand the true dragon's pressure, you might explode and die, Palace Master Shang hurriedly warned. Zhuge Hong quietly watched for a few seconds before. Since he can go up, it proves that he's already mentally prepared in advance. Just be quiet and watch. But youngsters of this age like to show off. He may not know the power of the 9th layer yet. Palace Master Shang reminded again. Zhuge Hong glanced at Palace Master Shang. Old Shang, afraid that you'll take the blame for the deaths of the people from the 9th division? Don't worry. I'll take the blame if something goes wrong. Palace Master Shang smiled awkwardly. I'm not also worried. Such a good seedling. Can't just watch it die in front of my eyes. As he spoke, Palace Master Shang kept his eyes on Fong Xin. Fong Xin, this has been up for more than 10 seconds. Although it looks flushed, like it has just been strenuous exercise, but also did not see any other adverse reaction. It shouldn't be. Only SSS rank can go up there. Palace Master Shang was puzzled. Zhuge Hong was also slightly surprised. After all, he also knew what the 9th level of the 10,000 Beasts Palace's talent steps represented. After thinking for a moment, maybe, he's a strength-based talent. Palace Master Shang nodded. That's the only way to explain it. A strength system talent. Or an SSS grade strength system talent. The physical body is stronger than an ordinary Imperial Beast Master by not a single star. So that would make sense. Time passes by. Fong Xin sensed that a strange aura was intermingling with the aura in his body. And in the process, Fong Xin's body had gained a bit more of a barbaric and rough temperament. In addition to a bit of an ineffable kingly aura. In the history of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, how long has the longest stayed at the 9th floor been? Palace Master Shang recalled. It was our 10,000 Beasts Palace's founding ancestor who stayed for a full 40 minutes. The second was the 10,000 Beasts Palace's old Palace Master who has now retreated behind the scenes, and he stayed for 32 minutes. And as for the third, he stayed for only 13 minutes. All three of them had triggered heaven and earth visions to attract 10,000 beasts to pay homage. I'm SS-level Sentinel talent, and I've gone and tried it before, and stayed for 2 minutes before I couldn't handle coming out. You, the new cadet, with your SS rank Sentinel Beast System talent and top Strength System talent, should be able to stay a little longer than me? But this 9th level up here is after all the purest true dragon's breath, and even if your physical body is strong, there is still an upper limit to how strong it can be. Zhuge Hong didn't say anything and waited quietly for Fong Xin. Fong Xin felt that at the moment, other than his heart beating slightly faster, there were no other adverse reactions, and that aura was still fusing with himself. 10 minutes later, in the blink of an eye, the Shang Palace Master was somewhat unable to sit still and stretched his neck to look upwards. His eyes glazed over. 10 minutes? How is that possible? He's not supposed to be dead above. Is he? Sitting cross-legged. Fong Xin opened his eyes to signal that he was fine. Lord Shang Palace froze for a moment. This far away. He can hear us? Zhuge Hong laughed blandly. I forgot to mention, he's still an S-rank perception department talent without the use of potions. The Shang Palace Master's eyes widened even more as he looked at Fong Xin. His eyes coveted as if he was looking at a great treasure of the absolute world. You've really picked up a treasure. As he spoke, Palace Master Shang didn't forget to glance at the time. It's already lasted 11 minutes. This is about to catch up with the strongest third person our 10,000 Beasts Palace has ever had. Visible to the naked eye, a lavender aura lingered and rotated around Fong Xin. Many of the ferocious beasts and spirit beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Palace that were low in rank began to let out low roars in agitation. 2 minutes later, the Shang Palace Master sitting on a rock stood up with a slap of his furry thighs. He surpassed the third strongest person in the 10,000 Beasts Palace. The aura that surrounded Fong Xin became even thicker. From time to time, the entire 10,000 Beasts Palace was filled with the sounds of maniacal and restless roars from ferocious beasts of low rank. Between the mountains and fields, a deer carrying a monkey came flying towards this side. Palace Master Shang looked over. The deer and the monkey were both staring at Fong Xin on top of the 9th level of steps. A few seconds later, the deer turned its head to look at Zhuge Hang. Zhuge Hang revealed a kind smile. Good evening. In the next second, the deer spat out human words. But the voice that came out was a very magnetic woman's voice. Mr. Zhuge, this is new trainees from Division 9. Both figures were staring intently at Fong Xin on top of the 9th floor steps. Time passes by. Fong Xin has been holding on for 20 minutes. The aura that haunted Fong Xin grew even thicker. The middle-ranked ferocious beasts and spirit beasts in the entire 10,000 Beasts Palace had begun to stir. For a while, the 10,000 Beasts Palace all became lively. And over this mountain, the clear night sky suddenly coalesced with many clouds. It was vaguely visible that there seemed to be a terrifying existence looming in it. 20 minutes. Lord Shang Palace swallowed. The sound of a tiger whistling came. It was then that he saw a mighty and domineering white tiger flying towards this side, perched not far away, with a pair of yellow tiger eyes staring at Fong Xin. Another 7-colored unknown ferocious bird descended from the sky, circled the sky, and eventually landed in the treetops, staring at Fong Xin. Immediately afterward, a wild boar as tall as a man piggybacked all the way to the front of the crowd, its scarlet eyes staring at Fong Xin. Good evening everyone. Zhuge Han greeted everyone very politely. A new cadet from the 9th Division? A raspy voice came out of the ferocious boar's mouth, and one of its 2 tusks was broken in half, while the other emitted a cold light. Right, SSS-ranked sentinel talent? The boar asked again. These 3 coming from behind. Shang Palace Master was obviously polite, sniffing and giving a patient explanation. No, SS-grade Imperial Beast System talent, but SSS-grade Strength System talent. When the time reaches half an hour, the lavender aura that was haunting Fong Xin had split into 2, spinning merrily around Fong Xin. Sky above. After rolling thick clouds, a huge dragon head slowly poked out from it. Terrifyingly majestic pressure swept through the 8 directions. Roar! One time, all the ferocious beasts and spirit beasts in the entire 10,000 Beasts Palace let out frantic agitation sounds. So much so that everyone woke up. Lord Shang Palace's eyes were as wide as cow's eggs. Half an hour. 31 minutes. 32 minutes. 33 minutes. The moment it reached 32 minutes, Palace Master Shang emotionally clutched his head. He surpassed the second strongest person ever in the 10,000 Beasts Palace. The other figures also had shocked eyes. The restlessness of the 10,000 Beasts Palace grew louder and louder. It seemed as if the entire world was being boiled by the terrifying roar of the ferocious beast. All eyes were fixed in Fong Xin's direction. 34 minutes. 35 minutes. The strong man from the 10,000 Beasts Palace stared at Fong Xin. This was to pass over in the direction of the founding ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. If it really surpassed the founding ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, they want to stay the teenager no matter what the cost. 37 minutes. 38 minutes. Fong Xin's face was red. Glancing down at the back of his hand, Fong Xin felt it clearly, as the breath merged and integrated. Holding out on his own for a little while longer wasn't a problem. It's just that his own talent for killing is about to be overwhelmed. 39 minutes. Just 1 minute left to match the opener. Fong Xin stood up mischievously, forced an end to all processes. Clouds rolled across the sky. The dragon whistles in the 9 heavens. Mighty pressure in all directions. 10,000 beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Palace made a pilgrimage. A hair's breadth short of surpassing the founding ancestor. Palace Master Shan licked his lips. His forehead was covered in sweat. Originally it was just a personal favor, but he didn't expect that it would lead to such a big commotion. It also triggered a heaven and earth vision of 10,000 beasts worshipping. Those deer, monkeys, white tigers, colorful birds and wild boars that came to watch were all shocked with their eyes. The colors of the gods are different, especially the closest boar. Already moved to grab someone, a sparrow suddenly flew over. Lifting his wings, he hovered in front of the Shang Palace Master. Lord Shang Palace hurriedly stretched out his hands to hold the sparrow. Old Palace Master. Sparrow stared at Fong Xin, then tilted his head to look at Zhuge Han, the handsome white-haired man standing next to him, his hands in his pockets with a smile at the corners of his mouth. In the next second, a pale voice unexpectedly came out of Sparrow's mouth. It really is a good seedling, late-born of the Zhuge family. If you let us have this doll in the 10,000 Beasts Palace, I'll give you a 12th-ranked battle-power divine beast. How? Chapter 30. Zhuge Hang's mouth was tinged with a smile. 12-step divine beasts. The old palace master is really generous. So it's agreed? No. Zhuge Hang refused outright. That sparrow once again let out a pale voice. 13th rank. Sending you a 13th rank divine beast. No loss. If this doll is placed in your 9th division, those few imperial beast masters of yours can't teach him at all. Such a good seedling can only be buried. Zhuge Hang still shook her head. Disagree. The boar standing next to him with scarlet eyes, its tusks emitting an icy glow, a dangerous and terrifying aura emanating out. Old Palace Master. What's the point of wasting words with him? It's not better to just make a move to snatch someone. The white tiger's huge body was perched there, seemingly agreeing with the boar's idea, and the word king on its forehead radiated a terrifyingly solemn intent. The colorful bird looked puzzled, and the monkey and the merganser with the huge antlers on its head were uncertain about what to do. Zhuge Hong nodded gently, his sunglasses sliding down slightly to reveal his eyes. Boom! Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the sky all of a sudden, and it was as if a thunder pool was hanging in the sky. Zhuge Hong was not the least bit afraid. One hand in his pocket, one hand raised, a ball of thunder light sinking in his palm. The space around him began to twist and distort, and he bared his small white teeth and laughed. Try? Sparrow coughed softly. It seems to be weighing the pros and cons. Palace Master Shang hurriedly rounded up the situation and said, Mr. Zhuge, didn't you say that there was a news that was enough to make all of us so excited that we couldn't sleep at night? Old Palace Master. Mr. Zhuge said that news in exchange for this new trainee awakening his talent is completely sufficient. Sparrow tilted his head to look at Zhuge Hang. What news? Unexpectedly, Zhuge Hong laughed. I've changed my mind. That news. Not only should we exchange it for him to awaken his talent, but we should also find him a suitable spirit beast. Palace Master Shang hurriedly coughed to signal. Zhuge, that's not what you told me before. Your 10,000 Beasts Palace wasn't prepared to make a move before. I have to pay for the psychological loss of me and this kid, right? White-haired brat, coming to our 10,000 Beasts Palace to spread your wildness. Have you come to the wrong place? The boar shouted angrily. Zhuge Hong was completely unfazed. Your 10,000 Beasts Palace can't stop me. Can't stop you. But it'll take the skin off your back. You can't take this good seedling away even more. He's someone that Elder Yi himself named for emphasis on cultivation. Then we'll have to let Elder Yi come to your door to ask for him from your 10,000 Beasts Palace. Zhuge Hang's words caused all of these existences of the 10,000 Beasts Palace to give a start. The Sparrow and Lord Shang Palace's palm digressed. What news did you just say? Let him pick the spirit beast first. After a few seconds of silence, the Sparrow waved one of its wings, and with a flash of light, a small mountain hovered in the sky, in which many spirit beasts roamed. Pick it. Sparrow spoke at Fong Xian with an amiable voice. Fong Xian was still a little nervous this half day. He didn't expect that this group of people would go out of their way to rob themselves, and did not hold back a glance at Zhuge Hong. This white hair is really, single-handedly ran to the people's territory. In the people's lair in the face of so many strong people, is not afraid at all. His eyes fell back on the mountain that hung in the sky, and he was able to see that there were still a few big golden glittering words on top of that mountain. 10,000 Beasts Mountain. It's a treasure weapon. Exactly what Great Fong Xian didn't know, but it was certain that it was only stronger than that oceanarium before. There were many shrunken versions of spirit beasts within this 10,000 Beast Mountain treasure. Eyes swept from it. Zhuge Hong reminded. Pick the one that has the most eye contact with you. Fong Xian's gaze finally landed on the two wolves. The two wolves were black and white. When he saw these two wolves, Fong Xian clearly felt signs of his qi and blood coalescing towards the palms with the killing runes. And no matter if it was his own Beast Sentinel System talent or his killing talent, he seemed to have a great affinity for these two wolves. Want them? Zhuge Hong reminded. These two are only at the 3rd rank. Pick a better one. That bear lying in the hole. See it? The peak of the 4th order. The future ceiling is also high. It can at least reach the 12th rank. If you want it, you'll be able to sign a contract with it after you reach 4th rank combat power. Ugh, little white hair. People can pick whichever one they want, and they've already chosen. The boar opened its mouth to interrupt Zhuge Hang. Sparrow looked to Fong Xian. Selected? Fong Xian nodded. Selected. Yes. One of Sparrow's wings swung once more. The black and white wolves then appeared in front of Fong Xian's eyes. The two wolves stood in front of Fong Xian and just looked at him, as if this identified Fong Xian. The black wolf is a speed talent and the white wolf is a mental talent. Fong Xian put his hand on top of the foreheads of the two wolves. A little shimmering light flew out from each of the two wolves' eyebrows. Fong Xian merged his breath with those 2 points of shimmering light. It's just a little while. Fong Xian then made a connection with these two wolves. Once he closed his eyes, Fong Xian was not only able to manipulate them, he was even able to pass through the bodies of the two wolves and could switch to their viewpoints. These sparrows, white tigers, wild boars and the like in front of us, their Imperial Beast Master is using their bodies to be talking to Zhuge Hong here. Normal Imperial Beast Master, after awakening the talent at the beginning, can only sign a contract with a spiritual beast of the 1st order of battle strength? The Imperial Beast Master and the Spiritual Beast are interchangeable. When the strength of the Spiritual Beast is elevated, the Imperial Beast Master will be elevated along with it. The higher the talent of the Imperial Beast Master, the more they were able to sign pacts with spirit beasts of high talent, and also with many spirit beasts, and could even directly snatch away spirit beasts of Imperial Beast Masters of low talent. Fang Xian was currently at the 3rd level of battle power, so he was able to sign a contract with a 3rd level of battle power spirit beast without any pressure. After it's all over, the 2 wolves transformed into 2 streaks of light and burrowed into Fang Xian's arm, and a wolf tattoo flickered on his arm. The 2 wolves also seemed to resonate with the killing talent, but now that it was crowded, Fang Xian was ready to check out what was going on when no one was around. Zhuge Han couldn't help but TSK when he saw Fang Xian choose those 2 wolves. The boar grunted and laughed. With a wave of the sparrow's wings, that mountain of 10,000 beasts disappeared into thin air. The old voice came out again. Scion of the Zhuge family, I've promised you everything you asked for, so now it's time to tell us about the news that came out of your mouth, isn't it? Zhuge Han waved his hand and pushed his sunglasses upwards, covering the eyes that contained the thunder pool. The thunder pool in the sky also slowly faded away. Does Flood 1 ring a bell for all of you? Upon hearing this news, everyone in the 10,000 Beasts Palace was taken aback by it. Fang Xian all froze along with it. I know this stuff myself, but it's the same thing that was mentioned in the remnants of the newspaper and the notebook. The core secrets of the Flood 1 have long since disappeared. What's the point of talking about this? Zhuge Han laughed. The professor who developed the Flood 1. He had 3 students. When that professor was arrested, one of his students took poison and killed himself. One of his students fled abroad, and that professor's shut-in disciple disappeared. The student who fled abroad was extradited back to her country some days ago, and according to her elaboration, her teacher had cultivated a divine beast during the development of the Flood 1 potion, and that divine beast's power could be compared to that of the Flood divine beast. Codenames. Karen. Chapter 31. Karen? A pale voice came out of Sparrow's mouth, and it could be clearly heard that when these 2 words came out, the tone of his voice was obviously trembling a bit. The other terrifying existences of the 10,000 Beasts Palace followed suit after hearing those 2 words. Go on. Sparrow continued. Zhuge Han was still the same image. The student of the professor who was extradited from abroad is in the hands of the church. Those terrifying existences of the 10,000 Beasts Palace were all silent for a moment. If it's in the hands of the church, this won't be easy. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Han then laughed. It's just that those people in the church are too useless. Their minds don't want anything else but to fight for fame and fortune, allowing the remaining members of the Eternal Night Army to take advantage of the situation. And on the way to escort them, they snatched that professor's student away. As soon as those words were uttered, those terrifying existences from the 10,000 Beasts Palace emitted terrifying fluctuations. When and where? The boar immediately inquired. Zhuge Han pulled out his ears. That's another piece of news. Want to know? You'll have to pay extra. Say, what do you want? Zhuge Han pointed at Fang Xian. After he enrolls in school, Palace Master Shang will take 1 day a week to be his teacher. Palace Master Shang froze for a moment and said without even thinking, deal. Can we move on now? Zhuge Han continued. 4 days ago, at Dangyin Mountain, the leader of the remaining members of the Neverwinter Knight's army who took that professor's student was surnamed Ko. Surnamed Ko? Sparrow's voice lurched, then exclaimed, it's him. Zhuge Han snapped her fingers. I've looked through the interrogation dossier about that professor's student. That Qilin divine beast was something she discovered by chance, but she was pretty sure that her teacher entrusted that Qilin to that missing favorite student. As for the whereabouts, I don't know, but she participated in the entire development process of the Flood 1. And there's no need for me to tell you all about the power of the Flood 1, right? The group of terrifying existences from the 10,000 Beasts Palace fell into a brief silence, but it was clearly felt that they each had their own thoughts, especially that boar, which had 1 word written in those scarlet eyes. Rob. The white tiger and the 7-colored bird exchanged glances, then eyed Sparrow inquiringly. Zhuge Han wasn't in a hurry either, just quietly observing these existences. Fang Xian looked blearily at this group of big shots, himself like a weak and helpless little munchkin caught in the midst of many big shots. The hardest part is what these bigots are trying to find. Know for yourself. All the equations for the Flood 1 are in the journal he got earlier. Now there's a real sense of pikerism. Scared, funny face. There were only a few seconds of silence, but every second passed incredibly slowly. Sparrow was the first to speak out to break the silence. Little doll of the Zhuge family, this news is indeed very good. So we're going? Wait. Sparrow spoke again. Zhuge Hong paused and slowly turned his head sideways. Old Palace Master, is there anything else? The sparrow's wings shook, and that 10,000 beasts mountain treasure appeared out of thin air for an instant, and a large white bear appeared in front of Fang Xin's eyes. Fang Xin, right? Yes. Sparrow laughed amiably. This explosive inferno bear is considered my gift to you. Fang Xin took a look. Isn't this the bear that Zhuge Hong had asked him to pick just now? Glancing at Zhuge Hong, he inquired if he wanted to take it, and Zhuge Hong laughed. Say the conditions. There is no condition. Just as a good karma. Of course, in the future, if you come across our 10,000 Beasts Palace disciples in distress outside, if you can give a hand, give a hand. It's also considered to be a good karma with our 10,000 Beasts Palace. Zhuge Hong tilted her head to look at Fang Xin and laughed. Say thank you. Thank you, Old Palace Master. The Old Palace Master smiled kindly. Come to the 10,000 Beasts Palace more often when you have time. If there's anything you don't understand about the Imperial Beasts, you can also come to me at any time. Good Old Palace Master. Let's go. Zhuge Hong snapped his fingers. With a flash of light, the two disappeared in place. The boar looked at where the two had disappeared, and a rough, hateful sound came out from within his throat. Just like that, he watched him take away such a good seedling? A woman's voice came out from the mouth of the seven-colored bird. If we forcefully leave the person behind, that white-haired one will definitely not give up. Once we start fighting, all of us present combined will indeed be able to seriously injure him. But next, the 10,000 Beasts Palace will have to face the wrath of both the Zhuge clan and the Ninth Office, which the 10,000 Beasts Palace can't afford to do. White gas erupted from the boar's mouth and nose. The unicorn thing. Sparrow's voice went cold. Check. Go to Swinging Mountain to check for clues, and try to find a way to take that professor's student from the Neverwinter Nights army. The flood one can be too important to our 10,000 Beasts Palace. The view in front of me changed several times. Fang Xin appeared in his bedroom. Zhuge Hang picked up the chips from the table and took a bite. I'll turn in that centipede for you, and the corresponding points will be sent down to you. And I've opened up a new space off inside this bear. Take this little spatial ball, and when your rank reaches the point where you can control it, crush this little ball, and that bear will appear in front of you. Zhuge Hang flexed her fingers and a small spatial ball appeared in front of her. Fang Xin took it. Will you appear in front of me when this thing is crushed? Zhuge Hang was happy. You're addicted to whoring me for nothing, aren't you? Fang Xin laughed awkwardly. Are you able to do exactly what you need to do to appear in front of me whenever you want? If we could determine your exact location, with spatial coordinates, we could. Fang Xin nodded. I see. Any other questions? Nope. I have to go beforehand. Call if anything happens. Oh yeah. This beheading operation will go on for half a month. Remember to replenish your energy during the day, and I'll call you on time at 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. After saying the words, Zhuge Hong disappeared. Fang Xin lay down on the bed and exhaled. So much has happened tonight. There were still occasional sounds coming from outside the window at this moment. Fang Xin glanced at the sky. The cover that was originally fastened over Lan Chang was gone. Looks like the action is over for the night. Fang Xin lay down for a while. Thoughts returned to the two wolves above. Before, he had only used his Sentinel Beast System talent to control two wolves, but his own gift of killing clearly had a stronger affinity with the two wolves as well. Fang Xin sat up again, raising his arms. A black and a white light appeared out of nowhere. The two wolves sat in front of Fang Xin. These two wolves, the black wolf was a speed talent and the white wolf was a spirit talent. These two could work together to attack. And this black wolf also has an instant kill skill. It will condense all the power of the whole body, with a fast and incomparable speed to the enemy to cause destructive instant kill, only to release the skills of the front shake a little long. And the white wolf is a spiritual talent, just through the spiritual talent to the enemy to cause a delay in time. Make up for the short board of the black wolf instant kill skill front shake long, to the black wolf instant kill to do the padding, in order to prevent Zhuge Hang, that white hair, from suddenly appearing. Fang Xin collected the two wolves, rolled over and silently jumped out of the window, burrowing inside a park 2 miles away, activating his killing talent. A single killing rune once again appeared on the back of his hand, 4 of which were particularly scarlet. The two wolves were in front of Fang Xin, with their heads hanging down, as if they were two wolf generals following Fang Xin around. Just the moment Fang Xin's palms were attached to the two wolves. Chapter 32, Taking Stock of the Loot. The bodies of the two wolves, one black and one white, trembled slightly. Immediately after, 2 imperceptible blood awns drilled into the eyebrows of the two wolves. That moment. Fong Xin was clearly able to feel an indescribable resonance coming back from the two wolves. The eyes of the two wolves flashed with a hint of scarlet. A killing rune flashed in his pupils. It was as if the two wolves had been given the gift of killing by Fong Xin. Moreover, Fong Xin was able to clearly foresee that if the two wolves were after killing, their own power would become stronger after they devoured the power. And if they became stronger, originally Fong Xin would be able to become stronger through the Sentinel system talent. But now that he had the killing talent, it was like having a skill bonus, and on top of the original enhancement, Fong Xin would become even stronger than he originally was. The two wolves, under the blessing of the killing talent, would follow suit with a drastic increase in all their functions, and their self-healing ability would become terrifying accordingly. In other words, it was as if Fong Xin was now the king of killing, bestowing the two wolf generals with a simplified version of the killing talent. To the naked eye, the two wolves' auras were much stronger than before. The most interesting thing was that wolves were ferocious by nature. They were so addicted to killing that they couldn't see any hints about the killing talent at all, and could hide this talent perfectly. They get more than that. Originally their ceiling was only 10 levels. Now it has become 12. And in the long run, it will be even higher. Fong Xin was ecstatic. I didn't realize that my talent for killing had this kind of effect. It just so happened that there was a mission tomorrow night. So Fong Xin could go up to the battlefield and try it out. Right now, he still had a bear given to him by the old palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. And this if he gave that bear another killing talent. It's exciting to think about. Gotta find a way to get my strength-based talent battle strength to level 4 so I can make a contract with that bear with honor. Named the black wolf white and the white wolf color. Raising his hands to the two wolves he grabbed them in the air. The two wolves transformed into two streaks of light and burrowed into Fong Xin's arm, surfacing a wolf tattoo before slowly hiding into the skin. Fong Xin went back to his room. I had just laid down when the bank card, which had been issued by the 9th branch, lit up. It shows another change in the numbers. Added 400 points. It had now become 3,463 points. Checked out the breakdown. It was found to be the points that the centipede got after turning it in. If it goes on at this rate, we are a few days away from the start of youth camp. Fong Xin was fully capable of being able to reach 10,000 points before school started. Just as he lay down, Shinsen remembered something again, rolled over and got up, laying out the things he had gotten from that Imperial Beastmaster and Witchfinder today. There weren't many good things in that old man's spatial ring, and Fong Xin's gaze was placed on a scale. After taking it out, it was found to be a 4th-order defensive treasure weapon. In addition to that, there were also a few insect eggs. After Fong Xin took a look at them, he found that they were all spiders inside, and immediately stuffed them into the spatial ring with disdain, ready to take them and exchange them for points. After some inspection, Fong Xin saw another big red pants, or a triangular one. After taking it out, and scanning it with the G-linker, this thing was actually a treasure weapon that resisted the curse and compulsion of the witch composter masters. And when using it, one only needed to wear this thing outside of the pants to catalyze the chi and blood. And even though the shape was a bit strange, it was also a 7th-order treasure weapon. Scan these one by one with the smart linker into their own. The treasure weapon is just these few pieces. Then there are gold and silver treasures as well as cash. The equivalent is almost more than $10 million. After all, the identity of these people cannot be seen in the light of day. They deposit their money into the bank. Once their identity is exposed and the account is frozen, the money that exists in the bank can only go down the drain. So they will bring most of the wealth with them. Fong Xin took another look at the old lady's spatial ring. The old lady has a 6th-order turban treasure weapon that can resist spiritual attacks. The turban is gray-blue. Worn on the head is more or less a little bit of dirt, but it can resist spiritual attacks that doesn't matter if it's dirt or not. And there is also a 4th-order human skin drum that can launch spiritual attacks. Inside the old lady's space ring there was only $4 million in cash. Other than that, it was basically all bottles and jars containing various kinds of parasites and poisons. In addition to these, Fong Xin also saw a scarecrow and a few needles. Took it out and studied a bit. This thing is a 6th-order curse treasure weapon. Just need to put the one to curse that person body things, including hair, nails, blood and so on. Put on the scarecrow, and then use the needle like this. The other party will be cursed. Zapping where it hurts also can make the other party die. Non-witchcraft talents can use this item as well, except that it will drain chakra. Scan these one by one. Tonight was very rewarding. Quietly waiting to go to war tomorrow. A bit tired after a busy night. Plus there was still action in the evening. Fong Xian let himself sleep until 10 o'clock in one breath. When he opened his eyes, Fong Xian picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Xu Xinyao sent a few messages. Xiao Fong. I'm leaving Lancheng tomorrow. Stay with me for a day today. Okay? Where to? Fong Xian returned the message. Go to my dad's. Fong Xian didn't continue to ask. It's fine to accompany you around, but I won't do anything that consumes my physical strength. Come over here. Let's go sit by the moat for a while. Then we'll go to the school. And then we'll go to the Fengming temple with me. I've heard that there's an old woman over there who is a very accurate fortune teller. I want to go and ask for an autograph. Fong Xian glanced at the message and didn't spoil it. Yes. Then pack up now and come straight to my house. My mom's not here. And when I put on some makeup, we'll both be on our way. No problem. See you in 2 hours. Little Fong. Beat you up. Ow. Took a shower. Fong Xian changed his clothes. The living room. Zhang Xiaoyu pestered Jiang Weidong. Dad, just give me this space ring, okay? Several of my rich classmates have bought it for their families. If I wear one out, they'll definitely be envious. Don't worry, when the allowance comes down, I'll double the money back to you. Okay, Dad. Xiaoyu, you're being vain. This is not good, Fong Huilan said in a deep voice. Mom, what do you mean by vanity? It's not like I won't pay you back. Zhang Xiaoyu said unforgivingly. Dad, give me this, okay? Jiang Weidong said in a deep voice. No, this is for your brother. Ugh, Dad, why do you always turn your arm outward? If you give it to them, they don't necessarily want it. Your brother doesn't want it, so give it to your sister. I'm not giving it. Don't worry. Zhang Xiaocha has never liked to fight over things since she was a child, and she listens to you guys. As long as you guys say give me the stuff, she won't say a word. Why are you always like this kid? Seeing Fong Xian about to go out, Jiang Weidong immediately stood up with a face full of smiles. Since Fong Xian joined the 9th division, Jiang Weidong made a direct 180-degree turn and licked up. Shin is going out. Well, Auntie, I'm not coming back for lunch. I'm eating out with my classmates. Jiang Weidong then said. Xiao Xian I bought you a space ring, although the space inside is only 1 cubic meter. It can be quite convenient to carry. Xiaoyu, quickly bring the ring over. Zhang Xiaoyu beamed and reluctantly took off the ring. Unexpectedly Fong Xian laughed. I don't want it. After that, he was out the door. Just as he went downstairs, he ran into Zhang Xiaocha, who had gone to take out the trash. Brother, go out and play. Aha! After the tests, the students were also released for the holidays, with those who did well going to the youth camps in due course, and those who did poorly continuing to stay in school and spend the second half of the semester targeting their training. Fong Xian stopped in his tracks. Xiao Cha, brother is giving you something. With those words, he gave Zhang Xiaocha a spatial ring. This is a space ring? Zhang Xiaocha was surprised. Right, where did you get that? Got it from following that white-haired out on a mission. Zhang Xiaocha looked at the ring. So you gave it to me. What do you use it for? I still have it. Zhang Xiaocha tilted her face. Thank you, brother. Fong Xian flicked Zhang Xiaocha's glossy forehead. Hurry back. Room. Jiang Weidong froze in place and looked back at Fong Huilan. Does this child still hold a grudge against me? For all the things you said and did, it's hard not to hold a grudge. Aunt Fong Huilan said indignantly. Jiang Weidong took the ring. What should we do? This ring cost a lot of money. Why don't you go give it to Xiao Xian? He listens to you. Fong Huilan sighed. Xiao Xian is a stubborn kid like his parents. If he says he doesn't want it, then he definitely doesn't want it. Zhang Xiaoyu took the ring and smugly put it on herself. He doesn't want me to. While he was talking, Kang Xiaocha came in from outside. Xiaocha, did you run into your brother just now? Jiang Weidong asked in a hurry. Run into it. How's your brother's mood? Jiang Weidong asked again. It looks pretty good. Jiang Weidong's hanging heart relaxed a bit. Xiaocha, Dad gave you a space ring. Xiaoyu, give the ring to your sister. I'm not giving it. Wearing it on my hand is mine. Zhang Xiaoyu screamed. What's wrong with you kids? I wouldn't have given it. Zhang Xiaocha coldly glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu and said. I don't want it. Humph. I won't give it to you if you want it. It's mine. Zhang Xiaoyu said smugly. When Zhang Xiaocha went to fetch the apple, Fong Huilan looked at Zhang Xiaocha's fingers. Where did you get that ring on your hand? Jiang Weidong also looked over. Ugh, this is still a space ring, right? Where did you get it? Just now. Downstairs. My brother gave it to me. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Weidong froze for a moment. Your brother gave it to you? Then what does he use? He said he had more. Where did your brother come from, did you ask? Fong Huilan asked again. He said he got it by following that Mr. Zhuge from the 9th Division on a mission. Zhang Weidong slapped his thighs. Joining the 9th branch is different. So how much space do you have in this ring? A room this big. The smug smile on Zhang Xiaoyu's face gradually solidified as she looked at the spatial ring on her hand that only had a capacity of 1 cubic meter and cried out with a wow. Fong Xian took a car to Chu Xinyao's family's villa area. The security guard at the gate got a call and let it go. Fong Xian had come to Chu Xinyao's house. He had never seen Chu Xinyao's father, but he had seen Chu Xinyao's mother once in her house. That always high and mighty woman. Her impression was not very good in Fong Xian's place. So the number of times Fong Xian came to Chu Xinyao's house was very few. Ring the doorbell. 2nd floor windows open. Little Fong. You come in first. Wait a little bit. I'll finish putting on my makeup right away. Fong Xian shrugged in a habitual manner. I didn't realize it wasn't the babysitter who opened the door. Instead, it was a tall, very strong man, dressed in a suit and overbearing. There was a very strange badge pinned to his lapel. The design in the badge is an eye, but the pupil of the eye is a sun. The man looked at Fong Xian condescendingly, his golden pupils filled with disdain. And your name is Fong Xian? If you want to beat me up, I can call Qin Jun Ho. Chapter 33, The Old Lady. The two looked at each other in all directions. Wouldn't the golden pupil man attempt to overwhelm Fong Xian with his aura? But I didn't expect Fong Xian to give a damn at all. If it had been in the past, Fong Xian might have been affected a little, but now following white hair has seen many strong people. This aura was nothing in Fong Xian's eyes. The opponent's combat power looked similar to that leader of the 7th group called Sheng Tianqi, or even a bit stronger. Fong Xian was even more puzzled. What exactly is the identity of Chu Xinyao's father? Again, the 7th branch came to protect it, and again, this kind of 8th level powerhouse from an unknown organization came to protect it. Hearing Fong Xian's words, the man with the golden pupils sneered. A lowly ant that can only show off its tongue. The smile on Fong Xian's face gradually tightened, and his gaze was clear and cold as he looked at the man with golden pupils. Watchman, get out of the way. Fong Xian's words immediately caused the man's forehead veins to bulge, and his golden pupils erupted with a golden light. However, he did not dare to make a move, and could only release the pressure of his realm. Wouldn't he let Fong Xian suffer? But he didn't expect Fong Xian to be able to carry even the 9th level of the true dragon pressure of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, and this bit of bull ***** pressure of his was like a hair's breadth. Huo Lion, let my friend come up. Chu Xinyao's voice suddenly came from upstairs. Fong Xian swept his eyes at the man with golden pupils. So ya called Huo Lion. The man's golden pupils stared at Fong Xian, and one hand landed on Fong Xian's shoulder. Lowly ant, I will make you pay for what you just said. And also, when talking to my lady, pay attention to the proportion of what you say and do. Fong Xian smiled faintly, never spoiling for such people. Directly forward, the shoulders hit hard. Although the other side of the realm level is very high, but the physical body than the strength system talent is still a lot worse, and so close to the distance. Fong Xian SSS great strength system talent strong brutal physical body immediately hit the whole lion a stumble. Fong Xian slightly sideways. Even if a poodle carries the word noble, it is still just a dog. What the master has to say and do. It's not the turn of a dog to teach people the rules. With those words he headed upstairs. Huo Lion rubbed his shoulders and moved his arms, although he would exercise his physique on weekdays. But in front of an existence like Fong Xian, who had his physical body talent pulled full circle, at such a close distance, without using his talent, he would only be at a disadvantage. The golden pupils stared at Fong Xian. Looking at Fong Xian's back, his forehead veins throbbing, but thinking that Fong Xian was Chu Xinyao's guest, and a new trainee from the 9th division, and hearing that there was that white-haired heavenly pride behind him, he could only end up being angry for a little while in a fit of rage. Fong, wait a little, I'll just tie my hair. Chu Xinyao's room is filled with pink everywhere inside. Pink blankets, pink princess beds, piano bookcase dressing table are also pink. Her parents spend very little time with her, so they find ways to satisfy her materially. Chu Xinyao cocked her head and looked at Fong Xian. Today's Chu Xinyao put on light makeup, tied a high ponytail, light blue thin shirt, with a short skirt, knee-high white socks, overflowing with youthful vitality. Chu Xinyao bit the leather band and straightened her ponytail. Afterwards, she took a look in the mirror and turned back to Fong Xian and smiled sweetly. Little Fong, what's different about me today from the usual? Wash your hair today? Chu Xinyao viciously crossed her waist and puffed. Little Fong, why are you always so beaten up? Fong Xian sat down on the table and flipped through a comic book on the table. SSS rank talent for owing a punch. Born with it. No way around it. Chu Xinyao softly hummed. Without shoes. Her feet wrapped in white knee-high socks bounced on the pink carpet and ran towards Fong Xian. A refreshing smell drilled into her nostrils. Chu Xinyao came to the front and pointed at her eyes. Look, my eyes. Have they changed? Fong Xian looked into Chu Xinyao's beautiful eyes, looked at himself in Chu Xinyao's eyes as if he was looking in a mirror, and gently ruffled his bangs. How can I be so handsome? Chu Xinyao's fingers gasped and drilled towards Fong Xian's small stomach. I told you to look at me. I didn't tell you to look at yourself. Fong Xian came to the front and took a serious look for a few seconds. It's no different than usual. Chu Xinyao hummed. Can't you notice that the pupils of my eyes are a bit golden in color? Seems like a bit. Wearing contacts? No. The light talent has awakened. Fong Xian froze for a moment, recalling the whole lion with golden pupils downstairs just now. That's what happens when the light talent is awakened? Ha! Then that poodle downstairs is also light type? Chu Xinyao was amused and pinched Fong Xian's mouth. If you don't speak with this mouth, it's not a problem. But when you speak, you can piss people off half to death. That poodle. Blah blah blah. That whole lion is also a light system talent. Little Fong, you also have a light department talent. Great, a light talent. Chu Xinyao shook her head. No, you didn't use a potion. So you're an S-rank light system talent. Your light system talent hasn't awakened yet, right? Nah, this is for you. It can help you awaken your light department talent. Awakening one more talent is one more means of defense. As she spoke, Chu Xinyao handed Fong Xian a small sculpture 3 inches tall. It was heavy in the hand, and I don't know what material it was made of, but I was able to feel an unspeakable power in it. During the day, or at night, hold it up to the sun or the moon, and let the sunlight or the moonlight bathe it, and then you stare at it, and during your visualization you will enter a very subtle realm, and in time you will naturally awaken the light talent. You gave me this thing, what do you use it for? Fong Xian inquired. Chu Xinyao's white tender finger poked Fong Xian's brain. Are you stupid? I've awakened it. Naturally I can't use it. Oh yeah. Ordinary light system talent can only awaken one of daylight or moonlight. But you're an S-class light system talent. Surely you can awaken the 2 types of daylight and moonlight. Well, wait for you to go back and then visualize it again. You're here to play with me today. Chu Xinyao pulled Fong Xian's arm towards the stairs. Seeing Chu Xinyao and Fong Xian being so intimate, Whole Lion from downstairs immediately reminded. Miss, you are noble. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chu Xinyao. Whole Lion, I'm leaving Lancheng tomorrow. Today my friend took time to accompany me for the day. So today is very important to me. I'm grateful for you protecting me, but please don't say anything excessive. And don't disturb us. Xiao Feng, let's go. After putting on her shoes, Chu Xinyao pulled Fong Xian and went out the door. Whole Lion's golden pupils were filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. Hanging his head and responding, silently following behind, the two walked side by side on the secluded outskirts of Orchid City, Chu Xinyao chirping at Fong Xian's side. After an unknown amount of time, the two men sat side by side. Fong, we grew up together, but I didn't realize that we would have to separate now for the sake of our future. It's still a bit uncomfortable. Fong Xian looked into the distance. The book says that there is no such thing as an unbroken feast under the sky. But the book also says that there is no such thing as an unbroken feast in life. Chu Xinyao rested her hands on her cheeks and looked into the distance. Xiao Feng, what if I miss you? Knock one in the direction of Orchid City and I'll feel it. Feng. Chu Xinyao clutched Fong Xian's waist. Fong Xian took out a bandana and handed it to Chu Xinyao. This is for you. Looking at the headscarf, Chu Xinyao immediately disliked it. It's ugly. I don't want it. This is a good 6th order defense against mental attacks. Then don't either. It's ugly, 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 ugly. What? Little Fong, you have a space ring? There. Want one? I'll give you one. Sure, but you gave it to me. What are you going to use it for? I have 2. Fong Xian didn't think much about it and handed Chu Xinyao a spatial ring. Chu Xinyao held the spatial ring with a delighted smile on her face. Little Fong, you're rich now. You have 2 space rings. Why? It was 3, and gave one to my sister. Chu Xinyao grabbed Fong Xian's arm, blinking her big beautiful eyes. Little brother Fong, you're so powerful. I'll follow you in the future. Let me hug your thigh, okay? Fong Xian pushed Chu Xinyao's head away. Go aside. Chu Xinyao smiled cheekily. Let's go. Let's go to Fengming Temple. Fengming Temple is a Buddhist temple around Lanchang. Because it is very spiritual, so it is very famous. Incense. Weekdays there are a lot of people to come. Holidays are even more explosive. Outside Fengming Temple there is an ancient street, which is flanked by trading of various local specialties, small inns, and all sorts of strange things. After Chu Xinyao dragged Fang Xian into Fengming Temple to burn incense and worship Buddha, she brought Fang Xian to the ancient street. After 10 minutes of driving around, Chu Xinyao pointed at a small store. This should be the place. My sister said there's an old woman here who tells fortunes very accurately. Entering the small store, Chu Xinyao went to look around. Hello, is anyone there? After several shouts, a door pulled open and a hunchbacked old woman stood there. Little girl. Fortune telling? Right. Come in. Inside was a small room with all sorts of strange things hanging on the walls. The old woman, hunched over very badly, sat down at the other end of the low table and gently pushed out a crystal ball. Put your hand on it and think in your mind what you are going to count. Chu Xinyao did as she was told. The crystal ball emitted a soft glow, which grew brighter and brighter, but then suddenly dimmed, and then brightened again. Fang Xian then realized that this old woman was an expert in the perception system talent. The old woman placed one hand on top of Chu Xinyao's palm and closed her eyes. After a few minutes, the two opened their eyes one after the other. The old woman laughed. My child, the future is bright. And even if there is darkness that appears, it will only be short-lived. Thank you, Granny. How much is it, Granny? Take it as it comes. $1 or 10,000. Or not. Chu Xinyao brushed and gave 6,666. The old woman turned her head to Fang Xian. Her eyes had no whites or pupils. They were all a watery color. But those eyes of hers staring at Fang Xian seemed to be able to pierce through the heart. Young man, I'll do the math for you too. I have nothing to count. Fang Xian shrugged. After saying that, he was about to leave with Chu Xinyao. I didn't expect the old woman's vicissitudes of voice to come from behind me. A distant bell tolls. The horns of war hovered. The eagle looks down on the earth. Vultures eat all living beings. Ancient monarchs descend. Killing. Prologue to a dystopian post-apocalyptic world. Killing. The end of the false pomp and circumstance. Chapter 34, Grandpa's New Message. Fang Xian's body gave a slight lurch. Slowly, he looked back to the old woman sitting behind the low table. The old woman's watercolored eyes were still calmly looking in Fang Xian's direction. If someone else had heard this passage there might have been no reaction. At best, it feels like the granny is pretending to say something ludicrous here. But the old woman's words forced Fang Xian to stop. Fang Xian's talent for killing is known only to himself and his grandfather. The others who knew the secret were killed by Fang Xian. Fang Xian in the mirror also introduced himself as the king of killers. The old woman's words just now almost covered Fang Xian's identity and secrets. Chu Xinyao didn't understand why Fang Xian returned to sit down again. But still, he sat obediently to the side. What do you want to ask, child? The old woman's watercolored eyes stared at Fang Xian. Fang Xian stared at the old woman, and the two of them looked at each other in all directions. Dare I ask what Granny meant by what she just said? The old woman laughed softly. There's no point, I'm blind, Granny. And blind people love to talk nonsense. After a pause, the old woman rushed at Fang Xian and then said, Child, give me your hand. Fang Xian thought about it and passed his hand over. The old woman held Fang Xian's hand, those watercolored eyes staring into the void. A few seconds later, the old woman's body trembled violently, and those empty eyes stared at Fang Xian. What's wrong? Chu Xinyao inquired when she saw this. The old woman turned her head right in Chu Xinyao's direction. Girl, you go out first. I have something to say to him. Chu Xinyao was bewildered, but eventually walked towards the door. The old woman pricked her ears to make sure Chu Xinyao had gone far away. Only then did he look back at Fang Xian. Those watercolored eyes stared at Fang Xian. Kid, close your eyes. Fang Xian had his eyes closed. Just closed my eyes. Instead, he found himself in the middle of a battlefield. Corpses are everywhere and blood is spilled. Countless corpses piled up out of a mountain of corpses. And on top of the mountain of corpses, a throne was placed. That throne Fang Xian was familiar with. It was the very same throne that Fang Xian had seen in the mirror earlier. The subconscious mind drove itself toward the throne atop the mountain of corpses. But the next second, a golden light emerged from the heart to pierce through Fang Xian's heart. Fang Xian tries to turn his head. But how could he not see who the person was who stabbed him in the back? The opponent's face was masked. Fang Xian tried to open the mask. There was a flash of light. Fong Xian opened his eyes. Heart thumping. Fong Xian covered his heart and gasped. The soft murmur of an old woman came to his ears. The ring of killing pierces the earth. The sword of hypocrisy offers its heart. Eternal night descends. You will finally be on your way to the throne. Fong Xian was lying on the table, one hand covering his heart beating so hard that it felt like the next second his heart was going to burst from. One of the old woman's hands rested on Fong Xian's shoulder, and a warm current surged into Fong Xian's body. Fong Xian then slowly recovered. Granny, what was that just now? The stabilized Fong Xian raised his head and looked at the granny. The old woman laughed softly. If you see the future, you see the future. The boy is foolish, so I hope Granny will show me. The old woman smiled amiably at Fong Xian. Child, Granny is a person who has been cursed. There are some things she cannot say, but Granny can remind you that you have to be on guard against someone. Fong Xian snapped his head up to stare at the old woman. Fong Xian inside the mirror had said this before. Who? The old woman took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Fong Xian's forehead with a gentle gaze, as if she was an amiable old man looking at his juniors. Granny just said. Granny's a cursed person. There's some things she can't say, but Granny can give you a little hint. That person. She's standing in the light. Fong Xian froze. Slowly, he looked back toward the door. Granny, is that her? Was it her you saw? Fong Xian thought back to the person who had just stabbed himself. Didn't see it. Then I don't know. The old woman withdrew her hand, her watercolored eyes staring at Fong Xian with a gentle smile. It's time for you to go back. That pretty little girl was supposed to leave Orchid City today, but she delayed it for you by a day. Fong Xian got up, took out his cell phone, and transferred 6,666 to the old woman. Granny, what happened today? The old woman laughed and said, Granny is a blind man and speaks blind words, and no one listens blindly or believes blindly in blind words spoken by a blind man. Granny, is it true that all strong people gifted in the perception department can see these in me? There are only 3 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who can see it. One is Granny Me. One is that fortune teller in the Dragon Kingdom. And one, you will meet. Fong Xian stared at the old woman in front of him, not realizing that such an existence was still hidden in such a small place as Lan City. Granny you. The old woman raised her hand to interrupt the topic Fong Xian wanted to inquire about. All that is past is a prologue. And as far as the eye can see, it is the future. My child, I will see you again someday. Go away Granny. The old woman nodded slightly. Fong Xian felt a sudden sense of relief in his body as he left the small store, unable to help but glance back at the old woman's small store. Just now Fong Xian clearly perceived that the other party did not pose a single threat to him, and only then did he sit down. But the images that I just saw myself. Fong Xian was able to sense that the other party was a strong perception department, but it gave off a very weak feeling. Combined with the fact that the old woman had also said just now that she had been cursed, everything seemed to make sense again. Chu Xinyao poked Fong Xian. Little Fong, what did Granny say to you just now? Fong Xian babbled in a serious manner. She asked me if tofu brain tastes good, sweet or salty. Chu Xinyao poked Fong Xian once again. Humph, still hiding it from me. And the old woman just said that you were supposed to leave today? Chu Xinyao froze for a moment. Wow. You know all this? Fong Xian was curious. This granny's math is quite accurate. Why are so few people coming? Chu Xinyao back hands, followed in the side of Fong Xian. Because this granny to tell people's fortune are depending on fate. She is in a good mood will only come to a trip. After coming if someone looking for her, she only tell the fortune. No one she only stayed for a short while and went back. So come to the guests naturally very few. Not to mention the Fengming temple next to the inside of the fortune-telling is also very spiritual. A lot of people go to the Fengming temple. Huo Lion followed the two. Miss, if you want to find someone to tell your fortune, the most powerful fortune-teller in the Dragon Kingdom is friends with Mr. Chu. You can absolutely find that person. Chu Xinyao paused and turned back to charge at Huo Lion. Please don't interrupt when we're chatting. Please keep your distance from us. Ms. Chu, I'm trying to keep you safe. Chu Xinyao gasped. Isn't Lanchang very safe now? Huo Lion said respectfully to Chu Xinyao. Miss Chu, after you were attacked last time, Mr. Chu was furious and proposed to launch a decapitation operation. Even though Orchid City was cleaned up once. But fear not 10,000 for fear of the unexpected. I'm here to. Stop talking. Chu Xinyao immediately interrupted Huo Lion's later words. Fong Xian stared with wide eyes. What the? You're a big man. So the beheading was initiated by Chu Xinyao's father? Chu Xinyao pulled Fong Xian's arm. Little Fong, let's walk faster and ignore him. Perceiving Fong Xin's expression, Chu Xinyao inquired. Little Fong, why are you looking at me like that? Sister Chu, I don't want to work hard anymore. I'm begging to be adopted. Chu Xinyao smiled sweetly. Good. Then you will stand behind your elder sister in the future. Sister is your backbone. Your most solid backing. Accompany Chu Xinyao around for the whole day. We had dinner in the evening and went to the nightly movie. Before Chu Xinyao got into the car, she waved her hand vigorously at Fong Xin. Fong Xin waved his hand. By the time I got home, it was after 10 at night. Fong Xin hurriedly washed up, went back to his room, and took out the cell phone sent by his grandfather from the drawer compartment. Be prepared to wait a bit to watch that time and then go to the bathroom and look in the mirror. But when Fong Xin opened his cell phone, Fong Xin was surprised. Surprisingly, a new message came up on the phone. Fong Xin hastily opened the new message. Chapter 35, Observations. Xiaoxin. The Youth Camp Midterm Test. Be sure to go to the 9th ruin of the gods and demons. Remember. Read it and delete it. Don't reach out to Grandpa, and wait to hear from him. Fong Xin looked at the message. Why did Grandpa prefer to let himself go to the 9th divine demon ruins? Mention of the divine and demonic ruins. Fong Xin's first thought was of that Qilin. When I looked through the diary in the notebook earlier, that professor's students clearly documented in it that Grandpa Fong Xin had helped them. Fong Xin tossed and turned in his thoughts. After checking the attribution of the cell phone number from which Grandpa sent the message, I found that the sender was from an unknown region, lying in bed full of questions. Exhaled. Let's put those questions aside for now, and we'll know the specifics when we get there. Now or again. Look in the mirror at the King of Killers. Previously, the King of Killers had spoken half-heartedly, and today that old woman had said the same thing again, asking Fong Xin to be on guard against someone. Thinking back to when he saw the man who stabbed himself, he had to find the man ahead of time. Watched the video all over again. Fong Xin went to the bathroom and was facing the mirror. Half an hour later. Still, as before, it didn't appear. Fong Xin reclined on the bed, thinking back to the trigger conditions of that day, but after thinking about it, I couldn't figure out which part of the process was missing. Looked at the time. It's past 12:40 in the morning. Zhuge Honored said to start the operation at 1 o'clock in the morning. Fong Xin got dressed, put on his mask, and sat on the bed, quietly waiting for Zhuge Hang's call. There were footsteps outside the door. Fong Xin casually sensed that it was his aunt who had gone to the toilet. It wasn't good to be too sensitive sometimes with the perception department talent, and Fong Xin had already seen more than one time that there were young couples stacked on top of each other in this building hemming and hawing. So when you come home, you will only perceive your room. There was a light knock on the door. Shin, still awake? Not yet, Auntie. Can I come in? Auntie asked again. The aunt was always very good-tempered and respectful of the children's personal privacy. It's okay, Auntie. Fong Huilun pushed open the door and walked in, only to find Fong Xin sitting on the bed in his dress shoes. Why are you dressed? Are you going out? Wait a minute, there's a mission. Fong Huilun was confused. There's a mission. What mission? As he was speaking, a hand appeared in the void, and after two haphazard tugs, a hand pinched Fong Xin's face. Fong Xin slapped away Whitehair's fumbling hand, then took hold of it again and pulled it to signal that it was okay. With a tug of Whitehair, Fong Xin disappeared into thin air. Fong Huilun froze in place, dumb as a board. After a long time. My goodness, these awakened people are incredible too. 500 meters above the altitude. Whitehair had just scratched Fong Xin's face with saliva, and smoothly rubbed the saliva on Fong Xin's clothes. And then there was inexplicably an extra crystal ball in his hand. Zhuge Han threw it toward the sky. The crystal ball was dripping and spinning in mid-air, instantly emitting a clear and cold light toward the entire city below, and in a few breaths of effort, the entire city below was buckled by a hood, followed by a film of light that wrapped around many residential buildings. Zhuge Han put his hands in his pockets and yawned, his fingers gently tapping the legs of his sunglasses to order action. Only then did Fong Xin see that this white-haired sunglasses was still a treasure weapon. Immediately afterward, a small team was seen emerging from the city below, starting to purge the remaining members of the Eternal Night Army in the streets and alleys. This isn't Orchid City? Zhuge Han pulled out his ears. Right. A small place like Orchid City. The remaining members of the Neverwinter Nights Army wouldn't put their focus there, so eradication is easy. Any other questions? Fong Xin was already a bit impatient to verify the attack power of those two wolves at the moment. Can I be left alone? No problem. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and Fang Xian had already reached the ground. As soon as he landed on the ground, Fang Xian firstly put on the headband for defense against spiritual attacks, and then put the big red pants for defense against curses on the outside of his pants, and after that, he put on the invisibility cloak with nimble hands and feet, and then put the revolver on his waist, and pinched the scales of the defensive treasure weapon in his hand. Everything was ready to sneak out into the night. Zhuge hung in the sky rolled his eyes greatly at the sight. Fang Xian took the smart link, which still had the location signals of those remaining members of the Neverwinter Nights army on it. Didn't dare be too flashy the first time. Picked on an enemy squad that only had one level 3 combatant. Go up and let out 2 wolves. A black and a white flash of light flickered in the night sky. White wolf was the first to launch a mental attack. The black wolf slightly stored up its strength and directly turned into a flash of black light piercing through the enemy's chest. 1 hit, 1 kill, and it all happened in the blink of an eye. Both wolves acquired the enemy's blood chi, and their strength was enhanced. Fang Xian also rose up, and his own strength followed suit, and after touching away the treasures that could be used from the enemy's hands, Fang Xian collected the 2 wolves, and stalked through the city under the night. Using this method, Fang Xian had madly harvested 4,620 points overnight. The points reached 8,083 points. Fang Xian was a team by himself, and the points he shared became more accordingly. Being sent home at night, Fang Xian took another inventory of the assorted loot, picked a few useful items and exchanged all the rest for points. The points reached 9,228 points in the blink of an eye. Hold down the excitement. Fang Xian looked out the window at the moonlight, taking out the small sculpture that Chu Xinyo had given himself. The sculpture was a winged figure, and by that size it seemed to be a female angel. Fang Xian held up the small sculpture facing the moonlight, staring at the small sculpture and watching it. The cool moonlight radiated out from the small sculpture, haunting Fang Xian and seeping into his mouth and nose as he breathed. Fang Xian's mind gradually emerged a huge figure, wearing silver armor, leaning on the cross sword, vibrating white wings, hanging under a round white full moon. The moonlight in his body haloed a round of sacred light. As the wings waved, countless clear light seems to be like starlight sprinkled down to the earth, seemingly guardian of the darkness of the night of the gods, but also seemed to be the master of the control of the darkness of the night. But watch and see. The white full moon in the sky unexpectedly turned scarlet red bit by bit. In the middle of the scarlet full moon, there seemed to be a throne, and on top of the throne, a figure could be vaguely seen sitting above the 9 heavens, with a vast and powerful aura, looking down upon the world. And the 12-winged deity, whose wings were suspended in the night sky, slowly turned around and faced the blood moon, bending down in worship. Fang Xian slowly woke up, thinking back to the figure he had just seen. That figure in the middle of the blood moon could look too familiar. Fang Xian could think on his toes that this was a function of the killing talent. Looking up at the night sky, the cool moonlight slowly drilled into Fang Xian's mouth and nose, moisturizing his spleen and lungs. It's kinda comfy. The light talents are divided into daylight and moonlight, so I'll try how the daylight one is tomorrow. Next day, when the sun hangs in midair, Fang Xian once again took out the small sculpture and began to visualize it right in front of the sun. Gradually, a white sun appeared in Fang Xian's mind. Under the white sun, a huge figure suspended between heaven and earth, wearing a golden battle armor, waving huge wings. Even if it is a long distance away, still can feel from each other. Body exudes hot and blazing energy fluctuations, as if it is a moment will be able to dry up the vast earth. That huge figure seems to represent the source of light in the world. But with Fang Xian's observation, that white sun surprisingly changed with it. Chapter 36, Ancient Prophecies. The white sun hanging above the sky. Surprisingly, over time, little by little it turned black. It was as if they had experienced a solar eclipse. As for that golden warrior originally hanging under the white sun, that ancient deity representing day and light, his golden battle armor slowly began to dim, and his body actually emitted wisps of black aura. Immediately afterward, he slowly turned around, directly facing the direction of the black sun. With his sword in both hands, he lowered his high head, as if he had chosen to submit. Look in the direction of his pilgrimage. That's what I saw. Between that black sun, once again, the throne was suspended, and the figure above the throne sat sideways, resting his elbow on top of the armrest on the side of the throne. He rested his chin in one hand and looked down at the whole earth with cold eyes. Phew! Fang Xian opened his eyes, thinking back to the images that had just appeared in his mind. The figure above the throne Fang Xian could be too familiar. Isn't it yourself? Fong Xian raised his hand, and killing runes appeared above the back of his hand. I didn't realize that this killing talent could be so unbelievable. Earlier Fong Xian in the mirror had said he was the head of the 7 kings. That also meant that there were other gifted kings besides the King of Slayers. Thoughts returning, Fong Xian was now able to feel a particle of light slowly converging towards his body. It looked like he had awakened the light talent as well. Fong Xian took out his cell phone and turned on the front camera. Did not notice any change in his pupils. Fong Xian turned his thoughts to think that it should be that his awakening was not quite the same as others. After thinking for a moment, Fong Xian took out his wisdom connector and searched for what it was like to awaken the light department talent and what the original observation was like. After retrieving it, Fong Xian froze again. The light department is divided into the sunlight department and the moonlight department, and those with ordinary talents can only awaken one of them, while those with talents of S rank or higher can awaken both. When observing, one needs to hold the sculpture of the goddess of light in their hands and face the sunlight or moonlight, and subsequently they will be able to see the sun god or the moon god. But the talent is different, and what they see is also different, which can be judged by the number of wings. Below B grade talent, they can only see the 2 winged deities, and B grade as well as B grade and above talent. They are able to see the 4 wings, the 6 wings, the 8 wings, the 10 wings, as well as the highest 12 wings. Fong Xian was bewildered. He had measured out as an A-rank talent without using a potion, and his actual score was an S-rank talent. Then he could only see the 8-winged god of light. So why was he able to see the 12-winged one on his own? Is it hard to believe that it's the killing talent that's doing it? Fong Xian checked the other information about the light department talent, but strangely enough, the light department talent could only check some furry things. In the wisdom connector, many talents could find the corresponding skill feats, but there was no introduction on how to utilize the skills for the light department talent. After that, Fong Xian looked up why there was so little information on the brightness talent. Several responses were eventually displayed. This was because all the resources for the brightness talent as well as the feats and skills were monopolized by the church. As Fong Xian looked through it, his eyes settled on a picture. A totem, to be precise. Totems of the church. One eye, and its pupil is a sun. This pattern Fong Xian had seen before, but it's not the poodle wearing a badge on its chest that Chu Xiniao encountered in his house. So it seems, Chu Xiniao's father is from the church. Fong Xian couldn't help but think that before in the 10,000 Beasts Palace, when Zhuge Hong and Shang Palace Master were chatting, the church wanted to transfer the white-haired handsome Zhuge Hong to be the governor of the Red Lotus district, but was rejected by the white-haired, and that the Shang professor who researched the Flood One, and was still alive as a student was also extradited by the church from abroad, so he thought that the church had a lot of power. Moreover, from Zhuge Hong's words, he was able to hear that the power struggle in the church was very violent. So Whitehair was very displeased with what the church had done. Fong Xian searched the church again. There was no news at all except what I could see just now. It's very mysterious. Now that he thought about it carefully, Chu Xiniao had kept her mouth shut about her father every time. So the root cause was here. But there's a little more to what I just found out. However, anyone who is measured to have a light talent is forcibly taken by the church, regardless of rank. Fong Xian rubbed the wisdom linker. His own light talent wasn't too bad. There was only one reason why he wasn't taken away from the church. Fong Xian had joined the Night Branch. Just as Fong Xian was pondering these things, Imperial Capital. In the middle of the ancient and magnificent Temple of Light, a middle-aged man wearing a crown and wearing a white cloak embroidered with gold tilted his head and looked at the huge sculpture of the goddess of light that stood in the middle of the temple, and his cloak was embroidered with the sun, moon and stars, and if you looked closely, as the cloak swung, the sun, moon and stars on top of the cloak were actually running slowly. Behind the sculpture, there is a round of a huge sphere hanging in mid-air, like a white sun, but at the moment, it was as if the white sun was experiencing a solar eclipse. Little by little, it was eaten away to black. The middle-aged man wearing a crown on his head's pupils erupted with golden light. The temple shook. A figure hurried in from outside, the red cloak behind him dragging on the ground and swaying from side to side as he ran, and his pupils suddenly shrunk upon seeing this scene. Your Holiness, this? The middle-aged man's golden pupils stared at the white sun that was still being eaten away by blackness, muttered under his breath. When Tyre eclipses the sun, black and white are reversed, the 7 kings are reunited, and judgment falls. The figure behind him sniffed and his body shuddered violently, his tone trembling as he said, the rebellion of the gods has only stopped for less than a century. Is there any way to stop the 7 kings from descending? The middle-aged man slowly turned his head back, his golden pupils erupting with a horrifyingly bright light. There is, either, enslave them and serve us, or, think of every way to strangle them in the cradle. The body of the figure behind him trembled violently once again, and a burst of piercing coldness struck the otherwise warm temple. Keep an eye on the Eternal Night Remnant at all times. Send people to infiltrate within the Eternal Night Remnant. If the Seven Kings appear, they will definitely sense it before we do. Before they pick up the past, make a move to snatch the people over. Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who go against me, die. Yes, sir. Fong Xian slept a little more in order to nourish his spirit to swipe more points at night. Turning to the evening, Fong Xian persisted and looked in the mirror. As always, after nothing came of it, it was back to bed to wait in silence. After a hand appeared out of thin air, Fong Xian reached out to hold the other party, and with a tug from the other party, Fong Xian disappeared out of thin air. Looking at the city beneath his feet, Fong Xian realized that he had changed cities again. Zhuge Hong threw the spherical treasure artifact toward the sky, and the protective shield snapped down once again. Any questions to ask? Zhuge Hong inquired. Can you find me some skill feats for light talents or something like that? Zhuge Hong's movement of pulling out his ears paused. You've awakened the light system talent? Right. Bright system talent techniques and skills. Well, this thing is not the same as other talent. Other talent skills online search also have. Wisdom connector also have a lot. But the bright system talent is monopolized by the church's gang of old. A group of self-righteous think they are the people on the people's happy color. It's true that it's still a bit difficult to get this. After all, the nephew of the church's #1 figure had me break his leg some time ago, but since you've opened your mouth to ask for it, I'm sure I'll find a way for you. I'll give it to you after school starts. Fong Xian staggered. This one is really a god. Thanks. Minor problem. Any other questions? Not for a while. Snap. After wringing his fingers, Fong Xian appeared on the battlefield. This night wasn't as fruitful as the previous day's harvest. After all, the decapitation operation had already been carried out on the third day, and the remnants of the eternal night as well as those Inhumans, those who should have fled, would have fled, so the number of people had become a lot less. Fong Xian had only scavenged 2,832 points in one night, currently 12,060 points. Just as Fong Xian reached 10,000 points, the card you own suddenly flashed. 2 stars appeared above. Hello esteemed Mr. Fong Xian, congratulations on your promotion to a 2-star user. In the days that followed, Fong Xian killed and harvested between the colors of the night every day. The members of the Heavenly Shield Bureau who had come to clear out the Inhumans all knew that there was a new trainee of the 9th branch on the battlefield wearing a cloak of invisibility, striking out ruthlessly and decisively, and that his battle power had reached the 3rd level before he had even enrolled in the school. Few know what he looks like, and only legends of him circulate in the night. It was expected that everything would pass peacefully. I didn't realize it was on the last day. I met a wind attribute alien, and the other party blew in a gale. Fong Xian's cloak of invisibility was blown off, revealing Fong Xian in his red pants below, and the scene happened to be caught on camera by someone at Sky Shield. Although the front face was not photographed, everyone knows that there is a sassy new cadet in the 9th division, with a 3rd level of combat power and red pants on the outside. Fong Xian came home and just laid down. Inside the small group of the 9th Division's youth training camp, Tai Lang sent a message. Did you guys know? There's a big shot in our 9th division this term who's a level 3 combatant before he's enrolled in school. Zhang Yaozu was the first to message back. Who is it? So strong? I don't know. The information is hidden and the people on the mission aren't allowed to talk about it, but there's a picture floating around. With that said, Stallone sent a picture. The man in the photo jumped up high, wearing an old lady's turban, a strange mask on his face, a revolver in one hand, a wizard's laser sword in the other, and very eye-catching big red pants with a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on them. Look, now everyone calls him the Red Pants War God. What a Thai outfit. Who's this? It can't be inside our group, can it? Stallone continued. There's been 2 people in the group who haven't been talking. It couldn't be one of those 2, could it? Bai Yulin picked up the conversation. The photo looks like a male. The 2 in the group that don't talk. One is Fong Xian, one is Li Bauer. Bauer is a girl. Sure Tai Long at Fong Xian. Xian, is this Red Pants War God you? Fong Xian looked at the group message and then at the photo. A trembling hand slowly typed a few words. How could it be me? There's no way Arlon City, or even the entire Red Lotus district, could have someone so tawdry. Chapter 37, Division 9. Over there. Fong Xin couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's too much of a social death. Shirtai Lang also followed and replied to the message. Ooh, it's so hard for Xin to send a message. Right now we only have Li Bauer inside the group who doesn't talk. That being said, amongst this Red Lotus District decapitation operation, did the few of you participate? Zhang Yaozu inquired. Xin Yu took over the conversation and said, the entire 9th Division has recruited 36 new trainees this term, and it seems that this beheading operation has only selected the one with the best overall performance from each group to go to the early trial. I've only heard about it. I can't guarantee whether the information is accurate or not. Zhang Yaozu inquired. Who went in our group? Xin or Bauer? Bai Yulin picked up the conversation. Bauer sent me a message the other day, saying that she was thrown into battle by instructor Zhuge. It looks like the first overall score in our group is Bauer. Holy, our group has a new brother so much in existence. How bullish must Bauer be? Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. Bai Yulin picked up the conversation. Bauer is a rare blade god talent. SSS grade blade god talent. Super fierce. The two of us went to the same school. Her grades are number 1 in our entire Taiyang district. Zhang Yaozu was shocked. No way. Our group alone has 2 SSS ranked bigwigs? The 9th monster room is horrible as hell. Shirtai Lang said. Then if that's the case, if the Red Pants War God isn't Bauer, then it's within the other 5 people who have the first overall score. Just wait until you get to the youth training camp. The new trainees of Sky Shield are all trained in one academy. Shirtai Lang sidetracked the topic. I have a little piece of news that my grandfather told me. He said that the Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace will personally come to our 9th Division to teach. The Palace Master of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts? An existence of that status comes to teach? Are you kidding? Is your news true? 8 or 9 is not far from the truth. I heard my grandfather say that a few days ago. One night, a new trainee of our 9th Division who was gifted in the Imperial Beast Department was brought to the 10,000 Beasts Palace to awaken his talent, and as a result, the talent that was awakened triggered a heaven and earth anomaly, and his talent was second only to that of the 10,000 Beasts Palace's founding ancestor. The old Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace was all alarmed. I heard that the gang from the 10,000 Beasts Palace still wanted to snatch someone, but in the end, they were suppressed for fear of the 9th Division. But the 10,000 Beasts Palace liked that new trainee from our 9th Division so much that they specially let the Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace come to give a lesson. I'll go. Which big brother is so honorable? To have the Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace personally run here to give lessons? Shirtai Lang then said. I don't know. It seems like no one inside our group's main talent is the Imperial Beast talent, so it should be from another squad. We're going to report to the youth training camp tomorrow. Won't we know after we go? It's time to go to bed everyone. You have to report tomorrow by 12 o'clock noon and the school mapping test starts at 3 p.m. Fong Xin put down the smart linker. Although the youth training camp was in Cloud City in the Red Lotus district, it wasn't in Fong Xin's province, so it would still take more than an hour to go there by plane tomorrow. Took out his card and swiped it over the top of the smart link. Tick. Points are shown on the card. 18,328 points. This was what Fong Xin had worked so hard to put together over the past few days. That translates to a full $1.8 billion in cash. Only 2 of the treasure weapons scavenged these days had been favored by Fong Xin. One was a 5th order bead called the Earth Spirit bead, with which one could dive down to 10 meters below the ground and could also pass through walls. There is also a 6th order wizard mask. After wearing this mask, after being seen by the enemy can be briefly blinded for 3 seconds. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. 3 seconds is enough to reverse the situation. Both of these were obtained by Fong Xin from sneaking up on an inhuman of battle level 4. All other treasures that could be exchanged for points were exchanged for points. In terms of cash, the cash Fong Xin had scavenged from those inhumans these days added up to more than $230 million. Some of the inhumans with low combat power. Although they didn't have any good treasure weapons, these inhumans usually burned and looted without doing anything bad, and they naturally accumulated a lot of cash. However, the most difficult thing for Fong Xin right now is that the bullets for his revolver are gone. There is also a special place for buying and selling treasure weapons in the smart linker, and Fong Xin has really found bullets that are suitable for this revolver. One surprisingly cost 400 points. Fong Xin asked the seller, I am a student. Can you send me a few rounds? The seller was also polite and told Fong Xin to get lost as far as he could. Fong Xin endured the pain and spent 2,000 points to buy 5 of them. After all, one bullet could point a level 4 inhuman, and a level 4 inhuman could bring more than 400 points in return. Early the next morning, Fang Xin then heard his aunt packing. Getting up and checking the time. I took a shower after briefly packing my things. Aunt Fang Huilan was packing up her daughter Jiang Xiaocha's things while she was mincing and bugging Jiang Xiaocha about some things. Seeing Fang Xin come out, Xiao Xin after you and your sister both go, you also contact each other more, and take care of each other on weekdays. Got it, Auntie. Auntie packed a lot more things, and all kinds of clothes, and finally brought some of Fang Xin's and Jiang Xiaocha's favorite food that she had made since she got up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Weidong consoled. 2 children go to school. What are you crying for? I heard that you still have a vacation in midterm. You'll be back by then. Fang Huilan touched Fang Xin's head and then Jiang Xiaocha's head, her eyes full of reluctance. The youngest daughter, Jiang Xiaoyu, does not go to report for duty, although this year's institutional reform, but she still has to stay in school for a semester to learn theoretical knowledge. Except that Jiang Xiaoyu has already signed a contract with an organization, and there are also good allowances during the school year. Fang Xin and Jiang Xiaocha were on the same flight, Cloud City. It was 10:30 when the plane arrived. There's a special line that goes directly to Sky Shield Academy. Fang Xin took Jiang Xiaocha to the car. The car was full of new faces, chattering and making a lot of noise. All new cadets of the Sky Shield who had come from all over the world. After Fang Xin got into the car, he smoothly took out the travel guide from the pocket of the front seat back and covered his face. But these new trainees are making a lot of noise. Jiang Xiaocha pulled out her headphones and stuffed them into Fang Xin's ears, smiling sweetly at him. Fang Xin leaned his head against the window. Still his sister understood his mind. There was a girl sitting in the front row with a shrill voice. Not to mention she had been chattering and arguing endlessly since she got in the car. To be honest, I was in bad shape that day. That's why I barely managed to get an A grade. Or else I could have joined the 9th branch. It was that close. But not a single person from our school let the 9th division pick them. The best one is me. Who made it to the 6th division? I'm Wang Wei. What division are you all from? What's your name? We'll all be classmates from now on. Let's get to know each other in advance. The few people who followed him were asked one by one. We don't have a 9th branch, ah? Huang Hui I. Also, the 9th branch of the kind of monster room. Not anyone can go in. This session of the Tian Shield Bureau of the 12 districts of the country recruited more than 1,800 people. The 9th branch of the only recruited 36. As she spoke, Huang Hui twisted her head to look at Fang Xin and Jiang Xiaocha, who were sitting in the back row. What's your name, classmate? And what division are you in? Jiang Xiaocha. First place. The first place. That's pretty good. Huang Hui looked at Fang Xin whose face was covered with a travel guide and reached out to uncover the travel guide covering Fang Xin's face. Hey, classmate. What's your name? What branch are you from? Jiang Xiaocha frowned. Fang Xin opened his eyes without a trace of anger. Qin Juan Hao. From the 7th division. Huang Hui let out an O. The 7th branch? Ah. It's not as good as our 6th branch, but it's not bad either. Fang Xin returned a fake smile and brought the travel guide to recover his face to catch up on his sleep. Huang Hui cut out at the sight. Quite high and mighty. It's not likely that after graduation, I'll still be your officer. The car had a bumpy ride. Huang Hui also argued all the way. Get out of the car. There were a lot of cars parked in front of the school. A new face was filled with curiosity and eagerness toward the Sky Shield Academy. There is a sign at the entrance to the school marking the 9 special operations divisions. Each registry has members from each branch. Huang Hui got off the bus and chirped. Wow! The seniors are so handsome. So cool. Fang Xin's eyes turned to look at the 9th place. And sitting there for registration was the fawn he had encountered before. Jiang Xiaocha waved at Fang Xin. Brother, I'm going over to register. Fang Xin responded. If there's anything you need to find me. Huang Hui glanced at Fang Xin. Your cousin's first place is much stronger than your brother's 7th place student Qin Juanhao. Fang Xin returned a smile, and Huang Hui pointed to a place. Your 7th division is over there, next to our 6th division. We're still on the same path. Tian Junhui walked towards this side. Huang Hui immediately excitedly said, clamping her voice, Hello there senior, I'm Huang Hui, the new cadet of our 6th division. Tian Junhui nodded and pointed to the 6th registration office. Go register over there. Yes to senpai. Huang Hui was just about to leave when she saw Tian Junhui suddenly stand at attention and snapped a salute at Fang Xin. Fang Xin followed suit and returned the salute. Tian Junhui laughed. Your 9th division is over there. Chapter 38 Balance. Fang Xin nodded, gently patting Tian Junhui. Then I'll go over first. Yes. Huang Hui froze in place. looking at Fong Xian's back and then at Tian Junhui. Senior, he's from the 9th division? Tian Junhui resumed his cold appearance and gave a simple Huang Hui looked at Fong Xian's departing direction and froze completely, feeling that she had been tricked, but there was nothing she could do about it. Fong Xian walked through the crowd and stood at the 9th place to enroll. Fawn's chin rests on the table as she naps. Fong Xian waved his hand. Sister Fawn. Fawn raised her head and smiled sweetly at Fong Xian. Fong Xian is here. To the camera. Check in. Fong Xian was facing a nearby camera. With a beep, Fawn rushed at Fong Xian and extended her hand. Welcome aboard. Fong Xian? A voice came. Fong Xian turned his head and saw a fleshy and white little fatty standing behind him. Fong Xian extended his hand for a brief handshake. Hello, hello. Behind Shirtai Lang also stood a girl with a bit of dark skin. The girl was wearing a tracksuit with the word struggle printed on her chest and the word youth printed on her back. Xin. Guess who this is? Shirtai Lang asked with a bad smile as he put his arm around the girl. After Fong Xian thought a little. Li Bauer, right? The girl's dark face flushed with a blush. And after punching towards Shirtai Lang's stomach, she laughed at Fong Xian in embarrassment. Xin. I'm Zhang Yaozu. You're Chang. Ah, you're a girl? Fong Xian froze in place. Oh, that's quite a patronizing name you've got there. Zhang Yaozu scratched his head and giggled. My brother's name is Zhang Guangzong. Fong Xian was instantly silenced by being dried up by Zhang Yaozu's sentence. Thinking about this one who fought with Shirtai Lang from time to time inside the group and also wore an avatar of a small yellow chicken with a center-parted head led Fong Xian to keep thinking that the other party was a boy. Where are the others? The three of them went to their respective dormitories to pack up their beds. And the two of us are here waiting for you while squatting. Shirtai Lang revealed a slightly lewd smile. Squatting for what? Shirtai Lang came over. Aren't you curious as to who the Red Pants War God is? So many people now want to know who that Red Pants War God is. Fong Xian subconsciously coughed to clear his throat. I'm not that nosy. People can't wear their pants outside even if they're here, can they? Shirtai Lang hemmed and hawed. Actually, after a comprehensive assessment, it has been determined who the Red Pants War God is. Zhang Chang from Squad 6. He is the first in their squad's comprehensive score. He also participated in the Red Lotus District decapitation operation. And he was asked about it. He didn't deny it. Just 5 minutes before you came here, he came to report for duty, and he was dressed in a tawdry outfit. There's no one else but him. As soon as Fong Xian heard this, since someone is willing to bear this shameful name, then you can go ahead and bear it. Shirtai Lang then said, New brother, before going to the dormitory, you also need to go over there to pay the accommodation fee. There are all kinds of miscellaneous expenses. Over there, you remember to bring the card. Zhang Cole Ball Child to take you to pay the fee. Our 9th branch of the trainees live in the dormitory are single rooms. Shin Yu came early, has already cleaned a few of our dormitory. You go just need to put things down. I'll book us a private room at the restaurant, so the 6 of us can have dinner first. Briquette, take Xin to pay the bill. I'll post the location in our group. Zhang Yaozu, whose skin was a bit darker, threw another punch towards Shirtai Lang's stomach. Get lost, Fatso. You're the cinder block. Your whole family is a cinder block. Shirtai Lang hemmed and hawed. I'll go first. Xin. Zhang Yaozu led the way. And Fong Xian wondered, do you two know each other? Our two families are family friends, so that dead fat guy and I have known each other since we were young. Zhang Yaozu explained. I didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance when I went to pay my bill. Qin Juanhao stood in the middle of a few students of the 7th place is very bold. Everyone do not grab with me. We are all the 7th place. In the future are good classmates and good comrades in arms. The first time we meet. The 7th place all of us all kinds of tuition and miscellaneous fees and so on. I'm a person all wrapped up. It's not much money. Sort of give everyone a gift. With that said, he waved the card he had. Before I came here, my dad filled this card with $5 million. Let me get in good with everyone. As soon as he said that and swiped his card, the amount of 392 was displayed on it. There were already students around Qin Juanhao who coaxed. Young Qin is so bold. It's all just sprinkles. Qin Juanhao waved his hand. Zhang Yaozu shook his head and sked. I don't know which landlord's stupid son. It's so luxurious. He's already swiped the cards of so many new trainees of the 7th division. The cost for one person is $20,000. Nearly 200 new trainees of the 7th division. Almost $4 million. Rich people are truly magnificent. Fong Xian didn't think that Qin Deshao was as desperate as ever to try and put on a show with his money power. There are several windows for payment. There is a special window for payment of fees at the 9th place. There is no queue because there are fewer people. Fong Xian walked towards this side. Many of the new trainees looked over. Enviously, he looked at the new trainee at the 9th place. None of the existences that were able to join the monster room were geniuses. Qin Juanhao turned his head and saw Fong Xian. Immediately the little mind came alive. Fong Xian. Qin Juanhao waved at Fong Xian. Many of the people around them looked at Qin Juanhao. Young Qin, you know the people from the 9th division. Qin Juanhao immediately said. Recognize? How is it possible not to recognize? Both of us are from Lanchang, a class of the same classmate. We are still good buddies. The new trainees in the 7th place around them all let out a gasp. Qin Juanhao walked towards Fong Xian's side, holding that card of his in his hand. He saw that Fong Xian wanted to pay his school fees. Fong Xian, I'll pay your school fees for you. Qin Juanhao wrapped his arm around Fong Xian and made an appearance that the two were familiar with each other. After all, if he could recognize a monster from the 9th division here, that would also show off his connections. Am I familiar with you? Fong Xian elbowed Qin Juanhao away. Could he not see that little bit of Qin Juanhao's mind? Qin Juanhao sked and put his arm around Fong Xian with a fake kind smile. We're old folks, or old classmates. It's reasonable for me to pay the school fees for you. And besides, after your parents are gone, the inheritance they left you must not be much. And for you, more than 20,000 yuan is quite a lot of school fees. And your aunts and uncles are going to have to save up for a very long time on their meager salaries. With this, he stepped on Fong Xian again. And after stepping on Fong Xian, he himself paid Fong Xian money, and his image became taller again. Many of the students looked at Fong Xian with more or less pity in their eyes. I didn't realize that this new trainee from the 9th branch had such a miserable family situation. Zhang Yaozu's brows furrowed, and for no reason at all. He developed a distasteful mentality towards Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao shamelessly lowered his head and rushed at the staff paying the fees. Teacher, I'll pay his school fees for him. Fong Xian, my father gave me $5 million. Now there are still more than 3 million left. It's just over 300 points. You don't have to be embarrassed. We're all old classmates. Your family is in such a difficult situation. It's nothing for me to help you out. Zhang Yaozu's brows furrowed as he looked at Qin Juanhao and took out his own card, ready to swipe it for Fong Xian. Just as she was about to open her mouth to swipe her card, Fong Xian had already pulled out his card and placed it on the swipe machine with an expressionless face. Tick, 2 points paid for success. Account balance of 16,326 points. Chapter 39, I can't beat Fong Xian. A long string of numbers appears. Qin Juanhao, who was holding up the card, froze in place, staring blankly at Fong Xian's 5-digit point balance. That's the equivalent of $160 million in cash. Zhang Yaozu, who had raised his card next to him and was ready to swipe Fong Xian's card, also froze. A pair of eyes were also glazed over. I didn't realize there were so many points in Fong Xian's card. Those new trainees who were close enough saw it too. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Those in the back who didn't see it rushed to ask what was happening. One spreads the word. The payment office was in an uproar. Everyone stared at this new cadet from the 9th branch. This was the first time they had seen so many points on a new cadet's card. 16,000 plus points. What kind of broad is this running around having fun? No wonder it's the 9th division of this monster room that comes out differently than the regular cadets. Even the teacher who was charging the fees looked shocked, and didn't hold back to look at Fong Xian one more time when handing him his bunk. There is no lack of big gentlemen here today. But the most area points they have on their cards is just 4 figures. This is still the first new cadet with 5-figure points. Qin Juanhao opened his mouth. His own card with a balance of more than 300 points was still held high, and his points were a complete fraction of Fong Xian's points. Where did you get so many points? Qin Juanhao was shocked. Before school started, I did some odd jobs to earn some pocket money. Fong Xian pushed Qin Juanhao away with a gentle push from the back of his hand. Walked 2 steps. Fong Xian stopped. A sideways glance at Qin Juanhao's cold voice. You want to show the saint in front of people is not wrong. But remember, do not step on the shoulders of others to show your little virtue. Very fishing. And, we are not familiar. After saying that, Fong Xian turned his head and left. Qin Juanhao froze in place as if he was dumbfounded. And the new trainees in the surrounding area were pointing at Qin Juanhao. Many students had just seen and heard what Qin Juanhao had done, and felt that Qin Juanhao's way of picking apart Fong Xian's family situation in public was indeed very fishy. The teacher at the payment office also gave Qin Juanhao a big roll of the eyes. Qin Juanhao squeezed out a smile, so that he had a thick skin. grayed out and returned to the 7th place, and had wanted to swipe the card for the students in the back. As a result, the student behind him immediately said, "Qin Juan Hao, I'll pay my own tuition and fees. Your money is too dirty for me." There were also students in the front who said one after another, "Qin Juan Hao, I'm returning your money." Fong Xin admired everything about the Sky Shield Academy. The academy covers an area of more than 1,000 acres, which is immense. The main thing is that there are a lot of training arenas that are very large. In the center of the academy proper, there was a huge sculpture. It was several figures cast in steel, for standing front and back, 2 in the center, 1 crouched with his hands cupped to his chest, and 1 with his shield held high in his hand, seemingly resisting all the darkness in the world. Zhang Yaozu bumbled after Fong Xin, "Brother Xin, where did you get so many points? Brushing small monsters?" Fong Xin prevaricated. For the time being, it was better not to let people know that he had a relationship with Operation Decapitation, so as to avoid the Red Pants War God from being recognized, or else just after enrolling in school, he would have been sent a Red Pants War God's name by so many new trainees. The loss of the right to choose a spouse in situ would be a small matter, and in the future, he would most likely be referred to as the Pants Brother. Classmates asked, "Do you know Fong Xin?" "Do not know. Just that Pants Brother." "Oh, is he ah?" Thinking about this scenario made Fong Xin's toes claw at the ground. The dormitory of the 9th Division was definitely the most luxurious of all the dormitories, with all kinds of equipment inside the dormitory. Under Zhang Yaozu's leadership, Fong Xin went to his dormitory, on the easternmost side of the floor, and put down his bunk and other things. "Xin, I'm staying next door to you. Next to me is Dead Fatty's dorm room, and across from you from left to right are Li Bauer, Bai Yulin, and Shen Yu." As we were talking, a very feminine and even a little pretty-looking classmate came in through the opposite door, with long hair and dressed a little on the feminine side. Fong Xin student. "Hello, I'm Bai Yu." White Featherwood held out her hand that had gotten a manicure. Fong Xin froze for a moment, clearly remembered. "This kid is not called Bai Yulin." I did not expect Zhang Yaozu to lie on his ear and whispered, "New brother, this kid has a split personality. That is multiple personalities. Right now he is her sister called White Feather. He also has a younger brother named White Forest, and he has an older brother named Black Feather Forest. Each personality represents a gift." Fong Xin's brain buzzed. "Is that so amazing?" Fong Xin pressed down his surprise and extended his hand. "Hello, Shin is here?" Another voice came. Fong Xin then saw a silhouette standing outside the door, and the visitor walked in through the door with a lowered head. After seeing the other party, Fong Xin's eyes widened quite a bit. The visitor is 2 meters 6. Big and burly. He stood there like a tower of steel, his head on the verge of touching the ceiling. "Xin, I'm Shinyu." The visitor held out a bushy palm. Fong Xin followed suit and extended his palm for a handshake. Shocked beyond words. "Where's Bauer?" Zhang Yaozu inquired. "I'm here." A soft voice came from the doorway. Fong Xin staggered his gaze towards the doorway and saw a pretty white girl standing in the doorway. His first reaction is that he's a bit of a nerd and a bit of a simpleton. It's the 2 corkscrews clutched in his armpits that kind of ruins the nerdy atmosphere, and the bag of chips clicking away inside his hand. Long hair draped over her shoulders, she wore a white shirt and baggy sweatpants, one leg of the sweatpants still at the knee. "Brother Xin, this is Li Bauer," Zhang Yaozu introduced. "Hello." Fong Xin rushed to greet the other party. Lil Poi clicked her chips mechanically, as if she were standing still in a daze. "Bauer, Xin is greeting you," Bai Yulin reminded. Li Bauer's lax pupils recoalesced. "Oh, hello." Zhang Yaozu sidetracked the topic. "Dead Fatty sent out a locator. Let's quickly go over and eat." A few people followed the positioning to the restaurant that Shirtai Lang had ordered. Shirtai Lang handily distributed tableware and poured tea to a few people. With a gossipy look, "I just saw the Pants Brother Zhang Chang. Just over there." The door to the box was half open, and Stallone picked up his chin to indicate a direction. A few people looked over and saw a new cadet sitting at a distance. Flower shirt, pink pants, and gold leather shoes. Fong Xin didn't hold back to take a look as well, and quite a few of the new trainees were pointing at him, as well as taking sneak peeks. But Zhang Chang seemed to enjoy the process. Fong Xin shook his head. "You are happy to be a Pants brother, you can be. I just heard from someone that Brother Pants has late stage 3 combat power, and that he's the most likely to pass without any injuries in this afternoon's mapping exam." Shirtai Lang once again said. Zhang Yaozu glanced at the time. "It's more than 12 o'clock. Take a little rest after eating. We have to gather at 2:30. and start the touch test at 3 o'clock. I heard that this year's difficulty coefficient has been fine-tuned again, and it's more difficult than in previous years. And if you want to pass the test without any injuries, it's difficult. I've heard that in past years there were seniors who were beaten to the point of lying down for a month to get better. Bai Yulin said. I've brought medicine, so I'll distribute it to everyone before the exam later. Xin Yu sniffed and said. Fang Xian took out his smart link and glanced at it, and Zhuge Hong sent a message. Xin, come help me move some stuff, followed by a locator. Fang Xian got up. Zhuge called me over. You guys eat first, I'll be right back. Okay, new brother. If you can't make it later, send us a message and we'll bring you dinner. Thanks. With a quick hello, Fang Xian was out the door. After seeing Fang Xian off, the few people once again pulled back to the topic they were talking about earlier. I heard that the top 3 fastest passers of the mapping exam are rewarded with points. Sure, Tai Lang took a sip of tea. And the fastest pass? It's a blessing to be able to last until the allotted time. Let's not even think about that kind of thing. Zhang Yaozu gave a cut and said, Bauer is a 3rd level combatant, so she should be the easiest among us. Unexpectedly, Li Bauer blankly glanced at Zhang Yaozu and said in a soft and slow voice, I can't beat Fang Xian. Chapter 40, Mapping Tests. After Li Bauer said this, the other new trainees in the same squad all had shocked faces. Bauer, you said, you can't beat Fang Xian? Bai Yulin looked back at Li Bauer. Li Poi nodded. Are you sure? Li Bauer clicked her chips, her voice still soft and sticky. Very sure. I'll go. Then in that case, Brother Xian is also a level 3 combatant? Sure, Tai Lang exclaimed. Within the few of us, there are 2 level 3 combatants? Yes. Xian is an SSS ranked strength talent. So when you think about it, it doesn't seem to be a surprise. Sure, Tai Lang pondered for a moment and said, that's not right. Didn't they say that the top overall achiever of each squad was picked to participate in the previous beheading operation? Then since Bauer couldn't beat Xian, why was it Bauer and not Xian that went to our squad? Zhang Yaozu was puzzled. Li Bauer raised her head, her big eyes blinking in a droll, dumbfounded manner. Bai Yulin inquired, is this information accurate? I heard. Bai Yulin rolled his eyes. The news I heard isn't really true. It's not guaranteed that our squad, Bauer and Xian, went. Then why didn't Xian say anything when he was asked inside the group last time if he knew about the decapitation operation? Lil Bowie's chin rested on the table, her little mouth squirming as she ate her chips, because she's too busy chopping up people to bother with you guys. Zhang Yaozu came to a realization. So that's how it is. You guys said that Xian brother wouldn't be the Red Pants war god, right? Sure, Tai Lang immediately retorted. Cinderella, are you out of your mind? Didn't Brother Pants confirm that it was Zhang Chang? Our new brother looks like he belongs to that kind of righteous person. How could he possibly dress that flirtatiously? Dead fatty. You're the cinder blocker. Then again, Xian should be able to get a good grade on his touch test this afternoon as well. Not necessarily. The 9th division's touch test is hard anyway. But anyway, it's better than me. Sure, Tai Lang said. A dozen large trucks loaded with various instruments were parked on the road. Fang Xian stood frozen in place. Look at the white hairs shivering next to him. Is this what you call moving some? Zhuge Hong shivered the powder and rested his elbow on Fang Xian's shoulder. What's wrong? Too little? Fang Xian blackened his face. I still have the entrance touch test in the afternoon, big brother. Zhuge Hong chin picked. The car of these instruments are various venues to practice with. I gave the teacher in charge of this side said, if you move these equipment in accordance with the provisions of the finished, to give you kid an administrator identity, others outside the prescribed time to train both to spend money but also to find the person in charge of the plea. You kid have administrator identity if you do not have to. How about it? Fang Xian was stunned, then revealed a smile. Thank you, big brother. Go Pikachu. Zhuge Hong pushed Fang Xian and disappeared in his own shivering powder. Fang Xian wondered, what's a Pikachu? Open the door of the car and move the equipment on top down as instructed by the person in charge. Luckily, being a power talent, these things weren't too tiring for Fang Xian. Worked on it until almost 2:30. Sure, Tai Lang several people sent a message to ask Fang Xian where he was and gathered to prepare for the exam. Fang Xian had finished moving a dozen or so cars, only to have a few more come in. Xiao Lu sent a message inside the group. Fang Xian, Mr. Zhuge told the examiner that it's fine for you to come later. Fang Xian returned with a bitter understanding. It was already after 3 o'clock when he finished everything, and the person in charge gave Fang Xian an identity tag with Fang Xian written on the front and the words administrator on the back. Fong Xin thanked him and then ran towards the place where the exam would be held in a hurry. By the time Fong Xin went over, the exam had already started. The test sites are 9 huge sites. There was also a huge screen suspended above the sky. It shows the results of the new trainees on this mapping test. It's a combination of battle power and the amount of time it takes to get through the level or the length of time you hold on to it. The so-called clearance only required 1 to deal with 1 level 1 peak battle power golem first, followed by 2, then 3, level 1 clearance followed by level 2, fighting from 1 golem to 3 golems, and finally level 3 peak golems, also fighting from 1 to 3. If you can't win the fight, then we'll see who stalls the longest. The longer the stall, the higher the score will be accordingly. Except that each level also has an upper limit. The first level can be declared the end of the exam by insisting for 10 minutes, the second level for 20 minutes, and the third level for 30 minutes. After this mapping exam, the first place has 300 points, the second place has 200 points, and the third place has 100 points. Fong Xin arrived at the place, glanced at the big screen above. So far in the exam, the first place in the overall score is a Chang Yax, who took 17 minutes and 58 seconds to pass the exam. The top 20 on the big screen were basically monopolized by the 9th division in a faulty manner, and as the new trainees of the 9th division gradually walked into the examination room, gradually expanding towards the top 30, the other divisions could only look forward to it, far away from the bleachers, sitting in a row of leaders, which naturally has that particularly eye-catching looking white hair. Compared to the other leaders sitting upright, white hair more or less looks a little lazy, and most of the other leaders are middle-aged people and old people. Just one of his young people seems out of place. Zhang Yaozu waved at Fong Xin. This way, Xin. Fong Xin walked over quickly, and Zhang Yaozu handed over a deluxe hand cake and a cup of kanji. Here you go. Just had a sip of porridge. A gasp came from the crowd. Someone swiped first place. Holy, it's Brother Pants. Zhang Yaozu stared at the screen. All the freshmen were talking. I didn't realize that Brother Pants was dressed tie and fought tie, refreshing his first place finish with a time of 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Immediately after that, he saw Brother Pants walking out of the examination venue with a swollen nose. Fong Xin took a look. It seemed like the ones who ended the exams were basically all bruised and swollen. And not far away there were even a few ambulances as well as healing gifted staff members at the ready. Zhang Yaozu was also looking at the big screen with a swollen nose. Fong Xin took a look and Zhang Yaozu was in the 29th position. I had just taken a bite of my food when the announcement was made in front of me. Will the following students please enter the examination room for the test? Another large screen showed the names of several students, and Fong Xin's name was among them. Fong Xin took a sharp sip of the porridge and took 2 more big bites of the cake. Zhang Yaozu picked up Fong Xin's uneaten cake. Cheer up, Brother Xin. I'll go reheat the cake for you later. Fong Xin walked toward the examination room. The big screen above flashed again. There has been a change in the ranking update. Everyone was in a state of shock. Fong Xin didn't hold back from looking over either. Just see the name of a person appear in the first place. Ji Xuanzi, 12 minutes and 6 seconds. Straight up dumped Panty Boy for over 5 minutes. But before everyone's cries of alarm could dissipate, there were even louder cries of alarm. First place changes again. Paul Lee, 7 minutes and 1 second. The cries of alarm were like a tidal wave of fury sweeping in all directions. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this a ING monster room? 7 minutes and 1 second? I was crying after 7 minutes of ING hard labor, and it took her 7 minutes to clear the level? Can you separate the 9th branch results from the rest of us? It's hitting us too hard. It's like 2 worlds. 7 minutes and 1 second. That's rare in the history of Sky Shield Academy. That's a solid first place. 300 points in hand. Bleachers. An old man sitting in the very center crossed his fingers and slowly leaned his body back. This one called Li Bauer is indeed extraordinary. 7 minutes and 1 second. This can be ranked in the top 5 in the history of Sky Shield Academy. Dean. All the students in this class are outstanding. A middle-aged man next to him said emotionally. The old man looked at the distance. Inside the examination room, a dull and naive pretty girl came out from it, holding 2 open knives under her armpits. That's Paul Lee? Right. The old man's face was full of relief. The younger generation is fearful. This little girl seems to be about the same age as my granddaughter. But this talent and this battle power, my granddaughter can't compare at all. An old man with glasses at his heels immediately said, Dean, your granddaughter isn't bad either. The old man waved his hand. Don't kiss ass. Be realistic. This girl's faulty first This should be the undoubted first place in the current Heavenly Shield Academy's entrance exam, right? Definitely. 7 minutes and 1 second. It's hard as hell to get her over. A few people beside him agreed. Zhuge Hong crossed his fingers on the back of his head, his body slowly leaning back and shaking the chair he was sitting in, looking at Fang Xian who was walking towards the examination room. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 41, I'll go warm him up. After Fang Xian stepped into the examination room, there was an owl flying in mid-air. The owl's eyes were facing Fang Xian. Tick. New cadet Fang Xian. 9th branch. Authentication was successful. The mapping test begins. As the words fell, the owl lifted its wings and hung in mid-air like a proctor. Fang Xian's eyes turned. Notice that the scenery around you is starting to change. What was a classroom became an old neighborhood. Immediately after that, a scarred face walked out from the side, shaking his head and sizing up Fang Xian. Fang Xian froze for a moment, obviously not expecting the puppet to be made so realistically. And the setting of this exam room is so unexpected. Surprisingly, it's infinitely close to a real-world simulation. Scarface's head twisted as he clutched a dagger and charged towards Fang Xian. The opponent was a peak level 1 combatant. It just wasn't really enough in front of Fang Xian. Just come over. Fang Xian didn't have any fancy moves either. A slap in the face. Scarface's head fell to the ground and he didn't move. The owl's head tilted in mid-air. Scarface on the ground stood up, and from one side once again a long-haired youth stepped out. Scarface was a strength-based attack, and the long-haired youth was a fire attribute attack. The two of them cooperated with each other from far and near, and instantly pinched towards Fang Xian. Fang Xian didn't even give the two puppets room to think about it and charged straight up. A twist of the waist. A fist blasted away, directly beating the Scarface puppet to the ground without movement. Another fireball with a fire attribute attack was easily dodged by Fang Xian, and a flying knee went up to result. In the blink of an eye, the two puppets climbed up, and from one side once again came out a youth-shaped puppet wearing a baseball cap. A direct mental attack was launched. The nearly transparent palm pinched towards Fang Xian's head. Fang Xian rolled on the ground. After countless battles, Fang Xian had already summarized many experiences. When encountering a spiritual attack, one must first focus on the one that launched the spiritual attack. A sliding shovel shoveled the spirit-attacking golem down, and Fang Xian smashed the spirit-attacking golem's neck with a single elbow strike, turning around and throwing the incapacitated golem over to smash over the fire attribute attacking golem. Fang Xian flew over and smashed the head of the scar-faced golem into his chest with a single elbow. Turning around with a whip kick, he again knocked the fire attribute attacking golem out of action. Cadet Fang Xian, 1st level, pass. It took 42 seconds. With a flash of light in front of his eyes, the surrounding scenario shifted, and when Fang Xian turned his head, he realized that he was standing on a ferry. An ice pick rushed out of the water. Fang Xian is a force to be reckoned with. Realm crushing, not giving the opponent too much of a chance to launch an attack at all. An iron mountain leaning crashed into him. The strength department talent was also known as the reckless department talent, not without reason. After the physical body had reached a certain level, it would not reason with you at all. After that, a mental attack and a metallic attack golem came out one after another. To a battle-hardened person like Fang Xian, these were completely child's tricks, ending the battle with a light touch. Before I came in, I thought it was difficult, but after I came in, I realized that it was much easier than what I had encountered in the previous beheading. Cadet Fang Xian, 2nd level, pass. The cumulative time for the first two levels was 2 minutes and 12 seconds. The third level just came in and ran into a sentinel attack. Fang Xian was happy to see this scene. Immediately, his arm shook. A black and a white light flashed interlaced, and the two wolves flashed out. Since the test was so simple, there was no time to waste, so he just took the two wolves along with him to attack the speed pass, and there were still points to be had if he took a place outside the exam room. Paul Lee's score hangs high above everyone else's. 7 minutes and 1 second. This achievement would rank in the top 5 in the history of Sky Shield Academy. Many of the new trainees, and even many of the teachers, were stretching their necks towards Li Bao's direction. Li Bao was a bit shy and bashful, ducking behind Zhang Yaozu and scratching his head, as if he disliked being stared at. Only this look didn't fit with the two open knives she carried in her armpits. Shirtai Lang walked over with a swollen nose. Both eyes were swollen from the beating. Only 2 slits could be seen. One side of the lip was swollen high. Shirtai Lang crookedly sipped with the other half of his mouth and said, "Bauer is awesome." 7 minutes and 1 second. Bai Yulin, who had hung up his colors, and Xinyu, who had dislocated one of his arms, also came over one after another. Bauer is awesome. Fractured first. It took 5 minutes less than second place. Where's XIN? Stallone asked again. Just went in. Stallone screwed on the cap. Bauer said she couldn't beat XIN. Bauer has 7 minutes and 1 second. How much does XIN have to do? 6 minutes? What do you think? Pa? Li Bauer raised her head with a dumb and naive look. I don't know. Never fought. It can't be rushed into within 5 minutes. Zhang Yaozu inquired. Sure, Tai Lang licked his swollen lips. Within 5 minutes? Zhang Cinderella. You're joking. In the entire Sky Shield Academy, from the time it was founded until now, there were only 2 seniors who were within 5 minutes. The best score in history was 3 minutes and 39 seconds. And the entrance test back then wasn't as difficult as it is now. Can't your pattern be any bigger? Fat ass? Sure, Tai Lang retorted. But you have to link it to reality. You can't just dream and make things up here for the sake of your big picture. Can you? Fat ass just knows how to carry on with me. How many minutes did our instructor Zhuge pass in the first place? Instructor Zhuge is skipping straight to the 9th place where the youth training camp joins. But with his talent, it's easy to rush into the top 3. Mrs. Sure pulled back to the topic. Then again, Bauer is a real cow. Some people didn't last 7 minutes on the first level. Bauer speed passed the level in 7 minutes. Bai Yulin's chin picked up. The other divisions, not to mention holding out for 7 minutes. There are at least 1,200 people that can't even hold out for 3 minutes. After all, before coming here are students. Not so much practical combat experience. The bottoming test of those puppets can be the peak of the first level of combat power. Resistance less than 3 minutes is not very normal. Zhang Yaozu took Li Bauer's arm. That's why it's even more proof that our Bauer is great. XIN's cakes and kanji are half-eaten? Sure, Tai Lang saw the half-eaten items in Zhang Yaozu's hand. Yeah, just had 2 bites and it was broadcast up there to go in and take the test. So I'll have to go and heat it up for him later. As a few people spoke, the entire school, which had been in an uproar, suddenly quieted down. Sure, Tai Lang's swollen eyes looked from side to side and asked in a small voice. What's wrong? What's going on? What happened? Everyone looked in unison towards the large screen displaying the results. Only the screen flashed. A name slowly appeared above Li Bauer's name. Chapter 42, Breaking Records. Bleachers. The aged dean wore a kind and benevolent smile as he looked in Li Bauer's direction from afar. The eyes were filled with relief as well as joy at the fact that the younger generation was better than the blue. Later, when the prizes are given out to the top 3, I'll personally present them to this little girl. Okay, Dean Su. Dean Su crossed his fingers over his little stomach. 7 minutes and 1 second. It's been years since a new trainee squeezed in under 10 minutes. Dean. It's not that the difficulty of the entrance mapping test has increased year after year over the years. A middle-aged man beside him flattered. Dean Su's 2 thumbs circled around each other. Doesn't this show even more that this little girl is powerful? Who recruited this little girl? The others looked at Zhuge Hang. The dean patted Zhuge Hang's shoulder with quite a bit of satisfaction. Your kid always manages to give me a little surprise. Zhuge Hang bared his teeth to reveal a smile. Old Su, where is this? The dean inquired with a slight sideways glance. What's this little girl's heel? Zhuge Hang laughed. There are only a few powerful sword players in the Dragon Kingdom. Her surname is Li. I don't believe you can't guess. The dean was slightly stunned, then said with incomparable surprise, it's that one's granddaughter? That's right. The dean was emotionally moving his fingers, his face full of smiles. I told you, such a strong little girl. Can't be from an ordinary family. How many new trainees are still left that haven't finished their tests? A man next to him replied. Dean, there are still over 90 left. The dean straightened his clothes. Then it's already a foregone conclusion that this little girl is the current no. 1. Let's go. Get ready. I have to go and give this little girl an award in person. With those words, Dean rose. But just get up. The originally rowdy teachers and students of the Sky Shield Academy below quieted down. The entire school looked towards the large screen displaying the results. Just saw the ranking table flash. Li Bauer's first slowly moved back into second. A name slowly appeared above Li Bauer's name. Cadet, Fong Xin, Division 9. Time, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The entire school of over 1,000, nearly 2,000 people fell silent. The silence of the room, the silence of the crows, the silence of the needles, seemed to have cast a spell of immobilization on everyone in the room. A few seconds later, the whole school is abuzz. Grass. 3 minutes and 12 seconds? Did I jerk off too much? Did I lose my eyesight? Is that true? No way, big brother. You passed the level in over 3 minutes? It's okay that you passed in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. But you also passed without injury? I thought 7 minutes and 1 second had been invincible. Whose ministry is this again? What do you mean monster room? Is this a ING monster room? Can't live with it. 1200 freshmen from other places didn't last 3 minutes. And this one speeds through the barrier in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Sky Shield Academy's previous most 3 minutes and 39 seconds. That's a ING record breaker. First and second is a difference of 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Second and third more than 15 minutes. First and I are the difference between a man and a dog. Stop it. I heard that there's a B-grade gifted fire attribute watchdog at level 8 combat power in the 9th office. You're not as good as the dog in the 9th office. It's impossible to live. It is strongly recommended that members of the 9th branch be removed from the list. It is too much of a blow to the confidence of those of us in the other branches. Dude, don't be ridiculous. With this score, we in the 9th branch are pretty beat up too. Among the crowd, the bruised Qin Juanhao was dumbfounded after seeing Fong Xin's name. And many of the new trainees at the 7th place knew Fong Xin because of Qin Juanhao. And now they were all shocked after seeing Fong Xin's achievement. And they despised Qin Juanhao even more. Zhang Xiaocha tilted her head and looked at the scoreboard. And after seeing Fong Xin's name, she held up her glasses and revealed a sweet smile. The next student was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Dean, who had made a move to leave, looked up. His eyes glazed over. Thinking that he had blinked, he rubbed his eyes, propped his hands on the table, and leaned forward to stare wide-eyed at the results again. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Accuracy. Dean pointed a trembling finger at the big screen. 3 minutes and 12 seconds? The other leaders of the Sky Shield Academy in the same row were also astonished with emotion. Broken record. Broken record Dean. The Dean was so emotional that he sat down, patted his thumping heart, pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, the corners of his emotional mouth grinning to the back of his head. His eyes turned to see the calm white-haired Zhuge hang. Ugh, Zhuge? Did you expect this? Not even close. Did you get this new cadet again? That's right. Zhuge Hong grinned with her small white teeth bared. The dean vigorously patted Zhuge Hang's shoulder. You kid. I'll give you first-class credit. No, I have to tell Elder Yi the good news. While on the phone, the dean inquired. Zhuge, what is the background of this Fong Xin again? Zhuge Hong slowly stood up with his hands in his pockets, drew out his hand and patted Dean Su's shoulder, leaned over and laughed in Dean Su's ear. Old Su, it's not good to know some things too early. You're sure to find out later. Dean Su froze for a moment, the phone in his hand connecting. A middle-aged old man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Dean Su hurriedly picked up his cell phone. Elder Yi, it's me, Su Basan, reporting a piece of good news to you. Tiandun Academy's first place in this year's mapping test. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Breaking the record. Called what? Call Fong Xin. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Good. Good. Ha ha. I know. Is Zhuge next to you? Give him the phone. Dean Su got up. Zhuge, Elder Yi wants you to answer the phone. Zhuge Hong was about to leave, but he turned around and came back at the words. After this usually unbeatable and arrogant white-haired boy received the call, his tone was unprecedentedly polite and respectful. Master Yi, what are your orders? After answering a few times, Zhuge Hong hung up the phone and handed it to Dean Su. Dean Su wanted to ask something else, but Zhuge Hong waved his hand and disappeared into thin air. Dean, how else do you present an award now? Top 3. I'm presenting all the awards. Su Basan turned back and answered, muttering in his heart. That tone of Master Yes just now seemed to have known about this new trainee called Fong Xin for a long time. And combined with what Zhuge Hong said just now, Su Basan was puzzled in his heart and turned his head to look in the direction of Fong Xin, pondering on what kind of background this teenager actually had. Fong Xin rubbed his shoulder and walked out of the exam room. Shingo! Shirtai Lang shouted through his throat and directly picked up Fong Xin and spun him around. Xin is awesome. Shirtai Lang was on the verge of shouting. Fong Xin took what he hadn't finished eating from Zhang Yaozu. Zhang Yaozu dully handed Fong Xin the cakes and kanji. It's still hot. Shin, you're so good. More than 3 minutes. You broke the record, you know? Shirtai Lang said emotionally. Zhang Yaozu spat. Damn fatso. You just said that it's impossible for Xin to do it in 5 minutes. Shirtai Lang sked. I only knew that Xin was strong, but I didn't expect Xin to be this strong. Fong Xin hurriedly said. A fluke. It's not that I'm strong. It's really not that I'm strong. It's mainly because the test was too easy. Shirtai Lang spread his hands. Listen to this. Is this still human language? You can't fight. You can't pretend. You can't live. Fang Xian was about to speak when Zhuge Hong appeared at Fang Xian's side. A hand rested on Fang Xian's shoulder. In the next second, Fang Xian was surprised to find that the speech of the few people next to Shi Tailang became blurred, as if they were separated behind a wall of air, and it seemed that these people were unable to see Zhuge Hang. There's something I forgot to tell you. Chapter 43 Awarding of Prizes. Fang Xian looked at Zhuge Hong suspiciously. Zhuge Hong put one hand on Fang Xian's shoulder. You don't say that you are the grandson of Emperor Fang Qingdi to everyone, and you don't say it even if others ask. Although your grandfather's wrongful case was vindicated back then, but back then when your grandfather left the divine court, quite a number of people in the divine court were seriously injured by your grandfather, and all those people are in high positions in the Heavenly Shield Bureau now. And if you know that you're Emperor Fang Qingdi's grandson, you kid won't be able to avoid the society's poisonous beatings. Before checking your information, I modified your family's information. Not carefully check out nothing. Nowadays the entire 9th Division knows your identity, only ye old man. Dear. But sooner or later your identity is going to be exposed. So before it is exposed, improve yourself as much as you can. Old G and I can indeed help you offset a lot of trouble, but we can't be there every minute of every hour of every day to solve your troubles. Also, you're in the limelight this time. You're sure to be watched. Next, go a little bit. When the midterm test comes around, just mix up the top 10. Fang Xian hurriedly inquired. Don't go yet. I still have something to ask. Speak. What is it? Can I see the detailed case history of my parents' car accident? Zhuge Hang was slightly silent for a while. In fact, the officials did not find out any useful clues. Many clues are also a mess. Cannot find a clue? The reason why your parents' information is encrypted. One is that this case is really bizarre, and many years ago there is a connection between the other cases. And the second is because before they were engaged in the research involves high-level confidentiality. You are now in too low a realm. The position is also too low, so you cannot let you see it. The position is also too low, so I can't let you see it. And this case is now a coordinated multi-party investigation, and the 9th Division doesn't have an absolute say in it. Even I can't fully intervene in it. Fang Xian was stunned. You couldn't even fully intervene in it? Zhuge Hang shrugged his shoulders. So you know how complicated this case is, right? Your main task now is to raise your strength. When your strength is high enough, everyone is under you and you can investigate whatever you want. Now that that's out of the way, I also have to remind you that there may be others who will follow up and come to you to ask you something about your parents. And if you know it, say so. And if you don't, no matter how much they bait you, you say you don't know it, especially the gang from the church. Fang Xian was a bit confused. How come the church is involved? So it's complicated. Fang Xian lowered his eyes, not realizing that this matter involved so much. Just now Zhuge Hang said that there was a connection between Fang Xian's parents' case and the case from years ago. This instantly made Fang Xian's mind conjure up that beautiful girl whose eyes were ice blue. Ellie's parents and her sister's case are also connected to Fang Xian's parents as well. Earlier Ellie said there were other clues. Now since the two people want to check something in the same direction and goal, the two sides of the battle line is unified. Gotta get properly bonded with Ellie. Go first, Zhuge Hong said and disappeared from the spot. The voices of the few people who spoke very faintly just now in Shi Tailang gradually became clearer, and the sounds of chaotic chatter then came from around them. Zhang Yaozu reached out and waved his hand in front of Fang Xian's eyes. Brother Xian, what are you gawking at? Fang Xian returned to his senses. Nothing. Thought about something else. It was just broadcasted from above that they want your top 3 to go and receive your awards. Our Dean Su himself is presenting the awards. Fang Xian looked over. The Dean of the Heavenly Shield Academy was smilingly looking at Fang Xian's side. Eyes hovered over Fang Xian and Li Baoer's faces. It was quite a favorite with the two new trainees. Li Baoer seemed to be a bit socially terrified. Bumbling after Fang Xian as the two of them went up to the stage. The one in third place named Ji Xuanze was already on stage early. Ji Xuanze was not too tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a very strong body. Seeing Fang Xian and Li Baoer walking up to the stage together, he smiled and nodded at the two of them. Fang Xian also smiled politely and nodded. Su Boshan came over with the ceremonies to present the awards in person, and the prizes were trophies, certificates, and a spatial ring in addition to the points. When handing over the trophy to Fang Xian, Su Boshan took Fang Xian's hand. That's great. Where's home? Lan Chang. Su Boshan nodded. Lan Chang. The tone of his voice was slightly long, as if he was wondering which strong family or organization in Lan Chang could have produced this kind of scion. Then he touched Li Bao's head again. Li Bao? Your grandfather and I still know each other. How's his old man's health these days? Lil Poi tilted his head to accept the trophy and said nervously. Oh, he's good. His old man's health is good then. I'll pay his old man a visit sometime. Li Bao tilted her head and said gently. Oh, my grandfather said. If I come to Sky Shield Academy and someone tells me that they will visit his old man when they have time, he'll let me talk to the person who said that. Don't pretend. Fake polite what? Come or not, you don't have a point in your heart yet? The corners of Su Bashan's mouth pulled, squeezing out a smile. Elderly is still so in character. This month I'll pay his old man a visit. Li Bao picked up the other prizes and sniffed. Ow. My grandpa also said that if someone said something about when exactly they were going to see him, let me tell the person who said that my grandpa he's only going to see me right now, and everyone else is a hypocritical villain and he's not going to see them. The smile on Su Bashan's face froze, but fortunately his age and thick skin were thick enough to still maintain a smile. Then what else did his old man say? Li Bao voice soft glutinous also a little goated a little naive said. My grandfather also said, if ask me these words of this person called Su Bashan, let me tell Su Bashan, dare to give my granddaughter small shoes. This knife can span half of the river and mountain nailed in your brow. Ahem. Su Bashan's face was a shade of green and white as he squeezed out a smile once more. Elderly is still really naughty as always. Fong Xin stifled his laughter and looked more at Li Bao. This white and tender cute teammate doesn't sound good. It's amazing nah. Just a few words to the high-ranking Dean Su dry laughing harder than crying. However, Fong Xin was really quite interested in Li Bao's grandfather, feeling that this old man should be quite interesting, and it must be very strong and terrifying. Just now that sentence about that knife of his spanning half of the rivers and mountains nailed to the center of the eyebrow. It is definitely not just words. And then look at Dean Su's expression to be able to surmise that Li Bao's grandfather is really able to do this kind of thing. How strong does this have to be able to do this kind of thing? Not only is it strong, Su Bashan is at least the dean of the Sky Shield Academy. The level is here. Fong Xin looked at Li Bao sideways. Li Bao handed Fong Xin her own chips, signaling Fong Xin to eat them together. Fong Xin smiled. Who would have thought that this super talented and naive cute teammate would be a solid martial arts trio? Su Bashan walked towards Ji Xuanza's body. Ji Xuanza owed his body. Good day, Dean. My name is Ji Xuanza. Su Bashan was stunned. Sizing up Ji Xuanza. Someone from the Ji clan? Chapter 44, Encrypted Messages. Ji Xuanza had long thick eyebrows and big eyes. The tips of the two thick eyebrows were raised slightly. That's why the face looks a little mean. Su Bashan patted Ji Xuanza's shoulder. Very good. Young and promising. It's gratifying to see all of you new generation youngsters being so good. Ji Xuanza owed his head and nodded. Thank you, Dean. How is your old man's health these days? Su Bashan subconsciously said these words. And after he finished speaking, Su Bashan looked at Li Bao, who was clicking and concentrating on eating potato chips next to him for no reason. After all, those few words from Li Bao just now had quite a strong aftertaste. It had been a long time since someone in a high position like him had been disliked like this. Ji Xuanza spoke in a way that was considered comfortable to listen to. Back to the dean. Our old man has been in good health lately, and before the school year started, he even asked me to say hello to you. Su Bashan patted Ji Xuanza's shoulder. That's good. A few people stood together for a picture. After that, all new cadets line up according to their respective units. P.S. Su gave the admission speech. During the speech, Fong came over and softly told the new trainees in the 9th division not to publicize the results of this exam to the outside world, and everything that happened in the Sky Shield Academy shall not be publicized to the outside world, including all the facilities on campus, the information of the school tutors, and the information of the teammates' school shall not be divulged to the outside world. And once it is found out, the expulsion from the Sky Shield Academy will only be the lightest punishment, and the situation is serious. Then you will also face the disaster of imprisonment. To tell everyone about this time to know, Dear Sister is the 9th division of the newborn counselor. Listen to Sher Tai Lang said, Dear Sister looks pure and sweet. With the world of the temper is super good. A neighboring sister look, but her background is not ordinary. Her grandfather that is one of the founders of the Sky Shield Bureau. It was after 5 p.m. after the break. Fong Xin several people walked side by side towards the dormitory. Bai Yulin suddenly stood still with his head lowered, his body twitching slightly. The inside of his mouth was chanting. A slightly childish voice came out of his mouth. Brother, let me come out and play for a while. But he was rebuked by a calm voice. No way. Can't you see that our sister wants to chat with Fong Xin? White Featherwood, what are you babbling about? I was trying to chat with all my teammates. It's not like I just want to chat with Fong Xin alone. There was clearly a female voice coming out, and the naked eye could see Bai Yulin's face slightly red, and she also looked at Fong Xin as if she was pouting. Fong Xin chrysanthemum child tight, the heart of a shiver. You blush a bubble teapot. After that, another very thick voice came out, chatting about what the hell. A few losers, with a grade as crap as that and still have the face to play. Let me go out. I want to fight with Fong Xin and have a showdown. Sure, Tai Lang came up to Fong Xin. Don't be afraid, brother Xin. This kid's talent is very peculiar, even very magical. When his sister's personality occupies his body will also turn into a girl's body. Fong Xin's eyes widened at once. No wonder when I first met Hakuhodo at noon, Hakuhodo spoke in a natural female voice, not like a pseudo-voice kind of accent. This was the first time Fong Xin had heard of this kind of talent where the body could be both male and female. After a violent convulsion of Bai Yulin's body, he shook his head vigorously and his lax pupils followed to recoalesce, and stretched out his hand at Fong Xin. Hello brother Xin? I'm Bai Yulin. Fong Xin stretched out his hand to hold Bai Yulin, and he could clearly see that Bai Yulin's facial features had also changed slightly. Just now she was still looking feminine and pretty, and was even still a bit imperial, but now she had become much more neutral. Sure, Tao Lang proposed that after going back later, we take a bath, and gather in the dormitory at night to shabu-shabu hot pot. The lunch gathering is just a rush to eat a meal, and Fong Xin is not there. We are not all people. The food is not enjoyable. A few of the guys in the room, unsurprisingly, graduated to a squad. There will be a long time together in the future, so you want to get along and rub each other the wrong way from the start. The fit of each squad member's talent is considered at the outset of the selection of trainees. Each squad covers the commanding, the attacking, the defending, the regulating, and the milkmaid. Fong Xin was in the squad. In this current situation, Fong Xin was in charge of coordinating the command and launching the attack. Dumbly Bauer with the Blade God talent was in charge of the close attack. Multiple personality Bai Yulin with the main spiritual talent was in charge of the distant attack. Big Shinyu with the Earth attribute talent was in charge of the defense. Cold Baller Zhang Yaozu with the main healing talent was the milkmaid. And Fatty with the boxing talent was in charge of wherever he needed to go to for support. It was thought that Zhu Gahang already had an idea in his head at that time when he selected these new trainees. Back in his dorm room, Fong Xin took his things and prepared to take a shower when Chu Xinyao sent a message. Little Fong's classmates are awesome. I'm Little Fong's little fangirl now. Fong Xin was a bit puzzled. Say what? Humph. You were number 1 in the whole school on your touch test. I knew Little Fong-san was the best. Where did you know this from? Fong Xin was a bit puzzled. Before, Sister Xiaolu had specifically said that everything that happened on campus today was not allowed to be spread out. Chu Xinyao wasn't in the Heavenly Shield Academy, so where did she know this news from? Chu Xinyao sent a voice and said in a sweet tone, Little Fong, call your sister and I'll tell you. Fong Xin pondered for a moment, and was now very certain that Chu Xinyao had gone to the church. According to what one knows so far is that the power of the church is very high, to the extent that it can even call the shots with even the 9th branch. However, it was impossible for Chu Xinyao, an ordinary cadet who had just enrolled, to see Fong Xin's accomplishments. Then there's only one possibility. You know this from your dad? Chu Xinyao's side was silent for a long time. Little Fong, how did you know? Monty's, humph, angry. As he spoke, Chu Xinyao sent over a series of symbols and numbers, looking like she was angry with the messaging. Fong Xin looked at the long string of numerical characters. In the past, Chu Xinyao always loved to play a little encryption game with Fong Xin. The two of them passed notes in class, and instead of writing, they passed number symbols. The numerical symbols correspond to the strokes of the Chinese characters that the two people have arranged and combined on their own. Fong Xin has long been familiar with the recombined strokes of the Chinese characters. The string of numerical symbols sent by Chu Xinyao. Fong Xin understood what it meant at a glance. The church wants you. Be more careful. My message is being watched. Do not pursue it. After seeing this message, Fong Xin's heart set off waves of shock. After the mapping test this afternoon, Zhu Gahong had also specifically told Fong Xin about this. He also mentioned that his parents' case had multiple forces involved, and that the church was also involved, and that they would be looking for Fong Xin to ask about something at that time. Now Chu Xinyao had sent a message specifically about this matter. This kind of news is definitely not known by everyone in the church. There is no doubt that Chu Xinyao is seeing the news from her father. Although Chu Xinyao's father is in the church, specifically what position? But certainly not bad to wear. That proves that the message then is also confirmed. The reason why he was looking for Fang Xian was explained to Fang Xian by Zhuge Han a long time ago. Chapter 45, Impersonation. At that time, Zhuge Han said, Fang's new parents have discovered a substance that can alter genes at minimal cost. So the car accident that caused their deaths held a conspiracy. Now as far as Fang Xian knew, there was definitely a hidden hand behind this. As Zhuge Han said, a lot of things are like a mess without a clue. Fang Xian's thoughts returned to Chu Xinyao's message. 9 times out of 10, Chu Xinyao had seen this news from her father. He also told Fang Xian to be more careful. So it seems that the visitor is not good na. Gave Chu Xinyao a message back. Alright, don't be angry. When we meet next time, I'll treat you to a big meal. I'll remember that. Oh, you came first in the final test. My dad praised you for being excellent. And, as we agreed before, there will be a vacation after your midterm test. And my dad would like to invite you to my house to thank you for saving me. No problem. I'm going to take a shower first. Good. It's getting cold. Take care of your clothes. Remember to eat on time. And remember to chat with me when you have free time. After returning a message, Fang Xian went to take a shower. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Shirtai Lang had already started to open a hot pot in his dorm room. All kinds of ingredients are ready. This kid also got a huge iron gourd from somewhere, which was filled with a gourd full of wine. Fang Xian, Bai Yulin and Xinyu drank beer, while Zhang Yaozu and Li Bao'er drank fruit juice. Shirtai Lang hugged the tons and tons of the iron gourd filled with white wine and took a big gulp. Seeing that the others were so surprised, Shirtai Lang's hairdresser, Zhang Yaozu, explained, don't be surprised. This dead fat guy's drinking capacity is particularly good. An old family tradition. Moreover, he has S-ranked boxing talent before he drinks, and SS-ranked boxing talent after he drinks. Seeing that everyone was surprised, Shirtai Lang hugged his wine gourd. Outside I can still be a big brother, but in front of you guys I'm a younger brother. Especially in front of Xian and Sister Bauer. Then I'm even more of a younger brother within a younger brother. Bai Yulin was curious. Brother Xian, if you're so strong, your parents or the elders in your family must all be strong as well, right? Zhang Yaozu's knee under the table bumped Bai Yulin, giving a squeeze of his eyes to signal not to talk nonsense. Fang Xian clearly perceived all of this, but still opened his mouth and smiled. My parents are gone. I'm an orphan. I'm sorry, Xian, Bai Yulin said in a hurry. Fang Xian was unimpressed. Why? What's wrong with that? Or else how do you think my buddy got so strong? As the old saying goes, if you're not an orphan, how can you be the main character? Seeing Fang Xian like this, several people also laughed. Come on, eat. Shirtai Lang continued. It was a fun meal and everyone was primed. After eating, Xiao Deer sent a message inside the group. The course schedule has been arranged. Everyone remember to take a look at their respective course schedules. Because the awakened talent is different, so the tutors are also different. And everyone's courses are naturally a little different. The strongest of each person's talents is called the main job talent, and training here will favor the main job talent. In addition to the talent courses, there were also courses on combat tactics and the like. And on top of that, there were quite a few courses on miscellaneous geography, various places in humanities, as well as coded language and the like for dealing with various forces. Fang Xian glanced at it. The tutor of his strength department talent was called Hua Chang. Each tutor's avatar could be accessed to the tutor's account homepage after clicking on it, and there were also evaluations of each tutor from previous students below. Turned over the evaluation of this tutor called Hua Chang. The name is mediocre. Is a 10th level of combat strength of the power department of the strong man. The physical body is horizontal. The flesh is strong batch, as if the Buddhist Vajra. So his colleagues tube Hua Chang, also known as Hua King Kong, because the family ranked the oldest 6. Black and white in the two sides of the road in tube he called Hua 6 Master. He not only serves as a mentor here, but also serves as the head of the 6th group of the 9th division, and all the successive trainees have affectionately called him Hua 6th Brother. Famous for his fiery temper, but also famous for protecting the calf. His own trainees and subordinates can only be touched by themselves, and whoever touches his trainees and subordinates without reason, he dares to be the first one who can rush up to take action. However, Hua Chung training new trainees that is also known as ruthless, always adhering to the principle of training more than a drop of sweat, the battlefield less than a drop of blood. Training time is not at all merciful, as long as the practice is not dead, to the death of the practice. However, all the trainees who went out from Huacheng here were invariably grateful for the training that Huacheng had once provided. Fang Xian looked over and realized that several of his subs were also scheduled for courses. and the heaviness of the courses varied according to their talent level. Slightly less than the strength department course is the perception department course. Perception department tutor is a called Cheng Bingqing Super Beauty. Through the photos, the body is also very hot. The past students of Cheng Bingqing's evaluation is very unified, only the goddess 2 words. The column for light talent as mentor is empty, and the main job of being a new student with a light talent is practically monopolized by the church by force. But all the strongest light talents are also in the church. The mentor of the mental faculty talent was an old woman who looked very old, wearing square-framed glasses, and was also hooking her sweater inside the photo. Even through the photo, Fong Xin could feel panicked by the other party staring at his heart. The old lady's real name is Sun Bijuan, the spiritual system talent of the 12th level of strength, but itself is not the 9th branch of the people. Her lover was born in the 9th branch, so she was specially recruited. The following comments are all anonymously sent out the exterminator. Inhumane, genocidal, tragic, 9 deaths and so on. Fong Xin looked through all the comments. Some people even accused dozens of comments, adding up to tens of thousands of comments, which complimented this old lady with less than 100 comments. But all the comments that had been complimented were wildly slammed by other anonymous users. Just now Fong Xin had thought that the comments left by the previous seniors were all good, but now it didn't seem to be that way. Bai Yulin held his cell phone. The sky is falling, brothers. Did any of you schedule a class with the exterminator? Sure, Tai Lang had just taken a sip of wine, sniffed and sprayed it out, gloating and laughing. Old Bai, you mailed it, ha 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 ha. Me too. Fong Xin took over. You both mailed it, ha ha ha. Sure, Tai Lang let out a very beat-up laugh. Xin, that old lady doesn't care how talented you are, what number you came in on the touch test. She treats everyone equally with her poor temper. Old Bai, Xin, I will remember you both from time to time and burn incense and paper for you both, ha ha ha. Bai Yulin hugged Fong Xin. Brother Xin, the two of us are now in a difficult position. Fong Xin patted Bai Yulin's back. Bai you may have misunderstood. The spiritual talent is only my secondary vocational talent. It's actually not a big problem if I have to not go to this class. As long as the main occupation talent has full attendance in the class, it's fine. Bai Yulin grinned a simple smile. New brother, other classes you're not the main talent can escape. The tutor will turn a blind eye. But only the extinction teacher's class, you don't even think about it. Don't even think about skipping class. For her class, you have to be there 5 minutes earlier. If you dare to be late, you won't be able to eat your fruit. Really? Bai Yulin said lifelessly. My uncle was her student. Back then, he also thought the same as you. He is now more than 40, graduated for more than 20 years. Even if he sees the old lady who hooked the sweater will be nervous. Fong Xin looked at the photo inside the old lady. The heart more or less still some disbelief. Ready to time to see with their own eyes is not really so evil. The curriculum flips down the page. Who is the mentor for the beast gift who has no name? Just a big? After clicking on the question mark avatar, many of the comments were just posted. Anyone? I heard that this mysterious tutor is the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Is it true or not? Is there any 18 centimeters to say if it's true? Don't hear about it. Someone with the status of a 10,000 Beasts Palace master would come to this place to be a tutor? Upstairs, understand brother, don't show IQ. I have definite news. This mysterious tutor is also really the 10,000 Beasts Palace owner. The 9th place has a cadet's Imperial Beast Department talent is very talented. By the 10,000 Beasts Palace's old palace owner are looking at the 10,000 Beasts Palace owner ran to lecture is to befriend. Grass. It's the 9th place again. Which giant man? Does anyone know? That's unknown. Anyway, all of you who were able to line up for the 10,000 Beasts Palace Masters course are all tainted by this person's favor. The school is using this as an opportunity to let us whore out the 10,000 Beasts Palace Masters lessons for nothing. Thank you to this great man from the 9th branch, who are the top-ranked ones in the 9th Division's mapping test, whose main job talent is still a talent of the Imperial Beast system. It seems like Brother Pant's main job is a Sentinel Beast talent. That's true when you put it that way. Someone asked Brother Pants about it, and he laughed a little and didn't answer or say no. But that look on his face was probably him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pantywaist still has that status? Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem like a surprise that he's the Red Pants warlord. But Pants' brother in the battlefield so much. Why this touch test he scored did not squeeze into the top 3? This you do not understand it. As the saying goes, the gun hits the head. Would show in the forest wind will destroy it. Pants' brother did this is to start low and go high. First meet out a wave of development. And so on when the time comes directly to give everyone a big surprise everyone. Besides, The Imperial Beast talent is a late-stage power-up, like that Fong Xin in first place. He's a strength talent. And a reckless talent like the strength talent is basically an insurmountable existence in the early stages. That's the main reason why he was able to take first place. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I just asked Brother Pants. And Brother Pants really does have a relationship between his family and the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Brother Pants let it slip during dinner that his existing ferocious beasts were given to him by the side of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Thank you, Brother Pants. Allowing us to whore out lessons from a terrifying existence like the Palace Master of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts for nothing. Brother Pants is awesome. Fong Xin read the post over. Couldn't help but shake his head. This imposter pantser is really into impersonation. Chapter 46, 5 Abnormalities. When I returned to my dorm room after dinner. It's after 9, almost 10. Sister Fawn sent a message asking Fong Xin if he wanted to be the freshman representative tomorrow and speak at the morning assembly. Fong Xin refused outright. According to what Zhuge Hong had said, Fong Xin's first place in today's touchdown had already been eyed by many people. It's better to be a little meticulous now. Fong Xin returned to his dorm room and lay on his bed. In passing, he took out the cell phone that Grandpa had sent over and flipped it open to check it. Grandpa hasn't sent a message in the last few days. I also don't know where Grandpa is currently. As for Grandpa's midterm test to go to the 9th Divine Demon Ruins, there was still a long time to go. Fong Xin reopened that video to view it, mulling over watching the King of Kill in the mirror at night. Standing up, he checked the dormitory out for a week. Nothing was checked for testing, but just to be on the safe side, Fong Xin was still prepared to be a little more stable. Now he was under the spotlight, and he was also being watched by the church side. In case shining the King of Kill from inside the mirror here caused any commotion, then he would be taken away to be sliced up, and that would be more or less a bit of a loss than a gain. The smart linker vibrated. Fong Xin picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhuge Hang. The virtual screen reads, "You have an item delivered. Do you check?" Fong Xin nodded yes. It was seen to be a small sculpture of less than 10 centimeters. Fong Xin pointed the screen to his palm, and the small sculpture slowly teleported into Fong Xin's hand, looking quite similar to the small sculpture that Chu Xinyo had given to Fong Xin before. There are 2 light system talents merit skills in here, but they are only 9th rank merit skills. But it's enough for you right now. You make do. The core merit skills of the light system talent are all tightly controlled by those old coffin fleshes of the church. It's not good to get them. I'll get you 2 more merit skills from the church's side when I have the chance. Thanks. You're welcome. Fong Xin pinched the small sculpture and placed it squarely against the moonlight in the night sky, his eyes staring at the small sculpture as he watched and thought. A few seconds later, a scene gradually appeared in Fong Xin's mind. A blurred figure completed an instantaneous flash under the moonlight. Divine technique, instantaneous flash of light. With the help of the light talent, it is possible to reach a flash within a certain range. Because of the merit, the primary could only instantly move a distance of 10 meters or less, and its upper limit could only reach an instantaneous flash within a 5-kilometer radius. Compared to Zhuge Hang's kind of work that can span several regions in a few blinks of an eye simply can't be compared. But something is better than nothing. But as Fong Xin observed, he suddenly realized that the figure that was originally a moonlike light had turned into a figure that was nearly equal to darkness. And with a swish, he instantly moved out even farther than his original distance. Fong Xin suddenly discovered that his killing talent seemed to be able to strengthen this skill. Originally the primary could only instantly flash 10 meters, but now it could even instantly flash 30 meters. And its upper limit also changed from 5 kilometers to 15 kilometers, a full 3 times higher. Fong Xin now realized that he knew too little about the killing talent. In addition to the instantaneous flash of light skill, there was another feat skill. Divine technique, instantaneous slash of light. A figure raised its hands high. The moonlight gradually formed a moonlight cross sword in its hands, followed by the moon god's shadow gradually emerged behind it. The moon god also raised its sword in its hands along with the figure's high raise, and as the figure chopped forward it also chopped violently. Within the range of the primary 10 meters, this sword cleaves to the enemy at the speed of light, hitting 100% of the time, and with the power of the lunar god, it is able to exert the power of the user at the peak of their current rank. As Fong Xin contemplated, the figure of the moon god gradually changed, and it was not far from the changes that had appeared during his own previous contemplation. The silver battle armor that the figure of the moon god wore turned into pitch black battle armor, with a few flashes of bloodthirsty scarlet in it. Under the enchantment of the killing talent, the instantaneous chop of light, which could only be played by locking the enemy within 10 meters at the original primary level, instantly turned the distance into a distance of 30 meters. Fang Xin exhaled slowly. I didn't expect to be able to utilize 3 times my original battle power with the killing talent. Fang Xin's eyes flashed with a brilliant light in them. Only unleashing this kind of skill is seen by the light system talent. Will certainly realize that this is not the light system talent, so the use of the situation, once used, make sure that all those who have seen it must die. And in order to prevent the extraction of the living memory by the perception system talent of the memories of the person, but also to destroy their memories, preparing to fall asleep at night. Fang Xin always felt that there were movements in the next dormitory and sensed it. Bai Yulin was arguing with himself, using different voices and different expressions and different tones of voice. Sure Tailang hugged the wine gourd while drinking and stroking it with a piggy look and some lines that were not allowed to be broadcast inside his mouth. Li Bao's 2 open knives stood on the bed, his head resting on one, his heels resting on the other as he huffed and puffed. Zhang Yaozu even sleepwalking even if, with a pillow in his arms, just like coaxing a child while walking and swaying. Shen Yu looks like the least words, but I did not expect this 2 meters 6 big and tall not to sleep on the bed, sleep on the ground. So big a person, shrinking in the arms of the human-shaped sandbags like a small child. The mouth also murmured the baby to drink milk. Fang Xin sat up. There's only 6 ING people in a squad. 5 irregularities. What 9th place are monster houses? Are you sure this isn't a ING psychiatric ward? Fang Xin withdrew his senses, just confining them to the room he was in. Early the next morning, inside the group it was announced that there was a general meeting in the morning. First, a representative of the new students spoke, and then a representative of the mentors came out to speak. To the venue, he saw many people pointing at a place in front of him, and Fang Xin also looked in the direction that everyone was pointing. I saw the fake pants brother Zhang Chang sitting in the front, wearing a yellow suit above and shiny armor reflecting light under the light, wearing big red pants, gold leather shoes. Hair is also taken care of brightly, as if the cow licked the general. This outfit is a batch of flirty, simply the most beautiful boy in today's scene. After some introductory remarks from the host, I would like to invite the representatives of this year's mentors to the stage. A very burly figure came up to the stage at a quick pace, saluting the leaders first as well as the cadets below. Subsequently said, "Hello students, I am Chen Yuanjue, the head of the second group of the 1st Special Operations Division of the Heavenly Shield Bureau, and also one of the mentors of the current spiritual department. It is an honor to be able to stand here to welcome the arrival of new trainees." The Heavenly Shield Bureau was established at the turn of the century, aiming to defend the peace of the motherland and to clear the major organizations and gangs of inhumans who endanger the society with the Winged Knight Army as the leader. We shoulder the ordinary peoples the arduous responsibility of life and property safety. After blah blah blah, Chen Yuanjue continued. I see that many new trainees seem to place a lot of importance on the results of the entrance mapping. In fact, it is not true. This result is just a reference, because many new trainees have not experienced combat before coming here, so the results may be a little unsatisfactory, but after the next special training, many of your students will get a qualitative improvement in their results. So, the poor grades now are not your final grades. Of course, don't be proud if you have good grades at the bottom. It's highly likely that you'll be surpassed by the other students who follow up with their efforts. Fang Xin clearly sensed quite a few people's gazes looking towards his side. After waiting for Chen Yuanjue to finish his speech, the host came on stage once again. Thank you for Mr. Chen's speech, and here's the representative of this year's outstanding freshman, student Zhang Chang, to come up to the stage to give his speech. After Zhang Chang got up, he stomped his big golden leather shoes, shook his bright hair, and walked towards the stage with his head held high. Many of the students below were cooing. Brother Pants is awesome. Not bad for a pantser. I told you Pants was hiding his strength. The fact that the outstanding freshman representative is Pants says it all. Yesterday, because of the matter of the Imperial Beast Department's tutor, there were still people who carried on with me, saying that the 10,000 Beasts Palace's palace master wasn't running towards Brother Pants, and people's Brother Pants had admitted it in disguise. And now that they've been slapped in the face by Pants, right, that's the best proof of it. Zhang Chang cleared his throat. Leaders, students yell hello, my name is Zhang Chang. I'm honored to be here as the representative of this outstanding freshman to speak for everyone. Just now, Mr. Chen had a sentence that I think is very right. The results of the entrance mapping exam doesn't represent everyone's results in the future. And just because some students' results are good now doesn't mean that they'll be good in the future. And even if you break the school's record, it's not impossible for everyone to go on to surpass it in the future. Chapter 47, don't say I gave it to you." The imposter's words immediately drew an outcry. Many people subconsciously looked in Fong Xian's direction. Zhang Chang's remark didn't even need to be guessed to be directed at Fong Xian. Fong Xian obviously also did not expect Brother Pants to target himself in front of so many new trainees. Zhang Chang even deliberately paused when he reached this point in his words. The eyes went to Fong Xian. Even the few school leaders and mentors in the front row were subconsciously looking towards Fong Xian's direction. The new trainees were all talking. Soon, the new trainees were all divided into two factions. A faction felt that trying to surpass Fong Xian was simply a spring dream. It said like he's not awake. Fang Xining broke the academy's record to become the first person ever to take the entrance failure test at the Sky Shield Academy. It's not like it was earned by luck alone. It's a real fight on its own merits. Zhang Chang is talking in his sleep here like he's not awake. However, there were others who thought that what Zhang Chang said was not unreasonable. What's more, Guru Chen Yuanjue had said the same thing just now. What are you all screaming about? Just now, Tutor Chen Yuanjue also said the same thing. If you guys are not convinced, go and raise a fight with Tutor Chen Yuanjue. Some of you are really convinced. That's right, the bottoming test is not a later test. Some talent is originally the later lack of power. We this time the bottoming test the first one when the power system talent. Power system talent no all understand. Besides, in the history of the Sky Shield Academy those who started the school touch test is very good. And then the end of the school was exceeded is not one or two. There are a lot of pretend what anyway, I'm Standing Pants brother. People's brother Pants is someone who was personally taught by a great person like the master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Needing you people to dog bark? There are still many amongst you who have taken advantage of Brother Pants. So what are you barking at? Have some backbone, okay? It's just that the feeler test is a little better. It's not like there's no way to surpass it. The two factions of new trainees were chattering and bickering. Sure Tai Lang, who was sitting next to Fong Xin, glanced back. Are these people really ignorant or fake? Think they can surpass Brother Xin? Are you not awake? Brother Xion's worst talent can even join the 9th division. They're also worthy of barking dogs? Fong Xian didn't resent this kind of skepticism at all, and even felt that this kind of skepticism could just facilitate his next obscene development, ostensibly letting these guys overtake them, quietly developing behind the scenes, and then topping everyone's lungs with strength. Zhang Chang wore a smile on his face as he looked at the arguing new trainees below, seemingly satisfied with this status quo, as if this was the effect he wanted. Looking at Fong Xian, Zhang Chang was full of provocation, as if he was saying that he was originally the most popular amongst the new trainees, but in the end, he was all snatched away by Fong Xian. Fong Xian calmly looked at Zhang Chang and returned a smile. Sure Tai Lang muttered unconvincingly, where does someone like Zhang Chang get the qualifications to go up and be the outstanding freshman representative? And why doesn't the school administration let Xian go? Fong Xian laughed, because I refused, followed by a few companions are frozen for a moment, and then have laughed out. Thought Zhang Chang how cattle it. The original is to pick up Fong Xian do not want. Blind what? It wasn't until the host told the people below to be quiet that Zhang Chang continued with his follow-up speech. When he came off the stage, he even straightened his hair and held his head high, like a big rooster who had just managed to step on an old hen. Until the end of the convention, the two factions that had been galvanized by what Zhang Chang had just said were still arguing. Some of the ones who didn't do so well in the entrance mapping were very cognizant of what Zhang Chang had said, so they were extremely supportive of Zhang Chang, except that some of the new trainees were scornful. As a result, the two sides got more and more heated, and even in the end, there were new trainees who moved to fight. It didn't stop until the mentor stepped in. The subsequent heated arguments between the two sides also spilled over onto the forums of the Sky Shield Academy. Finally someone let out a harsh word. We'll see when the midterm tests are due if the good grades can be reversed or not. Let's see how long you can still be arrogant. After which the test will be the moment to break the illusions of you people. With all due respect, the one who was number one in the mapping test really wasn't number one in the midterm test. The third level of combat power is a small watershed. After the third level of combat power, talents like spiritual talents and witchcraft talents can rub off on power talents. We'll see. Fong Xian is dismissive of all these impactful posts. Textbooks were distributed that afternoon. Every other morning was a class on strength talents. And then in the afternoon there was a class on sentinel beasts. Fong Xian's cell phone vibrated. Someone had friended him. Tapping on it reveals that it's a person nicknamed Baron Skydragon adding himself. Smoothly opened the other side of the homepage. Personality signature is pure love old boy. Yesterday, he even shared daily photos. which led to the realization that it was Shang Tian-Ke, the owner of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts. Fang Xian rolled his eyes greatly. You pure love your grandfather. If not I witnessed you hugging two big beautiful women. I really believe it. Fang Xian, I'm going to give you lessons tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Palace Master Shang, for taking time out of your busy schedule to still come and tutor me. Shang Tian-Ke returned a clasping expression. Let me ask you something. Is there a tutor named Cheng Bingcheng in your term? Yes. Fang Xian. Can you help me with something? After it's done, I'll send you a 4th-ranked battle power spirit beast. Fang Xian was alert. What is it? Shang Tian-Ke said with a big face. Can you give me Chang Bingcheng's contact information? Fang Xian music. No wonder you old dang and the Baron Tianlong and pure love old boy. The original is not aimed at me. It is a damn rush to our teacher Chang. Don't all mentors have their respective contact information inside their profiles? That's your internal system. I don't get to see it. Look, I helped you with your talent awakening, right? Zhuge Hang is my good friend. And you are Zhuge Hang's favorite student. In other words, we are also considered half good friends. So do your friend a favor. Fang Xian thought for a moment. Good. Turning his head, Fang Xian sent Qin Juanhao's contact information to Lord Shang Palace. Qin Juanhao's avatar happens to be a kinda cute cartoon picture, so it should be able to muddle through. Palace Master Shang happily returned a voice message. Ha ha ha, thank you old brother. I'll bring the spirit beasts to you tomorrow afternoon during class. Is there any way to send it to me now? Fang Xian inquired. Tomorrow that was designated as a no-go. Shang Palace Lord said. There's no way Your side of the teleportation can only be an internal channel. My side can't be transmitted. Don't worry. You helped your old brother so much. Surely you won't be short of benefits. Let's not talk about it first. Old brother chasing love to go. You mustn't say that I gave you the contact information. Fang Xian reminded. Don't worry. You've done me such a great favor. You definitely won't betray you. Nightfall. Qin Juanhao dug into his thoughts to think about how to re-establish a good relationship with the students of the 7th Division. His eyes gradually focused on Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang today in the freshman conference said the words of the other new hostility is very strong, and Zhang Chang has a lot of fans. If you hold on to Zhang Chang's thighs, that can also be used to make Zhang Chang to make their own reputation a little bit of a return to warmth. Was wondering how to hook up with Zhang Chang's thread. The phone vibrated. Someone added himself as a friend. With the note being the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, Qin Juanhao sat up mischievously. Chapter 48, Letting This Kid Get Away With It. Qin Juanhao flipped through the other party's accounts so many times, after clicking on each other's homepage. From the daily routine shared by the other party it seemed that he was really the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Qin Juanhao googled the information about the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace again. Through bits and pieces of introductions and photos, it was exactly like this person who was going to add himself, but Qin Juanhao was puzzled in his mind. It's not true that his Qin Juanhao's family is a bit rich, but there are people beyond the mountains. Their family didn't count for in the eyes of someone else's 10,000 Beasts Palace Master. How could someone else's 10,000 Beasts Palace Master take the initiative to run to add him as a friend? Qin Juanhao suddenly had a flash of insight. It was rumored inside the academy that Brother Pants and the Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace knew each other. 10,000 Beasts Palace Master can run to teach or running to the Pants brother. It's a good opportunity to ask about Brother Pants and get closer in the process. Qin Juanhao immediately found someone to inquire about the contact information of Brother Pants. He then added his friends. And just after Brother Pants' side went through, Qin Juanhao went up to exchange pleasantries. Brother Chang, my name is Qin Juanhao. I'm your admirer. Pantywaist is high and mighty. Well, Brother Pants, I have something I want to ask you. Just now there is a person who wants to add my friend. But I don't know that kind of big shot. I want to ask you to screen whether it's real or someone else's impersonation. With that said, he took a screenshot over to show Brother Pants. After a few seconds, Brother Pants wasn't as high and mighty as he had been earlier. This is Uncle Sean's contact information. Which one are you? My name is Juanhao Qin, a new cadet from Division 7. Your admirer. Who is your father? Qin Juanhao froze for a moment, but recovered. My father's name is Qin Zongxing. Okay, Sham Hoga, do you have something? I thought it was a scammer and didn't dare to pass. So I asked you. I'm asking. Qin Juanhao held his cell phone, his hands shaking with excitement. The Halshang Palace Lord actually added his contact information. With an excited heart trembling in his hand, Qin Juanhao tapped to agree to the friend application. Hello? As soon as the message was sent out, The other party immediately returned a message. Don't you well? Just call me Brother Shang. It seems close. Qin Juanhao was confused for a moment. I dare not dare not. You are the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. It's too presumptuous to call Brother Shang. I'll call you Palace Master Shang. What's so presumptuous about it? Outsiders can just call me Palace Master Shang. You're the exception. Just call me Brother Shang. You can call me Tian K if you want to be more affectionate. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened for a moment. This. It's not right. Hall of Shang Palace Lord. He a small karami called people Shang Big Brother has already overstepped the bounds. This if you are affectionately called Tian K that is not good enough. I dare not. You flatter me. Your avatar is adorable. Just as playful, cute, and soulful as your person. Lord Shang Palace continued. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened quite a bit at once. How did that sound so strange? Did you add the wrong person? No, it's you. Truth be told, after I saw you last time, I couldn't stop thinking about you, and I've dreamed many times, with your figure inside my dreams, and I still remember the ethereal scent that emanates from your body, and it's been hard to forget it for a long time. Qin Juanhao's chrysanthemums tightened. Why does that sound? It's not good for Ju. I have a hammered phantom scent on me. Qin Juanhao pondered for a while. The Shang Palace Lord shouldn't really have added the wrong one. Lord Shang Palace, do you know who I am? Of course, MS. Orange. You're as icy as you are. Qin Juanhao stiffened. Palace Master Shang. I'm not the person you're looking for. Little naughty boy. Still trying to fool me. Palace Master Shang. I'm really not the person you're looking for. Did you add the wrong person? What you're looking for is Teacher Cheng Bingqing, right? There was a long silence on the other side. Who are you? What's the name? My name is Qin Juanhao, a new cadet from the 7th Division. Qin Juanhao said with a flourish. But after saying this sentence, Qin Juanhao regretted it. He was aware of some unimaginable secrets. Qin Juanhao was nervous and beads of sweat came out on his forehead. No one is to say anything about today to anyone. Understand? Shang Tian K said sternly. Definitely not. I didn't see anything. As he said that, Qin Juanhao even deleted the chat log and took a screenshot for Shang Tian K to see. Qin Juanhao swallowed. It's like keeping a big secret. Panty Boy has it this time asked Qin Juanhao. Shang Baobao plus you made what asked? Add the wrong person. Qin Juanhao just typed a few words and then deleted. Go out. Identity are given by themselves. Can say a little ambiguous? So that it is convenient to later in Zhang Chang close relationship. After some deliberation, Qin Juanhao to Zhang Chang replied. He told me a little thing. What is it? Brother Chang, the specifics of the talk. This is really inconvenient to say. Qin Juanhao returned a message in a mysterious manner. Qin Juanhao put his cell phone aside. Now he himself is considered to know the little secret of the palace master of the palace of 10,000 beasts. I did not think that this kind of handful of big shots still have such a side. 10,000 beasts palace. Shang Tian K lying in the pool. Poolside sitting on the side of a white-skinned beautiful white beauty. Is to Shang Tian K rubbing the temple. Shang Tian K pillow beautiful white snow legs big. In his left and right there are two stunning beauty. One for him to serve the drink. One to feed him fruit. Putting his cell phone aside, Shang Tian K couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at, Palace Master? Pitted by this kid Fong Xin. Ha ha ha, how can you laugh when you're being pumped? Shang Tian K laughed. This kid is different from others. For anyone else, in order to flatter me, in order to get a 4th-ranked combat spirit beast, they would definitely push Cheng Bingqing's contact information to me. But this kid surprisingly didn't even ask for it. There is a bottom line. I like to make friends with people like this who have a bottom line, but there's a matter that needs to be dealt with. Wait a moment. You go find a clearing bead and bring it to me. I'm going to use it tomorrow at the Heavenly Shield Academy, and as a precaution, I need to erase the memories of the one called Qin Juanhao. Save yourself the embarrassment later. Tomorrow afternoon in class. I still have to go and beat up this Fong Xin kid. Damn it. The little brat dares to fool me. The Big Dipper. Early the next morning. After breakfast, the morning was a class for the strength gifted, which was held in the gravity room. Fong Xin greeted a few other people and headed towards the gravity room. Not many people come to Master Hua Chunhua's 6th master class. There were only a dozen or so people, and Hua Sung was not the only instructor who taught this class. Hua Sung takes all the top students. The people who come here are basically power talents. Fong Xin arrived with a glance. The rest of the strength-talented new trainees are, for the most part, supersized muscle-bound. All of them are big and strong, and the least of them has a block on their body. Fong Xin was placed among them on the thin side. But Fong Xin belongs to the type that looks skinny in clothes and fleshy out of clothes. Seeing Fong Xin come in, a group of students nodded their heads at Fong Xin. After all, Fong Xin was number 1 in the touch test. Although what Zhang Chang had said yesterday had caused a great deal of controversy, the strength department talent had been despised by many, successfully standing at the bottom of the talent despising chain. This led to the new trainees of the strength department talent to unite and clear their support for Fong Xin. Chapter 49, 18, 000 kilograms. HSIN. A group of students rushed to greet Fong Xin. Fong Xin also nodded at the crowd. We all briefly introduced ourselves to each other as well. With Fong Xin it was 12. A few people were chatting. Someone came in from outside. Mr. Hua. After seeing the visitor everyone greeted each other. Before the class everyone had also seen the photo of Hua Cheng Huakong, so naturally they recognized who the visitor was. Hua Cheng 1 meter 9 head. Body is very stout and sturdy, wearing the unique uniform of the 9th division. The whole person their one-stop oppressive feeling is very strong. It's fate to get together. Past students are willing to call me Brother Hua Lu. If you all don't mind, you can call me Brother Hua Lu as well. Brother Hua Lu. A bunch of students called out. Fong Xin followed suit and was able to clearly perceive that this Brother Hua Lu's bravado in front of him was not feigned. The fact that many graduated seniors speak well of Hua Cheng is proof of his character. Hua Cheng took off his jacket and hitched it on top of the equipment next to him. Then let's get straight to the point. Those who can come to me are all strength talents. Strength talents are also called reckless talents, also known as forced labor talents, always at the bottom of the contempt chain. But the real strong man never care what others say. The strong man is the most correct thing to do is to use the power to break the world's prejudice, to break through the label of the cage. As the saying goes, a force of 10 will be enough to prove that. In the face of absolute power, many fancy things are just empty talk. Of course, if we give top of the specification skills on top of great strength, and fantastically fast speed, we explode into unparalleled combat power. Fong Xin. Hua Sung suddenly shouted. Fong Xin, who was listening to the lesson with his ears pricked up, froze for a moment and instantly raised his hand. Here it is. Take out your full power and attack me. Fong Xin was once again stunned, naturally knowing that Hua Cheng was trying to give a demonstration. Without thinking much, he crashed into an iron mountain lean towards Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng stood firm, only raising one hand and holding down Fong Xin's shoulder. Fong Xin immediately changed his attacking movements. His fists were like cannons, his elbows were like swords, and his knees were like spears, charging towards Hua Cheng at all sorts of tricky angles. All of these attacking moves were honed by Fong Xin in the midst of countless battles, and all of these attacking techniques were based on a martial art called the 8 extreme fist taught to Fong Xin by his grandfather back then. But during the attack, Fong Xin was surprised to find that no matter how fast his attack was, Hua Cheng's defense was impenetrable, and his own proud strength seemed to be worthless in front of Hua Cheng as if it was a stone sinking into the sea. However, in the midst of this attack, the corners of Hua Cheng's mouth couldn't help but curl up. The other students also let out a secret gasp. Fong Xion's superb attack with a sense of striking power gave them a visual feast, while Hua Cheng's calmness made them feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. After it's all over, Hua Sung was the first to raise his hand in applause. The other students raised their hands in applause. Hua Cheng patted Fong Xion's shoulder. No wonder he can be valued by Zhuge. He is really different. Everyone saw it. Just now Fong Xion's attack has a little loophole. But one thing is very desirable. Each of his strikes is running to take the vitals directly, which is crucial in the middle of the battle process. When it's a matter of life and death, it's either you or me. So never let go of any opportunity to take your enemy's life. Even if the other talents have all sorts of fancy attacks, we all just punch them over. I've also heard a little bit about the speech of the freshman representative at the freshman meeting yesterday, saying that the 3rd level of combat power is a watershed, and that after the 3rd level of combat power, the other talents will be able to hold our strength department talents down and rub them on the ground. Pure fart. I don't care what other Powerline talent students think, but if you come to my class, you have to realize one thing for me. If you can't beat the other side in the same realm, and the level of talent is the same, that can only mean one thing. It's your problem, not the Powerline talent's problem. The Dragon Kingdom today has a terrifying existence with a strength-based talent. It doesn't give a damn what talent you have. And in front of him, a single force breaks all bands. A very tall, hedgehog-headed student sniffed and said excitedly, Brother Hua Lu, are you talking about the master who guards the first temple of the world? Hua Cheng nodded. Not bad. It is exactly him. So that's why. Everyone, don't go inferior because of some gossip. Use your strength and smash all the farting mouths. Everyone was grinning. Hua Chang raised a hand. One more thing. This is my rule. Since you guys are now my students, then you have to remember. I don't care what others do. If you guys, any one of you, is bullied, no matter who the other party is, the other 11 have to come forward to help back me up. If you can't do it, then go to your seniors. If your seniors can't do it, then go to me. If I can't do it, I have 5 brothers above me. If my brother can't do it, my father's 12 brothers will come out to back me up. But there is one more thing that you must also remember for me. All of you. No bullying of the poor. No bullying of the weak. No bullying of the good. No raping of women. And no men either. Remember? Remember brother Hua Luck. Fang Xian looked at Hua Chang. He had to say that this Hua Jin gang had a magic power in him. It felt like a very reliable and good big brother. Hua Chang clapped his hands. Okay, let's officially start the first lesson. Many people have misconceptions about the strength department talent, including all of you present. The most powerful thing about the strength department talent is not that our strength is different from normal people, but that our discovery and application of our body is far more than normal people. A long time ago, our realm divisions were not like the current level 1 and level 2. They were sense calling, source flow, pulsation, standing on the ground, observing the well, merging with the path, breaking the mirror, etc. And this set of hierarchical divisions applies even more to the realm senses of our strength-based talents. And we'll start with the first 4 realms today. Calling, as the name suggests, is to call upon the talent within you, which will be there as soon as you awaken. Source flow is to hammer the physical body through one's own talent, controlling the respective chi and blood to circulate in the tendons and veins in a constant stream. And pulsation is to burst out the chi and blood that is brewed by the chi and blood in the form of pulse impacts. And this kind of power was also known as dark power a long time ago. Saying that, Hua Chang one hand pasted on Fang Xian's chest. Didn't even see Hua Chang make a move. Fang Xian felt a very strange power current rushing through his limbs and bones, and directly staggered backward. Surprised in his heart, this kind of power is really horrible. Hua Chang looked at Fang Xian and laughed. Your combat power is strong. Firstly because of your extremely high talent, secondly because of your combat experience, and thirdly because of your strong skills, but you know very little about chi and blood pulses. If you can comprehend this chi and blood pulse, your battle power will directly reach the 4th level, which is the standing ground. The realm of standing ground, for the strength talent, is a strengthening of your defense mechanism, allowing you to constantly refine your own chi, blood, and flesh, breeding a protective barrier on the surface of your body through the chi that grows out of it, allowing you to be as stable as a rock, and be in a position of standing ground and undefeated. Come on, attack me again. Hua Chang looked to Fang Xian, who blasted his fist upwards. It was seen that a nearly transparent layer of protective film appeared on Hua Chang's body surface. Fang Xian's punch blasted up and did not stick to Hua Chang's flesh at all. Hua Chang's body slightly shook, and Fang Xian immediately flew backwards. Fang Xian was shocked in his heart. Sure enough, you still have to rely on the master teacher to bring. Relying on their own pondering, I do not know to ponder to what era to go. Hua Chang continued. Originally, the first lesson would only give you the first 3 realms, but because of Fang Xian, a 4th realm was added. You guys can now take a look at the feats and skills I sent you. I've divided you into groups based on your progress as well as your strengths and weaknesses, and I'll be teaching you individually next. Oh, the textbook that the school sent you. You take the time to read it. Just read it as an extracurricular book. You still have to listen to me mainly. Fang Xian glanced at the Gung Fu Hua Chang had prepared for himself. Martial technique 9 Heavens Opening Strength. This was an attacking Gung Fu skill, where a single punch could explode with 9 constantly stacked powers. Martial technique Golden Bell Shield. This second technique was a defense technique that could only be used after reaching a 4th level battle power. However, Fang Xian, in the previous beheading operation, the killing talent brought about a surge in combat power. The strength system talent also followed the surge, has reached the peak of the 3rd level of combat power, but always stuck in the peak position does not go. Before Fang Xian did not quite understand what is going on. Today heard the explanation is considered to understand. It turns out that it will not be the chi and blood pulse. Wasung walks up and finds Fang Xian looking at the golden bell. That's something you have to go over only when you reach battle level 4. Now I'll start by telling you about chakra pulses. With that said, Hua Chang brought Fang Xian to a force gauge. Swing! Fang Xian threw a punch. The display above the dynamometer flashed numbers. The brush reached 15,999. The other students let out a gasp. Hwa-sung was also happy to be out. You can do it, kid. The strength of the strength talent is the current level plus 1 squared times 1,000. 16,000 kilograms at the peak of the third level of combat strength. You're so close. Come on, relax your mind. As he spoke, one of Hwa-sung's hands rested on Fong Xian's shoulder. Close your eyes and feel. Fong Xian closed his eyes, obviously able to feel a pulse of power passing over from his shoulders. The qi and blood in Fong Xian's body fluctuated, as if it was a tidal surge. This feeling became stronger and stronger. The qi and blood brewed out of the qi gathered into his fists. Fong Xian felt that he was able to get a qualitative boost from a single punch blast out right now. Remember this feeling. Hua Chang withdrew his hand, smiled and patted Fong Xian's shoulder. There's no rush. Take your time to find the feeling. Your talent is very strong. Within half a month, you should be able to comprehend this feeling and reach the fourth level of combat power. Fong Xian closed his eyes. Just now after Hua Chang had urged, Fong Xian's qi and blood surged. Now that Hua Chang had withdrawn his power, the fluctuation of qi and blood surging in Fong Xian's body slowed down a lot. But that fluctuation was still there. Clutching onto that feeling, Fong Xian clumsily urged the qi and blood in his body to surge. Hua Chang clapped his hands and looked at the others. Come on. Fong Xian's progress is faster than you guys. Let Fong Xian get a feel for it and I'll teach you. Fong Xian closed his eyes and was a bit clumsy at first, but the hand that Hua Chang had helped with at first had played a key role. And Fong Xian caught the sensation. And it was getting stronger and stronger. And it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment. The energy that had accumulated too much from the previous killings began to surge in tidal wave with it. Because Weizong doesn't have that much to do and can mingle with everyone. Classes go by fast. One lesson went by quickly. Everyone was ready to go. Seeing Fong Xian still standing motionless in front of the dynamometer, Hua Chang stepped forward and patted Fong Xian's shoulder. Class is over. You can't remember such things. You have to take your time. Was talking. Fong Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Hwa-sung eeped. Fong Xian twisted at the waist. Suddenly a fist blasted out. The dynamometer made a sharp ticking sound of rising values. The value of almost 16,000 just now instantly broke through 16,000. The values swish up. 1 second later, the value brushes changed again. Her was fixed at 18,000 kilograms. Chapter 50, sit in front of me. Ha! The other students were supposed to leave. Seeing the commotion over here have come up. For a moment everyone's eyes widened considerably. Isn't that outrageous? First class. Everyone is still listening in class. Some of the knowledge hasn't been digested yet. And you broke through? Your entrance feeler test breaks the record with a fractured first. And it's okay to break the official all-time record. Now this first session you have reached the fourth level of warfare. Is there any law? Is there any law? How can anyone live with that? Hwa-sung grinned and wrapped his arms around Fong Xian. Ask any teacher who doesn't love such a student. No wonder that white-haired errand boy always likes to drag this kid around. Good talent. Good understanding. Good fighting skills. Can. Hua Chang patted Fong Xian's shoulder with his big hand. Happy beyond words. The upper limit of level 4 battle power was 25,000 kilograms. And Fong Xian had just broken through and reached 18,000 kilograms. The other students were helpless and admiring. Fong Xian had already won them too much at the starting line. Hua Chang shook his head inside. It's worthy of being an SSS grade strength system talent. Just now, I said that you wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough until half a month later. But now I see that this is a slap in my face. Fong Xian laughed. Thank you, brother Hua Lu. If it wasn't for you giving me a hand just now, I wouldn't have been able to reach the fourth level of combat power so quickly. Hua Chang said boldly, I'm your mentor. Isn't this all what I should do? If the student is excellent, my face will also be honored. The words here, Hua Imaging is remembered something. Eyes looked to the other students. Fong Xian breakthrough thing you temporarily do not announce to the public. The old saying is good. Would show in the forest wind will destroy. Fong Xian just took the first place in the bottom test. The wind is too much. If the wind is too much, it is easy to cause unnecessary trouble. Other than that, in case a loudmouth reveals the wind, and lets the Inhuman Organization, or those remaining members of the Neverwinter Nights army know about it, they'll all be eyeing on Fong Xian, and when they're targeted by those people, they'll either snatch Fong Xian away to work for them or they'll just erase Fong Xian, which would be a very unfavorable thing for Fong Xian. Everyone nodded. Remember brother Hua Lu? Hua Chang put his arm around Fong Xian, but then, Letting you meticulously and obscenely develop doesn't mean that you should just show weakness and shine your fists when it's time to do so. After all, some people are just cheap skins. They need to be punched. Fong Xin grinned. This mentor could be too much to Fong Xin's liking. Who could not love such a mentor? Alright, class is over. It's time to go eat. I also have something I have to go. If there's anything you guys don't understand, whether it's in learning or in life, and you encounter any difficulties, you can look for me. Okay, brother Hua Lu. Oh, today is the first day, so the gravity coefficient in the gravity room is not adjusted, and from the next class onwards, there will be weight training, so be prepared. Understood. Fong Xin went to the restaurant with a few of his classmates. During dinner we all asked each other about our afternoon classes. When he heard that Fong Xin still had a class in the Imperial Beast Department in the afternoon, a classmate nicknamed Potato Cover 8, Xin, who's your teacher in the Imperial Beast Department? It's a question mark. The pot lid said, that is the 10,000 Beasts Palace Master. I also arranged to his class. Our upper head this time is to take advantage of the 10,000 Beasts Palace Master to come. Can vigorously white-whoring people, as long as is the Imperial Beasts Department talent can be, are stuffed over to his class. New brother, we will be together at that time. Okay, is this settled? A tall man in an undershirt named Zhang Bing asked. Pot lid nodded. Confirmed. Do not look at this class some students' dirt. Family background or vary. Someone's family and 10,000 Beasts Palace side have relations. Have asked. 10,000 Beasts Palace Master will indeed come. Zhang Bing ate a bone. So the rumor says that the master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace is running after Brother Pants. Is that true or not? 80% of it is true. Someone has said with great certainty that Brother Pants' family has connections, and there is also a relationship between their family and the 10,000 Beasts Palace. And there are also people who have heard him talking to the 10,000 Beasts Palace Master on the phone, and calling the 10,000 Beasts Palace Master as uncle. Zhang Bing took a sip of his drink, but it seems like Brother Pants never exactly said that he was related to the Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, right? The potcake sipped his fishbone. He didn't say so, but what's the difference between that and having a clear license? That's true, but to be honest, I get angry every time I look at that bay-raised pantser brother. I don't know why. Me too. Ha ha ha. Fong Xin sucked on his drink. More or less a little bit of weakness. After all, yesterday pitched a handful of Shang Tianke. But this was the Sky Shield Academy after all. This old colorful batch shouldn't be able to find himself in trouble. Turning to the afternoon, the two of them, Fong Xin and Potato Lid, walked into the classroom together. As soon as I entered, I saw that Brother Pants had already arrived. Still sitting in the first row, still dressed in flowery clothes. It's hard not to notice. In his side also sat around a lot of people. A mouth a strong brother Flattery Pants brother Zhang Chang. Obviously, Pantywaist Zhang Chang was enjoying this process. Embracing Zhang Chang's side, they were basically factions that supported Zhang Chang's statement at the freshman meeting yesterday that the touch test did not mean that in the future they would definitely be surpassed by other less desirable but talented ones and such. Seeing Fong Xin come in, as the hotshot amongst the freshmen, Fong Xin was now considered a top stream. Why is he here? Some of the people sitting around Zhang Chang inquired suspiciously. The others followed suit and wondered. Yeah, what's he doing here? A pimple-faced tinfoil hot fat man sitting beside Zhang Chang sneered. What else can he come for? Isn't it obvious that so many people today are here to dabble in our Chang's light? The master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace ran to our Chang. And now that the top management of the Heavenly Shield Bureau has taken advantage of the opportunity to want to whore themselves out, a lot of the students have been stuffed. Damn. These people are all dipped in Chang's favor. Some of them even talked to lift up with us. We should charge another tuition fee with these bions. Imposter Pants brother Zhang Chang cleared his throat. No need to pay attention to it. Uncle Shang came to the class, but also for the sake of our Heavenly Shield Bureau to make a contribution. It is also considered a kind of fellowship. Everyone, since we are here, then Uncle Shang will surely teach them all. The pimple-faced tinfoil hot fat man clapped his hands and bragged. It has to be our brother Chang. The pattern is just big, but it's just looking down on these people. That's right, look at that Fong Xin. After he came in, those people all surrounded Fong Xin and went over. It's so funny, they don't know who the hell they are dipping into the light today, so they just sit there. Humph, wait until we, Chang brother, are thick and thin, and then we will severely slap the face of the dog of you people, so that you know that good grades at the bottom of the entrance examination are not necessarily good all the time. Some of the trainees spoke without any regard at all. even deliberately raising their tones so that Fong Xin could hear them. The pot lid looked at the side of Fong Xin's face and consoled. Brother Xin, don't give a damn about this bunch of grandchildren. They are just envious of you. It's not just that you have the relationship with the master of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts Palace. This relationship isn't theirs. It's someone else's, Zhang Chang's. What's the point of them barking at the dog? A bunch of eunuchs are manipulating the heart of the emperor. Fong Xin was thinking of something else and just smiled in response. Just as everyone was talking, through the door walked a figure. Everyone's eyes went to it. The visitor was a large bearded man who looked exactly like the photo he had found on the internet. Palace Master Shang. It's really Palace Master Shang. The huge classroom exploded. Brother Pants is awesome. I have to say. It's still Brother Pants. All able to get this kind of character to teach us. With all due respect, everyone in this room has taken advantage of Brother Pants. Let's really learn to be thankful. That's right. Some people are really white-eyed wolves, and they say bad things about Kung. I'm a big fan of Brother Pants from now on. There was a lot of talk in the classroom. I didn't expect the imposter pants guy sitting in the first row to suddenly stand up. Rise. Wow. The tables and chairs in the back moved to make a noise, and everyone subconsciously stood up. Hello, teacher. Everyone sit. Shang Tianke responded, his gaze sweeping in search from below. Imposter Pants brother laughed. Mentor Shang. You are all very welcome here. Shang Tianke swept his gaze from Imposter Pants brother Zhang Chang's face and smiled at him. It's you. Sit down. That immediately drew a lot of murmurs. Asterisk. I told you. I really know each other. Not bad for a pantser. I'm tired of talking about it already. Brother Pants is awesome. Someone queried. Then why say things like it's you? Grr. What's that between your ears? A toilet? You still need to ask this kind of question? Definitely pretending not to recognize. This is also for Brother Chang's consideration, so as not to make people with an axe to grind think that we, Brother Chang, came in with connections. That's right. Some people don't know how their brains grow. Asking such questions. Idiots. What do you say to this kind of person? Pure cerebral palsy. Can't see that Chang is good, and now they're jealous of Brother Chang. Listen to what they're saying. The bottom of the conversation was in full swing. Shang Tianke's gaze fixed on Fong Xin, who was sitting in the back row. Fong Xin. Shang Tianke's sudden exit silenced the entire classroom. Everyone looked over. What's the point of calling Fong Xin? It's probably normal to see what it's like knowing that you're ranked number 1 in the entrance mapping. Fong Xin stood up with a naive smile. Good day. Instructor Shang. Shang Tianke revealed a smile. Come sit in the front. Fong Xin smiled brightly. There's no room in front. I'm fine sitting here. Shang Tianke suddenly pointed at Zhang Chang, the imposter pants brother sitting in the front row. Move back a bit and let him sit here with you. Imposter pants brother Zhang Chang froze on the spot, and his face turned white. Everyone in the classroom froze thinking they had heard wrong. Fong Xin looked at this old dang. This is a resentment. Once again Smile Pure said, Shang tutor, everyone is sitting well. Now have class. There is no need to move around. You start the class. I sit here to hear. When Shang Tianke saw that smile of Fong Xin's, and then thought of the awkwardness after being pitched by this kid yesterday, he couldn't wait to go up and kick this kid twice. Smiling, he hooked his finger. I'm here for you, kid. Everyone else is here to dabble in class. What's it like hiding in the back? You sit in the front. Chapter 51, scared the out of me. The inside of the large classroom was quiet. The crows are silent and you can hear a pin drop. All the trainees who had come to class were looking towards Fong Xin's direction. The words of Palace Master Shang just now were deafening. No one had expected that the hallowed Shang Palace Lord would be running towards Fong Xin. But anyone who wasn't blind could see that the two Fong Xin and Shang Palace Master knew each other. But soon everyone reacted again. Aren't you a power talent? How can you still have the master of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts come and teach you the beast royalty talent? Is it hard to be a dual primary talent? Everyone couldn't help but raise their breath and looked at Fong Xin in shock. Those trainees who had taunted Fong Xin just a moment ago only felt that their faces had been wildly slapped by Fong Xin at this moment. They also tried their best to flatter Zhang Chang, the brother of Pants, kneeling Zhang Chang, saying that it was in the light of Zhang Chang, and said that Fong Xin did not have the slightest face to come to dabble in the class, and did not even have a word of thanks. Now it seems that the shameless ones are the ones who dabbled in Fong Xin's favor, and the one with the palest face at this moment was still Pants' brother Zhang Chang. He intercepted the title of Red Pants Child War God before the start of the school year, but he didn't admit it. He just wore a very flirtatious dress. in order to make a name for himself among his classmates, and to become the man of the moment in the current session. And his enrollment results are not bad. Not only that is also the excellent representative of the freshmen, but also for those freshmen who have poor results in the entrance examination of the bottom of the mouth to help speak out. Ever since he learned that the Shang Palace master had come to teach a class, he had been moved again, and he dreamed of being the center of attention for everyone. That's why he deliberately let people know that he and Shang Palace master knew each other, and pretended not to let people hear him call Shang Palace master Uncle Shang, just to make people worship him. But he also knew that Lord Shang Palace wasn't running to him, so he never admitted it, just gave hints and let everyone guess. He was betting that the Shang Palace master wouldn't spill the beans in public about who he was running to. Obviously, gambling requires caution. The potcake sitting next to Fong Xin, as well as the new trainees who embraced Fong Xin, all let out gasps of surprise. The classroom instantly erupted into a clamor of noise that was almost ready to bring the roof down. New brother is awesome. Potty adored. So Shin is the hidden big brother. Zheng Chang pretending to be a chicken. Thought Lord Shang Palace was running to him. Made me almost believe it, but it turned out to be a fake. Where's the gang that just knelt down to lick Zheng Chang? Go on barking. Let your masters continue to act like assholes. Laugh me to death. The higher you fly the worse you fall. Brother Pants filial sons and daughters can finally shut up now. Entrance grades are no good, nor is being a human being. And you still want to surpass Xin. Go to your springtime dreams. The taunts were loud and clear. Zheng Chang's face was pale, but he still forced himself to stay calm. The pimple-faced tinfoil burner wondered. Brother Chang, what's going on? Isn't Lord Shang Gong running towards you? Zheng Chang pretended to be calm and said, have I ever said that? Have I ever admitted it? The tinfoil hat froze for a moment, as if from the beginning it was just Zheng Chang giving some hints and the rest was all in everyone's head. For a while, the faces of those who had just embraced Zheng Chang were green for a while. Shang Tianke cleared his throat. Fong Xin, come here. Fong Xin walked towards the front row with 100 reluctance. Shang Tianke looked at the imposter pants brother Zheng Chang. Just now from just a few words also heard something. Zheng Chang is a little good face. Dared to want to use me to give you to pretend. Categorically cannot give you face. You, sit in the back. Zheng Chang's mouth opened, feeling that he had been insulted like never before. Wanting to say something, he ultimately held back and hung his head towards the back. When he brushed past Fong Xin, Zheng Chang bumped Fong Xin with his shoulder, and Zheng Chang said in a small voice, Fong Xin, right? Let's see how high we are in the midterm test. Fong Xin casually replied, who cares? Zheng Chang's forehead veins flared. Today if it was just that the Shang Palace master had pointed out that he was running towards Fong Xin, he would have been embarrassed at best, but the Shang Palace master had even asked him to go to the back and make room for Fong Xin, which was simply a strange shame. Let's ride a donkey and see what happens. Fong Xin simply ignored it. He walked straight to the first row where Zheng Chang had just sat down. The pimple-faced tinfoil hat who had kneeled and licked Zheng Chang just now came up and flashed a smile fawningly at Fong Xin and laughed. Good day, brother Xin. How good is it? Tinfoil hat froze for a moment, licked his lips and laughed dryly. It's quite nice, and I'm really glad you're sitting next to me. Then you're rejoicing too soon. Shang Tianke looked at Fong Xin with a smile on his face. This kid's speech can be too yawn. Alright everyone, let's get to the point. Today is our first lesson, and I'm sure many of you already know something about the Imperial Beasts Department. The profession of the Beast System talent is also known as the Beast Master. Our fighting strength of this talent at first cannot be considered top-notch, but as we rise in our realm, the stronger the beasts we raise, the more feedback we ourselves receive. And as we all know, we Beast Masters' fleshly bodies aren't very strong like those of the reckless talent. TSK. The classroom was quiet, but Fong Xin, who was sitting in the first row, suddenly sked, which seemed particularly refreshing in the classroom. Shang Tianke smirked at Fong Xin. I'm not saying that you're reckless. I mean that all of you power lineage gifted people are reckless. Fong Xin looked at Shang Tianke helplessly, fighting and not being able to fight. And people are right, this is the most infuriating. Many of the new trainees were also whispering and covering their mouths with laughter. Even the Shang Palace master had said that those with strength-based talents were reckless. Shang Tianke continued, the power of the Imperial Beast Masters is a shortcoming, so we also have to maintain a strong resonance between the beasts that we build up by keeping a strong resonance between us. As the beast's physique is usually stronger than our human counterparts, beasts are divided into 3 kinds. Usually the upper limit is 5 levels of combat power as well as within 5 levels called ferocious beasts. 6 to 10 levels called spirit beasts, the upper limit in the 10 levels above. 11 levels called king beasts. 12 levels is the royal beasts. 13 levels is the holy beasts. 13 levels above is called the divine beasts. Beast masters harness different types, levels and numbers of beasts depending on their talent. Of course, the higher the talent, the more beasts they can harness as mentioned earlier. The stronger they are and the more they are. Today is the first lesson. We'll start with how to establish a bond with a beast and make a contract. With those words, Shang Tianke casually waved his hand, and a 3-meter-long, nearly 2-meter-tall giant lizard was added to his side. As soon as the giant lizard appeared, it opened its bloody mouth and roared at the bottom. Many of the students sitting in the first row got up and backed away in fear. Only Fang Xian remained steady as a rock in the entire first row. Fang Xian looked around and realized that the back was in chaos. The first row and even the second and third rows of students all got up in fear and retreated back in a swarm, leaving themselves alone in front. Fang Xian got up, crossed over the tables and chairs to the back, and stood with his classmates, tapping his chest. Holy, that scared me. Chapter 52, what kind of students are you looking for? Shang Tianke's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Couldn't wait to get up there and beat the out of this kid. Originally the new trainees were all pretty scared too, but after seeing Fang Xian for a moment they didn't even know what to say. Shang Tianke pointed at Fang Xian, biting his back teeth trough. Get your ass over here. Sit properly. Fang Xian laughed dryly and resumed his seat in the first row. The other cadets will have to follow over and sit in the first row. I didn't expect Shang Tianke to say, except for Fang Xian, all of the original first row sit back. The crowd of trainees thought that Shang Tianke was angry, and others thought that Shang Tianke was specializing. I didn't expect Shang Tianke to continue. This fire-scaled gargoyle is very aggressive. You guys sitting in the first row will be easily injured by mistake. Those new trainees who were originally still bitterly smiling broke out in joy as soon as they heard this. They all looked at Fang Xian. Zhang Chang, who was sitting at the back, even revealed a big smile. Only now it was Fang Xian's turn to blacken his face. Not Palace Master Shang. You this? Shang Tianke inquired in a serious manner. What's wrong? You are a little naughty. Shang Tianke laughed. If not for the crowd at this moment, is really want to beat this kid. Seeing Shang Tianke and Fang Xian conversing like this, Zhang Chang couldn't laugh anymore, and those new trainees were also talking, all inquiring about what kind of background Fang Xian had, that he dared to talk to Shang Tianke like this. The fire-scaled giant lizard bared its teeth at the trainees below, then shook its big head and approached towards Fang Xian. Many of the trainees who embraced Fang Xian were nervous, but many of the other faction led by Zhang Chang were gloating when they saw this, wanting to watch Fang Xian make a fool of himself. Some people even secretly took out their cell phones, wanting to record Fang Xian's next ugly appearance, and then put it on the forums, so that everyone could make fun of how worthless a reckless person with a strength department talent really was in front of an Imperial Beast department powerhouse. Fang Xian looked at the ugly and hideous big head that was getting closer and closer, and pushed it with his hand in disgust. Go to one side. Touch by old man. The true dragon aura that he had previously acquired from above the true dragon steps of the 10,000 Beasts Palace automatically surfaced. The originally violent fire-scaled giant lizard instantly became much more docile, and its eyes became softer as it rubbed against Fang Xian's palm and retreated back to Shang Tianke's side. After a few seconds of silence inside the classroom, it instantly exploded. Asterisk. What the is going on? No? This ing works? Top tier Imperial Beast talent? Holy, this big brother can't be a dual main job talent, right? Did you guys feel the aura from him just now? The sense of oppression is too strong. Shang Tianke cleared his throat and pulled back to the topic and continued. Quiet all. As you all can see, the high-level Royal Beast System talent is just like that, with a strong affinity with beasts. Back to the topic just now. This is a king beast with an upper limit of 11 levels of battle power. Most of you students have already awakened your Royal Beast Department talents, right? Those who haven't will have other Royal Beast Department teachers to help you awaken them. I'll start by teaching you the exact method of signing a contract with a beast. With those words, Shang Tianke demonstrated to everyone the methodical way of signing a contract. Then Shang Tianke then added, but there is one thing you have to remember. Every Imperial Beast Master has their own native beast grids. The higher the talent, the more your native beast grids, but no matter how many native beast grids you have, when you choose to sign a contract, you must remember that the native beasts must not be signed indiscriminately because the native beasts are related to your upper limit in the future. Some people may have S-rank talent, But if your benevolent beast suddenly mutates and becomes stronger at some point in the future, your talent level as well as your capability will also rise. So when picking out your benevolent beast, make sure to pick the top performers. Fong Xian's mind couldn't help but flash back to the unicorn divine beast that the notebook had mentioned. If one were to sign a contract with that Qilin divine beast and have it serve as one's own divine beast, it would be energizing to think about it. Although Shang Tianke was officially given a white whore by the Heavenly Shield Bureau, but at least it is also considered to be ethical, and did not therefore blindly fool around, and teach are also very conscientious and dutiful. When there were still 5 minutes left from the end of the class, Shang Tianke collected the fire-scale giant lizard. Everyone digest what was just taught. You can go back when the class is over in a moment. Fong Xin, you come out with me. Fong Xin stiffened. Seeing that expression on Shang Tianke's face, he knew that this old boy must be trying to find trouble with himself for pitting him last night. Say it right here. Fong Xin smiled innocently. Shang Tianke beckoned. Come out. Your instructor Zhuge has something to go out. I'll tell you something. Help me convey it to him. Fong Xian will follow out the door with skepticism. Just out the door. Clunk. The classroom door was then closed. Fong Xian saw the situation is not good to run. Shang Tianke yanked Fong Xian arm toward Fong Xian ass as a kick. You're still punking me, aren't you? Shang Tianke's thick arm clamped around Fong Xian's neck. What kind of person is that Qin Juanhao to you? Fong Xian smiled shyly. High school classmates. Why are you such a bad boy? 1 pit for 2. Shang Tianke directed a kick towards Fong Xian's but once again. You're hitting on our female mentor for a good reason. So can I might as well? Hey, you kids are pretty damn righteous. Can't help it. Born with it. The two muttered. A figure appeared at the corner of the distant stairs. It's an old lady, wearing square-framed glasses, with bags on her arms, bags of wool, hands holding stick needles to crochet a sweater. Seeing that someone had arrived, Shang Tianke immediately let go of Fong Xian and resumed his superior aura. Shang Tianke recognized Fong Xian and was able to fight with him, but when it came to other people, he was still the highly placed master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Fong Xian couldn't help but stand up straight once he saw the person. The person who came was no one else but the Academy's renowned spirit department tutor, Extermination Master Sun Bijuan. Seeing the old lady, the Shang Palace Master also humbly bent down. Elder Sun. Fong Xian followed closely and bent down. Good day, mentor. The old lady frowned and looked at Shang Tianke with undisguised contempt. What are you doing here? The university asked me to teach. The old lady said without thinking. Those old things in the Sky Shield Bureau don't have any candidates? Letting someone like you teach? Is that going to lead the students into a ditch? Shang Tianke didn't get angry either and just squeezed out a smile. Fong Xian stared at his eyes. Was this old lady so ruthless? The master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace isn't even in his sights? Who is this? The old lady glanced at Fong Xian again. Shang Tianke glanced at Fong Xian. This is my student. I'm here specifically to give him lessons. He's also a friend of mine and has a good relationship. When Fong Xian heard this old boy was quite lifting himself up. But I didn't expect that in the next second. The old lady's face brushed cold and angrily rebuked Fong Xian. You're a student. Socializing with this kind of unsavory person? Or a friend? Fong Xian was instantly confused. And when he swept his afterglow and saw Shang Tianke holding a bad smile at the corner of his mouth, he knew that he had been pumped. I don't know him well. He just came to give us lessons. Not just for me, but for many Imperial Beast Department students. Fong Xian explained. Unexpectedly, Master Extinction didn't buy it at all. Oily mouth. How could the Heavenly Shield Bureau recruit a student like you who is a miscreant? What kind of good thing can you be if you hang around with this kind of unsavory people? Fong Xian glanced back at Shang Tianke, who could barely hold back his laughter. It was obvious that this old boy didn't have a very good impression with Sun Bijuan. The old lady frowned. What's your name? Fong Xian said without thinking. Qin. Before Qin Juanhao could say the 3 words, Shang Tianke grabbed the answer. Senior son. His name is Fong Xian. I'm going to find Su Bo Shan and ask him nicely. How could the school have a student like you? Befriending such unsavory people? I'll expel you later. After Sun Bijuan finished speaking, she turned around and left. Fong Xian froze in place. Cunnilingus? The rumor of the tragic exterminator was really visualized at this moment. Shang Tianke's shoulders sang with laughter, his big hand patting Fong Xian's shoulder. Old brother, you don't have a good day. Ha ha ha. Fong Xian blackened his face. Palace Master Shang. Brother Shang. She's going to go to the dean to expel me. so go and intercede for me. This old lady is quite troublesome according to the comments of previous seniors. Shang Tian-K gloated. Still quite troublesome? Older brother. She is the most troublesome in the entire Heavenly Shield Academy. But don't worry, Dean Su definitely won't let you go. If he doesn't want you, you'll come directly to our 10,000 Beasts Palace. The old palace master has said that he will train you to be the next 10,000 Beasts Palace master. Fong Xian thought back carefully. That's not right. She said you were a miscreant. It's obvious that I was dragged into this by you. How did you provoke her before? Shang Tian-K looked at the distant Sun Bijuan. Before, I looked for Zhu Gahong to get Cheng Bingqing's contact information. And then what? Shang Tian-K sighed quietly, with an unforgettable look of the past. Then that white hair gave me the contact information of Mrs. Sun's old lady. I didn't look at it carefully, but I just added it and said a lot of flirty things. He also sent some pictures. What photo? Fong Xian was curious. Just the kind that shows a picture of my pecs and abs. And then what happened? Later? Shang Tian-K smacked his lips and sighed once again, seemingly recalling some horrific past. This old lady is a spirit system powerhouse, and later invaded my dreams. For a whole month as soon as I closed my eyes, I could see a group of bosses, dressed in three-pointed styles, dancing in front of me, and even asked me if I wanted to fall in love. Want a mouthful? Fong Xian had a look of disgust on his face. Shang Tian-K slapped Fong Xian's shoulder and gloated. This old lady is not impressed with me at all. So be careful. Dean's office. Su Bashan is drinking tea. The office door clanged open. The old woman knitting the sweater came in from outside in a rage. Su Bashan, what kind of students are your people recruiting? Chapter 53 Attitude Change. Su Bashan, who was drinking tea, shook in his hands. Tea spilled all over his pants. Hurriedly, he put down his teacup and pulled out a paper towel to wipe it off. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Su Bashan hurriedly stood up, took 3 steps to the door, looked out, and then closed the door. What's the big deal? Sister-in-law? Sun Bijuan sat down. Su Bashan hurriedly poured another cup of tea. Why did you let a miscreant like Shang Tian-K come to teach the new trainees? Su Bashan explained. This thing us sister-in-law. This year's new students. Out of a good seedling of the Royal Beast Department. As the saying goes, there are specialties. So from the side of the 10,000 Beasts Palace to their palace master invited over to teach our new students, which is also for the good of the new students. And originally it was promised to only give lessons to that good seedling. But you should have seen that many new trainees gifted in the Imperial Beast Department are now able to dabble in the lessons. After all, people rely on this for their meals, and studying a little more thoroughly. Won't our new trainees shed less blood in the future if they learn a little more now? A miscreant like Shang Tian-K can eat such a dumb loss? Sun Bijuan said in a cold voice. Su Bashan laughed, the details of which were negotiated by Zhu Gahang. Sun Bijuan snorted coldly once again. Loitering street skulker, unsavory hooligan, really stinks. What else could Su Bashan say but to accompany the smile? There's another thing. Among the new trainees there's one named Fong Xian. Fire him for me. Hanging out with a miscreant like Shang Tian-K, he's not a good thing at first sight. Su Bashan froze for a moment. Sister-in-law, you're being biased. I can still think about it if you ask me to fire someone else. Not this Fong Xian. Why not? This kind of person staying in the Heavenly Shield Bureau is a scourge. Sun Bijuan's voice went cold, bringing out the old lady's nonsense perfectly. Su Bashan squeezed out a smile and took 3 steps to the door, pulling it open and glancing outside before closing it, just in case, and casually arranging a soundproof boundary. Sister-in-law, this Fong Xian really can't be opened. You don't hear anything outside the window with both ears. You may not know that he is the new cadet who is the one among the new students who broke the campus record in the mapping test, and who was the first one in more than 3 minutes in speeding through the barrier fault style. Sun Bijuan's brow furrowed and the movements in her hands paused slightly. It's him? What's the point of having good talent and a bad character? Sister-in-law, this kid is covered by Elder Yi. Sun Bijuan was stunned, but then wrinkled her eyebrows. I'm most annoyed with this kind of nepotism. What's wrong with old brother Yi covering it? Su Bashan hurriedly said. Sister-in-law, there's one more thing. I'll tell you. You mustn't say anything to anyone. Sun Bijuan didn't say anything, just hooked her sweater and waited for Su Bashan to continue. Su Bashan's body moved forward, and even with the soundproof boundary, he still lowered his voice and said, Sister-in-law, his parents, the young couple who were hit by a car and killed by the previous institute, Fong Zhengping and Yi Rujia. Sun Bijuan hands shook violently. Huaran raised his head. staring blankly at Su Bo-shan, lips wriggling. Behind the lenses of the eyes of the original appalling gaze disappeared, replaced by dismay, is bewildered, is helpless, is the pathos. Many sentiments mingled together, appearing to be extremely complex eyes. He Xiaofang and Xiaoya's child? Yes. The old lady's just now overbearing state all of a sudden withered a lot, hanging her head. Seems to be evoked what memories, like a frosted eggplant generally slowly towards the sofa in the middle of the sink-in. Muttering softly under his breath, he repeated the words he had just spoken. He Xiaofang and Xiaoya's child. Ah, yes, sister-in-law. Su Bosan once again gave certainty. The old lady hung her head, and smiled bitterly yet softly after a long time. I still owed that young couple a heavenly favor in the beginning, and as a result of that incident, I didn't expect to run into their child here. Su Baoshan snickered. Sister-in-law, do you still want to fire this kid then? If you still want to fire him, I'll do the paperwork now. Sun Bijuan resumed her original cold and icy expression and lightly glanced at Su Baoshan, who immediately sat upright. Just kidding, just kidding. Tell that child to stay away from Shang Tianke in the future. Shang Tianke is no good. Don't bring this child down. He was about to walk out the door after saying that. Su Baoshan hurriedly got up to see him off. Sister-in-law, there's one more thing. This kid's identity information is encrypted, and his parents' file is quite troublesome. What you heard here today. Don't. Sun Bijuan snorted disdainfully and coldly. Humph. My wife is not so big-mouthed that she goes around talking like the waist of cotton pants. Su Bo-shan accompanied the smile and was about to open the soundproof boundary, but the result was that the boundary directly melted and opened a hole, and Sun Bijuan walked out towards the outside idly while hooking her sweater. Seeing this, Su Bo-shan just smiled helplessly. After sending Sun Bijuan away, Su Bosan exhaled, closed the door, and returned to his chair. From inside a folder on one side, he took out a material with Fang Xian's information on it. Su Bershan tapped his finger on the information. Fang Xian, Fang Zhengping, Fang Yingtai, someone who can make Master Yi want to bail out. This kid's true identity. TSK, not simple nah. Fang Xian's heart was in turmoil at this moment. Shang Tianke, this old boy, happy to be happy, but also dragged Fang Xian. Want to go to dinner with Fang Xian, and incidentally let Fang Xian ask Qin Juanhao out. Eliminate the memory of Qin Juanhao. Seeing that Fang Xian wanted to send a message to Zhuge Hang, Shang Tianke saw this and said, "You're looking for Zhuge Hang? Isn't that not helping? Have you forgotten who gave me the old lady's contact information? Zhuge Hang is walking around when he sees this old lady. It's fine, it's fine. Think of it this way, if the Heavenly Shield Bureau doesn't want you, and you come to our 10,000 Beasts Palace, then you'll be the young palace master from now on." How dignified. Fang Xian helplessly said, "I'm an iron rice bowl, drought and flood. You guys are a private enterprise, can it be the same? Hey, your kid is quite picky. You come to us after my position is yours. You and the Tian Shield Bureau, no background, even if you have outstanding ability, outstanding merit. After the dead can only be in the 9th division as a team leader, or go to other divisions as a deputy director. No background can only be a background to others, have a background in the boss as a horse's life. I've been saving the position of young palace master for you. As long as the Heavenly Shield Bureau dares not want you today, I'll take you away." Shang Tianke wrapped his arms around Fang Xian and his chest banged. As the two of them walked towards the restaurant, they saw Sun Bijuan walk out from inside the administration building. Fang Xian looked at the old woman from afar. Mentally there was a pressure out of nowhere, and his heart was in a state of flux. Shang Tianke also saw Sun Bijuan, patted Fang Xian's shoulder with his big hand and grinned. With this old lady's character, even if she can't expel you, you kid won't be able to take it well. Fang Xian elbowed Shang Tianke. "You're the one who said Thai things and sent pictures. I'm the one who was disciplined. It's not fair." Shang Tianke was overjoyed. This old boy and Fang Xian temperament cast, so in front of Fang Xian is very easy going. Now in Fang Xian is a complete fight. Gloating. You a big man afraid of what? Expulsion is expulsion. Anyway, I have to give you a bottom. Hey, I'll take care of it for you. The old lady saw us and came towards us. Fang Xian hurriedly pulled away from Shang Tianke, who knew that this old boy was just clinging to Fang Xian, and deliberately put his arm around Fang Xian in front of the old lady, as if the two were on good terms. Sure enough, the old lady was seen walking over with a stern face. Shang Tianke bent down to greet him. "Senior son." The afterglow swept over Fang Xian, already ready to start laughing. Sun Bijuan ignored Shang Tian-K and looked at Fong Xian, her icy gaze softening and warming up in a rare way. Fong Xian elbowed Shang Tian-K and rushed at Sun Bijuan with what he thought was a very humble smile. Good day, mentor. Aha! Sun Bijuan's gaze was gentle as she raised her hand and rubbed Fong Xian's head. If you have any difficulties in the future, look for me. I'm right here in Mentor Apartment Building 26. Fong Xian froze. Shang Tian-K also froze. Feel the script is not right. This old lady went to a trip to the administration building. How to come out changed like a person. Was someone drop head? Unexpectedly, Sun Bijuan pointed at Shang Tian-K and rushed Fong Xian. Stay away from this kind of person in the future. This kind of person has a corrupt character, a bad personality, and his lifestyle is even more of a mess. Don't get too close to this kind of person. Although Fong Xian was uncertain, he nodded his head and said, Okay, Instructor Sun. Shang Tian-K was dumbfounded. Old lady, isn't your comment a bit? Get out. Chapter 54, Just don't get your heart too dirty. The expression on Shang Tian-K's face froze, eyeing Sun Bijuan far away. Shang Tian-K looked back at Fong Xian. What's wrong with this old woman? What did she say when she went to the administration building just now? What's with the 180-degree turnaround in attitude? Fong Xian exhaled, his hanging heart finally letting go. I should be going to the dean and finding out that I'm too good. As Shang Tian-K thought about it, it seemed that this was the only reason that made more sense. Just now, he was trying to find a way to make things difficult for Fong Xian by Sun Bijuan. But he didn't expect that the only one who would be hurt in the end would be himself. The news that Shang Tian-K was running towards Fong Xian had already spread amongst the freshman group. Fong Xian was already in the spotlight. And now the light is even more intense. It was also fortunate that Brother Hua Lu mentioned it, so that his fellow classmates in the strength department didn't say anything about Fong Xian having already reached the 4th level of combat power, or else this year's new trainees would have definitely blown up. Fong Xian made an appointment with Qin Juanhao and mentioned that a big shot wanted to see him and asked him not to tell anyone. Qin Juanhao was still confused, but now that he learned that Shang Tian-K was running towards Fong Xian, he immediately guessed that the big shot Fong Xian was talking about was Shang Tian-K. Now Qin Juanhao was excited and jealous. When I was in school, I couldn't compare to Fong Xian, and I tried to step on Fong Xian by all means, but I didn't succeed. Until now, I'd been thrown farther and farther away by Fong Xian. The terrifying existence he looked up to was actually running towards Fong Xian. But the good thing was that the Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace was going to come looking for him. So it was considered that he would be able to meet a big shot, and even though he had already guessed what it was all about, he still harbored the excitement. And Qin Juanhao came towards the place that Fong Xian had designated. Just a meeting. Shang Tian-K also simply no nonsense. A burst of interrogation of Qin Juanhao. Learned that Qin Juanhao indeed did not tell anyone the specific things, this only to let go of the heart. But Qin Juanhao put the 10,000 Beasts Palace master added his friend things told Zheng Chang. Shang Tian-K viewed the chat records between the two. From the word cannot see what. Then took out a bead and shook it so much in front of Qin Juanhao's eyes that Qin Juanhao's eyes lost focus and fainted on the ground. Shang Tian-K patted Fong Xian's shoulder. I'll leave first. When he wakes up, you cope. Fong Xian looked curiously at the bead in Shang Tian-K's hand. What is this thing called? Shang Tian-K glanced at the bead and smoothly threw it to Fong Xian. This thing is called the clearing bead. It's just a 5th order treasure weapon. If you like it, I'll give it to you. It can erase a part of the memories of people below the 5th ranked combat power, and it consumes more mental power when using it. Fong Xian played with the clearing beads. Thanks. Shang Tian-K waved his hand. What are you being polite to me for? I have to go and socialize with a few leaders of your Heavenly Shield Bureau later, so I'll go first. Seeing Shang Tian-K leave, Fong Xian studied the clearing beads, glanced at Qin Juanhao, deleted the chat between Qin Juanhao and himself again, and used Qin Juanhao's cell phone to call Fong Xian. After waiting a few minutes, Qin Juanhao woke up shaking his head, rubbing his head. He looked around, and when he saw Fong Xian next to him, Qin Juanhao immediately pulled away vigilantly, checked his body. No problems, didn't look like he'd been beaten up. Where is this? Why are you here? Qin Juanhao inquired. Fong Xian shook his cell phone. You called me to come here, saying you had something to tell me, and when I came here you were lying here, and I was going to ask what you called me for. Qin Juanhao slapped his head, feeling like he was disconnected, vaguely remembering that he seemed to have indeed contacted Fong Xian, but the rest of his memories were fuzzy and his head was blank. Fong Xian looked at the time, What exactly are you looking for me for? Qin Juanhao rubbed his head and looked at Fang Xian in front of him. A trace of jealousy flashed under his eyes before he looked at Fang Xian warily. I forgot there was something. Why did I faint? You asked me to come and then lie here. And I've guarded you until now. And it's not even enough for you to say thank you. And now you're asking me why you fainted? You're still playing bumper sticker with me? Qin Juanhao choked. I really forgot why I called you. Then call me when you're ready to think about it. I've got things to do. So I'll be off. To Shang Tianke, this old colored batch of this mess. Originally Fang Xian do not want to manage. But take manpower short eat people soft mouth. Finally or promised. Now Qin Juanhao to Shang Tianke sought his memory of the whole thing. Was guided by Fang Xian only remembered that he looked for Fang Xian. As for the imposter pants brother Zhang Chang sighed. Before Qin Juanhao to Zhang Chang said the cloud. If Zhang Chang asked, Qin Juanhao nothing. Zhang Chang will only think that Qin Juanhao and the play dumb. The two people to guess it. Fang Xian back to the dormitory on the way. On the way a lot of new students are taking the initiative and Fang Xian greetings. Contact information has been added to the explosion. There is no lack of some very good-looking female students to add friends. The cell phone kept vibrating. Fang Xian had no choice but to change the settings for adding friends, which cleared the air. Back in the dormitory, Fatty Stallone and a few others were getting together and chatting. Hearing that Fang Xian had returned, Tai Lang was the first to rush up. Brother Xian, how much more do you know that we don't? What's wrong? Tai Lang was emotional. Palace Master Shang is running towards you. I'll go. I even analyzed it with others, saying that it might be Brother Pants who invited the Shang Palace Lord. I didn't realize that the true God was actually by my side. Fang Xian explained. I'm not sure if he'll be the one to actually come. In case I told you guys ahead of time and it turns out he didn't show up today. How embarrassing for me. Indeed. It's still Xian who's stable. Zhang Yaozu hemmed and hawed. It's just that Brother Pants is too much of a cup pretender, deliberately misleading everyone into thinking that Lord Shang Palace was running towards him, only to be viciously slapped in the face. That big stupid cup of pants brother has already said. He never said that the Shang Palace Master is running towards him. It's completely imagined by everyone. If you ask me, this grandson is pretty damn badass. He's like a pink panty waist with a bow tie. He can't pretend to be a pussy but has to be. Bai Yulan picked up the conversation with his arms wrapped around him. Fang Xian observed that Bai Yulan's voice was speaking in a very rough male voice at this moment, and had his hair tied up, wearing a large undershirt, practicing pants, and the muscles on his arms were obvious. Tai Lang sniffed. Asterisk. Big brother, although your words are rough, your words are also too rough. Zhang Cinderella is nothing, but Bauer is still next to her. Fang Xian reacted. This shouldn't be White Featherwood. It should be Black Featherwood. White Featherwood's big brother at this moment. Zhang Yaozu threw a punch towards Tai Lang's stomach. Li Bauer click ate potato chips. Naive and dumb. My grandfather said, dirty mouth is nothing. Heart don't be too dirty on the line. Shen Yu, who had always had a very low presence, opened his mouth and said, Xin, we are going to go to the multifunctional practicing hall. Together? Sure. I'll change and we'll go. Fang Xian happened to want to go and practice the two martial arts that Hua Chang had given today, as well as the two brightness skills that Zhu Gahong had given. Tai Lang looked at the time. It's 6:30 now. The practice hall closes at 9:30. Let's go there early. We can practice for a while. Changed his clothes and took his administrator's license in passing and slipped it into his pocket. A few people headed towards the practice hall. After arriving at the place, the entire practice hall was abuzz with people. A lot of people have already come. Fang Xian's gaze turned to see a familiar silhouette. The other party also sensed Fang Xian. Turning back to Fang Xian, she smiled sweetly. Fang Xian beckoned. Zhang Xiaocha ran towards Fang Xian. The high ponytail bounced up and down merrily. Chapter 55, What else do you want? Ginger tea is beautiful. Goose egg face, delicate features, tall figure. Although she always wore loose clothes, it was sometimes hard to hide the voluptuous figure that was gradually beginning to develop at her age. Facing outsiders, Zhang Xiaocha had always been cold-faced and high-cooled goddess-like, but when she saw Fang Xian, Zhang Xiaocha would always smile sweetly. With the start of youth camp, many of the students have started an internal forum with a heavenly fragrance list. Vote for this year's best-looking student. Zhang Xiaocha was also on the list, coming in at the third position. Li Bauer, who was in the same squad as Fang Xian, was also on the list, except that she was dressed like a female beggar, and had a slightly lower rating. But with a hard enough face value and high force value as a plus point, she still squeezed into the top 10. Seeing Jiang Xiaocha come here, many of the students' gazes were then drawn over. Fang Xian raised his hand and flicked Jiang Xiaocha's white forehead. When they saw Jiang Xiaocha walking towards Fang Xian, many students were envious and jealous. I didn't expect Jiang Xiaocha, who was ranked 3rd in the Heavenly Fragrance ranking, to be this close to Fang Xian. Tai Lang came up with a piggy look. Xian. Introduce me, Fang Xian said. My sister, Jiang Xiaocha. Xiaocha. This is Tai Lang. Hello, Jiang Xiaocha said lightly. Tai Lang was smiling with a naive smile. Hello, little T's sister. Just call me brother Tao Lang. Fang Xian introduced Jiang Xiaocha to the next few people one by one. We are all colleagues of the Sky Shield Bureau in the future. Head up, head down. More friends, more roads. After introducing each other, Bai Yulin said in a rough voice. Everyone should fight to train. Don't waste time on unnecessary things. Fang Xian, these losers all say you're strong. I'm going to fight you later. The two of us will fight it out. Fang Xinhua said. It's fine if you have a duel. But if you have a duel, I think you're stuck in a bug. Bai Yulin froze for a moment, and the few companions on his heels immediately laughed out loud. Just let me try how strong you really are. The three losers, Bai Yu, Bai Lin, and Bai Yulin, all said that you're strong. And I don't believe them. As long as you beat me, I'll unconditionally vote for you when our squad chooses a captain. Fang Xian surveyed the white-feathered forest in front of him, more or less dipped in psychosis, even scolded himself. Zhang Yaozu sniffled. Xian. He's the only one in our squad who's not convinced. You'll make him cry later. That works too. Black Featherwood's fists clashed with each other. Grinning impatiently, my fists are hungry for more. Just in time. There's a squad simulation actual battle practice hall over here. You can compete in it. Tai Lang pointed to one side. Fang Xian had realized that this multifunctional practice hall was amazing when he moved the equipment before. Divided into single and multi-person. Single polishing, single combat. Multi-person polishing, teamwork. Each practice hall can adjust the practice mode corresponding to the talent, but also can pick a variety of scenarios to simulate the actual battle. A lot of features. Several people walked in towards the squad practice hall. Black Featherwood's fists clashed with each other once again. Then let's begin. Let's walk the mule or the horse. As he spoke, Black Featherwood exuded a red and black entwined aura around his body, and his eyes were filled with the color of blood. Tai Lang exclaimed. Berserk talent. No wonder Bai Yulin's brother is always so berserk. Black Featherwood grinned. His feet stomped, his chi raged and ejected, like a discharged cannonball rushing towards Fang Xian. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fang Xian and pounded his fist towards Fang Xian's face. Fang Xian inclined his head slightly. Black Featherwood's fist grazed the side of Fang Xian's face, and Fang Xian's sideburns swayed from the wind of the punch. One hand raised. Snap! Fang Xian pinched He Yulin's neck and directly lifted him up. The chi and blood pulses surged wildly. Black Featherwood's manic expression instantly receded like a tidal wave. His eyes became gentle, followed by a face that followed the lines of softness, and his fleshly breasts became bulging, and his two long legs slowly merged together. Fang Xian, you're hurting me. A somewhat aggravated female voice came out of Bai Yulin's mouth. Fang Xian froze for a moment. Zhang Yaozu was also confused. What's going on? Has it started? Li Bauer tilted her head and said, it's over. Ha? A move? That wasn't a fancy move, was it? And it's over? How strong must this be? Jiang Xiaocha's beautiful big eyes looked at Fang Xian. Seeing her cousin so strong, she was also heartily happy. Fang Xian realized that this was Bai Yulin's sister, Bai Yu, and that's when he let go of his hand. White Feather rubbed the reddened neck. Watery eyes looked at Fang Xian. Black Feather Lin this, and vegetables and love to play. Fang Xian, Black Feather Lin let me convey to you. He is completely and utterly convinced this time. The gap is too big. Ordinary people see you like a frog in the bottom of the well to see the moon in the sky. Awakened people see you like a mayfly get to see the blue sky. Fang Xian immediately said, I'm a bit embarrassed to say this. Everyone who can come to the 9th division is not the best. They are all geniuses in their respective fields of talent. And of course, geniuses are only the threshold to see me. A few people looked at each other in disbelief. I feel like other people are pretending when they say this, but I really believe you when you say this. Xian. In the words of Brother Black Featherwood, you're like one of those top-notch spatial rings. What do you mean? Other people can't pretend if they want to, but you can really pretend. Fang Xian couldn't help but smile. Alright, Everyone hurry up and train individually. Zhang Yaozu said bitterly, it's going to close at 9:30, so everyone should just scramble to come. I heard from the seniors that if you want to continue training, you have to ask the administrators for favors and spend extra money, and it's quite expensive. $5,000 an hour. *******. So expensive. All the more reason for us not to waste time. A few people left from the multi-person simulation practice hall and went to find their own single-player practice hall, and Fang Xin rushed at Zhang Xiaocha. Xiaocha, if there's anything in the future, just send me a message. Got it, brother. Fang Xin went looking to serve as a practice hall. The person in charge of the practicing hall walked over. The person in charge was a kind uncle called Ren Lianqing, who had met Fang Xin before. Fang Xin. Ren Lianqing walked over. Mr. Run. Fang Xin greeted. Do you have your papers with you? Brought it. Fang Xin shook his administrator's license. Ren Lianqing looked at the time. I have something I have to go out. You keep an eye on this side. Just watch everyone not to violate the rules. If there is really any special situation, such as someone gathering a crowd, you can punish them and make them forbidden to come to the practice hall for 3 days to 1 month. You can handle it by using your smart link. Of course, in general, there are not many people who have that guts to breaking the rules. Let you stare here. Mainly also stare at the point after 9:30. If someone still want to continue to use, you look at the charge. Each person 5,000. This cost will automatically set aside 10%. Into your card is considered your administrator commission. Of course, you also have the right to bring people in, free of charge, only to pay attention to a proportion. Not more than 10 people. Got it, Mr. Run. Ren Lianqing patted Fang Xin's shoulder. Then I'll leave first. Okay. Fang Xin found a single practice hall. Today, I came here to practice the 4 skills given by Hua Chang and Zhuge Hang. Fang Xin adjusted the gravity to 4 times gravity. Today, he had already experienced the dark power once, so blasting out the 9 heavens opening power was much easier. After practicing for a while, Fang Xin had already comprehended the meaning of it. A fist blasted and smashed out. The value of 18,000 kilograms gradually appeared on the top of the force gauge ticking, followed by the value still doubling. 9 heavens opening strength which was capable of stacking power, and a total of 9 strengths could be stacked together. On Fang Xin's first day of practice, he was currently only able to practice up to triple strength, but in the killing talent under the enchantment, although the power of the triple strength smashing out in the same as introduced in the merit skill, but increased armor breaking damage, the same fist bombarded out. The enemy suffered the pain can be not only the power so simple. After the subsequent golden bell mask Fang Xin studied for a while, a nearly transparent film emerged on his body surface. After testing the resistance to blows, it was completely able to withstand a strong blow from a mid-level 4 combatant. Fang Xin's expression was joyful. This was all achieved through the optimization of the killing talent. It had to be said that the killing talent was just awesome. Exhaled. Fang Xin focused his attention on those 2 light talent skills. Divine Technique Instantaneous Flash of Light. Divine Technique Instant Kill of Light. These 2 skills had been empowered by the killing talent, and the skills were activated beyond their original range. Fang Xin switched the practicing hall into a battle environment for the brightness talent. The upper skylight was open and moonlight poured through it. Fang Xin kept feeling it. The moonlight scattered into dots of moonlight enveloping Fang Xin's body, and Fang Xin's pupils turned silver, like 2 round moons. The body faded into a blur, as if an eraser had wiped it. Next, Fang Xin appeared 30 meters away. Exhaling, Fang Xin held his hands on his knees and kept panting, his eyes filled with excitement. Surprisingly, it worked all at once. Only the moonlight stored in the body is too little, so some physical strength is not enough. Storing this kind of moonlight is very simple. Just need to bask in the moon. Lifting his breath, Fang Xin reabsorbed the moonlight. After a few minutes, Fang Xin raised his hand and grabbed it in the moonlight. A cross sword condensed from moonlight appeared in his hand. An accompanying puppet appeared in the middle of the practice hall. Fang Xin slashed out a sword towards the puppet. The sword light condensed from the moonlight appeared in front of the puppet in just one breath, and when the sword slashed through, the puppet split into 2 and turned into a bit of crystal light. Fang Xin gasped once again. The moonflower in his body was still not enough, and his light system talent could not be considered top-notch, so the moonflower stored in his body had an upper limit. He could only play the skill 3 times, calculating that he didn't use a potion. His true strength was only an S-rank brightness talent. And the simplest and crudest way to make a dent in his ceiling was to kill a few brightness talent awake and to loot them. Fong Xin glanced at the time. Time had unknowingly passed for quite a while. It was 9:26. Left the practice hall. The trainees left quite a bit at this point. After all, they were all tired after practicing for so long. But there are others that are more deliberate. As Fong Xin's gaze turned, he saw that Jiang Xiaocha had also walked out of the practice hall, wiping away her sweat. Seeing Fong Xin come out as well, Jiang Xiaocha waved and prepared to walk towards Fong Xin's side. Unexpectedly, a group of people blocked their way. The leader of the group was holding a bouquet of flowers in his arms. Xiaocha, from the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. Will you be my girlfriend? The crowd behind him was up in arms. Promise him. Promise him. The movement drew a lot of attention. Jiang Xiaocha frowned. Excuse me, please move over. But the man relied on the others to surround Jiang Xiaocha. Xiaocha, my name is Yang Haoxi, a new cadet in the 2nd division. I saw you the day I enrolled. Seeing you I knew that you are my true daughter of heaven's destiny. Xiaocha, I really like you. Be my girlfriend, okay? Jiang Xiaocha grimaced. Get out of the way. Yang Haoxi smiled evilly with a shy face and said, don't let me. If you don't promise to be my girlfriend, I won't let you go today. Jiang Xiaocha frowned and sidestepped to leave. Yang Haoxi once again stopped Jiang Xiaocha with a bad smile on his face. He also snatched Jiang Xiaocha's towel in his hand and put it in front of his nose to smell it. Wow! Xiaocha, what kind of body wash did you use? It smells so good. Will you stop being so disgusting? Get out of the way. Yang Haoxi shamelessly blocked the way, and in passing once again took off Jiang Xiaocha's glasses to put them on himself. Xiaocha, let's get in touch first. You'll realize how good I am after that. Jiang Xiaocha grimaced. Give me back my glasses. Yang Haoxi held up his glasses. Call me husband and I'll give them back. A few of the fox friends who followed Yang Haoxi next to him were coaxing. Call your husband. Call your husband. Jiang Xiaocha's eyes reddened. Bring it. I heard that your family condition is average. Your parents are not awakened. Just now you and others chatting I also heard. You said that today you still want to continue to practice for a while. You still want to continue to practice. One person will get $5,000. This $5,000 for you must be quite a lot. I help you pay, okay? You tube me, call me husband on the line. Jiang Xiaocha reddened her eyes and looked coldly at Yang Haoxi. Do you not understand human language? Give me back my glasses. Kinda stubborn. That's what I like. The more you're like that, the more I like it. Want the glasses? As usual, call me old. Before the words were finished, Yang Haoxi's wrist was pinched, followed by intense pain coming from his arm. Yang Haoxi wailed in pain. His 5 fingers opened, and the glasses in his hand fell off. Fong Xin caught the glasses and handed them to Jiang Xiaocha. Snap! Fong Xin patted Yang Haoxi's cheek. If you can't talk, keep your mouth shut. Yang Haoxi rubbed his arm, and after seeing Fong Xin he wasn't scared at all, pointing his finger at Fong Xin's chest. What do you want? Saving her from a hero? It's none of your business if I confess to her. What's the hurry? Fong Xin smiled faintly at Yang Haoxi. This is my sister. Stay away from her. This is the first warning and the last. Yang Haoxi suddenly laughed out and looked back at those who had followed him. Those people all laughed along with them. Young, this grandson is quite the pretender. Him. Yang Haoxi laughed as he fingered Fong Xin's chest. Warn me? You're pretty good then. What's wrong with her being your sister? She's even your mom. I've got my eye on her. Then I'll find a way to get her. Even if you're talented and can fight. So what? What's the point of you being able to fight? You have to rely on power to get ahead. A young man next to him said. Grandson, do you know who our Yang Xiao is, you dog bark? How dare you warn our young master Yang? You're quite bold. Yang Haoxi's head rubbed towards Fong Xin's body and pointed at his head. Want to hit me? Come on, try moving, master. Fong Xin grinned. And this request? Okay. Chapter 56, Don't take anything to heart. Fong Xin formed a fist with 5 fingers. Swing round. A punch blasted through. Snap. A huge blast of power. Yang Haoxi's jawbone directly shattered. The eardrum was also pierced by the punch. Immediately, blood spurted out of his mouth, nose and ears. Yang Haoxi's body swayed twice. His pupils were lax, and he had already been beaten by Fong Xin and briefly lost consciousness. Staggering and swaying head over heels, the body kept twitching. A few of Yang Haoxi's fox friends hurriedly helped him up. The fox friend who spoke for Yang Haoxi just now pointed at Fong Xin and said again, You're ing finished. Do you know who our Mr. Yang is? Do you know what kind of background our Mr. Yang has? Our Yang Xiao's family is a big family. Our Yang Xiao's uncle serves in the church. Do you think you can rest easy with Instructor Zhuge protecting you? I'm telling you, even with Instructor Zhuge protecting you, you're screwed this time. Yang Haoxi struggling, still trying to punch Fang Xin. Fang Xin casually slapped away Yang Haoxi's fist and backhanded Yang Haoxi again. Snap! The slaps were clean and loud. Fang Xin didn't give at all about what kind of bull background Yang Haoxi had. Pulling out the wisdom linker, he swiped it at Yang Haoxi. No entry to the multi-purpose practice hall for a month. Blood was still flowing out of Yang Haoxi's mouth. And after hearing this, he revealed a hideous smile. What kind of a thing are you to say that? Yang Haoxi's fox and dog friends who were holding Yang Haoxi up angrily said, Mother ********, do you think the multifunctional practicing hall is your home? You won't let Yang Xiao come just because you don't want him to? Snap! Fang Xin slapped over, directly sending half of the opponent's mouth teeth flying out. Feeling around in his pocket, Fang Xin fished out an ID from his pocket and pinned it to his chest. The multifunctional practicing hall is not owned by my family, but it is now under my control. Fang Xin took the wisdom linker and swept it at his foxy friends who had been speaking for Yang Haoxi. No entry for a month. Everyone else, no entry for half a month. With that said, Fang Xin swept through with the smart linker. Fang Xin stuffed the smart link into his pocket, swept his gaze over the bodies of these people, and said simply and clearly, Get lost. Yang Haoxi's group of fox and dog friends hurriedly carried Yang Haoxi outside. Fang Xin looked back at Zhang Xiaocha. Is everything alright? Zhang Xiaocha reddened her eyes. Brother, if they come after you, Fang Xin said without thinking, don't worry, it's their fault for looking for trouble, as long as I'm in the right. The other trainees were all talking after seeing this scene. Tai Lang and the others also walked over. Xin, is everything alright? Xinyu looked at the direction of Yang Haoxi, several people far away. Muffled voice. Yang Haoxi is a hard opponent. The background is very strong. His grandfather is the vice president of the White Lotus Society. His uncle serves in the church. Will certainly look for trouble. The new brother beat Yang Haoxi into this way. People, if they come to the 9th division to make trouble, even if it is occupying the reason, people have the background. The new brother, a disciplinary action is not less. Tai Lang said. What are you afraid of? Doesn't new brother have a background too? New brother has the 10,000 Beasts Palace behind him. Xinyu worried for Fang Xin. Even if there is the 10,000 Beasts Palace, behind them are the White Lotus Society and the church. Zhang Xiaocha bit her lip, already on the verge of crying in her anxiety. Fang Xin smiled and wiped Zhang Xiaocha's tears to comfort her. It's fine. The first hand of the 9th division was Fang Xin's grandfather's overgrown brother, which was what Fang Xin's grandfather had told Fang Xin. In Zhuge Hang's words, Fang Xin was the 9th branch prince. The 9th place is Fang Xin's home base. They came to the 9th office to make trouble. That's not making it easy. Scared less. I didn't expect Li Bauer, who had been dazed, to come back to her senses, clicking her chips and speaking. Fang Xin, tell your sister not to cry. If Yang Haoxi's family dares to come to your trouble, I'll let my grandpa put the White Lotus sect through the roof. Fang Xin looked at Li Bauer for no reason and couldn't help but laugh. Bauer, is your grandfather that awesome? Tai Lang inquired. Li Bauer clicked her chips, her little mouth squirming like a bunny. Average. Not as good as me in 30 years. Everyone was silent for a few seconds. Li Bauer was placed among the best of the best, including all the freshmen. It was self-evident how strong she would be in 30 years, and how strong her grandfather that would have to be. Bai Yulin sidetracked the topic. Then we have to continue training, or go back. Fang Xin shook his administrator's license. If you guys want to continue training, just look for me. Rubbing Zhang Xiaocha's head. Don't cry. It's fine. Don't you hear me? We have Sister Bauer covering us now. We don't have to panic at all. Zhang Xiaocha hung her head. I'm sorry, brother, for causing you so much trouble. Why should you be the one to say sorry? He deliberately came to harass you and deliberately provoked you. It's him who should say sorry. Well, dry your tears and go practice. I'll take you back later. Got it, brother. Fang Xin checked in other students who wanted to continue their training. Before and after, no more or less than exactly 400 people came to follow the training. 5,000 each. One night is 2 million. Fang Xin extracted 10 percentage points. That is 200,000. This side of the money has just been credited. The back foot of Fang Xin's card inside the more 20 points. The points are now 16,646. I have to say, a few $1 million a night. This place earns money really fast. 5,000 is quite a lot for students from ordinary families. Even if there is a stipend, the stipend is not enough to build it every day. So students from ordinary families come here and don't dare to waste their time, while those from rich families come here and don't care at all about that little bit of money. Money is just a string of numbers to them. The rich can soak it up all the time, and those with ordinary families can only practice and train for a limited time, and the gap will gradually widen. In the long run, the family has a background in the trainees. If they are a little more hardworking, the strength will be more and more open with the ordinary family's pull. When the family and then pour all kinds of resources will completely take off, then they can logically become the team leader, and then after that, rising higher and higher. The top level of the Tian Shield Bureau basically be monopolized by these family has a background in the monopoly. It's hard for ordinary people to kill their way to the top. Fong Xin picked up the smart linker. Found a message from Zhu Gaheng. Only a very concise sentence. Fighting on the fight. You should eat and drink. What things do not put in the heart? No problem. Immediately after, Hua Chang also sent a message. Well done. My students have to be bloody. Can't be a wimp. If he dares to use his family connections to find you trouble, you'll look for me. I'll step in. I'll do whoever his family comes to. Fong Xin couldn't help but smile. Thank you, brother Hua Lu. I didn't expect my phone to vibrate and a message from Shang Tianke was sent. You kid can do it. Less than 3 days into the school year, you've beaten someone up, and it's the grandson of the vice president of the White Lotus Society. Shouldn't it be punched? Ha ha ha. Things after I understand a little. He bullied your sister. You do not do it, I look down on you. Should beat this kind of son of a bastard born of a second wife really think of themselves as a character. If he dares to let his family to find you trouble, you look for me. I'm 24 hours for you to open the door. Out of the ordinary I will give you backing. Fong Xin was happy, not expecting this old colorful lot to be so righteous. Thank you, Palace Master Shang. What do you call Shang Palace Master? From now on you call me Old Shang and I'll call you New Boy. Thanks, Old Shang. It's a small problem. New Boy, why are you so polite with me? When you graduate, just treat me to a big healthcare. Fong Xin looked at the message sent by Shang Tianke. No wonder Sun Bijuan was so repulsed by this old colorful batch. This reputation of being a miscreant was all earned by Shang Palace Master through his own efforts. The other side, a bloody Jan Haas dialed the video phone. The phone is connected. The other end is a very beautiful foxy woman. A smile reveals infinite flirtation. Wearing a cheongsam, is playing mahjong. Upon seeing Yang Haoxi in this state, the woman immediately exclaimed in shock. What's wrong with you, son? Mom, I let someone beat me. Yang Haoxi whimpered and cried. What's going on? What ungrateful thing dares to hit my baby boy? The woman screamed. Yang Haoxi wiped his tears. It's a dog scumbag named Fong Xin. I was fooling around with a female classmate. I didn't do anything. Just normal jokes. I don't know which one of his sensitive nerves was touched. And then he deliberately picked a fight with me and beat me up. Mom, I've had several teeth knocked out and my jawbone cracked. If it wasn't for the healing school nurse saving my life, I wouldn't even be able to speak. Chapter 57, The Fermentation. The foxy woman was instantly on fire. Ungrateful thing, even dared to hit my precious son. I want him dead. What did you just say his name was? Fong Xin. Just wait. I'm going to find your father. It hurts. Mommy's picking you up and bringing you home. Come home and nurse for a while. Yang Haoxi angrily said. Mom, the pain on the body can be recuperated. But the psychological pain can't be recuperated for a while. How many beatings I received today? I want him to compensate 10 times 100 times. Well, son, don't worry. Mommy will find a way to help you with him. Clunk. The woman kicked open the door of the study. Inside the study there is a middle-aged man is ambling to read the documents. Foxy woman screamed. Yang Yanbin, you still care about it or not? Look at what your son has been beaten into, said the woman handed the cell phone over. Yang Yanbin suspiciously took the phone. When he saw that Yang Haoxi was beaten into the state immediately frowned up. What's going on? Yang Haoxi tearful eyes aggrieved and choked. Dad, when I play with my classmates, I had a verbal altercation with a new cadet. He scolded me and said that our Yang family counts as something. I let him have a cleaner mouth. And he just went straight for it. And I'm still being seen by the school nurse now. Or else my jawbone will be cracked and I won't be able to speak anymore. Hearing this, Yang Yanbin couldn't help but frown. But at least he knew what his son's temperament was. Haoxi, is what you said true? It's not that you're deliberately picking a fight, right? The foxy woman was immediately on fire. Yang Yanbin, are you sick? Your own son was beaten. You still suspect your son? Yang Yanbin looked at Yang Haoxi. In a moment, I'll call my friend over at the Heavenly Shield Bureau to verify the situation, and I'll ask you one more time. Is what you're saying true? Yang Haoxi didn't dare to look directly into Yang Yanbin's eyes. You're sick, aren't you, Yang Yanbin? Do facts matter? No matter what. The son was injured. Is this how you act as a father? The foxy woman screamed once again. Yang Yanbin raised his head and coldly looked at the fox charming woman. The fox charming woman was stared at with a jolt. Yang Yanbin then stared at Yang Haoxi. Asked you? Genuine. Genus. Dad. Look at me all beat up like this. Yang Yanbin pulled open the drawer, which held several cell phones, from which Yang Yanbin picked one out to make a call. Waiting until Yang Yanbin hung up the phone, a face completely gloomy, split hand grabbed over the cell phone, angrily staring at Yang Haoxi in the middle of the screen, molesting other female classmates, and molesting them in front of their brother, who is still a new trainee in the 9th division. Why don't you let someone beat you to death? You are to blame for being beaten up like this. You were sent there for further training, not for you to bully people. Yang Haoxi didn't dare to breathe. Yang Yanbin threw the phone to the foxy woman. I gave a word to the side of the Heavenly Shield Bureau. When the time comes, let him go and apologize to that cadet sibling of the others. A sincere apology. With tears in her eyes, the foxy woman hung up the phone and screamed at Yang Yanbin. By what right? Yang Yanbin, are you still a human being? What? When you first coaxed me into your hand, you didn't say that. I've been with you for so many years, there is no name, and now you don't care about your son being bullied, except for hitting him and scolding him. Have you ever done a little bit of fatherly responsibility? Are you still a father? Have you ever treated him as your own son? The other side is from the 9th branch. Who cares how many places he's in? Bullying my son just won't do. If you don't care, I will. Yang Yanbin looked at the foxy woman with cold eyes. Suching, this character of his is something you've spoiled. You can only cause great trouble if you keep this up. Me, don't. Too. All I know is that my son was injured by something ungrateful. Yang Yanbin looked at the foxy woman who stepped outside. The old master is in seclusion. Don't bother the old master. Jiang Suching paused, turned back to look at Yang Yanbin with grim resentment, and sneered. The Yang family doesn't care. I'll look for my mother's family. The words were out the door. Jiang Suching sent a message to Yang Haoxi. Baby, don't be anxious. Your father doesn't care about you. I'll find your uncle to help you. After sending the message, he made a phone call, and as soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Suching bawled. Brother, your nephew was bullied and was almost killed. Who did this? Yang Yanbin. No, got beat up by a new trainee at youth camp. Called what? Fong Xin. The caller froze. Fong Xin? Yeah, what's up, brother? Humph. Just in time. The church side wants to investigate a person. Just in time. It's a person called Fong Xin over at Tiandun Academy. There's only one student with that name inside the freshmen. That should be him. Don't worry. I'll arrange this matter. Even my nephew dares to beat a small mole without any background. Just based on good talent. He dares to show off. I have to let him see that without a background. I'm going to show him that without a background, he can only be trampled underfoot no matter how good his talent is. When the time comes, I'll have someone put him in a cell, and I'll let Haoxi go over there and avenge him with his own hands. Jiang Suching wiped her tears. Okay, brother. It's still the mother's family. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Suching called Yang Haoxi over again. Baby, Mom just called your uncle. Your uncle said their church will soon go to investigate that called Fong Xin. He can't live a few days of good life. Just wait. Your uncle personally promised that he will arrest him and put him in the prison cell, so that you can take revenge with your own hands. Yang Haoxi's face grimaced after learning the news, and he waved his fists excitedly after hanging up the phone. A few of his fox friends came over. How's it going, young Master Yang? Yang Haoxi laughed fiercely. My uncle who serves over at the church said that he will help me take revenge. This dog scumbag doesn't have a few days of good life left to live. Wu Zhishuan, who had been speaking for Yang Haoxi, covered his mouth that had been smashed by Fong Xin earlier. Yang Xiaowei, no poison. Must give this dog scum a little color. So what if the talent is good in touching the bottom of the score, without any background of the garbage? Farts are not. With Fong Xin's hands punching Yang Haoxi, this thing started to fester instantly. Fong Xin was once again thrust into the limelight, and Fong Xin helplessly sighed that he was really a top streamer's life. At first many of the new trainees were clapping their hands, thinking that Yang Haoxi had fought well, but as time went on, many other voices gradually emerged. Fong Xin has sent Not only is there a young family behind him, he also has the backing of the other two organizations. How many brains does Fong Xin have to hit Young? Doesn't Xin have a background as well? The master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace is all running after him. Don't tease. But also your new brother has a background. Your new brother has a fart of a background. But the talent is good. Zhuge instructor to promote. Which hitched the line of the 10,000 Beasts Palace owner. People yang back of the forces if they come to the door. Do you think that the 10,000 Beasts Palace owner will be for a new trainee of the 9th Division and the two major organizations to fight? Your new brother this time the grave grass will be 3 feet high. Fong Xin is at least the first place in the enrollment mapping. And he's also from the 9th Division. So when young Master Yang's men come, it's impossible for the 9th Division to stand by and do nothing, right? Are you out of your mind upstairs? Have you ever seen the church's people afraid of anyone? They're so arbitrary that they won't sell the 9th Division's face at all. Besides, how many times have I told you that the entrance examination results don't represent the future? Fong Xin doesn't have any background. Even if he doesn't die this time, he'll be shedding a layer of skin. Chapter 58, Ask me if you don't understand anything. Fong Xin just scanned through the comments. Pressing on it was not a concern. There were Zhu Gaheng, Hua Chang, and Shang Tianke, the three of them carrying the load in the front. Fong Xin wasn't afraid at all. Not to mention that there was that elder Yi behind the 9th branch. Fong Xin was even more unafraid. When she sent Jiang Xiaocha back, Jiang Xiaocha's eyes were still red. In order to appease Jiang Xiaocha, Fong Xin showed Jiang Xiaocha Zhu Gaheng's message. Jiang Xiaocha was relieved. Back to the dormitory on the way up the stairs, he happened to run into Zhang Chang, the imposter of pants. Zhang Chang and Fong Xin rubbed shoulders. As he passed by Fong Xin, Zhang Chang laughed. Originally, I wanted to fight you in the midterm test, but now it seems that whether you can survive the midterm test or not is a different matter. Fong Xin glanced at Zhang Chang blandly. If you act like a brainless villain and bark again, you don't need to say that you'll live through the midterm test. You probably won't live through tonight. Zhang Chang sensed the aura emanating from Fong Xin. Unable to help but sweat. He had personally experienced life and death struggles during previous beheading operations. He could clearly feel that in that instant just now. Fong Xin had the exact same aura as those he had seen before, whose hands were stained with a lot of blood. Zhang Chang swallowed his saliva, not daring to make any more stops for fear that Fong Xin would send him away before being sanctioned by Yang Haoxi, and hurriedly ran towards the stairs. Fong Xin returned to the dormitory room and had just sat down when 5 people, Shi Tai Lang, Bai Yulin, Shen Yu, Zhang Yaozu, and Li Bauer, walked in from outside. What's wrong? Shi Tai Lang hemmed and hawed and laughed. New brother. Several of us have just called home. If that grandson Yang Haoxi dares to let his family come to your trouble, several of our family members will also step in to help. Especially my dad. He only has one son like me. If he dares not help, I'll smash my 2 joy beans and make him lose the joy of being a grandfather. Fong Xining smiled and was touched for no reason. Thank you all. Shi Tai Lang's chest beat. Bam. We are all comrades in a squad. It's only normal that we support each other in difficulties. We are your background. Fong Xin got up and several people opened their arms and hugged each other. I'm not going to say anything else, so I'll see you in the future. Okay, new brother. Sent a few people away. Fong Xin resumed his seat. The scene of Yang Haoxi and his gang of fox friends today kept flashing in his mind. Although Zhu Gaheng, Hua Chang, and Shang Tianke all clearly indicated that they would help Fong Xin, but Fong Xin was very clear. That was because Fong Xin was talented and strong enough to have a promising future. So no matter what, he had to improve his strength. Fong Xin flipped his hand, clutching a small spatial ball in his hand, in which was the very same head of the old palace master of the Manifestation Palace who had given Fong Xin a meet and greet gift. A casual flick. The space blob ruptured. The bear among them appeared in front of Fong Xin's eyes. The huge white bear's claws hammered hard against his chest, and Fong Xin instantly released his true dragon aura. The white bear immediately stopped being ferocious and instead looked very docile, lowering its head to Fong Xin's heel. Fong Xin pressed his hand against it. This big white bear's name was Explosive Inferno Bear. Its talent was the fire attribute talent as well as the storming talent. When it fought, its body was covered in flames, and the less blood it had, the higher its combat power was. Currently, it was a peak 4th order battle power. Fong Xin signed a contract with the Great White Bear. The big white bear rubbed Fong Xin's palm affectionately. With the signing of the contract, a flash of scarlet red flashed within the Great White Bear's eyes. Fong Xin froze for a moment. He didn't activate the killing talent himself, But when he signed the contract just now, this big white bear was actually given a simple version of the killing talent as well, touching the soft fur of the big white bear. With the great white bear, Fong Xin had also added a battle helper. Gotta find a way to improve myself next. One must enhance one's value, and if one is good enough, one will be blessed enough. The easiest way to increase your strength is to kill. But making kills in the Sky Shield Academy was a pipe dream, and the easiest way to do it was to take some quests. Turning to the next day, early in the morning, White Featherwood came knocking on the door. Xin, it's Mrs. Exterminator's class in the morning. Don't fall asleep. We have to go into the classroom 5 minutes early to occupy the back seats. If we go late, we can only sit in the front rows. Fong Xin, who had been practicing his golden bell clasp early in the morning, opened his eyes, changed shoes and opened the door. Let's go. Bai Yulin at the door looked like he was about to go to war, and Shirtai Lang leaned in the doorway with his toothbrush in his mouth and gloated. You two have a good trip. I'll remember you. Zhang Yaozu and Li Baoer came back from breakfast and heard that the two of them, Bai Yulin and Fong Xin, were going to go to Master Extinction's class. Cinderella drew a cross on her chest, then folded her hands. Amit Ba Buddha. Respectfully, the two brave almsmen, this is going to the Western Paradise. The Lord will bless you. Amen. Bai Yulin flicked Zhang Cinderella's head in a good-natured manner and said breathlessly, Get up and 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 get up. On the way to the classroom, Bai Yulin handed Fong Xin a small wooden plaque. What is it? Bai Yulin stuffed the small wooden tablet to Fong Xin, asked the senior gifted in the witchcraft department to ask for a small wooden tablet that was blessed. Take this thing. It can greatly reduce the risk of being called up by the extermination mistress to ask a question. You know, when you're called up by the extermination mistress store to answer a question, if you can't answer it, you won't be able to have a good time in this semester. Fong Xin played with the small wooden plaque for a while and casually put it into his pocket, recalling how he ran into Sun Bijuan yesterday. The first time he met him was indeed a bit fierce, but the second time he saw him was more or less gentle. Tutor's son is quite scary, but there should be a gentle side too. Bai Yulin looked back at Fong Xin. Brother Xin, what's wrong with you? Stimulated? Can an exterminator have a gentle side? If the exterminator mistress could be gentle, even a sow would be able to climb a tree. The duo entered the classroom while talking. After going in, I saw a large lecture hall. The first 3 rows are empty. People are concentrated in the 3 rows after, and come early to take up all the back. Later can only sit in the front row. It was also considered a spectacle, and there was no second one in the entire Sky Shield Academy. As the saying goes, the name of a man is the shadow of a tree, and old Mrs. Sun's formidable reputation was truly terrifying as it was, being a heavenly shield top stream. As soon as Fong Xin appeared, he immediately drew the attention of many people. Asterisk. Isn't that Fong Xin? Why is he coming to this class too? Just how many talents does this big brother have? I've heard that it's awakened 5 gates, and the worst seems to be an S-rank spiritual talent. I Lua Bean. People than people angry dead ah. A few talents are of no use. Messing with Yang, prepare to wait for Death Hill. Why does he look so calm? Like nothing's wrong. It is hard not to want to cry out in public. Surely it is forced to pretend. By the time the family of Yang Xiao came to find him, just see the crotch of the urine pants. I asked Yang Xiao. As early as this afternoon and as late as tomorrow morning. His uncle sent someone over to find trouble with Fong Xin. Can't wait to see Fong Xin get taught a lesson. You're sick, aren't you? Why are you so anxious about Fong Xin being taught a lesson? I'm sorry, but the gun is hitting the head. Who let him be so flamboyant? And the gang that said they scored well in the entrance test are embracing him. And now they're angry when they see him. I can't wait for him to be beaten by Young Yang's family until he cries. The bottom of the conversation was in full swing. A figure walked in outside the classroom door, wearing square-framed glasses and hooked into a sweater. The whole classroom was instantly quiet when he first came in. Mrs. Sun walked up to the podium and took out the roster from inside the briefcase hanging on her arm. Front and back doors closed. Roll call. The students sitting in front and behind immediately went over and closed the door. All the students were sitting upright, not daring to breathe. The sense of oppression this old woman brought was just too strong. Old Mrs. Sun named one after the other. Wait until Fong Xin is called. Fong Xin raised his hand in response. Old Mrs. Sun raised her head to look in Fong Xin's direction, her tone easing. Don't sit so far back. Come sit in the first row. The moment these words came out, The eyes of the entire classroom of students focused on Fong Xin. White Featherwood lowered his head. Grass. The little wooden sign doesn't work anymore? The other students whispered so much that the whole classroom buzzed with very small chatter. Why are you calling him? Good entrance mapping scores. Don't tease. In front of Mrs. Extinction. She doesn't care how well your entrance touchdown score is. This old lady is most annoyed with unruly students. No matter whether you take advantage or not. As long as it's a fight within the school. She hates it. Fong Xin beat up Yang Xiaohao yesterday. Not targeting him, Fong Xin targeting who? Ha ha, Fong Xin sent it. Fong Xin this time is considered completely finished. This can't even wait for Yang Xiao to step in and sanction Fong Xin. Master Exterminator has already stepped in early. Fong Xin stood up. I did not expect this old lady to. Fong Xin played such a hand. Fong Xin hard more or less still some 7 on 8 down. Although yesterday the old lady from the administrative building out of the tone of voice much better. But the old lady's past record can be checked. The heart does not make muttering is false. In the entire first 3 rows, Fong Xin was the only one. Fong Xin was just about ready to sit down. Unexpectedly, the old lady's gaze was gentle, like an elder looking at an outstanding junior, and she rushed at Fong Xin with a very soft tone. Some things in the spirit department are still difficult. You sit in the front, and if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Chapter 59, You Found Out. Fong Xin was stunned. There was a little tension earlier. I didn't realize that I was nervous for nothing. I don't know what this old woman had heard the dean say in the administration building before, but it was true that the other party's new attitude had turned around 180 degrees now. Old Mrs. Sun suddenly spoke so gently. It made many of the students below begin to wonder why Mrs. Sun was like this to Fong Xin. What else could it be? Shin got good grades. What's the point of guessing? Excellent people are noticed everywhere they go. Even the exterminator will take care of them. Where are those who were gloating and expecting Xin to be punished? Keep barking. Some people are just sour on our new brother. Lifelong trashy goods. Those trainees who were still gloating just now all looked like they had been viciously given a big mouth by an unseen hand. The face of the whip was hot and painful. Bai Yulin had originally kept his head down, but now that he saw that Fong Xin was receiving special care, he immediately pinched his small wooden sign. Ha ha, scared me. The small wooden sign is still useful. I didn't expect the words to fall, but Sun Bijuan on the podium redragged her face. All the students who have taken something blessed by the witchcraft department. Next class. If anyone else dares to come to class with that kind of thing, prepare to fail this semester. That kind of unimpressive stuff. It's useless to me. After saying this, Bai Yulin was confused. Not only Bai Yulin. In fact, there are quite a few students who have read the comments left by previous seniors. So they have acquired a variety of blessings over the things. Who knows that there is not a tiny bit of use for this exterminator? Sun Bijuan finished her sentence and resumed her seat. Keep hooking the sweater. Now for the lesson. The psychic talent has a strong ability to attack, and from a distance, as well as control a person's mind, emotions, and even a person's dreams. And there are many means of control. There are 3 main categories: sound, sight, and mental waves. Harsh sounds, or nice sounds can mesmerize a person, and this is a form of psychic attack. The disorienting vision, the misalignment, the vision of truth and falsehood, can also be disorienting. Now, each of you hold in your hands something you've used for a long time as a reference. Next I'll use my mental power to make you enter an illusion. In the middle of the environment, you focus your attention on the reference and detach yourselves from it. As she said this, the stick needles of the crocheted sweater in Sun Bijuan's hands rubbed against each other and made a bared sound. A sound that was irritating and unsettling. Fong Xin was holding the cell phone he had been using for a long time in his hand, when suddenly, Fong Xian's eyes blinked and he found himself surrounded by dim light and plunged into darkness. The sound of a bared hooked sweater filled the darkness-filled world. Fong Xian's gaze turned, vigilantly looking around. Vaguely visible in the darkness, there was a vague and hazy figure, as if it was 100 meters tall, like a deserted demon god, sitting there knitting a sweater. The sound from the interlocking of the stick needles in his hands caused a splitting headache. Her eyes were like 2 scarlet lanterns hanging in the sky. Is this the advanced warrior psychic talent? Fong Xian muttered in his mind. Scary as hell. The piercing sounds were dense and had a tendency to grow louder. Fong Xian recalled his references. He was clearly holding a cell phone in his hand just now, but now his hand felt empty, and the palm of his hand was a mass of darkness, sucking in a breath. Fong Xian concentrated and stared tightly at his hand. The noisy, Ear-piercing and disturbing friction sounds began to fade away bit by bit as Fong Xian's attention was focused, and Fong Xian stared tightly at his hands. Nowadays, Fong Xian only has the spiritual talent that has not been awakened, and the spiritual heavenly fury is considered a low talent among Fong Xian's many talents, so the process is relatively a bit slower. As the minutes ticked by, the concentration made Fong Xian's brow a little sore and swollen, just like the feeling of pointing a finger at his brow when he was playing around in the past. The more concentrated the spirit, the more real the feeling of soreness in the heart of the eyebrow, the smaller the surrounding noisy sounds. The darkness gradually dissolved, and little by little, the hands also regained a little bit of sensation, and was able to feel that he was holding something in his hands, which was his cell phone. I don't know how much time has passed. The soreness in his brow reached a kind of peak. Fong Xian saw the cell phone in his hand. The darkness receded like a tidal wave. The harsh cacophony around him became smaller, and the surroundings were quiet, with only the very small sound of Sun Bijuan's knitting sweater. Fong Xian paled a little and exhaled, glancing at the cell phone in his hand and looking around. Himself is now sitting in the classroom. A few of the gifted ones had already woken up, only they all looked deflated and pale on their desks, and many other students were sitting in their seats with furrowed brows, still in the illusion. Fong Xian couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Spirit system gifted powerhouses were as terrifying as this. This could be hard controlled in a blink of an eye if it was in a real battle. This was why a mentally gifted teammate had to be added in the middle of all team fights. Fong Xian raised his head and looked toward Sun Bijuan, who was still knitting a sweater. The old lady smiled amiably at Fong Xian. Spiritual talent as a secondary position. To be able to wake up in such a short period of time is already more than I could have imagined. Very good. The few students who woke up in the back of the room were all astonished. What's wrong with this old lady today? According to those legends of past seniors, this old lady goes to work every day like she's on gunpowder, scolding everyone she catches, and mentally attacking when she's in a bad mood. So how is this so good for the other side of the new? Is it possible that Fong Xian is her son's illegitimate son? The old lady once again said amiably. Is the brow sore? Right. The old lady explained. Keep this feeling. This is your spiritual source. If you want to launch a spiritual attack, you need to rely on it. The more energy the spiritual source has, the stronger the attack will be, and the stronger the endurance will be. This spiritual source is also called the divine spring. Having it is equivalent to stepping into the first level of combat power of the spiritual system talent. This is in the previous realm. It is called the calling realm. Do you know what the subsequent realm is called? This Fong Xian had heard. Zhuge Hong and Hua Changcheng said. The subsequent ones are called source flow, pulsation, standing on the ground, observing the wells, merging with the Tao, breaking the mirror, responding to the emptiness, spirit platform, etc. Sun Bijuan's eyes lit up and she smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. After possessing the spiritual source, you are considered to have stepped into the calling realm. But the calling realm of the spiritual faculty talent doesn't only allow you to call upon your own spiritual energy, but also the spiritual energy of others. By constantly honing your spiritual energy, you will have reached the second realm when the spiritual energy in your divine spring overflows. The second realm of the source stream realm is for the spiritual power overflowing from your divine spring to cover every part of your body. And after the spiritual power has filled your entire body, the third realm is considered the true introductory realm of the spiritual faculty talent. In other words, the attacks unleashed by the third realm's spirit lineage talent are only decent. The spirit power can attack the enemy with sound, pupil art, and spirit waves. As for the fourth realm, it will allow you to use your spiritual power to condense a defensive shield to protect yourself. Greed can't be chewed with too much. The battle power you can exert with your power talent has already reached. Currently you can be considered the first among your peers. It's very strong, but the spirit department talent is currently just touching the threshold. Take your time. There's no rush. First build the foundation of your divine spring, and I'll slowly teach you the subsequent ones. Fong Xian nodded. Good. Just as he finished speaking, Fong Xian had an additional eye patch on the table in front of him. Wear this thing to hone your mental strength. Thank you, mentor. No. The stick needle in the hands of Sun Bijuan, who was hooking the sweater, once again made a bared sound. The few awake students in the back fell back into the illusion. Fong Xian froze for a moment. Sun Bijuan said, Did you beat up a male son of a big family? Fong Xian laughed embarrassedly. He bullied my sister. So I moved. Sun Bijuan nodded. If they come to trouble you, you'll come to me. Even the president of the White Lotus Society will sell me a few favors. Not to mention that it's just the grandson of a vice president's concubine. Thank you, tutor son. Sun Bijuan said mildly. There's no need to be polite with me. I know both your parents. They call me Aunt Sun. In the future, when you're in private, just call me Grandma Sun. Fang Xian was once again stunned. No wonder this old lady was so nice to herself, so she knew her parents. Yes, keep feeling the divine spring. Fang Xian closed his eyes and summoned the sour, rising feeling in the center of his brow. As time passed, Fang Xian seemed to be in a strange space, and a spring appeared in front of him, from which slowly emerged wisps of spiritual energy. Turning to the end of class, Sun Bijuan packed up her things and turned to leave. Almost everyone's face was pale to varying degrees. Bai Yulin walked up. Xian, let's go. Fang Xian got up and the two of them headed out together. Many of the students in the back looked at Fang Xian's back, and more or less had so much envy and jealousy. New brother, why is Master Extinction also so biased? Bai Yulin rubbed his head and said. Fang Xian thought for a moment. Maybe my name is Fang Xian. That's why it's on the new side? Bai Yulin rubbed his brow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll change my name to Bai Yushin then. What's your class this afternoon? Department of Perception. Wow go. Tian Dun Goddess MS. Cheng's class. Bai Yulin's eyes were beaming with stars. New brother. You don't know. I've seen her in person at the beginning of the school year and she's super good looking. The best looking out of all the people of the opposite sex I've ever seen. How good can it look? Let me put it to you this way. In the words of my brother, Black Featherwood, the saliva that Goddess Chung spits out, my brother can mix it with water and drink it for half a year. Fang Xian looked at Bai Yulin curiously. Old white, do you do wrong things and say wrong things so you can dump on your brother and sister and brother? Bai Yulin smiled awkwardly. You caught me. While the two were eating in the dining hall, many of their classmates were pointing in this direction, some sympathizing, while others were gloating. Someone's voice even deliberately pulled up the pitch trying to make Fang Xian hear it. Someone is going to mail it this afternoon. Mr. Yang's family will be here this afternoon. Over at the church. There's going to be some fun this afternoon. Chapter 60, Meeting Again. The sound was chaotic. So much so that Fang Xian became the center of attention in the restaurant. Bai Yulin glanced back viciously at the nearest cadet who spoke the loudest. Xian. Don't pay any attention to them. Bai Yulin comforted. Fang Xian ate a mouthful of food and said in a relaxed tone. I originally just wanted to be an ordinary little transparent, but I didn't expect to become the most talked about top stream inside the freshmen again and again. Those stars are just like that. Bai Yulin was relieved to see Fang Xian so relaxed. As the duo walked back after eating, the new trainees were still staring and talking in Fang Xian's direction. Fang Xian exhaled, thinking of what Zhuge Hong had said earlier, telling Fang Xian to exercise a little restraint or else he would easily be targeted. The so-called gun to hit the head. The defense line is now secretly determined, and so on the due date of the test, but cannot be the head of the head again. A little meticulous. Back in his dorm room, Fang Xian lay on his bed, without listening to anything outside the window. He took out the eye mask that Sun Bijuan had given him from inside the spatial ring and put it on his eyes. Fang Xian set the eye patch as a reference point. Once he put it on, he went into a darkness, and with today's experience in class, Fang Xian focused his attention. His brow was sore, and he could feel a mental energy counteracting the harsh sounds as well as the darkness on a small scale. With experience plus a little bit of mental power, Fang Xian gradually felt the eye patch. It also snapped out of the illusion, and the sour, rising feeling in his brow was still there. Fang Xian closed his eyes, and within his own space of consciousness, the nearly transparent spiritual energy emanating from that divine spring seemed to be a touch more than before. But just as Fang Xian was about to take off the eye patch, he realized that the originally transparent spiritual energy in the spring eye had abruptly turned blood red, and that spring eye looked more like a god's or devil's eye at this moment. Fang Xian was shocked in his heart. This was influenced by the killing talent. Removing the blindfold, Fang Xian slowly sat up. These several talents that he had already awakened, the strength talent, the light talent, the perception talent, the spirit talent, and the sentinel beast talent, had all been affected by the killing talent, and had been strengthened in terms of the strength of the original talent. And rather than being strengthened, it was more like a mutation. Even though none of the other talents are SSS ranked except for the strength talent, they will be enhanced later if you kill other ones of the same type of talent. Just like Fang Xian's Imperial Beast faculty talent. Now that Fang Xian thought back, the reason why he was able to step onto the 9th floor of the True Dragon steps of the 10,000 Beasts Palace before was partly due to his good foundation. And partly due to the fact that Fang Xian killed an Imperial Beast faculty boss and devoured the other person's talent before he went to the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Looking at the time, I didn't realize that I was about to go to my afternoon class. As Fang Xian walked along the road, the students coming and going along the way pointed at Fang Xian, some sympathizing, some gloating. Outside the classroom door in the corridor stood a beautiful woman. Black, long hair, shoulders, quiet and sweet. A pair of beautiful eyes slightly blinking, intoxicating, two wrapped in black silk, long legs straight and slender, stood there, attracted a lot of people's attention. The students in the classroom were all rushing to sit forward, each one like an animal, eager to sit on the lectern. It's a whole different world from Senior Sun Bijuan's classroom. Fang Xian? Black Nagisa suddenly barked. Fang Xian froze for a moment and looked at the long black man. Good day, Instructor Chang. The long black man returned a smile. Have you seen White? White Featherwood? He went to that shooting talent class. Black Changji shook his head. It's not Bai Yulan. It's Zhuge Heng. I call him Xiao Bai. Where did he go, do you know? I don't know. I haven't seen him in the last 2 days either. Koro Nagashi carried his hands behind his back. So can you ask where he is for me? Fang Xian was puzzled. Why don't you ask yourself? He won't talk to me. After seeing Fang Xian's expression, Cheng Bingqing said bluntly, haven't you heard the gossip between us? I'm his loyal fangirl. All the old people in the 9th division know that I've been pursuing him since I was a teenager and chased him until now. But he's always ignored me. It's an open secret in Division 9 now. Fang Xian's expression was strange. So there was this kind of gossip. I didn't think that white hair had such a beautiful woman to pursue. It's no wonder that Shang Tianke, that old colorful batch, asked white hair for Chang Bingqing's contact information. And instead of giving Chang Bingqing's, white hair gave Sun Bijuan's back. So that's where the roots are. Chang Bingqing looked blearily at Fang Xian and cupped her hands in front of her chest. Help teacher ask where he is. Okay? Fang Xian hesitated and sent a message over to Zhuge Heng. Where is it, big brother? Your teacher Cheng told you to ask? Fang Xian was slightly embarrassed. This white hair was really predictable. Cheng Bingqing blinked her large Kazairan eyes. Can you let me send him a message? Fang Xian handed over the smart link. Cheng Bingqing was a bit nervous, and after brewing for a bit, this sent a voice message over. Xiao Bai. Don't hide from me, okay? The weather is cold. I bought you a few clothes. Later I will go to where you live to give you, okay? After sending the message, Cheng Bingqing looked forward to the message with bated breath. A few seconds later, her own smart link vibrated. Hurriedly take it out and check it out. After seeing the message, Cheng Bingqing's expression was 3 parts joy, 3 parts aggression, 3 parts helplessness and 1 part resilience. Fang Xian couldn't help but sigh. The goddess that all the new and old trainees of the past could meet but not seek could be so humble in front of the white-haired boy Zhuge Heng. Returning Fang Xian's smart link, Cheng Bingqing gently laughed. Alright, get ready for class. As Fang Xian walked into the classroom, the eyes of these colorful batches instantly moved from Cheng Bingqing's body to Fang Xian's. Goddesses can be seen every day, but joys are not for every day. The trainee's eyes wandered from Fang Xian and a figure at the back of the classroom. Fang Xian followed the gazes of these trainees. That's when I saw a few people sitting in the back of the classroom. The leader happened to be Yang Haoxi, who had been beaten by himself. At this moment, Yang Haoxi looked at Fang Xian, who walked in with his arms wrapped around him, and flashed a smug smile at Fang Xian. HSIN. This way. Zhang Bing, who had previously been a classmate in the strength department class with Fang Xian, waved. After Fang Xian took his seat, there was a lot of talk in the classroom. There's a good show to watch. Young Yang doesn't have a perception department talent, and he still came here. So that proves that Young Yang's people will arrive this afternoon. Fang Xian is going to mail this. No background, but also hands to beat people's background so strong, young master. That is not obvious in the toilet to hit the lantern looking for death. If not him, then who? A normal person. After hearing that people have such a strong background, which shall not beg and plead. What about him? No background, even if it is not, but also no head. Really think that their own good grades are unscrupulous. The results are good, but also useless. Out of the mix is to rely on the background. Even with the support of instructor Zhuge, this time also can't protect him. If he only provoked the White Lotus Society, instructor Zhuge can still help him. But who let the others behind the Young Yang and the church? Isn't there still the master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace? Don't tease. The master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace is instructor Zhuge, who bridges the gap in the middle. Do you think that the master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace would make a move for a new trainee from the 9th division? Speak through your head, will you? The big guy, Zhang Bing, turned back. Damn, these guys are cheap. Fang Xin shrugged. Routine. Cheng Bingqing gently knocked on the lectern. Well, be quiet. Today is our perception department's first class. Before that, I'll do a self-introduction. My name is Chung Bingqing. Your perception department course is me to take. Perception department is one of the many talents. Few have no attack power talent, but any team can't afford to lack the existence of the perception department talent of teammates. The perception department talent can not only sense the enemy's existence coordinates, but also can sense the danger. The perception talent can not only perceive the coordinates of the enemy's existence, it can also perceive danger. When your realm is a little higher, you can even perceive the past and future of a person, and even the past and future of this world. Before the words were finished, Cheng Bingqing frowned at the doorway. Almost in the next second, clunk! The sudden and violent piercing sound of pushing the door interrupted Cheng Bingqing's words. There were a few people standing in the doorway. Each one wore a distinctive uniform, and there was also a badge pinned to each chest. Above the crest is a totem, eye shape. The pupil of the eye is positioned as a sun. Church people. These people all looked arrogant and unimpressed, as if they possessed an innate sense of superiority over others. At the head was a middle-aged man with triangular eyes, a slight inclination of the head. A young blonde-haired man stepped out behind him. Fang Xin instantly recognized that the blonde youth was no one else. It was the same poodle, Huo Lion, that he had seen in Chu Xingyao's house before. Huo Lion took out something like a smart link in his hand and swept it downwards. A ticking sound came out. It was facing Fang Xin. Everyone in the classroom looked at Fang Xin, realizing that this was directed at Fang Xin. Sitting in the back row, Yang Haoxi hugged his arms and gave a winning smile. Seeing this expression of Yang Haoxi, those students present have revealed a shocked look, not expecting the people of the church to be so reckless to rush in and arrest people when this side is still in class. Huo Lion took a step towards Fang Xin's position. Out of the blue, he grabbed Fang Xin's shoulder and brutally lifted him up. Huo Lion was condescending and arrogant, showing a disdainful sneer. Hello again, take a walk. Chapter 61, Show Me One. The classroom instantly exploded. Asterisk. It's really coming. Young Yang is awesome. The church has come to arrest Fang Xin. This lower new is really mailed. This group of people from the church are so arrogant that they don't give a damn about anyone. No one can protect Fang Xin today. No matter how good the talent is, no matter how high the grades are without a background, it's only a life to be taken by others with backgrounds at will. All sorts of cacophonous noises were coming. These trainees had looked at Yang Haoxi, who was sitting in the back row. Again as they spoke, Yang Haoxi hugged his arms. A smile bloomed on his face and his eyes were sinister. Then he looked at Fang Xin and stuffed a finger inside his mouth, also whistled arrogantly. Huo Lion tugged at Fang Xin. Fire sprang up in Fang Xin's eyes for no reason. Charged the Huo Lion with a crash to the chest. Huo Lion couldn't help but stifle a grunt. Golden light suddenly erupted from his eyes. The golden pupils stared at Fang Xin. Be honest. No one dares to protect you today. Zhang Bing, who was sitting next to him, stood up mischievously. This big power department classmate was still a bit of a tiger. What gives you the right to arrest my classmate? With those words, he was about to go and tug on Huo Lion, who had a golden light on his body, and opened Zhang Bing with a backhanded slap. Fang Xin instantly rose with a murderous intent. A hand squeezed Huo Lion's neck. Just come at me. Don't touch my classmates. Huo Lion was stunned. Obviously he didn't expect Fang Xin to dare to make a move and turn. The strong killing intent that erupted from Fang Xin's body just now made him feel terrified in his heart. He couldn't figure out why a teenager would have such a strong and maniacal killing intent in his body. His lofty golden radiance was shaken by the impact. Golden light. Huo Lion's breath skyrocketed. Directly held Fang Xin down with his backhand. Handcuffed Fang Xin, clutched Fang Xin's shoulder, and punched Fang Xin's stomach 2 times. Fang Xin was immediately beaten pale. Huo Lion cupped Fang Xin's chin and whispered in Fang Xin's ear. Kid, don't be arrogant. Someone has personally sent word to make your life worse than death. Mole crickets should lie down. This time, Miss can't protect you. After saying that, he dragged Fang Xin outside. Cheng Bingqing's beautiful face on the podium instantly went cold. Slapping the table. Everyone, coming to my classroom to arrest someone, isn't it too much of a disregard for me? And isn't it too much of a disregard for our Heavenly Shield Bureau? The middle-aged man with triangular eyes standing in the doorway laughed. Teacher Chang, routine business, please forgive me for intruding more. Official business? What kind of official business requires coming to arrest a freshman? The triangular-eyed man sneered with arrogance and disdain. The church does business. No comment. Lion dragged Fong Xin right outside the classroom. The triangular eyes and the few church members behind them swept their gazes over the teachers and students below, still towering over everyone. Chang Bingqing looked huffy. The other party specifically picked the perception department class, which had little combat power to come because of her low combat power. Chang Bingqing sent a message over to Zhu Gahang. Xiao Bai. Fong Xin was taken away by the church's people. After sending the message, Chang Bingqing arrowed out. The many trainees in the classroom also rushed out in a chaotic manner. Yang Haoxi walked out slowly and methodically. The crowd automatically cracked open. Many of the new trainees were fawning and kneeling. Young Master Yang. Awesome. Young Master Yang. The churches are backing up Young. This lower new is dead. Zhang Bing, who had just been hit by Huo Lion, stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and took out his smart link to make a call out. Brother Hua Lu. The people from the church forcibly took Fong Xin away from the classroom, and they also hit Fong Xin and I with their hands. The perception department's class. They're still in the hallway now. The commotion over here was so loud that students and teachers attending classes in other classrooms on the same floor looked out. Upon seeing Fong Xin being forcibly twisted out of the classroom by the church's people, many of the trainees also stopped attending class and rushed out of the classroom to see what was going on. As word spread, more and more students and faculty flocked this way, and the hallway was blocked. Lion twisted Fong Xin and looked disdainfully at the tutors and trainees blocking the building's passageway. The church is on business. Idle people, quickly get out of the way. But the crowd was getting bigger and bigger, and Horseshoe Lion gave a look. Behind him, an inch-haired church member with heavy dark circles under his eyes took a step forward, raised his hand and grabbed at the void. A lightsaber molded out of thin air and slashed out with a sword. Directly and brutally, he split the congested hallway with a crack. The jammed students fell eastward toward the sides. Huo Lion's golden pupils stared at the students and teachers in the building. This time it's a warning. The church is on business. If you dare to get in the way again, you'll be killed without mercy. Sky Shield also had a temper. On the other side of the same building, the team leader of the first division that taught the new students, Chen Yuanju, walked up with a cold face. Has the church come to the wrong place to spill its guts in this place? The man with the triangular eyes stepped forward. One hand was raised, and a golden light emerged between his fingers, followed by an official document held between them. The Supreme Commander of the church's Red Lotus District personally ordered to take away the new trainee of the 9th Division. Fong Xin, do you have any objections? Chen Yuanjue walked up and took the official document and carefully examined it, realizing that it was really an official document signed by the church. Unable to help himself, he frowned. Triangle Eyes clips away the official document with 2 fingers, the corner of his lips curling into a sneer. Make way. Seeing Chen Yuanjue's face change in color, those new trainees have exploded. Asterisk. Young Yang is awesome. It took such a big battle to catch Fong Xin? This has a background as Bulla. Fong Xin this time may have to send. Please put may go okay. A clear-eyed person can see at a glance Fong Xin this time completely mailed. 7 days later is the night of his return. Good grades are useless. Talent is also useless. No background. In the end, it is still a mole cricket in the eyes of people with heavenly backgrounds. Brother Pants was also interspersed in the crowd, gloating at the scene. Yang Haoxi whistled at Fong Xin with an extremely provocative smile. Huo Lion twisted Fong Xin's shoulders and walked forward. A lowly mole with no background. Still presuming to have something with my lady. Do you feel the difference now? What's the point of joining the 9th Division? Anyone who comes out will be able to take you down at will. But within a few steps, the path ahead was blocked by someone. The visitor had a full beard and a slightly open collar that still showed sexy little chest hairs. Everyone, this kid is my man. Want to take him away? Have you gone through me? After seeing the visitor, the inside of the congested building exploded directly. Asterisk. The master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace is here. Which one said the 10,000 Beasts Palace Lord wouldn't come? The master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace would actually stand up to Fong Xin. Brother Pants frowned, his eyes envious and jealous. Several church members have paused. Palace Master Shang, the church is doing something. Don't make a nuisance of yourself. Triangle Eyes frowned, obviously not expecting Shang Tianke to personally step in to block the way. Shang Tianke grinned. This is my precious student. How do I know if you're really a church clerk? He came here today specifically for this matter. The old palace master especially valued Fong Xin, Before he came here today, the old palace master had specifically authorized him to protect Fong Xian within a reasonable range, which was also considered to strengthen the friendship between him and Fong Xian. Triangle Eyes took the trouble to pull out the official papers. Shang Tian-K took it over, and after looking at it horizontally and vertically, he pointed at the official document and rushed to the Triangular Eyes with a smile. It says here is to take away, not to arrest. So what do you mean by handcuffing my students? Triangle Eyes frowned again and looked back at Huolian, who laughed. The official document doesn't specify what way it's to be taken away either. Shang Tian-K's cold face, the terrifying chi on his body suddenly erupted out, followed by the black chi that filled the air. A one-horned boa appeared out of thin air. Its huge figure coiled behind Shang Tian-K. No biggie, are you talking to me? The scene once again drew a gasp. Huolian involuntarily swallowed and took 2 steps back in fear. Triangle Eyes looked grim as he swept his eyes at Huolian. Uncuff the handcuffs. Huolian sniffed, hesitated for a moment, and opened the handcuffs despite 100 reluctance. Triangle Eyes and Shang Tian-K stood facing each other shoulder to shoulder. Palace Master Shang, face is also given to you. Almost done. He is the one I have to take away. It's useless for anyone to come today. But I didn't expect the words to come out. Sharp whistling sound came. A chair brushed close to the eyes, directly smashed in the face of Huolian. Immediately while Huolian smashed a full-blown blood flow. Hua Changhua 6th Master walked over. The back of his hand patted Triangle Eyes on the chest. Jiang Weiqi, he's one of my men. Bring one for me to see. Chapter 62, Brain Failure. With the appearance of Master Hua Changhua 6, the scene erupted in a renewed clamor. Asterisk. The 9th Division's Hua King Kong Hua 6th Master is here. Is Master Hua 6 famous? A big name? How stupid can one be to say such a thing? This master is strong in his own right, not to mention. Do you know who his grandfather is? Hua Majia. A figure that has been introduced in our history textbooks. A terrifying existence with military power in his hands. One of the most decorated figures in the rebellion of the gods. Holy. So, why did he come out to protect Fong Xian? Fong Xian's main job is a strength talent. Master Hua Lu is also a strength tutor, and Master Hua Lu is famously protective of his shortcomings. So if Fong Xian is going to be taken away, can he not come out? Master Hua 6 is not even afraid of the church? Tough encounters are definitely taboo, but the church gang doesn't have authorization and wouldn't dare to do anything to Master Hua Lu. He's from a serious compound. Moreover, the Hua family army is known for its solidarity. Moving one is the equivalent of moving a nest. In this case, it seems that Fong Xian isn't without a background, with 2 bigwigs backing him up. It doesn't seem like it's that easy for Yang to take revenge. Not necessarily. After all, the church is nobody's business, and this time it's going to be an official process. The cacophony of voices was unrelenting. Yang Haosi sandwiched in the crowd, face gloomy. How did not expect? The church out of the horse. There are people to stop. Not only someone to stop, but also came to the 2 heavyweight guests. The triangular-eyed Jiang Weiqi's face was as heavy as water, and his entire complexion was gloomy to the extreme. Hua Lao Lu, I'm doing official business. Don't you go too far. Hua Chang grinned. Official business? What business? Jiang Weiqi stepped forward and lowered his voice. Hua Lao Lu, this kid is personally named by the higher-ups to be brought back for interrogation, and your old man may not be able to protect you if something goes wrong. It's okay if you don't say this. Once you say this, Hua set up an immediate fire. I'll stop it today. What can you do to me? Jiang Weiqi's triangular eyes with a fierce light. But for Hua Chang and can do nothing about it. Only a flick of the wrist once again took out the official document handed to Hua Chang in front. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is it a signed document from the top? Is it official business? Hua Chang was about to speak when a voice came. Business? Is it really just business? Follow the sound. Just saw an old woman with framed glasses hooked in a sweater coming this way. With the old lady's appearance, everyone present retreated in a tidal wave towards the sides. It seemed to be that this old woman's oppression was a few degrees more ferocious than some of the flooding beasts. Shang Tian-K unnaturally put his clothes back on, covering his sexy little chest hairs, and opened his body sideways in a regular manner. Elder son, Hua Chang, the prick, also put away his arrogance and bent over. Auntie son, Sun Bijuan stood in front of Jiang Weiqi through the crowd. Who gave you the right to use the name of public office to do your own thing? Jiang Weiqi's rare tone was softer, as if he was also aware of this old lady's position in the sky shield. Old Mrs. Sun, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you, right? This kid is my student. You came to arrest my student. Do you think it has anything to do with whether I want it or not? As soon as those words came out, the whole room directly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The extermination master stepped in to fish for someone? An unprecedented thing. I find it unbelievable that Palace Master Shang and 6th Master Hua have come out to fish for people. How come even this one has come out? Gosh darn it. Is this still the iron-faced and merciless extermination master I remember? The sense of security is pulled full circle. After this battle, I have turned from thick black to light black on Mrs. Exterminator. Young Yang is sitting on wax. I had thought that Yang Xiao could do something to Fong Xin, but it turns out that Fong Xin blew up so many bigwigs all by himself. Where's the person who just gloated about the dog barking that Shin is going to mail it? Keep barking. A bunch of sewer rats who only know how to squeak all day long are just envious of our new brother. This group of people are mentally challenged and sour. Being slapped in the face by Fong Xin. The group of people who had been gloating just a moment ago had all shut their mouths at the moment. Things are going a bit out of hand. Brother Pants had his mouth open. Apparently he also did not expect that 3 big brothers would come out to help. And even the extermination master had come. Zhang Xiaocha also stood in the crowd, nervously and angrily watching the scene. Yang Haoxi in the crowd's face grimace. Eyes are about to kill. Today specially skipped class to run to see Fong Xin's hilarity. Ready to go to the interrogation room later to lynch Fong Xin. But the result came out 3 roadblocks one after another. Jiang Weiqi's triangular eyes narrowed, shaking the official document once again. Old Mrs. Son, even if he's your student, it says that he has to be taken away. So please cooperate. Absolute business? Sun Bijuan inquired. Jiang Weiqi laughed. Old Mrs. Son, I assure you, absolutely official business. Sun Bijuan's hand that was hooking her sweater suddenly paused and looked back at Yang Haoxi in the crowd. The old lady's eyes behind the lenses of her square-framed glasses stared coldly at Yang Haoxi, and just faintly said 4 words. Tell the truth. Yang Haoxi's pupils were lax. I molested Fong Xin's sister and was beaten by Fong Xin. I looked for my mom. My mom looked for my uncle. My uncle promised me that their church happens to be looking for Fong Xin. When the time comes, my uncle will send someone to capture Fong Xin and specifically lock him into a secret room, so that I can lynch Fong Xin to clean him up properly. After saying that, Yang Haoxi's pupils gradually focused, his face was pale, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. As the words fell, Jiang Weiqi's face brushed pale, and the several church members behind him also changed greatly. The crowd of onlookers also exploded. The movement of Sun Bijuan's hand hooking the sweater became faster and faster, and her eyes behind the lenses exuded a regal and lurid aura. Tell me again. You're on official business. Hua Cheng poked his finger in the air with righteous indignation and said, Damn you, Jiang Weiqi, come on, explain to me, is your church's last name Jiang? You're bullying our heavenly shield under the banner of the church. What else do you want? Today you dare to arrest our trainees under the church's banner. Tomorrow you'll dare to arrest our instructors under the church's banner. Are you trying to stir up a conflict between the church and our Heavenly Shield Bureau? Jiang Weiqi forcibly stabilized the situation. Hua Lao Lu. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Can it be that the official document is still fake? Sun Bijuan stared at Jiang Weiqi. Then it's also true that you guys abused lynching, right? Jiang Weiqi laughed. Old Mrs. Sun, how can you take what a child says in a sulk seriously? You say so. If I let you guys take the people away today, will anyone be able to come and stomp on the sky shield in the future? Jiang Weiqi's smile gradually tightened. Gentlemen, I've spoken kindly and I've given the face I should have. But please don't give face. Jiang Weiqi tapped his finger on his chest badge. What you all said just now, the one above me has already seen it. People, I must take them away today. Even if the God of heaven comes, he won't be able to stop me. As they spoke, whether it was Hua Chang or Shang Tianke, or even Sun Bijuan, their communicators rang one after another. Hua Chang frowned when he saw the caller ID, but he eventually picked up the phone. Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan looked at their respective caller IDs and also picked up the phone. Hua Sung stepped aside. What's wrong, Dad? Are you standing up for a student? Yes. Mother asterisk 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 ing church calls to you? Called your oldest uncle. Who said to leave you alone? Hua Chang's brows wrinkled. Don't care? Watching my precious students let these sons of ES take them away? This matter is a bit complicated. Don't worry. Naturally a big shot will step in to protect that student. Hanging up the phone, Hua Chang's face sank like water. The same goes for Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan. Jiang Weiqi's triangular eyes glowed with a disdainful sneer. Everyone, Isn't it time to make way? Seeing a few people make way, the onlooker students were completely blown away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All three of these big guys gave way? It was I who underestimated the church. Come on, this lower new is totally mailed. It's my shallowness. Just now I thought that Yang Xiao's great revenge would be hard to avenge. Now it seems that Yang Xiao is bound to win. Fang Xian will have to shed a layer of skin anyhow. Brother Pants smiled anew, thinking that the church was still higher. Zhang Xiaocha and the crowd had red eyes. Fang Xian watched the various forces competing with each other, and for the first time, he felt the importance of having a strong background, and without a background, he could only be like a rootless duckweed fluttering around. Looking at these people from the church, and then glancing at the smug young Haosi, Fang Xian swore in his heart, definitely create your own power. Kill all of these bully bastards. Huo Lion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and tugged on Fang Xian's shoulder. Do you feel like a mole cricket now? Do you feel the gap? You're dead today. Jiang Weiqi took the lead as several people were about to leave. A white, dorky girl emerged from the crowd. Clicking away at the chips, he walked straight towards Jiang Weiqi's several people head-on. Many of the students and teachers recognized each other. Holy, Li Power, what's she doing here? She's not trying to save Fang Xian, is she? Who knows what kind of background Paul Li has? I don't know, but how much more bull can you call the church's bluff? Jiang Weiqi frowned and raised his hand to push Li Bauer away. Asterisk 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 off. But the hand had just touched Li Poyer and didn't make any effort at all. Li Poyer Kutam lay on the ground. Oops. Knocked out. Li Bauer lay on the ground and took out her cell phone. Hey, Grandpa. I've been beaten up. My brain is fainting. My body hurts. And it's difficult for me to inhale. Jiang Weiqi sneered disdainfully. Su Bashan came late. After seeing this, Li Bauer lying on the ground, his face brushed white, and hurriedly shouted, "Don't provoke her." Jiang Weiqi ignored this, thinking that Su Bashan was talking to Li Bauer, completely ignoring Li Bauer lying at his feet. He was about to lift his leg and walk across Li Bauer. Su Bashan immediately changed his face. His hands clapped and sked. It's over. This is completely finished. Kicked to the iron plate. Just the next second, a terrifying aura came from beyond the sky. It directly covered the entire Sky Shield Academy. A thunderbolt exploded in the sky. Immediately after, the void ruptured like a shattered mirror. A nearly transparent blade charged directly above Jiang Weiqi's shoulder. Jiang Weiqi simply could not react in time. The body on the spot by the huge force of the impact of the backward flight was actually directly nailed to the wall by the knife. Blood spurts. Jiang Weiqi's eyeballs protruded, and under the strong impact, his face took on a pig liver purple color. Which ungrateful person touched my granddaughter? The sound of anger was like thunder, resounding through the sky. The corners of Jiang Weiqi's mouth were threaded with blood. For the first time, a look of horror appeared on his face, and he seemed to react to something, exclaiming in a high voice, "Elder Li, you listen to my explanation." Chapter 63, Are you going against ye, old man? The raging blade chi was vast, filling the entire hallway. There was no one present who was not horrified. This oppression from beyond the heavens was so strong that it was sickening. Several terrifying auras emerged from the Sky Shield Academy one after another to probe the incoming aura. The cadets on the sidelines looked dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of terrifying existence is this? This kind of battle power. 13 levels up, right? This kind of terrifying existence isn't a precarious person in the entire Dragon Kingdom. What exactly is Li Bauer's background? How come there's such a horrible grandfather? Did you guys hear that just now? That Jiang Weiqi from the church's face has changed, as if he's afraid of Li Bauer's grandfather. Anyone without a bubble in his head can see that he almost lost his life. It's no wonder he's not afraid. Isn't Grandpa Li Poyer even afraid of the church? Brother Pants opened his mouth, shocked beyond measure as he watched the scene and stared at Li Bauer again. This dull and naive girl had such a strong background. Sensei is a bunch of trainees. Hua Cheng as well as Shang Tianke, Sun Biju and Chang Bingqing were all shocked. Shang Tianke seemed to be reacting to who the other party was, and even more so, he sucked in his breath, his eyes instantly widening considerably. It's that old senior, Su Bashan, the only one in the room who knew Li Bauer's identity, looked at the scene helplessly with a lifeless expression. Jiang Weiqi was nailed to the top of the wall by the transparent large knife. His face was pale and sweat was pouring out above his forehead. Elder Li, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't touch your granddaughter. The voice was like thunder from above. Didn't touch my granddaughter? Don't bull asterisk 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 me. My granddaughter has been honest since she was a child. How could my granddaughter accuse you? Jiang Weiqi felt like the sky had collapsed. Master Li, I didn't even touch your granddaughter just now. Don't believe me? Ask your granddaughter. Li Baoer lay on the ground, her eyes lax, a look of injury, her voice soft and sticky. Can't move. My brain is fuzzy and my body hurts. Jiang Weiqi people are numb, hastily exclaimed. Little sister, you must not talk nonsense. I just did not even touch you. Li Baoer lay on the ground and said the most roguish things in a very abashed tone. Your words have vilified me. Your aura has hit me hard. Your demeanor has offended me. Your actions have attacked me. Jiang Weiqi's eyes froze. Tuff turned his head toward Dean Su Boshan. Dean Su, you have to testify for me. Su Boshan bored face. The heart scolded the sky. I made you? Sell twist license. You turtle pompously came to our Heavenly Shield Academy to arrest people, and even beat them up. And now that you've run into a tough opponent, you're asking me to testify for you. Not to mention the fact that just now I warned you not to mess with her. You didn't listen and now you're looking for the old man. Su Boshan slowly stepped forward, raised his head towards the sky, and squeezed out a smile. Elder Li, I actually didn't see exactly what happened just now. Jiang Weiqi immediately glared at Su Boshan with wide eyes. Dean Su, you clearly saw that I didn't touch her just now. Su Boshan color cold. Laozi at least is also the Tianshield College Dean, although put in the whole Tianshield just a civil official, but at least is an official. On the official position than you high. You turtle this time also with Laozi such talk. Really, when the church can be no one else? If it wasn't for this overly complicated matter today, could you turtle be so arrogant? I'm late. There were too many people in front of me to see. Jiang Weiqi still wanted to argue. The knife inserted in the chest twisted. The mouth immediately came out of the pain wailing sound. Jiang Weiqi tapped the badge in the chest. Lord Bishop, help me. The sunlight scattered through the window and enveloped Jiang Weiqi. A golden halo haloed outside his body. The crest on his chest was particularly piercing. It was as if it was a little ball of sun. It was as if the eye in the middle of the badge had come to life. Not long after, a golden shadow appeared. The face could not be seen. Just a golden glow that at first glance seemed to be a golden light. Vice Headley, still old temper after all these years. Laughter emanated from within the mass of golden light. A voice like muffled thunder came out. No wonder the hand is not open. So it's you, the one-eyed man. Laughter once again came from within that mass of golden light. The person under my hand is not open-minded. And he bumped into Deputy Headley. I'll make amends to you on his behalf. As for your granddaughter, let's do it this way. I'll send her a to-order treasure weapon to express my apologies. Is this satisfactory to you? It doesn't matter whether I'm satisfied or not. What matters is that my granddaughter has to be satisfied. The silhouette in the golden light looked towards Li Baoer, who was lying on the ground with a weak, pitiful and helpless little expression. Originally cute and naive in character. Lying down there. You can't exactly blame that elderly for being furious. Li Baoer pointed at Fong Xin. Grandpa, this is my friend. A voice came out from within the golden light. Deputy Headley, this friend of your granddaughter. We have no ill will towards him. This matter is very complicated, correlating to the one from more than 10 years ago. I think you should know what I'm talking about. Grandfather Li Baoer's voice fell silent for the first time, and after a long time, you have to promise me that you can't hurt him halfway. No problem. Baoer, get up. Ow. Li Poi stood up and patted the dust on her body. A fist-sized ball of golden light flew out from the golden light and disappeared into Li Baoer's spatial ring. For you, Vice Commander Li, I've done what I promised. The knife that nailed Jiang Weiqi quietly laxed, and Jiang Weiqi sat down with his back scraping the wall, drawing a scarlet thick line on the wall. A cold voice came from the golden light. Take the people away. Jiang Weiqi struggled to stand up and took out a bottle of potion from amongst his spatial rings and swallowed it without saying a word, giving Hua Lion a look. Hua Lion savagely yanked Fong Xian by the shoulders and left. Hua Cheng's angry face appeared. An arrow stepped to the front, arm above the flow of qi. The whole thick arm wrapped in breath evolved dragon scales, full of explosive super strong punch blasts smashed in the Hua Lion's abdomen. Hua Lion instinctively put up a golden body shield, but it was instantly shattered by Hua Cheng's punch, and his body folded and flew backwards. It hit the top of the wall and bounced off the floor. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow on the ground. Wah kid, do you know what you're doing? A huffing voice came from the golden light. Hua Sung flicked his wrist, unimpressed. The official document says take away. You yourself say take away. Is this what he looks like taking away? The figure in the golden light glanced faintly at Hua Lion, and under the crush of his powerful aura, Hua Lion immediately hung his head, not daring to breathe. Hua Lion struggled to get up. A tearing pain came from his abdomen. Huo Lion stood behind Fong Xian and didn't dare to be rude this time. Let's go. Fong Xian was just about to leave when Huo Lion's voice suddenly came from within his mind. Lowly mole cricket. Later on. I don't even need the young family's son to do anything. You'll see how I'm going to torture you. I'm going to make you beg for your life. And I'm going to make you beg for your death. I'm going to make it impossible for you to die. I'll get the healing ones to save you again. And so on and so forth. I'll let you know how desperate it is to offend the powers that be. The onlookers of the trainees looked at Fong Xian. Although before and after came so many big brothers to help. But ultimately to be taken away. Once taken away. Verbal promises who will believe. Fong Xian will still be tortured a little bit. At that time to find a healing to save the good can be treated as nothing happened. But just a few steps in, the void set off circles of ripples, and a figure walked out from it. Full head of white hair, hands in pockets, bearing his small white teeth in his trademark smile. Good afternoon, everyone. As the white-haired boy appeared, the field exploded once again. Holy, that demon from the 9th division has come out too. One Fong Xian blew up so many big shots. Which one dares to say Fong Xian has no background? A voice came from the golden light. Zhuge Hang, do you want to come and block the road too? Zhuge Hang stood in midair with his hands in his pockets. No stopping, but you cannot take him away. You can only question him at the Sky Shield Academy. Do you have to go against our church? Huffing and puffing came from within the golden light, which was so great that the air trembled and the window machines roared. Zhuge Hang raised his hand leisurely, holding a token between two fingers. Elder Yi gave the word that no one shall be taken away. Are you going against Yi, old man? Chapter 64. Do you want to Huoli? The token hung in mid-air. The vast and terrifying fluctuations emanating from it were chilling. It was evident how powerful the one behind this token really was. The silhouette in the golden light did not speak. It just hovered in mid-air as if it was hanging. The air all became still at this point. The several auras that emanated from the Heavenly Shield Academy earlier all loomed over towards this side. The reason the church is arresting people and they are not doing anything is because the people above them are not giving orders. Now the one behind the 9th branch has spoken. They would no longer have to be concerned. This group of people from the church is just too much of a bully. A breath that was itching to crush these few people from the church into mush. It was as if time had stood still. A few dozen seconds later, a voice came out of the golden light. Then listen to Elder Yi. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Hang continued. There's one more thing. Your church ignored the rules of the Heavenly Shield Academy today, broke the pact signed between our major organizations, and beat up our new cadets from the Heavenly Shield Bureau in front of so many freshmen. Isn't this something you should show? Want what? Donate a dozen or so of your Holy Light Sect's merit laws above the 10th rank to our Sky Shield Academy. A cold laugh came from the golden light. 10 or so? How dare you open your mouth? Then you can bargain. A kung fu. Zhuge Hang shook his head. 10 feats of the 10th rank or higher. An angry voice came from the golden light. White-haired boy, don't go too far. Our personal vendetta hasn't been settled yet. The white hair had no fear at all, and still bared his small white teeth and smiled. Bishop Wu, it's time to go to work now. Calling my position during working hours. I'm the chief instructor of the Heavenly Shield Academy. Please call me Instructor Zhuge. The figure in the golden light trembled slightly, seemingly angry, and after a few seconds of silence, 3 parts. If it's okay. If it's not okay, then we can just consume the lawsuit. No problem. Feats. Zhuge Hang agreed freely. But I have 2 more conditions. Tell me about it. The merit law shall not be circulated to the public. This is the first point. And the second point, the Sky Shield Academy shall not make things difficult for him subsequently. The figure in the golden light pointed in Yang Haoxi's direction. No problem. 5 balls of light flew out from the golden light. And Zhuge Hang examined them. The conversation room is ready. Let's go over there now. Snap. Zhuge Honored snapped his fingers. Several people disappeared into thin air. This hand gave many of the freshmen in the room a dumbfounded look. Many of the new cadets had also heard that there was a very strong white-haired street skater in Division 9, but it was unknown exactly how strong. Naj's super cool ringing finger was straight up awesome to watch. Many of the female trainees were letting out wow shrieks, little stars of adoration bubbling in their eyes. Cheng Bingqing looked at the direction Zhuge Hang had disappeared in, like a little fangirl, and her big watery eyes were filled with admiration. Fong Xian looked around and realized it was a very spacious and bright office. Several people showed up and all sat down on the leather couch. Zhuge Hang crossed his legs. Everyone, ask whatever you should. Jiang Weiqi looked around, and then his eyes requested the golden light, and after receiving a sign, From within his spatial ring, he took out a treasure weapon shaped like an eyeball. With a gentle toss, the eyeball-shaped treasure was suspended in mid-air. A light shot out from this and enveloped Fong Xin. Jiang Weiqi looked at Fong Xin coldly. What I say? You answer. Do you hear me? Zhuge Hong nodded at Fong Xin. Fong Xin responded. Aha! Where were you when your parents were in the accident? At school. Did any strange people approach you or give you anything after your parents' car accident? Fong Xin shook his head. No. Never? Fong Xin nodded affirmatively. Never. Did your parents ever send you anything weird? No. Did they take you privately for any vaccinations? No. Jiang Weiqi looked at the eyeballs hanging in midair. There was no abnormality in the eyeballs. Then I'll ask you again. Did you observe any anomalies in your parents before their car accident? Fong Xin thought back carefully. No. I didn't expect that eyeball to explode with a blinding light going off and flashing. The massive golden light sitting on the couch suddenly skyrocketed. Shenhuang piercing golden light filling the entire room. Jiang Weiqi's pupils suddenly turned golden. Tell the truth. Fong Xin was silent for a moment, and Zhuge Hong laughed. Tell the truth. My father never touched tobacco or alcohol, and before the accident, he came home one night with a lot to drink. Go on. Fainted when I walked in the door. The voice in the golden light pressed urgently. No more? Fong Xin shook his head. Nope. And after he woke up the next day? He was gone when I woke up. Had sticky notes on the table saying he and my mother had an important seminar in the morning. Told me to go out to dinner by myself. And then never contacted me again until the police notified me to go to the morgue. Discord was silent for a few moments afterward. Jiang Weiqi once again said. Then after your parents left, did any strangers go to find you to say something to you? Or is it that there are strangers who meet you and intentionally pick a fight with you wanting to commit murder on you? Yes. These words caused several people from the church to once again stare intently at Fong Xin. Who? What did he look like? Can you remember the other guy's name? As he spoke, a paintbrush and a drawing board flew out from Jiang Weiqi's spatial ring. Fong Xin described. Blonde hair, long hair, to here, face is a bit square, eyebrows are a bit hazel, eyes are kinda big, nose is high, nose is a bit fleshy, lips are a bit thick, the whole thing is ugly handsome on the ugly side. As Fong Xin described, the brush brushed and painted, and the portrait gradually took shape and was exquisite. Looking at the portrait, Jiang Weiqi frowned a bit and couldn't help but look back to the side. As the portrait took shape, Fong Xin added, his name is Huolian, the one sitting next to you. Huolian's face was grim as he stared viciously at Fong Xin, itching to break him into pieces. Clunk! Jiang Weiqi slammed his fist on the table. Are you playing me? Fong Xin said honestly. Aren't you the one who asked me? Jiang Weiqi choked and held back his anger. Is there anyone else? There's another one. What's it called? What does it look like? Yang Hao Si. Jiang Weiqi was again rendered speechless, collecting his paintbrushes and drawing boards, his eyes erupting with anger. If Zhuge Hong wasn't here, he would have already started the lynching. Gentlemen, are you done with your questions? Is it okay to leave if you're done asking? Zhuge Hong took over the conversation. Jiang Weiqi stared at Fong Xin, and then glanced at the silhouette in the golden light, which shrunk abruptly and disappeared into Jiang Weiqi's badge. As he was leaving, he left the words, let's go. It looks like he doesn't know anything. Jiang Weiqi got up and Zhuge Hong leisurely got up. I'll see you off. The two walked ahead. Fong Xin walked behind, and Huolian went up and walked side by side with Fong Xin. The voice of Huolian came from within his head. Griffin, this calamity has been dodged today, but the Yang family's son won't stop there. Fong Xin's killing intent grew in his heart. The dark as night pupils were facing Huolian's golden pupils. Zhuge Hong suddenly stopped in his tracks. Well, that's as far as I'll send you. Not waiting for Jiang Weiqi to say anything. Snap. Ringing fingers over. Jiang Weiqi Huolian numerous churches disappeared into thin air. Zhuge Hong put his arm around Fong Xin's shoulders. Today's lesson is the only one that has any educational significance. Did you feel how small you are? Feel it. Since you feel it, find ways to improve your strength. This world is like this. From the day of the birth of mankind, the strongest of the weak is engraved in the bones. No matter what form of civilization is renewed and iterated, the strongest of the weak is just changing a different way to carry on. Speaking here, Zhuge Hong's words changed. Do you want to finish off that Huolian? Fong Xin grinned. Think. Zhuge Hong put his arm around Fong Xin. Did you see the punch Hua Laolu threw at Huolian today? Fong Xin thought back to the punch Hua Cheng had thrown at Huolian, who simply couldn't avoid it. and was blown away by Hua Cheng's punch that shattered all the golden light shields. Although there was a realm crush, Hua Cheng's punch left Hua Lion defenseless. See, that technique is called the Tai Ascending Dragon technique. It specializes in the Hua Lion, and when practiced to a great extent, it even specializes in the light system. And after you suffered a defeat at the church today, with Hua Lulio's temperament he'll surely teach you the Tai Ascending Dragon technique so that you can the church. The midterm test goes to the Divine Demon Ruins. The church will also go there, but anyone who enters the Divine Demon Ruins will be suppressed if they have a level 5 battle power or higher. Hua Lion will go to the Divine Demon Ruins as well. He can only exert a level 5 battle power when he goes there, so it's up to you whether you can kill him or not. Chapter 65, The Terror of the Unknown. Fong Xin was stunned. Won't you be held accountable for killing the church? When the divine and demonic ruins open, in addition to the many so-called decent organizational forces, the remnants of the Neverwinter Nights army, as well as the major inhuman organizations will also go in, and when the time comes, it will be a mess inside. As long as you don't kill your fellow members of the Heaven's Shield Bureau inside, and you encounter the other organizations, no matter if you are teaming up with them or hunting each other, including hunting members of the church. Fong Xin's eyes flickered with killing intent. He got in even though he wasn't a cadet during the test? There are quite a few good things inside the Divine Demon Ruins, and there are many heavenly treasures. So other than the trainees going for the test, others will go in and hunt for treasures even if they risk it. Fong Xin paused. Can I choose which god and demon ruins to go to? Zhu Gahong smiled. That's fine. Thoughts? I want to go to the 9th Divine Demon Ruins. Zhu Gahong tilted her head to look at Fong Xin. So many divine and demonic relics. Why do you want to go to number 9? The lucky number is 9. Fong Xin prevaricated. No problem. Is the horse lion definitely going to be there? Zhu Gahong returned an okay gesture. Packed. Any other questions? Aren't you the chief instructor? How come I don't see you giving lessons? Fong Xin asked a digression. Zhu Gahong stuck his hands in his pockets, bared his small white teeth and laughed. Because big brother me. Is the 9th place street sneak? That answer was impeccable. You read these 3 techniques first. Remember to return them to me when you're done and I'll submit them to the Heavenly Shield Bureau. The 3 masses of light flew in front of Fong Xin, who collected as much as he could into his spatial ring. Thanks. Minor point. Farce over. Back to class. Snap. Zhuge Honored snapped his fingers. Fong Xin disappeared in place. Just now, after Zhu Gahong left with the people from the church, Dean Subashan sternly reprimanded the new trainees who ran out to spectate, and told the various class guides to severely punish those new trainees who led the uproar. Although they all went back to the classroom, these new trainees were still talking about it. So many big shots have come out to support Fong Xin today. Even the one behind the 9th branch finally sent word. It's clear that the other side of the new is highly valued. I thought Yang Haosi could carry Fong Xin away, but I didn't expect to kick the can down the road. Those trainees who had previously touted and knelt down to Yang Haosi had received backlash from the faction that supported Fong Xin. Where's the guy who just licked Yang Haosi? Keep talking. Did you leave your vocal cords at home? And how powerful Yang Shao? Even if the new brother is gifted, it's useless. See, gifted, good grades, is useful. All parties big brother will support. It's just a bunch of rat people inside the gutter who can't see others good. And all they say with their mouths open is sour new brother. This is great. These kneeling Yang Haosis are going to be even more sour. Stop it. Xin can be helped by so many bigwigs. It seems like he has a background as well. I heard someone from the 7th Division say before that Xin had over 10,000 points on his card when he enrolled. That's equivalent to over $100 million in cash. Under all kinds of rhetorical attacks, those who were previously touting and kneeling to lick Yang Haosi didn't dare to let out a single fart. Now everyone can see that the 9th branch is determined to protect Fong Xin. When the people from the church left just now, Yang Haosi took a few of his fox friends with him and also left with his tail between his legs. Cheng Bingqing stared blankly at the direction Yang Haosi had left. The eyes were vacant, as if they were hung over. Shang Tianke came up like a fly rubbing its claws together. Chang. Before the words were finished, Sun Bijuan raised her eyes and glanced faintly, and said with a straight face, "Get lost." Okay. Shang Tianke squeezed out a smile and rolled a few meters away. Sun Bijuan glanced at Cheng Bingqing. A few minutes later, Cheng Bingqing's eyes regained their vigor. Her face was a bit pale, and her whole body gasped for air as she, "See what?" Sun Bijuan inquired, hooking her sweater. Cheng Bingqing looked at the direction Yang Haosi left. And he's going to lay his hands on Fanzan. At the stage of life and death. with the help of the power of the background, utilized at least mid-4th level combat power. Old Mrs. Sun Bijuan's hand movements paused slightly, then proceeded to inquire. And then? Couldn't see much more. I only saw someone die. I don't know exactly who died. Old Mrs. Sun Bijuan's brow broke into a frown. You can't see it? Chang Bingqing nodded her head. The possibility that a prophet of the perception department's talent can't see it is either that the other party's realm is very high, or that there is a higher level prophet who has clouded the heavenly chances, or that the person being probed is blessed by an unknown existence. Sun Bijuan sniffed and said, then you mean that someone has blinded the heavenly chances, or there is an unknown existence that shelters that Yang Hao see? If there are prophets who are clouding the heavens, which I am able to sense, then there is only one possibility, that one of them, Fang Xin and Yang Haosi, is blessed by an unknown existence. This unknown existence is very terrifying. Those who have the blessing of an unknown existence, if they don't die young and reach the peak, they can be compared to a god. These words caused the movements in old Mrs. Sun's hands to move for no reason, and the motion of hooking the sweater paused. Can't you tell at all which of the two it is? Chang Bingqing was just about to speak when the crowd erupted into a commotion. Fang Xian appeared in the hallway out of nowhere. Chang Bingqing stared at Fang Xian, her gaze once again falling into a void. A few seconds later, Chang Bingqing let out a muffled grunt. His eyes were scarlet and filled with blood. His entire face, which was already a bit pale, brushed bloodless, and his entire body staggered a few times, wanting to fall. Sun Bijuan hurriedly supported Chang Bingqing. See what? Sweat seeped out of Chang Bingqing's forehead, and her two high silk-wrapped long legs trembled slightly. Nothing was seen. The one who has the blessing of an unknown being is Fang Xin. Sun Bijuan looked at Fang Xin in a daze. Froze too. Chang Bingqing adjusted her breathing, took out a fruit from the spatial ring and swallowed it in small bites, and her complexion improved a lot, but her eyes were still densely bloodshot and scarlet. From the space ring took out another pair of sunglasses to put on. Carefully go to see. We'll find that the sunglasses in Zhuge Hang's sunglasses style is a couple models. All back to class. A tutor barked out. Numerous trainees were heading towards their respective classrooms. When Fang Xian was about to go back to the classroom, Hua Cheng came out from the crowd and wrapped his arms around Fang Xian. Come find me in the gravity room after class later. Recalling what Zhuge Hang had just said, Fang Xian nodded. Good. After returning to the classroom, it wasn't long before Chang Bingqing walked in from outside. The farce took most of the class, and there were still 20 minutes left before class was over. Chang Bingqing said succinctly, then I'll give you all a concise explanation. Some students have already awakened the perception department. Some students have not yet awakened the perception department. But anyone who has the talent of the perception department only needs a perception fruit, which I won't go into too much detail about. What we consume in the perception department is the same as in the spirit department. It's all mental power. And the two talents are still similar in a way, except that the spirit department's focus is more on attack. The first realm of the perception system talent, the sense-calling realm, was to judge the safety and danger within a certain range through their respective senses of sight, hearing, smell, touch, and feeling. The second realm, source stream, through unique means, condenses spiritual energy and opens up divine springs to enhance perceptual sensitivity and perceptual range. The third realm, pulsation, was to reach a resonance with the external air currents through spiritual pulses, merging with each other, with an enhanced sixth sense and a higher level of sensitivity to catching danger. In the fourth realm, standing ground, the mental power weaves a huge grid, like a spider's web, and any danger approaching within a certain range will be captured by us, because you are beginners. So first only talk about these four realms. Don't underestimate our perception department. Any team can't do without us. With our perception, the team will exponentially increase the winning rate, no matter how powerful you are. If you can't perceive the enemy, it's futile. Fang Xin sked. What happened to the power department? How come anyone has to mention it? The air shakes cold. When are we Manginas going to stand up? Teacher, then what realm is needed to be able to foretell a person's past and future? Cheng Bingqing softly laughed. That gets the fifth realm. Because Cheng Bingqing was beautiful and sweet-tempered, every minute of her class passed quickly. Class was over in the blink of an eye. As everyone left individually, many people still looked back to Fang Xian's side. Today, Yang Haoxi used the relationship on the church side to try to make a move against Fang Xian. Originally, everyone thought that Fang Xian would surely die, but the result was unexpected. It also showed everyone how much the ninth branch valued each other new. The ones that kneeled down to Yang Haoxi suffered group ridicule. Fang Xian didn't rush back to his dorm room. Instead, he went to the gravity room as Hua Sung had explained. Going in. Chapter 66, Your uncle has agreed. Bang, bang, bang. Hua Sung was practicing his boxing against a senior puppet. The upper body was shirtless and the muscles were clearly defined, as if it were a perfect work of art. Each muscle is filled with an explosive sense of power. Hua Cheng's body was covered with dragon scales evolved from qi. It was like wearing a dragon scale armor. This dragon scale armor did not only have a bonus to defense, it also had a bonus to attack power. It can be described as both offense and defense. Hearing footsteps, Hua Cheng's arm twisted. His tendons and flesh wriggled like gnarled dragons, and the dragon scales attached to his arm flowed with qi, eventually evolving into 9 small dragons attached to his arm. A punch. Boom. The air was blasted with a loud sonic boom by this punch. The sonic boom was followed by a deafening keening sound. The high-ranking puppet was immediately sent flying backward by a punch blast. The puppet seemed to be suffering from the residual force again in mid-air, and was blasted upwards by the force one after another. It's like hitting the air. Hua Sung turned back. Coming? Fang Xian responded. Hua Sung waved his fist. See? Want to learn? Think. Hua Cheng grinned. That's good. If you kid doesn't learn I'll beat you up. Damn it. The mother ******** ing church, Laozi's people, have suffered so much today. This breath must not be endured. We must find a way to get this bad breath out. This technique is called the Tai Dragon Rising technique. It was obtained by our family's old man by chance. Before I teach it to you, you must promise me that you will not use this technique to bully the weak, hurt the innocent, or maim your fellow soldiers. Fang Xian nodded. I promise. I won't use the Tai Dragon Rising technique to bully the weak. I won't harm the innocent. And I won't mutilate my fellow soldiers. Yes. Hua Cheng clapped his big hand on Fang Xian's shoulder. With those words, he took out a pair of bamboo slips. From today onwards, every afternoon, free up 2 hours, come here, and you'll concentrate on practicing this technique for me. And when you encounter the church's people in the midterm test, beat them to death for me. The church's gang of dog days bullied them too much. They must be given a little color. Fang Xian looked over the Tai Dragon Rising technique carefully, and his heart surged after reading it. Hua Cheng. This person was really refreshing. 13th level feats are said to be taught. This technique is both offensive and defensive. Using qi to condense dragon scales, practiced to great completion, the strength of the physical body can be comparable to a true dragon's physical body. And when the physical body becomes a saint, it can push across everything in the world. Moreover, the dragon scale armor condensed by this technique could withstand brightness system attacks, and there were also penetration and bludgeoning bonuses to brightness system shields. True to what Zhuge Hong had said, this technique restrained brightness system talents. We'll have to give Horseshoe a nice big gift when the time comes. Hua Cheng continued. There are a lot of similarities between the two techniques that I taught you before and the Tai Dragon Rising technique. And once you have practiced the Tai Dragon Rising technique, the other two techniques will be at your fingertips. But before practicing, you have to sense the true dragon's qi. I have a piece of dragon bone here. You should try to sense the true dragon's qi first today. Only with the true dragon's qi, after having the dragon's might, the combat power you exert will be increased accordingly. Fang Xian looked at the palm-sized dragon bone, and the moment his fingers touched it, the true dragon qi within Fang Xian's body exploded out. Hua Cheng froze for a moment, shocked beyond words. Where did the true dragon aura in your body come from? When I went to the 10,000 Beasts Palace earlier to awaken the talent of the Imperial Beast System, I got it there. Hua Cheng smiled and couldn't close his mouth. I told you. No wonder why that old colorful batch of Shang Tianke from the Palace of 10,000 Beasts would specially apply to come to the school to give you support. It turned out to be the same thing. That's good. You're the innate Tai Ascending Dragon Technique Sacred Body. Practice. And ask me if you don't understand anything. Hua Sung laughed brightly. To be honest, Fang Xian had all sorts of impressions of this Master Hua Lu. After observing the Gong method for a while, Fang Xian followed what he had learned before, letting the qi and blood in his body pulse. Eventually the qi abruptly emerged a little bit. A finger was wrapped in the qi, and the qi turned into a dragon's claw, but it quickly dispersed, and it was a little bit unskilled at first. Fang Xian raised his breath. Hua Cheng adjusted the gravity coefficient again. Under normal circumstances, the 4th level of combat power adjusted to 4 times gravity just right. Hua Cheng directly adjusted the gravity coefficient to 6 times. Ordinary people in this situation lying difficult to move the slightest bit. Fang Xin also feel the body heavy. Breathing is a little difficult, but fortunately still able to move. The high and mighty of those in the church kept flashing through his mind. Fang Xin's eyes were cold. Consciousness is growing stronger. The old man has to get stronger. To become the strongest. I'm going to break all the power in this world. To kill all of the bullying trash who are fighting for power. At first, under the gravity, it was difficult to raise his arms. Fang Xin's eyes were resolute, enduring all the discomfort, raising his arms, mobilizing his body's qi and blood, stimulating his qi, and blasting out punch after punch. Hua Chang stood on the sidelines, and when he saw Fang Xin bite and swing, he couldn't help but grin a satisfied smile. If this perseverance persisted, it seemed possible to reach a 5th level of combat power by the time of the midterm test. Jan Haas dialed the phone. Mom, that Fang Xin is still good for nothing. Not only did I not get my revenge, but I become the joke of the whole school, and now everyone is pointing at me and saying ugly things, and people are saying that I'm a clown, and if this goes on, I'm going to get depressed. Jiang Suqing on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, How see, you listen to my mother? I asked your uncle, and not the people of the Tiandun Bureau to protect Fang Xin, but that Fang Xin body involves some inconvenient to say things. Your uncle said. The 9th office behind the reason why the one who stayed Fang Xin is because Fang Xin has a use value, he has no background. Once there is no use value, dead or not dead no one cares. No one cares if he doesn't die. Yang Haoxi clutched his cell phone, but I want him dead now. Jiang Suqing said, Son, don't be in a hurry. Mom will tell you a secret. This is what your uncle told me personally. After I tell you, you mustn't make a sound. What secret? This time, the 9th Division is trying to protect that new trainee called Fang Xin, making some people in the church very angry. And I heard that Fang Xin's talent is not bad. And the 9th Division has a demon Zhuge Han that has given them a headache already. And they definitely won't just sit back and watch the 9th Division produce a second demon. And if they can't get it, they'll destroy it. Doesn't your Heavenly Shield Academy have a life and death platform? Where the church side will buy a new student to ascend the platform, challenge Fang Xin, and then obliterate him. Yang Haoxi sniffed. Mom, that Fang Xin has a strong fighting ability. Freshman enrollment fault type number 1. Challenging Fang Xin, that's not a joke? Jiang Suqing grunted. Son, don't be in a hurry first. Listen to Mom tell you. This plan will be implemented after a while. Fang Xin is a strength talent. Strength talent are all reckless. After a while it will still be countered by other talented trainees. The church side will take out a kind of treasure weapon to the cadet who bought it. That kind of treasure weapon can transmit power. As long as that cadet wears that treasure weapon, there will be people with the same talent and high battle power outside the school, to transmit the power over. In order to not let the discovery of clues, will be step-by-step padding, so that the cadet's power seems to be steadily increasing. But among the new cadets, the battle power increase can't be too exaggerated. It will be controlled at the 4th level of the battle power. But killing that Fang Xin is still a snap. So son, bear with me a little longer. You'll definitely get to see Fang Xin beaten to death. Yang Haoxi's eyes were maniacal. Mom, don't look for any new trainees. Let me go. I'm going to finish him off with my own hands. Son, you're your mommy's heart. Just let someone else do this kind of menial work. Yang Haoxi said sinisterly. Mom, if I don't kill him with my own hands, I'll always be mocked by those trainees as a clown. I can't stand that kind of anger. I want to make a clean breast of it. Son, Jiang Suqing was interrupted by Yang Haoxi before she could finish her sentence. I don't care. You go find my uncle to do it for me. I'm going to go on the life and death stage and get Fang Xin killed myself. If you don't do it, I won't live. Son, don't be a fool. You're all mommy's got. Mommy's going to find your uncle. Hanging up the phone, Yang Haoxi kicked the chair beside his feet, his eyes gloomy. It wasn't long before the call came in. Son, it's still your uncle who loves you. Your uncle promised. Chapter 67, Enlightenment. Boom! Fang Xin thumped his fist onto the puppet. The puppet with mid-level 4 combat power was knocked backward by half a step. Hua Sun's eyes lit up as he stood to the side. Currently Fang Xin's strength-based battle power was capable of punching 18,000 kilograms. The upper limit of the 4th level of combat power is 25,000 kilograms. That meant Fang Xin's actual current battle power was still at the early 4th level. The talent is evident in the fact that the early 4th level can knock back the mid-4th level. Fang Xin learns this kind of thing almost instantly. After Hua Cheng taught him a few times, Fong Xin quickly comprehended the gist of it. 2 short hours. Fong Xin had been able to do so by letting his chi wrap around his palm. The chi outside the palm evolved into a dragon claw. A 5-finger sweep. A few cracks appeared in the puppet's chest. Here was still 6 times gravity. If it was outside, the battle power Fong Xin exerted would double. Although awakened people with strength-based talents were called reckless, but this evaluation is quite fair, as long as they are approached by a well-trained strength talent. Within the same combat level, the strength talent will be invincible. During the training period, Hua Chang will also give Fong Xin as a companion, pointing out some of the flaws in the battle to Fong Xin, who has had countless real-world experience in the battle to learn and comprehend very quickly. After the training was over, Fong Xin was sweating profusely. The sweat had soaked through his clothes and clung tightly to his body. Fong Xin's figure was very standard. Although it was not as good as those big muscle builders, the figure was slender and well-proportioned, and every piece of musculature was standard. When Fong Xin and Hua Chang came out from the gravity room, quite a few female trainees looked over. Quite a few female trainees that were much more horny than the male trainees. Looking at Fong Xin's body was about to drool with gluttony. Coupled with the fact that Fong Xin was currently considered a man of the moment in the Sky Shield Academy. With this buff addition, that even more attracted the coveted attention of many female colorful batches. Hua Chang looked at the time. I'll go back first, continue every day at this time in the future. I've applied for you to come down to this gravity room. It's yours alone, so you'll just work your ass off for me. As long as you don't die from practicing, just practice to death. If I have something to do that I can come to, if you have any problems send me a message. Okay brother Hua Lu. Hua Chang pinched Fong Xin's shoulder. Xin. You remember, to be a man, we have to be dry and firm. Have grace to repay grace. Have vengeance to repay vengeance. If you can't take revenge on the spot, don't blame others. That's something only a waste will do. All the injustice we see in our eyes, all stems from our weakness. All the right and wrong in the world is based on the strong and weak. Only when we are strong can we take out all those strong and weak mother *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** becoming more and more fond of this Hua's sixth brother's character. Remember Hua's sixth brother? Hua Cheng grinned at Fang Xin. There's no need to be polite with me in the future. I'm your tutor in class, and we're brothers after class. Yes, I have things to do at home, so I'll go first. Waving goodbye, Fang Xin tugged at the clothes that were sticking to his body. He hadn't brought a change of clothes. He had to quickly go back and take a shower, and he also had to say thank you to Li Bauer. Today, Li Bauer, the little simpleton, came out in a rather abstract style, but also did help Fang Xin a bit. Fang Xin also gave thanks to Zhu Gaheng, Shang Tianke, Sun Bijuan, and Shang Bingcheng as well. This thing does not mean that people help themselves. Please eat a meal or send something even if it is repayment. So that completely cut off the future of human contacts. This favor first stay. When they used to Fang Xin will certainly go all out to help. As he walked back, a brittle, familiar voice came to him. Brother! Fang Xin turned back. Zhang Xiaocha ran up and handed Fang Xin a soft and scented dry towel. Fang Xin wiped his sweat, flicked Ginger T's glossy forehead. How did you know I was here? Stallone told me. Fang Xin nodded. Something wrong? Nothing. Just came to see you to go to dinner with me. Fang Xin wiped his sweat. I have to go back and take a shower first. Well, I'm just in time to go clean up your room. Walking on the road. From time to time, there were trainees looking over towards Fang Xin's side. And from time to time, there would also be people giving Fang Xin greetings. That Yang Haosi didn't trouble you again, did he? Fang Xin inquired. Zhang Xiaocha shook her head. Brother, what happened today? Very touching? Fang Xin inquired. Zhang Xiaocha nodded heavily. Fang Xin rubbed Zhang Xiaocha's head. Then write me an 800-word insight on my desk later. Zhang Xiaocha tilted her head and laughed, but it was obvious to be able to tell that Zhang Xiaocha laughed bitterly. Brother, when I was a student in the past, I only thought that everything would be fine if I studied well, and when I was tested for talent, I thought that my life would be complete if I had good grades, but today's events made me feel small for the first time, and in the face of the mighty power. Those of us who have no backgrounds and no backing are small like in the face of power. We people with no background and no backing are as small as ants, who can be killed whenever they want to. Even though we are the victims, people still want to trample us under their feet. Fang Xin looked at the side of Zhang Xiaocha's face. This girl had grown up seeing things a little more thoroughly than the average person. So, Fang Xin laughed. Jiang Xiaocha tilted her head and said in a single word, "Brother, we have to become stronger. I don't want to be an ant. I don't want to be stepped on. As long as we're strong enough, we siblings are each other's backbone. We'll be each other's background." Fang Xian looked at Jiang Xiaocha's firm and rigid eyes, smiled slightly, and solemnly said, "Good." Jiang Xiaocha raised her hand. "Pull the hook." Fang Xian raised his hand and the siblings pulled the hook and stamped. "Who is your spiritual teacher?" "Chen Yuan Jue." Fang Xian nodded. "Not bad." After thinking about it, Fang Xian took out the eye patch that old lady Sun Bijuan had given him earlier from within his spatial ring. "This thing is for training your mental power. Every day when I'm training my other talents, you can use it to train your mental power." Jiang Xiaocha took it. "Good." Arriving at the dormitory, Fang Xian knocked on Li Baoer's door. Zhang Yaozu walked out from his room. "Xian, Baoer is not here." She went out to practice her sword. Before she went she said, "If you come back and want to say thank you to her you don't have to. Just give her a month's worth of potato chips to manage." "No problem." Zhang Yaozu sniffled. "Brother Xian, only Baoer helped you today. None of us could help you." "Why? It happened so suddenly. I didn't react myself." "Where are they?" Zhang Yaozu heatedly laughed. "They've all gone to train. Today, the church is too arrogant. Many people have fire in their hearts, and when they hear that they can still meet the church's people in there during the midterm test, they are fully motivated to train well, and then go in and the church's people. Then you should go too. You're the nurse of our squad, and in a group battle, a nurse is very important." Zhang Yaozu nodded his head heavily. "Nurse is a good word. I have to raise my realm properly. In the future, when Dead Fatty is injured in a group battle, Dead Fatty doesn't care if I call him a mother, I won't nurse him. I'm going to go save my milk first, new brother. See you later." Waving goodbye, Fang Xian took a bath while Jiang Xiaocha trained her mental powers with an eye patch. After a shower, the siblings went to dinner. Fang Xian entered the single multi-purpose practice hall. From within the spatial ring, he took out the gongfu that Zhu Gahong had asked for from the church, opened the first feat. A few words came into view. Chapter 68, New Information. Light Technique, Divine Concealment. Fang Xian looked at this first gongfu. It was a 10th grade gongfu. To put it bluntly, it's stealth. Fang Xian opened the skylight, and at this moment, the sky was darkening, and only the moonlight spilled over. Observe the divine invisibility skill. Fang Xian tried little by little. The moonlight spilled down and seemed to have been crumbled into bits of light that merged into Fang Xian's body. Fang Xian was quite talented in practicing his light skills. It wasn't as good as a top talent like SSS rank, but it was at least an S-rank talent. And Fang Xian's talent could still grow through the killing talent. From the moment Zhu Gahang said that he would arrange a meeting with Huo Lion at the Divine Demon Ruins, Fang Xian then had the idea to kill Huo Lion as well as the church members to plunder their talents. Fang Xian was very touched by the words Zhu Gahang said. No matter how far civilization has been renewed, the law of the jungle remains unchanged, but it is perpetuated in different ways under the cloak of civilization. The killing talent even displayed the law of the weak and the strong to its fullest extent. Points of light fell on Fang Xian's body. Fang Xian's body blurred little by little. He had practiced instant transmission of light and instant slash of light before, so he had a bit of experience. Not long after, Fang Xian's body was completely transparent. 3 minutes later, Fang Xian's body slowly emerged, constantly gasping for air. The light stored in his body was not very sufficient, so it would only last 3 minutes. The advantage of this skill over the invisibility cloak is that it can evade perception to a certain extent. Wearing the invisibility cloak, if the opponent sands the ground, the footprints will be detected, but the user of this divine concealment skill is completely melted into the light, and won't be able to detect the footprints. Fang Xian looked to the second skill, Technique of Light Blazing Sun. With the help of the light skill to coalesce a blazing sun to launch an attack, very high damage, except the forward swing is a bit long. It only needed to use the power of the sun, which worked better during the day, and could only be utilized at night through the sun's power accumulated in the body. Fang Xian realized when he absorbed the light just now. Above his own divine spring hung a small ball of light power. The small ball was black and white, and if you looked closely, you would see that it was exactly the same as the curved moon in the middle of the sky, with the white one being the curved moon and the black one representing the shadow part of the moon. After carefully observing it, Fang Xian then realized that apart from the dots of moonlight that had not entered that little ball of light power, there were also dots of black dots that had not entered it. This would be the light talent after the influence of the killing talent. When Fang Xian looked through the feats, This small ball should be called a divine origin. The role is the same as the divine spring, equivalent to the divine spring of the brightness department talent. Usually nothing to do more sun. Sun and moon. Sun and moon will be absorbed and stored. Only Fang Xin was not only able to absorb the sun and moonflower, there was always the time when it was dark, and the kind of black dots would be absorbed as well. Fang Xin thought for a moment and followed the method of using the fiery sun burning sky's feats and skills to utilize the sunflower energy that had accumulated in the divine source. Immediately afterward, a small white ball the size of a ping-pong ball appeared between his fingers. Flexing his fingers, the small ball bounced onto the puppet's body, and the top of the puppet's body was immediately scorched with a scorch mark. After Fang Xin thought for a moment, he extracted some of the black energy to unleash the blazing sun, and a small black ball the size of a ping-pong ball once again emerged between his fingers. Strange fluctuations emanated from within the small black ball, a strange feeling, like having a clear fever but a cold body. Fang Xin flicked the black ball on top of the puppet and disappeared into the body. The puppet looked unharmed, but a few seconds later, the puppet Kutam lay on the ground. Fang Xin rushed forward to check. This golem is very precisely manufactured and is capable of fighting a wide range of talent types. Fang Xin was astonished when he examined it and realized that the spiritual energy within the puppet was being burned by the small black ball, while the light power within the puppet was like fuel on the fire. Afraid that the puppet would be burned, Fang Xin hastily raised his hand and grabbed it, and a small black ball the size of a fist emerged from the puppet. Fang Xin froze. This light system talent after the mutation was also too heaven-defying, being able to burn the light power in the opponent's body, not to mention the spiritual power in the opponent's body. Anyone has spiritual power in their body, even ordinary people, only there are strengths and weaknesses. Fang Xin looked at the small black ball that was floating in his palm. After the influence of the killing talent, the skill that was possessed with the general, it was simply a heavenly gram of the light system talent and the spiritual system talent. With a grab of his 5 fingers, the small ball dispersed and disappeared into Fang Xin's body. That divine source hanging above the divine spring solidified a few more points. Normal light system talent's divine source was either white for Rihua, or silver for Rihua. Fang Xin had more of a black color that was like the darkness of the night. I didn't realize there was such a surprise. Fang Xin inhaled the moonlight while looking at the third Gongfu light technique, God's Walk. After researching a bit, it was discovered that this skill increased speed points and was considered a stance skill, with the power of light to increase speed. In other words, is a light energy gas pedal. The initial stage can do 3 meters per second. How long can run all depends on the user's talent. Fang Xin feels that with their own little party just started dishes, can adhere to half an hour, almost is able to run in half an hour 5,400 meters of distance. Moreover, Fang Xin was pleased to discover that if it was at night, with the help of the black energy in the divine source, the duration could be doubled. He himself was only an S-rank talent. If his talent level was a little higher, then he would have lasted longer. Fang Xin had gone through all 3 of these skills, and had memorized them all firmly in his mind. All we have to do now is to bask in the sun and the moon, and without the sun and the moon, Fang Xin basks in the darkness of the night. It's not a loss anyway. No loss is a gain. One's own strength-based talent battle power had now reached level 4. The Imperial Beast System talent has a 4th level combatant, the Great White Bear. Psychic talents are just getting started. The Perception talent is now considered level 2. The Light Department talent had just condensed its divine source not long ago though, but it was also able to launch an attack, and its battle power had just touched the 3rd level, and if it had been augmented with black energy, it would have been able to utilize the battle power of the middle 3rd level. After reaching 4th level in the Strength Department, the Killing talent rose to 5th level of combat. I just don't know how powerful it is to use the King of Killers. What you need to do now is to keep strengthening your strengths and then spend time on your weaknesses. However, if you want to completely make up for the shortcomings and get the secondary talent attribute points full, then there is a way. Killing. Plunder. After a few more days of hammering, Fang Xin went to take on a mission. After the destruction of the church, Fang Xin only had the word stronger in his mind. After practicing the Tai Dragon Rising technique for a while longer, without realizing it, it was 9:30, and Fang Xin went out to check in the trainees who still wanted to continue training. Practiced here myself until 11:30. Sent Jiang Xiaocha back to her dorm room. Jiang Xiaocha handed Fang Xin the blindfold. Brother, you'll practice your spiritual power for a while at night. He returned to his dorm room, knocked on the door, and delivered the 2 large boxes of chips he had just purchased into Li Bauer's dorm room. Stallone got a projector from somewhere. A movie is playing in it. This projector is peculiar. Suspended in mid-air. Shi Tai Lang, Zhang Yaozu stayed in Li Baoer's dorm room and the three of them were watching a movie. As soon as he entered, it was raining heavily in the movie. Fang Xian couldn't help but rub his arms, and was keenly aware that this projector was barely a spiritual treasure weapon, capable of influencing a person's spirit and thus misleading them into thinking that they were in the right place. Seeing Fang Xian come in with 2 boxes of chips, Li Baoer's eyes lit up. Xian is here. Let's watch a movie together, Shi Tai Lang invited. Fang Xian put down the chips and took out the other snacks and put them on the table. And Shi Tai Lang and Zhang Yaozu thanked him as they opened their dazzle. What kind of movie? Shi Tai Lang said excitedly. Suspenseful movie. Popular young flower Zhao Rojuan acted. My goddess. Simply according to the appearance of my dream love girl. If I meet with her, let Zhang Cinderella midterm test failed, I'm willing to fat ass ya Ray. Fang Xian glanced at the 3-dimensional shadow. It was a very spiritual and beautiful actress. Nowadays the selection of actors relies on the talent of interpretation. This talent acts like anything, but also rely on their acting ability to gain popularity. The higher their popularity value, it will also attract some awakened people to spontaneously become their iron fans to embrace them. I heard that hundreds of years ago, those star actors squeezing eyebrows, counting 1234 can take the sky-high pay for the play. To put it now, dare to fool around. Encountered the kind of superhero syndrome awakened audience. Directly to you offline single kill. Fang Xian gave a few people a greeting and went back to his dorm room, sweating it out again in the evening training. Fang Xian took a shower, lied down on the bed. Fang Xian took out the cell phone that his grandfather had sent in the mail. Light up the screen. When you see a new message alert on the screen, Fang Xian sat up mischievously. Chapter 69, Mental Power Training. Shin. If you run into someone with the name Ko looking for you, don't be afraid. You're on your own. The message was only very simple like this, and then there was no more. Fang Xian turned the phone over and over several times. Make sure that's the only new message. Kirk? That's a rare surname. But Grandpa didn't say exactly who this Ko was or what he did. Is it possible that he's also from the 9th Division? But how come the last name Ko always feels like I've heard it somewhere before? Fang Xian was about to lie down. Suddenly, Fang Xian popped up from the bed as if he remembered something. More emotionally out of control than when he had just received the new news about his grandfather. Finally, I remembered where I heard the last name Ko from. Previously, the first time he was brought to the 10,000 Beasts Palace by Zhuge Hang. At that time, Zhuge Hang had mentioned exchanging Fang Xian's awakening in the 10,000 Beasts Palace with the good news that would make the 10,000 Beasts Palace so excited that they couldn't sleep. In that message, the Flood One was mentioned, the Qilin was mentioned, and it was also mentioned that the old professor who developed the Flood One had another living student who was extradited by the church from abroad, and as a result of the church's internal power struggle, that student was taken away by the remnants of the Neverwinter Nights army in the Swinging E Mountain. The leader of the remaining members of the Neverwinter Nights army who took that student, last name is Ko. Fang Xian couldn't help but mutter. The surname Ko that Grandpa said. It couldn't be the same person as the one Zhuge Hang said took away the professor's students, right? But with all the clues involved, it's hard not to be skeptical. If this is true, then Grandpa is mixed up with the remnants of the Neverwinter Nights army. It was the point of no return between Fang Xian's sky shield and the remnants of the Neverwinter Nights army. It's hard to believe that we'll have to stage a scene of filial pride with Grandpa then? If that's true. But how did Grandpa become one of his own with the remnants of the Neverwinter Nights army? Fang Xian gently tapped his temple with his cell phone. Disked all the clues. Grandpa ran away from the Divine Court organization back then, and also injured a lot of the patriarchs of the Divine Court organization with his hands. If he was negatively angry and the remnants of the Eternal Night army lived hand in hand and heart to heart in the red dust and shared the prosperity of the world on horseback, it's not out of the question. All sorts of thoughts lingered. In any case, since the grandfather had said that he was one of his own, there was no point in getting entangled. And for the moment, improving his own strength was the top priority. Yang Haoxi is outrageously peaceful. But this kind of second-generation ancestor who has been wrapped in coddling since he was a child suffered a defeat and was labeled as a clown brother. He is bound to not be able to bear it, and can only be at peace for a few days. And this beam that he and Fang Xian have formed is never going to stop there. Put the phone away. Fang Xian reclined. Put on the blindfold. Re-entering the darkness and focusing on breaking through it. The next few days, Sky Shield Academy was a lot calmer. Everyone returned to normal school life. Fang Xian practiced the Tai Dragon Rising technique every day without fail. After that it was back to soaking in the training hall until 11:30 every day. Hwa Sung was extremely harsh on Fong Xian's training, overloading him every time. Obviously, it was Fong Xian who was bullied by the church before, and Master Hua Lu was even more angry than Fong Xian, and could not wait to transfer his own kung fu into Fong Xian's body, so that Fong Xian could go on a killing spree. The fastest progress in the last few days has been in the mental talent. At first, after wearing the eye mask for training the mental faculty and entering the dark space, Fong Xian needed half an hour to wake up, but now in less than 3 seconds, Fong Xian was able to detach himself from it. The divine spring had also solidified, and springs of spiritual energy interspersed with a faint scarlet color generally flowed out from the divine spring. However, this is only the primary training for the eye patch, which specializes in psychic talents of S rank and below. Sun Bijuan told Fong Xian that this eye patch had 2 other gears, one for SS grade mental talent and one for SSS grade mental talent for training. Fong Xian could also try it if he wanted to, and if he passed it, it would be a great enhancement to Fong Xian's mental power. Of course, mental talent was nothing more than Fong Xian's secondary job, and there was no need to be so harsh. Fong Xian laid down on the bed and adjusted the difficulty factor to an intermediate level that was geared towards SS grade mental talent training. Would like to see what kind of illusions the SS ranked psychic talent would have to face. Put on the blindfold. Into the eye is a room full of pink gauze. Fong Xian lying in a strange chair difficult to move. As if the ghost pressure bed, a beautiful woman gently moved towards Fong Xian, tall, exquisite, fair skin, eyebrows like a picture, wearing a light veil, delicate body hidden, light veil above a few small flowers just right to cover the key areas. With the seductive song, the woman dancing, between the dancing steps, gradually approaching towards Fong Xian, wanting to refuse to welcome, wanting to say but still shy, delicate but not charming, the group of shirts flying, the light is hidden. Fong Xian frowned. You're going to test me, an 18-centimeter-old comrade. On this? What little comrade could stand up to such a test? Isn't that leading me to make a mistake? You're the kind of thing that tarnishes my pure soul. It's beautiful. No wonder the books say that it's not uncommon to die under the peony flower and become a ghost. As the woman gets closer, Fong Xian couldn't help but red warm up. It's hard not to react a bit to this situation. I didn't expect this illusion to be so treacherous. The SS grade spiritual talent trial was terrifying as hell. The woman's onion fingers traced Fong Xian's chest and slowly leaned down. The real touch came, really making it hard to tell if what was in front of you was real or not. It is said that the word color is a knife. Fruity. What young man doesn't have some youthful dreams? But the ones in front of us are more real. Fong Xian wanted to move, but found it difficult to do so, and could only lie here at his mercy. The dress was slowly lifted up, and the woman's index and middle fingers took a step on Fong Xian's chest, followed by gently drawing circles. Fong Xian wanted to yell out, but his mouth was immediately blocked by the woman's onion fingers, and the woman crouched on Fong Xian's chest, her temples smushed, and blew more air at Fong Xian. Hot and itchy. New brother. I want it. You're a big man. Lao Tzu had only the organization and the people in mind. This kind of test will never be difficult for me. Fong Xian focused his attention, but every time just focusing on the woman had to give Fong Xian the whole thing, so that Fong Xian laxity. Fong Xian persisted, constantly admonishing himself. These are all illusions. Even if they are real, that is a red powder skeleton. Color is a bone scraper. My strong body is not used to waste on this. My body is used to build a beautiful dragon country. Bold demoness. How dare you mess up my cultivation? Fong Xian remembered the old videos from hundreds of years ago that he had swiped before. There is a mantra in the video. Whether it works or not, read it. De Wei Tian Long. Dharma mantra. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Bhagavatam. Spiritual energy coalesced and disorganized. Disorganized and coalesced. A full 2.5 hours later, Fong Xian opened his eyes and ripped off his blindfold, gasping for air as his body fell apart. Sweating profusely, the sheets were soaked with a human-sized imprint of sweat. The whole thing felt like the body was being hollowed out. It was as if it had been through several great battles. Lay in bed and rest for a long time. Fong Xian rubbed his groggy head. The trials of the SS-ranked spiritual talent were truly as terrifying as they were. This SS-grade spiritual talent trial was this difficult, and there was no telling how difficult the SSS grade would be. Fong Xian checked his divine spring, wanting to see if there was any growth. But when viewed, Fong Xian froze. Thought I was getting bleary-eyed from being hollowed out in a tender place. Hastily, he went to look again with wide eyes. Chapter 70, 3 Divine Fountains. Fong Xian's original one was next to the divine spring. Surprisingly, there was an additional divine spring. Fong Xian looked at it carefully several times. I'm sure I'm not looking at my eyes. 2 divine springs? What's going on here? Couldn't it be that this was the benefit that old lady Sun Bijuan said she would receive if she passed the SS level trial? Or is it that there are 2 divine springs for SS ranked spiritual talents? However, after this extra divine spring, one's spiritual power did grow. Fong Xian took the wisdom linker and accessed all the information about the spiritual talent. Checked again what is changed with the S-rank talent barely passing the SS rank trial. The comments below were clear that the divine spring was expanding and that there would be more spiritual energy overflowing from the divine spring. Nothing was searched about the 2 divine springs. Fong Xian didn't retrieve too much. If you check too much with the smart linker, you are guaranteed to be targeted. Fong Xian used the account he bought from playing the game before and changed the IP to log into the largest Awakened One website in China. After thinking about it, post a question in the middle of the forum section for spiritual talents. There is a limit to the amount of spiritual power produced by 1 divine spring storage for awakened people with spiritual talents. Will there be that kind of genius who has 2 divine springs? Changed the sheets and pajamas. Simply rinsed. Fong Xian looked at the post inside the forum with a reply. The owner of the building is bewitched? I think it was a psychically gifted muggle who asked. Or so a very undertalented muggle asks. It's just fantasy time for rookies. Among all the comments, there was one hot comment that was topped. It was an ID named Spear Stain poking whoever dies that replied, "Don't blow awesome, and what heaven can only have 2 divine springs. Do you believe me when I say I still have 2 big juju?" There's another highly liked reply below, from an ID named Watergun Loaded P-Baird whoever replied, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not there. I have." The spear dipped in and poked whoever died unconvinced. Don't bar well. If you have 2 divine springs, show me the evidence and I'll call you father. The water pistol loaded with urine bared whoever called. I'm not talking about the divine fountain. The comments below are clear of replies to the water gun loaded with urine bared to whoever called. Double gun bared to urine brother. Can need. Fong Xian breathlessly scrolled through the comments below. One comment came to mind. A reply post from an ID named Take Your Chest Hair to a Hair Transplant. There are indeed awakened people with more than 1 divine spring. At the end of the last century there was a strong person with 2 divine springs. Because they were in the enemy camp. So our officialdom intentionally had some concealment and didn't record it. I unintentionally saw it from a biography when I was panning for books. There is also a photo of the biography below, as it is an old book and the photos and some of the textual content in the book is blurry. Fong Xian clicked to load the original picture. The photo of the powerful man with 2 divine springs in the biography had been splashed with coffee, and he could only see what appeared to be wearing a military uniform. It was vaguely visible as an old man with a thin build. The written account is also partially coffee-soaked and only partially visible. Condense the information on the other side. Yin Shangjun, ranked 3rd among the 8 heavenly kings of the Eternal Night Army, a strong spiritualist, possessing 2 divine springs, with a vast and abundant spiritual power, fighting one against many for 21 days, without his spiritual power ever drying up. Fong Xian looked up Yin Shangjun and couldn't find out at all. After the rebellion of the gods, a lot of information about the Neverwinter Nights army is hard to find out. It seems to have been deliberately covered up. The textbooks only glorify the heroic deeds of the heroes who pacified the rebellion of the gods, and the evaluation of the Neverwinter Nights army is almost a clean slate of bad reviews, and most of what is recorded is the inhumane things that happened to the Neverwinter Nights army. When Fong Xian lived at his grandfather's place, his grandfather did tell Fong Xian many stories about the Eternal Night army, and it was similar to what was told in the textbooks. Most of the Eternal Night army was inhumane, and the places they passed through were like the transit of locusts, burning, killing, pillaging, and all sorts of evils. Only every time he spoke of the Neverwinter Nights army, Grandpa would sigh and look into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Fong Xian thought about it and privately messaged the person who said he had just sent the picture. Big brother, can you take a more detailed picture of the introduction for me? The other message came back quickly. Who are you calling big brother? I'm a female. Fong Xian was silent for several seconds as he watched the other man take his chest hair to the hair transplant ID. Sister, can you shoot me a more detailed description? Sweet little mouth. The other party quickly retook a photo that was much clearer than the previous one. Fong Xian glanced through the entire text and did not see a detailed introduction to the 2 divine springs. And the introduction about Yin Shangjun was not filmed completely. Sister, where's the rest? Does brother have abs? What for? Show your sister your abs and she'll send you the rest. Ha! A few seconds later, Fang Xian looked at the rest of the introduction. It must be said that this Yin Shengjun is indeed a ruthless person. His 2 divine springs are very strong. This person's control of spiritual power is very precise. How much spiritual power he uses on his opponents, he is able to calculate it to the nearest centimeter. He will not use a tiny bit more spiritual power, nor will he use a tiny bit less spiritual power. Moreover, he also has 2 very powerful divine springs. When one is used, the other one is in the storage, which is equivalent to the ordinary people who only have 2 big cashews, while he not only had the great cashews of Vajra, but also 4 of them. Cell phone vibration. Take chest hair to hair transplantation again. Sent a message. Sha. Brother's abs smell good. Brother still want to see what biography? Sister shoot to you. As long as you give sister Kong good Kong. If you don't want to see character biographies, sister can also see other things with you mutually. Fang Xian didn't hesitate to exit the forum with a pants-raising gesture of disavowal. We're a terrifying existence that killed our way through the SS rank spirit trial. How dare you mess up my mind with a small batch of women? Fang Xian observed his second divine spring. His spiritual power had indeed improved greatly. If he could clear the SS grade spirit department trial in 3 seconds, his spiritual power would definitely still be improved. Combined with the introduction to Yin Shengjun, one's own application of the spirit system talent could be invincible. Only the talent was only S rank. The upper limit was still limited. If you wanted to improve, you had to kill and plunder. And one strength-based talent needed to be honed in real combat to make a better breakthrough. Got to pick up the slack. There are no classes on Saturdays and Sundays each week, so you can go out and pick up assignments through those days. Fang Xian looked at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. Fortunately, Fang Xian's strength-based talent and physical fitness far exceeded that of normal people, so he could just sleep for a while and be refreshed to fight again. The next day, Fang Xian gave the eye patch to Zhang Xiacha, who was puzzled. Brother, have you tried this eye patch for the intermediate and advanced levels of the trial? Fang Xian immediately shook his head. No, it should be quite dangerous. You're still grinding at the primary level first. Oh, good. It's Sunday and I have class tomorrow, so I'm already a little out of practice taking on tasks today. Solely wait until next Saturday to pick it up. In the past few days, Fang Xian has been training every day from the moment he opens his eyes. In addition to classes, teamwork classes were also offered and there were team competitions every 2 weeks. In other words, teams went out on missions. Team coordination is then observed, and redistribution between squads is also done if a team has a problem. A few more Fang Xian added team training to their daily training planning. It had to be said that several people were arranged by Zhuge Han to be amongst a team that complemented each other well. Fang Xian was like a master of time management every day, sleeping only 4 hours and spending the rest of his time training various natural abilities. Sun Bijuan had given Fang Xian a spiritual talent attack feat skill Eye of Divine Power, a 13th level pupil art that combines control and damage. However, the old lady would still tirelessly repeat every year for Fang Xian to hammer his divine spring, making sure to make his divine spring strong enough to be stronger and more durable in battle. Fang Xian didn't tell the old lady about the 2 divine springs in the spiritual SS level trial. For one thing, the divine springs had changed suddenly, so it would be bad if they were taken away for slicing, and a little bit of meticulousness was the way to go. Secondly, SS level trials are too shameful to talk about. Fang Xian performs SS level trials every day. The plot changes every day in the phantasmagoria of the trial, sometimes even more than one female lead. There is also a wide variety of occupations and types. Royalty, Lolita, Big Sister Next Door, Cat Lady, Nurse, Sensual Secretary, Cold President. Fang Xian wasn't into all that. It's not all about elevating the realm and protecting all of humanity. It's not an old colorful batch. At first it took 2.5 hours to break through the illusion, but now the time was gradually shortening. When the time is compressed into 2 hours, Fang Xian was shocked beyond belief to find out there was a new change in his own divine spring. The 2 divine springs became 3. Beyond that, there are other variations. Chapter 71 New Assignments. Fang Xian sat on the bed. 2 divine springs turned into 3 divine springs had already made it difficult to calm themselves. I didn't expect that the brightness system gifted divine source that was originally suspended above the first divine spring had turned into 2. 3 divine springs, 2 divine sources. Fang Xian was confused. What's going on here? Yin Shengjun of the 2 divine springs was the 3rd in the 8 heavenly kings arrangement of the Eternal Night Army, so his own 3 divine springs plus 2 divine sources. How could he not be ranked among the 8 heavenly kings of the Neverwinter Nights army? 2.5. Fong Xian looked at his extra divine springs and divine sources. Follow the textbook. Whether it's a divine spring and divine source, each is one. Moreover, the divine spring was nearly transparent, and the divine source was the same color as the sun and moon. Fong Xian's divine spring was a little blood-colored, and there was black energy in the divine source. Any toe could guess that this was not separate from the killing talent. Fong Xian felt it. Both the spiritual power and the power of light were much stronger than before. The gift of killing is like a plug-in, even more ruthless than a plug-in. On top of that, with the surge in spiritual power, his own perception had also risen. Fong Xian felt that his current perception had reached level 3, and felt that reaching level 4 to coalesce a perception net was just around the corner. Fong Xian raised his hand. A black sphere the size of an apple hovered at the tip of his finger. It was so much bigger than the black sphere the size of a ping-pong ball before. This little ball that could use the power of light as fuel and also sear spiritual power was currently Fong Xian's killer weapon as well. Fong Xian stared at the small black ball. His own light talent wasn't very high, counting just barely S rank. However, his own progress was rapid. Contact did not take long to reach the 3rd level of combat power, especially with the addition of this small black ball, enough to reach the 3rd level of mid-level combat power. Thinking about the reasons ultimately attributed to the killing talent above, Fong Xian incorporated the small black ball into his body, observing the 3 divine springs and 2 divine sources, wondering if the divine springs and divine sources would increase again. Looking at the time, it was already late, ready to go to sleep, and when it was light, to take a quest. Fonson got up early. After washing up, he took out his wizards and looked through the list of tasks. Fong Xian is very purposeful. Currently among his own several talents, the perception department is SS grade, the light department and spirit department talents are only S grade talents. The light department talents of the awakened are basically monopolized by the church. Want to kill the church's people to enhance their own light department talents? The coefficient of difficulty is not small. Can only wait for the expiration of the test in the middle of the test to go to the divine and demonic relics. Now Fong Xian focused on the spirit and perception departments. However, on the task list, there are quite a lot of wanted criminals whose main job is a mental system talent, but there are relatively few whose main job is a perception system talent. After all, the small brittle skin of the perception system talent knows that the blood bar is not thick enough and the output is not enough but can only be obscene to develop. Fong Xian flipped through the pages for a while, and his target finally settled on a wanted criminal with a mental talent at the early stage of battle level 4. Tap to read the information. The wanted criminal called Simon Boguan, the early 4th level of combat power of the spiritual system talent, specializing in targeting single passers-by to rape and kill. The crime of the victim's gender has no requirements, as long as the good-looking can be, but also jokingly known as the multifunctional plugs. Fong Xian went through the information carefully, making sure that the information was correct, and that the other party was indeed an early level 4 combatant, and tapped to take the quest. A few seconds later, task ordering was successful. Limited to 36 hours. You must return to school within 36 hours regardless of whether your assignment is completed or not. Mission settlement reward. Reward, 400 points. Wanted factor of 2 stars, 1 star 50 points. Total 500 points. Reward, 10 spiritual fruits. Fong Xian glanced at the reward. It was generous enough for hunting a level 4 battle power in human. As for the spiritual fruit, this thing was for replenishing spiritual power after it was overly consumed. But for Fong Xian, who had 3 divine springs, it was useful but not much. There are only 36 hours left. The round trip takes 6 hours on the road, and the remaining 30 hours are needed to find the person and also kill them. Task pickup could choose to be anonymous, and Fong Xian checked the anonymity box so as not to draw attention to himself. This trip out was not only to complete the mission. Fong Xian also wanted to try, if he had time, to see if he could see the King of Kill in the mirror again. On top of that, Fong Xian sent another message over to Ellie. How's it going? Any new leads on the case? Ellie's message replied quickly. I followed another clue before and caught someone. After interrogation, the organization that took my sister back then was not connected to an organization called the Mud Plow Temple. And then what? But this temple of the Mud Plow killed thousands of people up and down the entire organization in the last century when it was doing evil. Ellie replied. Fong Xian searched for this Mud Plow Temple with his wisdom connector. The infamous organization of human traffickers of the last century, later all purged by order of the Great Pope. The introduction wasn't a lot. Fong Xian scrolled down and his eyes suddenly settled on the end part of the introduction. The photo shows the head of the mudplow temple being hanging high above, dressed in all white, like a sunny day doll. An image instantly flashed through Fong Xian's mind. Whether it was inside the car where Fong Xian's parents were involved in the accident, or in the hit-and-run car where Ellie's parents were involved in the accident, there was a sunny day doll hanging. Fong Xian fell into a brief moment of thought. Other information cannot be retrieved at all. The chaos of the gods before a lot of, no matter whether it is data or all kinds of information, are like an invisible hand erased in general. The current people of what happened in the past, or what characters as well as events, can only be from the authorities in charge of the official transmission of the news to be informed, combined with the previous church looking for themselves, as well as what Zhuge Hong had said. Fong Xian's parents' case involved more. Fong Xian now felt that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg of all the things that he had not seen in the end was how lofty and towering a big iceberg. Fong Xian returned a message. I'll try to find out on my end as well. Thanks, Ellie replied. You're welcome. The two were kind of in the same boat, and helping Ellie was helping herself. You'll have to see a counselor for exit paperwork. Fong Xian sent a message to Sister Fawn, and Sister Fawn's message returned quickly. Going out of school to pick up a mission? Right. If you need manpower, you can show your credentials and contact your local Sky Shield, and you can call up a squad of men commanded by any other special operations branch besides the 9th. Okay, Fanchan. Oh yeah. Remember to disguise yourself. If the news of you going out is known by Yang Hao Si, it's hard to make sure that the other party won't come after you. Got it. This kind of background in the Tian Shield Bureau and a lot of male children, after all, can eat the public meal. There is a war record if you can also be in power. In the agency inside someone in power to do good things. Tian Shield Bureau above is also turn a blind eye. This is also considered to be a disguise in those big organizations and big forces to swap interests between, commonly known as the PY trade. Sister Fawn continued. If the mission is not accomplished, you can also come back early. There is no shame in such things. Fong Xian had wanted to return an OK emoticon. Turns out the point was too quick to post another emoji. Oh cat JB face K. Immediately retracted and rechanged the emoji. Fawn returned the emoji. Husky fingers manhandling. Fong Xian exited the Sky Shield Academy and put on the mask that he had taken from Ellie earlier that could disguise him. At noon that day, Fong Xian arrived at the city where Shiman Multifunctional Plug Bodwon was located. Hing Springs, a third-tier city. Legend has it that this place was one of the main battlegrounds of the rebellion of the gods back in the day. Simon Burgundy is all focused on coming out at night to commit crimes. Nowadays, many places have curfews at night, and even if there is no curfew, few people are out and about at night. Fong Xian was ready to come out again by nightfall. Nightfall. The moon is full tonight. The streets are becoming less and less crowded. Fong Xian looked at the time. Curfew is 10 p.m. Every night. Before 10 o'clock, there would also be members of the local Sky Shield as well as the police department sending out patrols. That's why the Inhumans are usually out and about after 10 o'clock. Fong Xian walking on the street. The road at this moment has not gone home as not a lot of people. Pedestrians rush to break the soul. Fong Xian was seen walking alone on the street. An older woman hurrying home stopped and looked at Fong Xian. Son, it's so late. Why don't you go home? Fong Xian smiled politely. I'll be right back. You go home quickly. The aunt paused and looked around nervously and then said, how dangerous it is in the middle of the night. Kid, listen to your accent and you still sound like a local. Is your family local? No, the elder woman quickly said. Child, quickly find a hotel to stay. You are a foreigner wandering around here at night. If you are encountered by the police officers, they are likely to take you in to punch your performance. If the police come across you, they'll probably arrest you for your performance, and then you'll have to ask your family for money. Fong Xian froze. He didn't expect this place to be so poorly policed. Got it, auntie. The place I live is right in front. I'll go back now. The older woman pulled out her keys and headed toward the store next door. Fong Xian didn't take a few steps. Just around the corner came out a couple of men in uniform with big hats, instantly recognizable as the police department, looking Fong Xian up and down. Stop. What are you doing not going back in the middle of the night? The place to stay is just up ahead. Go back now. A large, long-faced baton at the head of the group pushed the brim of his hat. Out-of-towners? Wow. The kiosk next to it opened and the older woman ran out of it. Grabbing Fong Xian's arm, he gently patted Fong Xian. This child of yours, waiting for you for half a day. Why don't you go home? Sorry, this is my nephew, coming from out of town, unfamiliar with the road, got lost. The big long-faced batten disliked Fong Xin and looked at the older woman and laughed. Lost? Out-of-towner? Your nephew, right? Come on, you tell me. What's his name? The older woman choked. The big long-faced batten was pressed against Fong Xin, and he reached out to search for documents from inside Fong Xin's pockets. But Fong Xin grabbed his wrist. Chapter 72, Don't Kill Anyone. Fong Xin's expression was ice-cold. Big long face was grabbed by Fong Xin's wrist. Trying to draw back, he realized that the teenager in front of him was surprisingly strong. Hey, still unawakened. You're trying to defy the law. I now have reason to suspect that you are an inhuman. Show me your papers. A few people next to him immediately surrounded Fong Xin. The older woman hurriedly said, Sheriff, this kid has been stubborn since he was a kid. He really isn't disobeying the law. Quick, cut the sheriff loose and apologize to the sheriff. Apologize to your mother. I now have reason to suspect that you are an inhuman associate. All ing arrested and taken back for interrogation. Big long face was about to kick the damsel away with a cold face. Fong Xin coldly pulled out the smart link and swept it at the big long face. Yu Chang, Sergeant of Xingchuan City Police Station. Police number. Before the words were finished, big long face shivered in fear, and after taking a look at the wisdom link in Fong Xin's hand, and seeing the 9 dragon seal on the wisdom link representing the 9th place, he couldn't help but roll his throat up and down, licked his lips, and snapped into a standing position. Greetings, sir. The surrounding police officers who were originally about to arrest Fong Xin and the elder woman stood upright when they saw this. The privileges of the Sky Shield Bureau were quite large in the official system, and the privileges of the 9th branch among the Sky Shield Bureau were even larger, and the members of the police department had to be 3 times lower when they saw the Sky Shield Bureau's people toasting. How could the few of them have thought that the teenager in front of them was actually from the 9th division? The older woman next to her froze as well. If the police department to take away buckle endangering public security hat, how ordinary people have to molt layers of skin, and finally have to whisper to beg grandpa and grandma to spend money to eliminate the disaster. So just now want to help Fong Xin a hand. I did not expect that this teenager is still the official identity, and the identity is not low. The smart link in Fong Xin's hand nudged Yu Chang's chest. Is this how you keep the peace? Yu Chang squeezed out a smile. Sir, you know how hateful the Inhumans are. We are not trying to maintain the safety of public property. It's not a bad thing to be on guard. Apologize to Auntie. Yu Chang immediately led the men to bow 90 degrees to apologize to Auntie. Auntie, I'm sorry. The older woman quickly waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. Fong Xin looked back at the elder woman and smiled faintly at her. Auntie, you should go back. Dame is still a little stunned. Obviously did not expect the identity of this teenager is so high. The police department, this group of people have to nod and bow. Seeing the elder woman back, Yu Chang bent down. Sir, why are you alone? Are you new here and don't know your way around? Do you want to contact the local Tiandun Bureau's 2nd Division? I'll show you the way. No need. Yu Chang quickly nodded his head and said, Then you are here on a mission, right? I understand. I resolutely won't ask what I shouldn't. If you need anything, we're always on standby. Keep patrolling your logos. Yes sir. Looking at the few people in front of him, Fong Xin just shook his head. There are too many unfair things in this world. The one who has power in his hand, that is the master. Fong Xin no longer paid attention to a few people. Holding the smart link in his hand, the virtual screen of the smart link swept around. As if it were a thermal imager, the smart linker illuminated all the people who were still lingering on the street at the moment. There are especially few people on the streets at this time of year. It's a big city, and there are 100 or so people on the streets at night. So one sweep of the street will tell you how many people are there. Patrols are basically piling away. The wizards can also analyze the talent of each person they sweep up. According to the previous modus operandi of Simon Burgundy, this multifunctional plug is all out in the open. Controlling the prey he sets his sights on through psychic attacks, killing them after toying with them, and afterward dressing the bodies in beautiful clothes, posing them in a fixed position, and then finally leaving in a long walk. 4 women and 3 men have been killed. It's a real meat and potatoes thing. Fong Xin turned back and forth, scanning everyone who was still on the street at this moment. It was good to know that he still had the talent of the perception department, so it wasn't too much of an effort to observe. However, the current level of one's perception department was still a bit low. If one could reach the 4th level, one would be able to set up a perception network with spiritual power, and at that time, it would be much simpler to probe the enemy. A little over an hour after the time turn, Fong Xin's gaze suddenly fixed on a direction. A shadowy figure was seen carrying a female figure in one direction. There was something familiar about that direction. It was the same store that the older woman's family owned. The man had carried on into the middle of the store. As seen through the smart link, Fong Xin double-clicked the virtual screen, and the figure in the middle of the store was displayed, and it was the kind-hearted damsel. As soon as she entered, the older woman went limp. Then after that, the man threw the woman he was carrying over his shoulder to the ground, and, seemingly hungry, looked for food from inside the store again. Fong Xin quickly stepped towards that side. Walking, Fong Xin saw through the smart link that the guys from the police station that he had just encountered had met up with another group of people on patrol. Yu Chang was holding his baton under his armpit, discussing with a few subordinates where to go for a drink later. Seeing an oncoming squad, he immediately stood at attention. Captain Ma, the man at the head of the oncoming squad, responded. Didn't find anything out of the ordinary, did you? Yu Chang shook his head. There's nothing unusual. That's good. Tough. Oh, there is something. Yu Chang seemed to remember something. When I was patrolling just now, I ran into a kid who is also from your Heavenly Shield Bureau, or the 9th Division. From the 9th branch? Ma Wenbing paused for a moment and looked back at the few people behind him. Someone from the 9th branch? Haven't heard. Yu Chang continued. That kid doesn't look very old. He should be in his teens. I think he should be a new cadet recruited this year. Marvin Bing looked around. New trainee? What are you doing here? Yu Chang recalled. Look at him like that. Like he's on a mission. One man. On a mission? What kind of mission can we have on our side for a new cadet from the 9th branch? One of the subordinates behind him thought for a moment. It couldn't be towards Shiman Buguang, right? New trainee? Rushing towards Shiman Buguang? It's only been 2 weeks since this class of new cadets started, and within 2 weeks someone can the 4th level battle power of Shiman Buguang? Bull ********. Ma, that's the 9th place. Ma Wenbing skimmed his mouth. The 9th division, that's ing Bull too. I'm also a graduate of the Sky Shield Academy, and I've never enrolled in 2 weeks of 4th level combat power. You don't even make drafts when you're bragging about being powerful. Yu Chang laughed. Brother Ma, everything has a can't say it is right. The people of the 9th division, that is the legendary monster room. That is not guaranteed that the new trainees inside the very drag ran to kill the 4th level of combat power is not unlikely. Ma Wenbing bristled. Don't a few bull *********. Hurry up and patrol. Go back to rest after the patrol. The two teams separated. When he got to the point where he was 2 roads away from the store, Marvin Bing pulled out his cell phone. Oops, I forgot to buy something for my daughter. You guys go ahead first. I'll give my daughter a call to ask what I want to buy for her. Dial the phone. Not long after, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Team Ma, I was just getting ready when you called. Tonight's sure to be moist. It's at this place called Red Plum Supermarket. Come over and play. Not tonight. The guys down there say there's a new cadet from Division 9 on a mission. Probably coming for you. The one on the other end of the line froze for a moment before laughing. New trainee? Came to see me? Are you kidding me or for real? The guy down there said it. That guy wouldn't lie to me. It should be true. You scan it with that Sky Shield smart link of yours and see where he is. Ma Wenbing swept with his smart link. He's from the 9th division. My authority can't sweep members of the 9th division. You leave before it's too late. What? You're still afraid he can kill me? What a joke. A new trainee can kill me too? Then I, Shiman Buguang, haven't lived all these years in vain. He can't kill me even if he's a new trainee in the 9th division of the damned. So don't worry. I'll definitely clean him up. Ma Wenbing rebuked in a deep voice. Don't ing bull. Get back while you still can. If the new trainees of the 9th division have problems here, the higher-ups will surely investigate thoroughly, and I won't be able to protect you at that time. I know. I'll leave after I'm done having fun. Wait a minute. It seems like someone's really coming. A guy, a hairy kid, with a wise connector in his hand. Hey, it's really a rash. Ma Wenbing immediately said. Leave now, or it'll be troublesome. It's just one door, and I don't know how to penetrate walls with my Earth attribute talent. So encounters are a must. Marvin Bing was silent for a few seconds after that. Then you fight with him. Remember, you have a little measure in your hand. Don't kill the man. I'll bring someone over right now to pretend to save him. You take advantage of the chaos to escape. I can still sell him a favor. Chapter 73, Do you want to die? Got it. I'll knock him out later and signal you. But this chick I'm scouting out tonight is moist. So come over later and we'll play together. At this time, Shiman Buguang still didn't forget to think about his little head. Ma Wenbing angrily chided. Don't be ing bad. Leave almost as soon as you've exchanged blows. Shiman Boguang impatiently said. Got it. Hang up the phone. Shiman Boguang looked at Fong Xin, who was gradually approaching outside. Through a gap in the curtains, Fong Xin had opened his senses fully as he approached. Every move of Shiman Boguang in the store was within Fong Xin's perception. Fong Xin took out his revolver from among the space rings and pinned it to his back waist, wearing a bandana on his head that resisted spiritual attacks. And then as a precautionary measure he put the big red pants that prevented curses on the outside. With the scales for physical defense hanging around his neck, clutched the earth spirit bead that could pass through walls in his hand, and put on his stealthy clothes. While doing all this action, Simon Bakuan watched from behind the window. Shiman Boguang stared, muttering inside his mouth, No. Don't come if you're so ing desperate. Between words, Shiman Boguang flashed backward, flipped his hand and took out a delicate small box from the middle of the spatial ring. After the small box was opened, which was a lot of powder, Shiman Boguang pouted and blew. The ground was covered with a layer of powder, and the air was also filled with dust. A dozen or so short swords condensed from spiritual energy took shape around him, poised to strike. Shiman Boguang wore a coconut shell-like helmet on his head, and took out a small black scimitar from within his space ring. Bending over, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl into a disdainful smile. Afterglow swept the ground lying in a dress of a beautiful woman. The woman is now disheveled, the skirt up, revealing two tightly closed white as jade long legs. Shiman Boguang licked his lips. With evil fire in his eyes, he couldn't help but snipe. Damn new trainee of the Heavenly Shield Bureau. Bad for my good deed. I'll open up my posterior flowers for you later. Play the two of you together. Tonight water and land together. Come to a water and land together. Suddenly, Shiman Boguang looked behind him with a sweep of his afterglow. The walls rippled in circles, the dust floating in midair floated, and a figure was vaguely visible in a flash. Without saying a word, Shiman Boguang's short blade of spiritual power that surrounded his body split half of it and flung it over toward that side. But the next second, the psychic knife hit the ground. The figure disappeared in place in general. Shiman Boguang felt a strong sense of crisis approaching. Spiritual energy surfaced on the surface of the body as a nearly transparent protective film. But all of this played right into Fong Xin's hands. Fong Xin dashed to Shiman Boguang with the help of the instant of light. A small black ball was pressed by Fong Xin on top of Shiman Boguang's chest. It's as if to say a spark fell into the gasoline. Shiman Boguang's defense shield burned with black flames in an instant. The small knives of spiritual power surrounding him had wanted to pierce through Fong Xin, who was close at hand, but under the scorching of the black flames, the small knives of spiritual power twisted and distorted, instantly melting. The black scimitar in Shiman Boguang's hand wanted to stab towards Fong Xin, but the black aura burned all the spiritual energy in his body, and he himself had no strength to support it. His arm was limp like a noodle, and the force of stabbing it out was close to zero. Fong Xin 5 fingers into a fist. The chi and blood shrouded above the hand, forming a dragon claw. Tai rising dragon art under close range burst out of the dragon fist directly. Shiman Boguang body bombarded backward, flying backwards. Shiman Boguang's back hit the wall, and bounced down to the ground, choking a large mouthful of fresh blood, desperately struggling for a few times, but cannot bring up a little bit of strength. The whole person curled up into a ball, hands holding his head. Headache. People can't scream under the severe pain. Fong Xin's face was expressionless. One foot stepped on top of Shiman Boguang's neck. His foot made a strong force. After the crisp click, Shiman Boguang let out a whimper. His eyeballs protruded. A strand of blood slowly overflowed from his mouth, and the whole person was already decapitated by Fong Xin, even though he still maintained a curled up state. The fact that I was able to kill this one so smoothly today had nothing to do with this grandson being gullible. A tiny bit of imperceptible blood aura flew out from Shiman Boguang's brow and disappeared into Fong Xin's palm. Fong Xin's body shook violently, obviously able to feel that his 3 divine springs had unexpectedly become more than twice as large as they were originally. The upper production limit of spiritual power storage in each divine spring was strengthened. Fong Xin's mind instantly understood that this was after devouring Shiman Boguang's talent. His own spirit system talent had been boosted along with it. After inspecting it, he jerked Shiman Boguang's spatial ring off, took off Shiman Boguang's coconut shell-like helmet. This thing was nothing more than a physical defense treasure, casually stuffed it into the spatial ring, and picked up the small curved knife on the ground, and found that it was a knife with a penetrating attribute. Casually stuffed it into the spatial ring again. The corpse was to be handed over. Only the perception department also had to check the short memory of the corpse before it died. But the basis of all this was that the corpse's spiritual power was still preserved. But Shiman Bogwang's spiritual power had just been burned out by the black energy, and he couldn't find out anything by checking, and could only tell that it was subjected to a spiritual power attack. Fong Xin examined the body when he was about to teleport it back. Suddenly his body was shrouded in black light and disappeared, appearing somewhere else. He saw several small spiritual power knives floating in the void, crashing soundly, flashing past the place where Fong Xin was just now. The moment Fong Xin's body just appeared in a corner of the store after the instantaneous flash of light, those little knives of mental power disappeared without a trace after spinning in midair. With his senses fully open, Fong Xin clearly sensed the sense of crisis coming his way. Several small knives condensed from spiritual energy brushed appeared in front of Fong Xin, about to pierce through Fong Xin's head. Fong Xin wanted to escape with the help of the instantaneous flash of light, but unexpectedly his body was difficult to move at this moment. With Fong Xin's strong physical body was difficult to move. A figure approached in a flash. A round moon scimitar in his hand spun about to cut Fong Xin's head off. Approaching the front, Fong Xin realized that it was actually Shiman Bogwang, and with a sweep of his eyes, the body of Shiman Bogwang, whom he had just killed himself, was still on the ground. Shiman Bogwang laughed. Kid, can't imagine. Laozi's strongest talent isn't spiritual power, but the rare flesh body reproduction. As he spoke, Shiman Bogwang had already arrived in front of Fong Xin, the scimitar in his hand flung towards Fong Xin's neck. Something that doesn't know any better. How dare you come to kill me? Die for me. Fong Xin looked at the approaching Shiman Bogwang. A villain saying so much in one breath. Don't you want to die? The words just fell. Scarlet blood symbols surfaced on the back of Fong Xin's hand. With that, his pupils brushed into bloodthirsty scarlet. Chapter 74, 2 Skills. The round moon scimitar was pressed against Fong Xin's neck. Skin rupture. The blood flowed down slowly, but the scimitar did not move forward half as far. Fong Xin held that round moon scimitar of Shiman Bogwang's between two fingers. No matter how hard Shiman Bogwang tried, he was unable to move forward by half a point. Fong Xin's scarlet pupils stared at Shiman Bogwang, cocking his head slightly. The scar on his neck healed as far as the eye could see. Shiman Bogwang's entire body panicked for the first time after seeing this scene. How? Shiman Bogwang didn't even listen to Ma Wenbing's words just now. He was still thinking that after knocking Fong Xin to the ground, he would eat both men and women, and then leave after having a good time. In his anticipation, it was just a rash new trainee whose spearhead had not grown in the heavenly shield. But who could have expected that this new trainee would be so evil? What kind of talent is this? Shiman Bogwang shed the round moon scimitar and was about to flee the place. The gift that will kill you. Shiman Bogwang turned around and was about to leave. Fong Xin raised his arm. Above the arm, 5 circles of blood-colored killing rings emerged. After Fong Xin summoned the King of Killers to take over the body earlier, it was as if this skill was branded in one's mind. The ring of kills went from ring to ring, getting bigger, longer and thicker, one after another. It imprinted on the back of Shiman Bogwang's heart. Simon Burgundy's body stumbled. A fist-sized bloody hole appeared in his heart. Shiman Bogwang incredulously lowered his head and looked at his heart, stiffening back to look in the direction of the direction. The body shook, wanting to say something, but in the end did not say. Fell headlong to the ground, collapsed in a pool of blood. Fong Xin went up and made up several slashes in a row, then turned his head to look around vigilantly. After determining that there was no more danger, Fong Xin was then relieved. A little blood aura flew out from Shiman Bogwang's brow and drilled into Fong Xin's hand. Fong Xin clearly felt that his divine spring had once again grown quite a bit. Taking the spatial ring captive from Shiman Bogwang's hands, after inspecting it, Fong Xin burst into contempt. The inside of this grandson's space ring was definitely the strangest Fong Xin had ever seen. The cash was only a little over $2 million, and aside from the round moon machete and the black knife that Fong Xin had just seized, then there was the coconut shell helmet and this strange powder box. A wanted man is not as rich as Fong Xin, but this grandson 200 square house-size space ring inside the pile of all kinds of aphrodisiacs, yang pills, aphrodisiacs wine, a variety of whips, and fancy magic oil, as well as strange magazines, yin and yang convergence of the speed of action, angle, frequency, environment, language, conditioning, teaching. In addition to a lot of Fong Xin have never seen a lot of small toys and things like that. Fong Xin's pure and young heart was tainted 3 times by what was in the space ring. Shameless, underhanded, and shameless. I'm going to criticize these things when I get back. Inside this large pile of things, Only that powder box Fong Xin looked at. The powder inside this through the spiritual power manipulation, if attached to the body of a person, can accurately identify the position, but also can play a role in controlling people. Fong Xin wiped the box with the word Nianyang on it, which was probably the name of the item, tucked the box into his spatial ring. Fong Xin searched Shiman Bugwan's body again. There would be no need to turn in this corpse. After all, it was seen that Fong Xin had utilized his killing talent, and if he erased his memories with the clearing bead, those with an intention to do so would become suspicious after encountering it. Fong Xin stuffed the corpse into the space ring, teleported Simon Burgundy, who had killed the first time, back again. Operate these at the time. A voice came from behind him. Fong Xin turned around. He saw that the girl lying on the ground who had been taken captive by Shiman Bugwan woke up. The girl looked at Fong Xin warily. Both feet stomped on the ground and fell backwards. His back against the shelf and the snacks on the shelf that hit him smashed into his head. The girl was beautiful. 2 eyes, 2 nostrils and a mouth. Fong Xin looked away. Shiman Bugwan is dead. You're saved. Unexpectedly, the girl still couldn't stop falling backward, her eyes terrified. Fong Xin touched his face. Even though it was disguised through the mask, it was normal, not to the extent that it was frightening. The girl curled up into a ball, her arms wrapped around herself as she looked at Fong Xin in horror, her voice trembling. Mirror! Mirror! Fong Xin turned around and looked towards his back. A mirror sat not far from his side. Moonlight poured in through the window. The store stays visible enough in the middle of the store, and in the mirror on Fong Xin's side. Instead, Fong Xin was facing Fong Xin head-on in the mirror. It does seem a little bit scary to suddenly come in at night and do such a thing. Seeing the image in the mirror, Fong Xin's entire body couldn't help but stare. I didn't expect to see the king of killers in this situation. The familiar voice came from within his mind. Looking for me? Fong Xin glanced at the girl and realized that the girl was just remaining in shock and did not perceive Fong Xin speaking in the mirror. In order to prevent the girl from remembering this, Fong Xin catalyzed his spiritual power to launch the Eye of Divine Power. The girl was stagnant. Fong Xin took out the zero clearing bead and cleared the girl's memories. After doing this, the girl fainted with a roll of her eyes. Fong Xin looked back at the mirror with renewed vigor. How did you come to be in this form? Full moon. That's it? Fong Xin a burst of no good gas, together with his own before like a stupid basket case, every night to watch the grandfather's video once, and then stay in the bathroom for so long. Make Fong Huilan is very puzzled. Jiang Weidong also gave Fong Huilan to explain. Young lads to the age of all will do something. Men are all from that age. Don't go to bump into it, it will be very embarrassing. Fong Xin in the mirror shrugged his shoulders. Then what else? Is it hard to go and wait in front of the mirror every night? You shouldn't be that stupid, right? That's natural. I definitely wouldn't do that, Fong Xin said. Unexpectedly, Fong Xin in the mirror laughed. I am you and you are me. Can I not be clear about what you have done? Fong Xin muttered in his heart. Then you ask you. Fong Xin in the mirror smirked and said, my mom is your mom. Think before you speak. Fong Xin swallowed the second half of his sentence. Fong Xin in the mirror said succinctly, lift your hand and place it on the mirror. Your killing talent battle power has reached level 5. It's time to awaken some skills. Fong Xin pressed his hand against it. Just for a moment the hand touched the mirror. There was suddenly something more in Fong Xin's mind. This feeling is very strange. It is not like being forced into something. It is more like the original thing was awakened. The feeling is as if the childhood memories that have been dusty a long time ago, suddenly at a certain point in time to think about it. It's 2 skills. These 2 skills made Fong Xin's eyes light up immediately. Isn't this exactly what one needs at the moment? Chapter 75, There's a Mole. Divine Providence. The King of Killers bestows the gift of killing on others. Those who get the talent of killing will become killing generals under the command of the King of Killers. After the signing of the contract between the 2 parties, once the killing general has half a mind of rebellion against the King of Killers, he will blow himself up and die. Of course, those who gained the talent of killing could also gain both their talent and realm through killing in the same way as the King of Killers. However, the limitation of this thing was that it could only control Fong Xin's equivalent realm and those below the equivalent realm. Fong Xin was currently able to utilize a level 5 battle power through the killing talent. It also proves to be able to control battle powers of level 5 and below. Ever since I've seen the faces of those with strong backgrounds, Fong Xin then had the idea of building his own power. Just dozing off when the pillow comes. And another skill. It's actually a gift. Detain the gods and send the generals. To put it bluntly, it's all about psionics and summoning, from the smallest summoning of undead souls to the largest summoning of gods, and making a pact with the summoned being. This thing was kinda similar to that Grievous Spirit System talent Fong Xin had seen before. Only the Grievous Spirit System talent can only summon undead who have died with grievances. Fong Xin can be summoned no matter how good or bad it is. This kind of existence that has been summoned by the gods to make a contract is called a spirit general, and the souls will also be able to devour each other for synthesis. The city of Hinquan was once one of the main battlegrounds of the rebellion of the gods. The chances of this place having various undead are high, so you might be able to pick up a great deal. However, with this skill being awakened, Fong Xin also had an additional thought in his mind, that detaining gods and dispatching generals could go to the divine and demonic ruins, where there were better options. In that case, it seemed that the divine demon ruins were a must. Fong Xin digested these two skills one by one. The eyes refocused on the mirror. Upon seeing the body of the King of Kill in the mirror began to distort. It's a precursor to leaving again. Fong Xin hurriedly asked the question he had been holding back for a long time. When you said earlier that you wanted me to be on guard, against whom? Fong Xin in the mirror smiled intriguingly. Whoever stands in the light and holds the power of the light. You are on your guard. After saying the words, the image in the mirror, after distortion, reflected Fong Xin, who was in deep thought, combining what the old woman said before, plus what the King of Kill said in the mirror today. Fong Xin thought about it. There was only one person in mind. Kagome Yo-Yo Zizu has never done anything bad. Why get defensive about her? Alas, is that Chu Xinyao? Finish your sentence. Damn it, there are two kinds of people I'm most annoyed with, and one is the one who doesn't finish his sentence. Fong Xin shook the mirror. A thought gradually came to mind. The old woman from before could see the future. Chu Xinyao is from the church, and her father was in a high position in the church. The bond between the church and Fong Xin has been made. Fong Xin has subconsciously sided with the church. Stroke it like this. It doesn't seem unreasonable. Dog Basket King of Killers spoke only one. Alas, cursing like that seems suspiciously like cursing yourself. Grandma Lee's jelly sucks. I'm stuck with a bug. Right? Fong Xin's thoughts returned, ready to find a place to try out the two new skills he had learned tonight. Marvin Bing clutched his cigarette, glanced at the time and then farther toward the direction of the Red Plum supermarket. Throwing his cigarette on the ground, he turned on his toes and stomped on it, a vague uneasiness in his mind. It's been so long, and Shiman Boguang still hasn't run out of there. Ma Wenbing knew Shiman Boguang more or less, with Shiman Boguang's urine addiction, touching the eye of the lock, hate to come 2 times. That came here to the 9th place of the teenager at this moment is very likely to be Shiman Boguang knocked over. This if experienced whip fart into the Valley Road hot. That thing can be a big deal, in case the above check down. After all, this place is he in charge. If in his responsibility of the peace of the area out of the ordinary, he is sure to be implicated. Ma Wenbing's face twisted. Doggone Shiman Boguang. Little head controlling big head thing. With that thought in mind, Ma Wenbing quickly stepped towards that side. Never let that teenager suffer from Shiman Boguang's hot hand. Ma Wenbing couldn't help but speed up as he thought about it. As the Red Plum supermarket got closer and closer, Ma Wenbing took out his wisdom link and looked at the Red Plum supermarket. But the image displayed by the smart linker only showed 2 women lying on the ground. He couldn't sweep the 9th place. Simon Burgundy wasn't in it. Ma Wenbing was shocked in his heart. Where are the people? I didn't see Simon Burgundy come out of it just now. Can't it be that Shiman Boguang took that 9th Division cadet and jumped away from the other windows? With the door half hidden, Marvin Bing stepped forward alertly. And with a flick of the smart link in his hand, the smart link threw out a laser. As the door slowly opened, Marvin Bing looked in towards the inside. There was no one else but the 2 women lying on the floor. Marvin Bing walked in with his back against the wall. Didn't see anyone else after checking around. Ma Wenbing remained vigilant and walked towards the store ant on the ground and the woman who had been robbed by Shiman Boguang. Suddenly, Ma Wenbing's body stiffened. The backside was pressed against something hard. The sensations coming through the hindquarters. Up against him was a gun. Decent gun. Ma Wenbing swept his afterglow. And although he realized that the person behind him was wearing a cloak of invisibility, he was still able to clearly perceive the presence behind him at such a close distance. Called what? A voice came from behind him. Ma Wenbing, come for what? Someone down below just now reported that they found Simon Burgundy in the neighborhood, so they came over to take a look. And you are? That new cadet from the 9th Division of the Sky Shield? The barrel of the gun in Fong Xin's hand pushed forward once again. Just now, before he made a move with Shiman Boguang, his own perception was fully open, and he clearly heard Shimon Bodwang talking to someone on the phone outside the store. It's not hard to hear through Simon Burgundy's call. There's a mole. Fong Xian took out Shimon Bodwang's cell phone with one hand and dialed the number where Shimon Bodwang had last spoken. Next, the phone in Marvin Bing's pocket rang. Gobbler. Ma Wenbing made a swallowing sound in his throat. Who debriefed you? Shimon Bodwang? Fong Xian's voice came from behind Ma Wenbing once again. Marvin Bing stiffened. The afterglow swept back. At this time the hood of the other's cloak of invisibility faded, revealing a young face. Ma Wenbing was shocked in his heart. In that case, it seemed that Shimon Bodwang had roughly died at the hands of this young trainee from the 9th Division. Shimon Bodwang, that old colorful batch, was an existence of 4th level combat power. How could he be ed over by a young cadet who had just started school not long ago? Is there any King's Law left? Is there any law left? The monster room at the 9th Division really lives up to its name. While Ma Wenbing was thinking of a countermeasure, the waist of his pants loosened, and the next second his pants were down to his ankles. Ha! Marvin Bing's chrysanthemums tightened. Wait. This isn't right. Is it? Ma Wenbing's throat rolled up and down. His speech was a bit stuttering. Brother, listen to me. I have money. I can give you money. I can explain to you about Shimon Bodwang. I have hemorrhoids, brother. Be honest. Fong Xian's muzzle pushed hard against the top. Fong Xian naturally did not have any backdoor hobbies. Taking off his pants was to prevent escape. I didn't realize that there were still those within the Sky Shield who were in cahoots with wanted criminals. How was this matter to be resolved? Fong Xian was prepared to ask Zhu Bahang. Ma Wenbing's afterimage swept. Both cheek bites wriggled, and his back teeth bit hard. Next, Ma Wenbing's head unexpectedly turned 180 degrees. A puff of smoke was puffed out towards Fong Xian. Fong Xian pulled the trigger without saying a word, and his entire body unleashed an instantaneous flash of light to the entrance of the store. Ma Wenbing stumbled and fell to the ground. Fong Xian was dizzy, his body swayed, and he was about to fall over. And just in case, he added another shot towards the back of Ma Wenbing's heart. A voice came from the doorway. Immediately afterward, a pair of high heels appeared in Fong Xian's afterimage. Along with it came a sultry scent of a woman's body. Fong Xian fixed his eyes and froze. Chapter 76, The Second Prince. The woman was tall, wearing a coffee-colored trench coat, long hair draped over her shoulders, stomping on red-soled high heels, a pair of long, well-proportioned legs wrapped in high silk. It makes a dangling sound as you walk around. These heels are also a treasure. It's amazing how much you can mess with your mind as you walk around. It makes the person who hears the sound of high heels on the floor can't help but flash many images of a very sad trial in his mind. It was a good thing that Fong Xian wore an earthy bandana on his head, and his own resistance to mental attacks was strong. And stay awake. The red-soled high heels paused in front of Fong Xian. Fong Xian looked at the visitor. This face Fong Xian has seen before. Earlier, when Shirtai Lang and Zhang Yaozhu were watching a movie inside the dormitory, there was a female lead named Zhao Rojuan in it, and at the time, Shirtai Lang even highlighted that it was his goddess. At a closer look, it's the woman in front of me. Movie and TV drama inside the play is silly white sweet. I did not expect the reality is quite a contrast. The woman raised one hand towards Ma Wenbing. A breath went towards Ma Wenbing. The naked eye could see Ma Wenbing's body twitching for a moment, and then struggled to lie on the ground gasping for air. Marvin Bing lay on his side, covering the left side of his chest. Grass. Luckily, I moved my heart to the right side in time, or else I'd really be killed by this kid. Put your pants on first, Zhao Rojuan said in a cold voice. Marvin Bing struggled to lift his pants. The bloody hole in his chest slowly stopped bleeding under the shroud of the woman's breath, but the pain was still there, and Ma Wenbing grimaced as he bared his teeth. Zhao Rojuan slowly bent down to look at Fong Xian, who was leaning his back against the wall. So young, killed Shimon Bodwang and almost killed Ma Wenbing. Awesome. Fong Xian pretended to cover his heart with one hand, already ready to summon the king of killers. The woman in front of her was of average combat strength, but she was followed by a bald, burly man with a rose tattooed on his head, and his aura was unusually formidable. Miss Xiao, this kid is the new trainee of the 9th Division. Ma Wenbing stood up and stood respectfully at Zhao Rojuan's side, taking out a few fruits from within his spatial ring and stuffing them into his mouth, his chi recovering with the naked eye. Zhao Rojuan raised her eyebrows and looked at Fong Xian with interest. A new trainee from the 9th Division? Little brother, what's your name? Fong Xian stared at the woman near him. You can be called brother, but please don't add that little word. Zhao Rojuan smiled sweetly and gradually approached Fong Xian. The distance between their faces was less than 5 centimeters. Blowing a breath at Fang Xian's face, her eyes seemed to be harboring some kind of power enough to capture hearts. Fang Xian was immediately alerted that this should be the means of interpreting talent. Through her talent to make other people attracted to her charms so that they would go after her. Zhao Ruojuan's temperament in front of her eyes has changed imperceptibly, and her temperament has unconsciously become mature and sensible. Fang Xian took a look at it. Oops, this woman's charm and mental power attack aren't quite the same. Oh, my god, that doesn't look like a good silver. Brother, your face is dirty. Sister will wipe it for you. Zhao Ruojuan raised her hand and was about to wipe Fang Xian's face. Snap! Fang Xian immediately clutched Zhao Ruojuan's wrist, keeping his heart and mind steady from Zhao Ruojuan's breath. Sister's appearance doesn't look like she's wiping her face. I'm afraid she's going to wipe her edges. Zhao Ruojuan's eyebrows were gentle, like a cut of autumn water rippling. Softly said, "It hurts my sister." Fang Xian was already prepared to hold Zhao Ruojuan as a hostage, but the burly man with a rose tattooed on his head seemed to have sensed Fang Xian's thoughts, and with his tiger eyes fixed on Fang Xian, he was ready to attack. Let go of Ms. Zhao! The burly man shouted angrily, and the red warmth of that brain visible to the naked eye felt like it would explode if he looked at it one more time. Fang Xian glanced at the rose stout man. It looks like this should be Zhao Ruojuan's followers. This kind of people put in a few hundred years ago. It seems to be called what the brainwashed powder. Fang Xian previously curious to do research, and the brainwashed powder opposites called what the black powder. A few hundred years ago there is a what the Koan door is very prosperous. It is the typical representative of the black powder. Zhao Ruojuan pinched Fang Xian's face. Tell second brother Ko that you've captured a new trainee from the 9th branch and ask him what to do with him. The burly man with a rose tattooed behind him stared viciously at Fang Xian and took a picture of him before sending it out. Fang Xian couldn't help but stare after hearing this. Just now this woman said to send a message to Koji. A previous message from my grandfather had said that if a Ko came looking, not to be afraid, one of our own. After Fang Xian was silent for a moment, he inquired in order to make sure. Is the Ko ergo you mentioned surnamed Ko? Of course second brother Ko is surnamed Ko ah brother. Zhao Ruojuan once again pinched Fang Xian's face. Bao Gai to the KO? Or what? Fang Xian was once again stunned. Not expecting such a coincidence, Zhao Ruojuan's voice was gentle. Brother, do you want to follow sister? Sister is in a career upswing right now. Follow sister. Sister will definitely not treat you poorly. Later, bold. Don't be rude to Miss Zhao. The burly man with a rose tattooed on his head immediately shouted angrily. Looking that way he was about to make a move to Fang Xian. Zhao Ruojuan looked back at Rose Strongman coldly. Ah Bao, who told you to talk like that? Kneel down. Unexpectedly, this burly man unexpectedly knelt down with a frenzied expression, tilting his head like a pug as he looked at Zhao Ruojuan. Miss Zhao, it's enough for you to have me. Don't look for any other followers. I'm willing to protect you with my life. Fang Xian also came to his senses at this moment and sized up the burly man with the rose tattoo. He's a big guy, but I didn't realize he's a ing jitterbug mother. Zhao Ruojuan ignored the burly man called Ah Bao and looked at Fang Xian with a smile on her face. Brother, after following your sister will reward you for pinching your sister's feet every day, okay? Fang Xian is happy. What do you take me for? A jailbird? Laugh it up and troll for old colorful grub. Lao Tzu has only the people in his heart. Ah Bao was agitated. His entire body was like a boiled prawn, staring at Fang Xian with eyes filled with envy and jealousy followed by hatred. It was as if Fang Xian had taken his job. Zhao Ruojuan's phone quickly rang, and when she answered it, a man's voice came from the other end of the line. Why are you wearing red pants? Ask him if his name is Zhang Chang? Zhao Ruojuan softly inquired. Is brother's name Zhang Chang? Fang Xian habitually folded his vest and said, yes. I didn't realize that the caller said cleanly. Then kill it. Ugh, not. Fang Xian. My name is Fang Xian. The man on the other end of the line laughed. Tell him to take out his smart link and identify himself. After Fang Xian pulled out his smart link to identify himself, Zhao Ruojuan said, second brother Ko. It is indeed Fang Xian. Take them to the hotel. Treat them to good food and drink. And I'll be right there. Zhao Ruojuan was stunned. Understood. Shaking her wrist which was still being grasped by Fang Xian. Brother, after pinching for so long, sister is really hurting. Why don't you pinch sister's foot instead? Fang Xian let go of the other's wrist with contempt. Zhao Ruojuan looked at Fang Xian suspiciously, as if she was puzzled by this arrangement of second brother Ko. Fang Xian glanced at Ma Wenbing. That what co-urge is a remnant of the Eternal Night Army. This Zhao Rojuan is also a remnant of the Eternal Night Army. And it looks like Ma Wenbing is also a remnant of the Eternal Night Army. The penetration of the Neverwinter Nights army into all sides seems to be a bit more than one would expect. Checking into the hotel was easy with Marvin Bing. Zhao Rojuan led Fong Xin into the room, turned around and sat on her butt. The soft bed bounced underneath. Zhao Rojuan took off her high heels and pinched her high silk-wrapped feet, turning his head and asking Ah Bao to prepare food and drinks. Ah Bao stared viciously at Fong Xin. Zhao Rojuan let out a cold snort from within her nostrils. Daff? Get lost and get ready. Pao nodded contentedly and turned toward the door. Seeing that look on Ah Bao's face, Fong Xin burst into contempt. Zhao Rojuan tilted her head and looked at Fong Xin with a smile, her two high silk-wrapped feet wiggling slightly. Brother, do you want? Fong Xin immediately interrupted. Asterisk 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 off and. Zhao Rojuan looked stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Fong Xin to not eat this. All sorts of doubts lingered in Fong Xin's mind at this moment. He had just come out to do a quest and ran into the surname Ko. Were these coincidences or did someone do it deliberately? If it was a coincidence then it would be too coincidental. But if it was deliberate, then it would be terrifying. Not many people were in the know about Fong Xin's departure from the Heavenly Shield Academy. An hour or so later, a knock came at the door. Zhao Rojuan immediately ran to open the door. Outside the door came in a man wearing a trench coat. Slender figure. The whole person looks competent and sharp. Shaking Hey Mother Ah Bao saw the comer immediately stood upright and bent down respectfully. Second Prince. The visitor's eyes immediately locked onto Fong Xin after entering the door, and he went forward and smiled warmly at Fong Xin. Your elder Fong's grandson, aren't you? Chapter 77, In My Name. Fong Xin heard his opponent's opening statement. It means that Grandpa must have been in contact with the other side before. What should I call it? Fong Xin inquired. The visitor warmly introduced himself. My name is Ko Tianlin. All the people on the road call me Second Duke, and my own people call me Ko Urge. Since you're Master Fong's grandson, if you don't mind, just call me Urge. Fong Xin sized up the man walking with the wind in front of him, and through his keen perception, the other party did not have any malicious intent, but behind the other party's seemingly straightforwardness, Fong Xin clearly perceived a strong killing intent. Although this killing intent was not directed at Fong Xin, Fong Xin could feel that the other party's hands were bound to be covered in blood. Kuji. Ko Tianlin pinched Fong Xin's shoulder. Sit down Xiao Xin. Master Fong has been incognito for many years. I didn't expect that when he reappeared, his grandson would be so old and still so good. Fong Xin said unabashedly. Thank you. After a pause, Fong Xin then inquired. Can I ask, when was the last time you guys saw my grandfather? Almost half a month ago. Elder Fong and my grandfather met once, and it was lucky that I was there at the time. What was all the talk about? Fong Xin asked again. Ko Tianlin bluntly said. I heard the two of them meeting and exchanging pleasantries, those few words. As for what exactly was said in the follow-up, this I don't know. And then after Elder Fong left, my grandfather told me to let the people of the Koja army run into the new trainees of the 9th Division in the future, and to ask them clearly before making a move, and not to kill them if there is one named Fong Xin. And if Fong Xin is willing to come to our Koja army, welcome at any time. Fong Xinyan was stunned. Then do you know where my grandfather went? Ko Tianlin took out his cigarettes, pulled out two on the cigarette case, knocked. I do not know. People do not say. We do not dare to ask. After all, your grandfather that was the year in the divine court has a heck of a fierce reputation of the head of the god general. Smoke? Fong Xin shook his head. Mind if I smoke? Fong Xin responded. Zhao Rojuan, who was standing on the side with her hands tied, hurriedly came over to light Ko Tianlin's cigarette, and was able to intuitively see that Zhao Rojuan's eyes were full of admiration and awe as she looked at Ko Tianlin. Ko Tianlin held a cigarette in his mouth and glanced at Fong Xin. Don't smoke. Drink? No drink. Still a virgin, right? I'm a movie and TV company. There are a lot of celebrity artists under my banner. Sexy ones, innocent ones, you pick one, or all of them. To break your virginity? Fong Xin was directly embarrassed by the whole thing. Second brother Ko. Ko Tianlin shrugged with a cigarette in his hand. For any awakened person, the color desire is a must to face a hurdle. Many people have lost in this word above, especially your grade of young boys. It is the energetic time. Some young boys 11 or 12 years old can't control the small residence, full of fantasies of the opposite sex. After the awakening, It is very easy to be brought by the opposite sex to run away from the sight of the heart are all placed on this. Put on this. Now let you contact these. 1 can let you prematurely wear down the excessive fantasies of the opposite sex. 2 can also let your state of mind is not so easy to be intruded by the color desire. A mind to polish themselves. With those words, Ko Tianlin looked at Zhao Rojuan. Why don't you accompany him tonight? Not waiting for Zhao Rojuan to say anything, Ko Tianlin once again asked Fang Xin. Is one enough, brother? I'll call you a few more? The corner of Fang Xian's mouth pulled. No need. I can restrain myself. Ko Tianlin clutched his cigarette. It's all fine. If you have this idea, feel free to mention it to me. After seeing Fang Xian's expression, Ko Tianlin laughed. Is it because you think I don't respect my artists? Fang Xin smiled. Ko Tianlin saw this and laughed. I never force anyone. Doing these things are all voluntary for those people. They give me things to do. I provide them with resources to make them 100 feet further. It's also a kind of transaction. This society is so cruel. Everyone is shouting about equality. But do you really see equality? Since the beginning of human history, when has there ever been real equality? Social resources are never balanced. A large amount of resources pinched in the hands of a small number of people. This is the reality. Equality is the strong to the weak to draw a big cake. The opportunity to use their own flesh to exchange for resources, so as to become a strong man, is a shortcut of the sword. In the morality of the public despise, but in the cruel reality, this is also regarded as a kind of sideway type of survival. When you reach the top, there will be great scholars to argue for you. Seeing Fang Xin in a bit of a trance, Ko Tianlin laughed. What's wrong, Xiao Xin? Fang Xin looked at Ko Tianlin. Mailed I can't believe I feel as if what you're saying makes sense. Ko Tianlin laughed. No harm done. You grew up in school to receive the education of benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and trust. Gentle, liang and thrifty. What I said in the ears of normal people is deviant demonic words. Of course, what others say you can listen to, but do not be in a hurry to believe. You have to have their own independent thinking, in accordance with their own belief in the right way to think and do. Fang Xin sized up Ko Tianlin. There seemed to be an ineffable aura about this man known as the Second Duke. It was no wonder that Zhao Rojuan's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Ko Tianlin. Second brother Ko. At the risk of asking, you're from the Evernight Army, aren't you? Ko Tianlin flicked the ashes of his cigarette and joked. Yes, I'm a member of the Kojia Army under the Neverwinter Nights Army, and my grandfather was the Kojia Army Commander-in-Chief. So what's the matter? Feeling a little uncomfortable about a member of the 9th branch sitting with the Neverwinter Nights Army? That's not true. I have a question. Want to ask why I can know you are here? Ko Tianlin asked what was in Fang Xin's mind. Fang Xin nodded. Ko Tianlin exhaled penciled-in smoke from his mouth. Because Sky Shield Academy has an insider that we have planted. And it's not convenient to tell you exactly who it is right now. Sure enough, Fang Xin's body slowly leaned back. Then you came to find me. You don't think you want me to go and work as an inside man for you guys, right? That's not so bad. Your Heavenly Shield Academy midterm test is taking place at the Divine and Demonic Ruins, and at that time, people from the Neverwinter Nights Army will be there as well. So take this thing, and when you meet people from the Neverwinter Nights Army, you only need to show this thing, and there won't be any conflicts. Even if you meet other organizations of the Inhumans, they will give a few points of face when they see the Ko family army sign. With a flick of Ko Tianlin's thumb, a jade tablet that was warm to the touch flew over, engraved with the word Ko. Is that all? You're a strength talent, right? Ko Tianlin suddenly asked. Yes, Ko Tianlin laughed. Then you found the right person. I think you've heard about the realm being suppressed if you go in the Divine Demon Ruins. I've heard that. We have a predecessor who once went there and mistakenly entered a forbidden place. That place only people with strength talent can go in there to be able to carry the overloaded gravity pressure. I know you want to ask, can't we find a strength talent amongst the Neverwinter Nights Army? It's good to find awakened people with strength talent, but it's not good to find SSS-level strength talent. So that means I'm supposed to go get the guy out? Is that what it means? Ko Tianlin set out the ultimate purpose. It's not to save people. That senior has already fallen. It's because he wants you to bring back his corpse. That senior's meat is very useful to us, but you must have thought about it. The difficulty factor of wanting to bring out the corpse is very high. Someone went in before and predicted it. How would you have to be an SSS-level strength department talent awakened person with level 5 combat power? You are currently at level 4 combat power, and in the middle of the term, it seems that the difficulty of wanting to reach level 5 would also be quite high. so you will go in and turn around the edge this time to determine the location. Location. Familiarize yourself with the environment there, and wait until the final test. You should be able to reach level 5 battle power, and then bring out the corpse. Ko Tianlin pressed his cigarette into the ashtray. After all this talk, I don't think I've heard you say yes. How's it going? Fang Xin paused. What if I don't agree? If you don't agree, you don't agree. There's no need to squirm. Oh, I forgot to mention the benefits. When you're done, sending you a 10th order offensive treasure weapon, a 10th order defensive weapon, plus $100 million in bonuses, if it doesn't work out, but as long as you do it, half of these rewards will still be given to you. Of course, if you don't think it's enough, the conditions can be raised again, as long as it's within reason. I can fight for you. Fang Xin immediately waved his hand. Brother Ko-air, we're all brothers. It's tacky to talk about this. This is my card number. Seeing this, Ko Tianlin laughed. Rojuan, write down the card number, and give Xiao Xian the first $50 million. Fang Xin hurriedly took back the card. Just kidding. I'll go in first and scan it. If it's okay, I'll give you a confirmation. Okay? No problem. Ko Tianlin looked at the time. It's getting late. You should rest first. This is my contact information. You can come and play with me anytime after you get out of Sky Shield Academy. You can also come to me if you have anything. Fang Xin received a very textured black business card. Ko Tianlin paused and then said, also, there is calm on the surface within the Sky Shield Bureau, but those people have a fierce power struggle. If you can't do your job in the Sky Shield Bureau anymore, the door of the Ko family army will always be open for you. Facing the olive branch thrown by Ko Tianlin, Fang Xin replied cleanly, good. Ko Tianlin's chin picked up. It's a bit lonely to live alone at night. Why don't I ask Rojuan to accompany you? She has a strong talent for interpretation. She can act out any look you want. Don't worry. She hasn't been touched by anyone else and is clean. After these words, the burly man with the rose tattooed on his head red warmed up in his flesh, but could only dare to be angry. Zhao Rojuan pursed her lips and looked a bit complicated, but looking at that look she was also ready to offer herself. Fang Xin immediately refused. As the saying goes, the word color is a knife. The other day Fang Xin also read the story of a cannon that harmed 3 wise men. No need. Ko Tianlin glanced at Ma Wenbing, who stood aside with his hands tied, not daring to breathe, and Ko Tianlin left a sentence to return to the Ko family army and left. Seeing Ko Tianlin leave with his men, Fang Xin exhaled. This second male's aura was too strong. Playing with the jade tablet that Ko Tianlin had just given him, mulling over the matter of going to the divine demon ruins. Suddenly, Fang Xin sat up. There was more than one divine and demonic ruins. How could Ko Tianlin be sure that Fang Xin went to the place where their predecessor had fallen? After thinking for a few moments, Fang Xin rubbed his chin. The new machine bared wowie bared mo drink too much bared. There is only one truth. Mom saves, Bushi. Grandpa said so. The jade token flexed like a small fish between Fang Xin's fingers. 2 other skills were awakened tonight. Good job on the big night. The city of Hinquan is the ancient battlefield of the rebellion of the gods. Try summoning an undead first. Fang Xin scratched the tip of his index finger. Hold your breath. Writing and drawing in the void. A blood-colored circle made of arcane and obscure blood-colored runes linked head to tail was suspended vertically in midair. Fang Xin opened his 5 fingers and probed in towards the circle. In the name of my killing, order the ghosts and gods of the 8 directions to have an audience. Time passes by. Suddenly, Chapter 78, Tiger Guards. Fang Xin's petite body trembled. Chrysanthemum mentioning the basket shrunk. The hand that probed into the circle. A cold hand was clearly felt sticking up, and came to interlock with Fang Xin's hand. An eerie aura struck. Fang Xin's body was shrouded in an eerie aura. It was as if he had fallen into an infernal hell. A gust of gloomy wind blew out from the blood-colored circle. A confused, hoarse voice came out of it. Who is calling me? Fang Xin stabilized his mind. After a moment's thought, a tug toward his side. The first to come out was a bloodstained, porous arm. Immediately after that, the other party's shoulders and head drilled out of the blood-colored circle one after another. As Fang Xin dragged, half of the other's body poked out from it. Confused, he looked around. Fang Xin gave another tug. The opponent was completely and utterly yanked out of the blood-colored circle. Fang Xin looked at the undead in front of him, almost 2 meters high, a stocky figure, like a tower of iron, with a dull look, long hair draped over his shoulders, wearing tattered battle armor, 4 short halberds behind his back, and a shield on his arm. Was it you who summoned me? Fong Xin looked around. There doesn't seem to be anyone else here. The undead looked at Fong Xin, more or less speechless. Fong Xin pulled back to the point. You first introduce yourself. What's your name? Where did you originally serve? What talent? And the geometry of your realm? The undead said in a deep voice. My name is Taper, one of the 13 Tiger Guards under the original Marshal Tai Shu Xiong's command. SS grade Berserk talent. Into the undead's top 11 peak battle power. Fong Xin pulled out his smart link. Wait, how? I'll check. It stands to reason that such a powerful character should have appeared in a history textbook. Fong Xin checked, and the synopsis was only a few lines long. Tai Shu Xiong, Grand Marshal of the White Robe Army, participated in the church's infighting after the rebellion of the gods against the royalists, and ultimately lost. His whereabouts unknown. Fong Xin scratched the side of the face. I Lu a bean. A short sentence is a person's magnificent life but the details of church infighting, opposition to royalists, and the like are simply unavailable. There's a lot of stuff in history textbooks these days that has been subtly erased by the people behind the scenes. Fong Xin checked the 13 Tiger Guards under Tai Shu Xiong's command again. The presentation is also very concise. 13 Tiger Guards, Tai Shu Xiong's own personal guards created by his own hands, consisting of 13 SS-class gifted awakened. They have made many achievements for Tai Shu Xiong. Fong Xin once again checked the 13 Tiger Guard Taper. The screen jumps to show a line. 13 Tiger Guards Taper, one of the 13 Tiger Guards of Tai Shu Xiong's personal guards. Fong Xin laughed in anger at the search result, stuffing the smart link back into his pocket. Fong Xin looked at the taper in front of him with a somewhat dull expression. Is the White Robe Army also involved in the great battle of the rebellion of the gods in Xingchuan City? Taper said in a deep voice. The White Robe Army played a key role in the rebellion of the gods. But why is there nothing about the White Robes playing a role in the rebellion of the gods? The reason cries out that Tai Shu Xiong was involved in church infighting and was on the wrong side of the line, and was removed from the merit list. Tai Shu Xiong was missing after the rebellion of the gods. The one called Taper in front of me died in the rebellion of the gods, so it's useless to ask for those details. But then again, the one in front of him was pretty good. Having been through the war, he must have a high level of combat literacy. The upper limit of the combat ability that the opponent could exert was 11 levels. Only the exact amount that could be exerted was still tied to Fong Xion's strength. The moment the other party was yanked out of the circle of blood-colored runes just now, he had already signed a contract with Fong Xion, becoming an honorable working soul under Fong Xion's command. How much strength can you utilize right now? Fong Xion inquired. After a few seconds of silence, the taper said, I exert my battle power tied to your qi and blood as well as your spiritual power. Through the resonance of your condition, I can exert my level 4 battle power for 10 minutes, level 5 battle power for 5 minutes, and level 6 battle power for 30 seconds. Fong Xion observed the presence in front of him whose body was somewhat transparent and still a bit eerie. Fong Xion's current strength-based talent's combat power was at level 4, but the killing talent's combat power was at level 5. And it was reasonable and sensible to allow Taper to utilize his level 6 combat power for 30 seconds. But for 30 seconds, steamed bread? Got a problem with that? What's wrong with 30 seconds? 30 seconds is pretty strong. That's what a real man should be like. Are there any more companions of your 13 Tiger Guards on the ancient battlefield in Xingchuan City? Or are there any others that are stronger than you? Fong Xion once again inquired. The 13 Tiger Guards here are only me. The undead who are stronger than me here have already entered reincarnation. You're not in the reincarnation should be quite strong in your obsession, right? Yes, the 13 Tiger Guards all carry the mission of peace in the world, and as long as there is no peace in the world, they will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Fong Xinyan's eyes lit up. Then how many other 13 Tiger Guards do you know who died in battle? There are 2 others that I know of. They are on other battlefields. Do you want to make a pact with them? No? For the first time, Taper smiled with expectant innocence. Mordecai looks forward to fighting alongside them again. You tell me where they are, and I'll take the time to go. Pred is at the ancient ape ridge, and Beaver is at the ancient ferry of the Chu King. Fong Xion silently noted it down and raised his hand to take a shot at the circle of blood-colored runes that was still suspended in the air. The circle spun around in smaller and smaller circles and fell into the palm of Fong Xion's hand, which was facing the taper. The taper instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke and drilled into Fong Xion's palm, the runic circle hidden into the flesh. No abnormalities could be seen. Fong Xion catalyzed his killing talent and unleashed the taper once again, and so on and so forth for a few tries. The taper looked at Fong Xion with a stern face. Sir, If you really have nothing to do, go find a class. Fong Xinla made a sound. I didn't see it. You can still joke, Taper said in a serious manner. Sir, I am not joking with you. Fong Xian raised his hand and collected the taper. Such a soul Fong Xian can still proceed to sign the contract. His own divine spring is more than one, and he can completely carry the build. However, it seemed that SSS-ranked talented soul generals could only sign up 3, and I wondered if it had something to do with the fact that he only had 3 divine springs. If you have a lot of soul generals, it's just a matter of spreading out the individual soul generals fighting for a shorter period of time during the battle. If there were 10 soul generals, those 10 soul generals would be able to exert 3 seconds of level 6 combat power together. It was a good thing that he had just devoured Shiman Buguang's talent, and the divine spring would be able to grow a lot more by honing it again. So it would not be impossible for it to go from 30 seconds to 3 minutes by then. But this signing of the contract is quite physically and mentally exhausting. Fong Xian rested for more than an hour before he sat up with vigor. It was nighttime, and the Inhumans were out and about in the middle of the night. If Fong Xian wanted to develop his power, the Inhumans, especially those with little roots, were the best choice. Tomorrow, when he returned to the Heavenly Shield Academy, he would still be able to have his killing generals outside to continue to identify good seedlings for himself. And the next time he came out, he would be able to take them all in one go, so that in a snowball situation, the forces would grow stronger and stronger. Fong Xian went out of the hotel, walking through the streets under the cover of night. Fong Xian swept around with the smart linker, picking out the right person to start with. Scanning around, the highest talent level within this group of Inhumans was AB rank Berserker Beast System talent. This talent can be completely transformed into one's own power by drawing on the energy of ferocious beasts. Fong Xian had spent so much time in the 9th branch that there was always a subconscious sense that everyone was gifted. B is as good as B. A kill general who receives the divine gift also gains the killing talent, which allows him to quickly improve his strength by fighting and killing later on. Fong Xian's gaze locked onto the B-ranked man. This B doesn't know what the offense is scampering off in one direction. Fong Xian followed for a while before realizing that this B was being chased by 3 people. This B is just a peak level 2 fighter. Within the 3 people chasing him, although none of them were as talented as him, their battle power was 1/3 level battle power and 2/2 level battle power. 10 minutes or so later, Fonson stands in the way of this B's must-have, waiting for the front, also saw the person's appearance clearly. A head of curly hair, full of folds, looks like a shaggy dog become a spirit. Oi! Shouted Fong Xian. The man looked at Fong Xian. Oh, your mom's head. After saying the words, he ran in a different direction. Fong Xian was infuriated and laughed, and immediately chased after him. The man was carrying an object in his arms and ran fast, but his speed was more or less slow and his staying power was much worse before Fong Xian unleashed his divine walking skill. Fong Xian and the man ran side by side. I see that you have exquisite bones. You are a martial arts practicing wizard. How about you follow me? I'll help you get rid of the trouble, and I'll also let these few people chasing after you follow you as well. How's that? The man glanced at Fong Xian, and a contemptuous sneer escaped from his nostrils. How dare you come and say that to me when you're not even fully grown? You really think you're serious? Even if I get hit by a car today, even if I am killed by them today, I will never follow you, you hairless bastard. Chapter 79 Wang Xiui. Hey! Fong Xian was happy. The 3 behind were chasing faster and faster, and the distance between the 2 sides was no more than 50 meters. Shapdog's talent is higher than the back of the 3, but the combat power is only a peak of the 2nd level. The back of the 3 chasing, but there is a full 3rd level of combat power of the strong. Scary as hell. The distance between the 2 sides is still closing. Just when both sides were less than 30 meters away, one of the 3 people behind them raised his hand and grabbed at the Sharpei dog. The vines rose from the ground, wrapped around the shaggy dog's ankle. A roar of anger escaped from the shaggy dog's throat. The naked eye could see golden hairs growing above the body. Upon fixing my eyes, I realized that it was a tiger-spotted pattern with a twisted king in the center of the brow. Only the grandson looked so much like a shaggy dog that he looked like a tiger and a shaggy dog on a skewer after bestialization. Instead of looking like the king of all beasts, it looks a little bit funny. The Sharpei dog fought to tear off the Fuji man and accelerated towards the distance on his hands and knees. But that moment just now when he was pulled by Fuji man gave the others behind him a chance. The leader of the tertiary combatant was a C-ranked spiritual awakening. His hands cupped his sword fingers against his temples, and a ghostly claw coalesced from his spiritual power clawed towards the Sharpei dog's head full of curly hair. With a tiger fist, Shapdog attempted to break the mental ghost claws, but unfortunately, the Tiger Fist's astral wind was not much of a deterrent against the mental power. Brain was instantly pinched. Sharpay Dog 2 eyes wide, tongue from the corner of the mouth or uncontrollably spit out. That lifeless action expression is like anesthetic was cut egg Sharpay Dog. The two sides closed the distance again, and the last pursuer held his hands down on the ground as a chill enveloped the shaggy dog, condensing a shell of ice over him. It's a long story, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The three were already less than 10 meters away from the Sharpies. Shapdog's body shook violently, roared angrily and shattered the ice shell outside his body, and seeing the situation, he hurriedly pulled out a plate from his arms. Don't come over. If you come over again, I'll break it. None of us can get it. Anger spewed from the eyes of the pursuing trio. Shapdog glanced at the jade disc in his hand, and with a cruel heart, he threw it to Fong Xin as if he were throwing a discus. Brother, I'll hold them off. You take the jade disc and go to the usual place to gather. After throwing the jade disc, those three people really turned their eyes towards Fong Xin's direction. The three people's eyes only had the jade disc in their eyes, and immediately turned their direction towards Fong Xin and surrounded him. Shapdog whistled back at Fong Xin and laughed loudly. Kid, if you don't die, come find Grandpa, and Grandpa will accept you as a little brother. With his mouth full, his body ran on hands and knees into the distance. While running, he twisted his head towards Fong Xin's direction. But the next second, Shapdog then saw Fong Xin punch one by one, and in almost less than 3 seconds, the three people who surrounded Fong Xin were all knocked out on the ground. Fong Xin grinned at the Sharpay Dog from afar. His body brushed and disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had closed the distance of several dozen meters with the Sharpay Dog. The Sharpay Dog was scared out of his chrysanthemums. Turning his head, he watched as Fong Xin ghostly disappeared once again. Shaggy Dog ran and hit his head on something. Hurriedly, he turned back to the road ahead to look. Horrified, he crashed into Fong Xin's chest. Fong Xin smiled. Watch out! The Sharpay Dog immediately changed directions and ran. However, he didn't run 2 steps before Fong Xin blocked his way again. Fong Xin was about to say something. Unexpectedly, Shapdog cleanly knelt down for Fong Xin. Big brother is above. Please accept my little brother's bow. Fong Xin was stunned. He thought he would have to beat the hell out of you before he was convinced. Kneeling is so silky smooth though, who knows what's going on in the mind. What's it called? Fong Xin asked. Shapdog raised his head. Big brother. Little brother Huang Debao. Huang Debao? Fong Xin took out his smart link and swept it against the creased face. Big brother. You're from the Sky Shield? Or from the 9th Division? Sharpay Dog licked his lips and fixed his gaze on Fong Xin's Linker's totem. Fong Xin raised his eyebrows. Your name isn't Huang Debao. Your name is Huang Xiui? Shapdog blurted out as if his tail had been stepped on. My name is Huang Debao. Huang Xiui was the name my dad, that old wall lamp, gave me. Didn't get to change it before I became an inhuman. Or a filial son Fong Xin snickered. In front of this Shapdog also recorded in the case. The hand is not much of a murder. The record is all theft. Previously in an organization as a cowhorse. And later still because of the theft, in his organization's leader bedroom safe, picked up a treasure weapon, and then was expelled from the organization, honorably became a part of the Inhuman. Stealing your boss's property is what got you swept off your feet. Ha! Are you addicted to theft? Huang Xiui? Fong Xin gently kicked the sandpiper. My ing name is Huang Debao. Call me Huang Xiui again. How? I'll kowtow one to you believe it or not. Until you're scared. Fong Xin sized up Huang Debao, still an abstract player. Huang Debao then said, also, I didn't steal from my bull supervisor. That treasure weapon was originally something that my dad, that old wall lamp, left me before he died, only to have it snatched away by my dog several handfuls of supervisors. I repeat, I did not steal it. I'm a positive return of social resources. Fong Xin looked at the abstract bandmaster in front of him who looked like Sharpay Dog's original name. Huang Xiui, what about your other burglaries? Huang Debao knelt on the ground, the back of his right hand slapping the palm of his left hand. Do you believe I'm going to sue you for slander? How many times do you want me to say it to you so that you can understand it? I'm a scholar. How could a scholar do such a thing as theft? I'll explain one last time. I didn't steal. What you claim I did was a reorganization of social resources to optimize their allocation. I did it for me? I am for the positive development of society as a whole. On ninth place, brother. Fong Xin was silent for several seconds. Even if he looked abstract, his behavior was also ing abstract. Makes sense. Then if you follow me around now, it's considered the optimal utilization of talent resources, right? Fong Xin lived and learned. Ga? Huang Debao choked, not expecting to trap himself in. Huang Debao tilted his head and looked at Fong Xin. You are the official of the 9th branch who eats royal food, letting a foreigner like me to follow you. Oh, letting me work as a scout for you, right? This one. Those foreigners are all my brothers and sisters. You have to add money. No, just simply hang out with me. I'll impart a talent to you. It can make you practice twice as fast with half the effort, but you have to listen to me in everything, and pick new members over for me. Huang Debao knelt on the ground, hands in each other's sleeves. Officer, you take me for a little cutie. What about teasing? What kind of talent can be imparted? How can you make me AB rank, do twice as much with half the effort? If you really could, I wouldn't mind calling you my father, not to mention letting me work for you. Not far away, the 3 people who had been knocked out by Fong Xin woke up one after another, struggled to stand up, looked at each other, and pulled out their legs to run. Fong Xin's pupils instantly turned scarlet red as he raised his hand, the palm of his hand facing the direction of those 3. A blood-colored runic circle emerged in his palm, growing larger and larger, eventually breaking out of his body and hanging vertically in midair. Tiger guard taper flew out of it. In a single glance, he knocked the 3 to the ground and escorted them towards Fong Xin's side. The 3 men crouched on the ground with their hands on their heads in horror. Huang Debao looked at the tiger guard taper hanging behind Fong Xin. The expression froze, and he swallowed nervously. Fong Xin rushed at those 3. I grant you 3 the talent of killing, which can help you practice twice as much with half the effort. But there is one thing, you can only be loyal to me, or you will die a violent death. After saying his words, Fong Xin didn't even care if those 3 agreed or not. Blood-colored runes flew out from his fingertips and didn't enter the 3 people's eyebrows. The pupils of the 3 also turned scarlet red. After waiting for a few seconds, the 3 of them actually did not have half a mind to rebel. Thinking that they were shocked by the tiger guard taper, Fong Xin looked at Huang Debao anew and raised his hand, his finger facing Huang Debao, and a blood-colored rune disappeared into Huang Debao's brow. Huang Debao's pupils abruptly turned scarlet. Hanging his head, his body couldn't stop trembling. A few seconds later, as his body shuddered violently, Huang Debao exhaled. The peak level 2 battle power that had been stuck for a long time had directly broken through that shackle and reached level 3 battle power just now after Fong Xin had struck an unspeakable force into his body. Huang Debao tilted his head, looking at Fong Xin with an incredulous yet incomparably excited expression. Dad, you're my real daddy. Chapter 80, The 7 Deadly Cult. Don't! I don't have a great filial son like you. Fong Xin immediately interrupted abstract bandmaster Huang Debao's dog-licking words. Huang Debao closed his eyes and felt the changes within his body again. The corners of his mouth were tugging at the corners of his ears as he laughed. Fong Xin once again admonished. You should be able to sense that you must not go against my wishes, or else. Huang Debao immediately said. Oh, my father. What kind of son goes against his own father? You just called your own father an old wall sconce. You think I didn't hear you? Huang Debao looked like a licking dog. That's a term of endearment. From now on you're my little wall sconce daddy. Fong Xin blackened his face. Just call me chief. Okay, little wall sconce chief. Fong Xin gave Huang Debao a kick without saying a word. In the future, the 3 of them will follow you. Take them and unearth some people for me to come over. Give me your contact information. I'll give you a location for the next meeting and you bring the people over. Okay, chief. Huang Debao still had that dog-licking expression. Fong Xin looked at the other 3. Did you all memorize what I just said? Remember, the 3 of them didn't dare to breathe. Huang Debao rubbed his hands together like a fly rubbing its claws. Chief, can you return that jade disc to me? Fong Xin held between his 2 fingers the jade plate that these people had fought over earlier. He hadn't looked at it carefully just now, but now after looking at it, he realized that it seemed to be just a superbly carved jade plate. What is this? Huang Debao laughed with his face. If you shine a light on it, you can see the treasure map. Fong Xin said. Let Huang Debao open the lamp to shine a little, and really can see the grain on it. Incomplete? Yes, it's just a part of it, but once we get this together, we'll be able to find a huge treasure trove. Do you know about the Heavenly Xian Army? A great army in the midst of the rebellion of the gods. Rumor has it that back then, after they once fought against the Eternal Night Army, amongst the massive amount of loot, they selected a batch of treasures and secretly escorted them to a place wanting to secretly arm a part of their force. As a result of the incident being revealed, the whereabouts of that batch of treasures are unknown, and it is the place that is pointed to on this jade disc. Huang Debao explained to Fang Xian. Fang Xian glanced at the tiger guard taper, who had been silent, and the taper nodded. Indeed, after turning the jade disc over and over again, with the map pattern on it memorized in his mind, Fang Xian threw the item back to Huang Debao. You keep looking. Let me know when you get something. Understood. Huang Debao straightened his back and saluted Fang Xian with a less than standard salute. Fang Xian then admonished. Now that you're following me around, I don't ask for much. You may not use your killing talent to maim the innocent. I see. So it's black on black, right? We'll specialize in targeting Inhumans from now on. Fang Xian paused. It doesn't have to be just for Inhumans either. The bad guys aren't always among the Inhumans. Huang Debao grinned and gave Fang Xian a thumbs-up smile. I'm relieved to have your words. Give me a card number and I'll transfer some startup money over to you. Huang Debao immediately raised his hand to interrupt Fang Xian's latter words. Looking down, isn't it? I was able to integrate social resources before I didn't have this explosive talent. And now that I have this talent, wouldn't it be just as easy to integrate resources? You just put your heart into your stomach. I will definitely pull together a team for you that will satisfy you. Fang Xian looked at the time. Success! It's still a while until dawn. Pull in a few more Inhumans. Huang Debao immediately raised his hand. Chief, I know a place where quite a few foreigners are gathered. Almost 20 or so people. They call themselves the Green Snake Gang and are entrenched in the middle village of the city. And the one who is leading the way is just a guy at the peak of the 3rd level of combat power called Luo Jian. We can pull in the Green Snake Gang to join the gang first. However, that Luo Jian is not a good person. Selling human beings and forcing good people to become prostitutes. People like me can't even look at him. You can use your discretion to keep him or not. Yes. Huang Debao raised his hand. Chief, this way. Several people walked in a direction, and when they almost reached the place, Huang Debao lowered his voice and said, Chief, they have sentries. Let's quietly enter the village, and don't shoot the guns. Before Huang Debao's words fell, Fang Xian had already sensed the location of the Green Snake Gang leader. His body disappeared in place, and with a few flashes, he had already entered the Green Snake Gang leader's room. Looking at the original disappearance of Fang Xian, Huang Debao smacked his lips. Well, they are the 9th place to eat the royal food of the official. We have to worry about those who should not worry about the heart. Luo Jian should be quite handsome if he's not ugly. There was a small, underage-looking girl in her arms and a beaten and bruised little girl tied to the foot of the bed. Fang Xian patted Green Snake Gang leader Luo Jian's face. Gang leader Luo, don't sleep. The moon is going to be small, big, black and chapped ass. Luo Jian opened his eyes wide, and with a smooth hand, he was about to take out a treasure weapon from his spatial ring. Fang Xian shook the ring that he had long ago jerked off from Luo Jian's hand. Master Luo, right? What are you? Luo Jian was horrified in his heart. My last name is Fang, the one for heavenly circle and earthly places, and my single name is a new character, the one for all things renewed. My friend, I have no quarrel with you, do I? Yes, so what did you come to see me about? Master Luo, kneel down first. I want to trouble you with an errand. Luo Jian stared with wide eyes, sensing that the battle power of the teenager in front of him was a whole lot higher than him. His 2 cheek muscles squirmed, but finally he got up and knelt on the bed. To do what? Get all your men over here, including the ones on sentry duty. As Fang Xian spoke, he raised his hand and released the tiger guard taper again. The eerie aura sent chills all over Luo Jian's body. He swallowed and sent a message out for all the people under his hand to come and gather. Not long after, the people under Luo Jian's hand came over. It's all here. What do you command? With a look from Fang Xian, Tiger Guard Taper opened the door. Outside the door, the Green Snake Gang's gang members saw that the gang leader was being held hostage, and they exclaimed and yelled to release the gang leader, but all under the intimidation of the Tiger Guard Taper. None came up to save the day. Huang Debao's 4 men also rushed over from a distance. Fang Xian didn't make any nonsense. Everyone, I can make your overall strength higher, but the prerequisite is that all of you have to hang out with me and listen to my command. As he spoke, Fang Xian lifted his hand and made a point in front of Luo Jian's forehead, and a bit of blood flew into Luo Jian's brow. Fang Xian turned around and walked towards the door, and the Tiger Guard Taper floated out, blocking the retreat of the Green Snake Gang. The Green Snake Gang gathered in a group and looked at Fang Xian, who walked out the door. All of you follow me. I'll give you what Gangmaster Luo can't. From now on, You people, under my control. Who's in favor? Who's against? The Green Snake gang members looked at me and I looked at you. And a mangy head gazed over Fang Xian's shoulder and saw Luo Jian in the middle of the room tiptoeing to his feet, picking up a knife from the side of the bed and staring viciously at Fang Xian. Lazy Head immediately shouted to attract Fang Xian's attention to provide Luo Jian with a sneak attack opportunity. I object. A little scumbag with no hair on his head dares to come barking at our Green Snake gang. Who gave you the guts? Fang Xian lifted his hand, and the ring of killing wrapped around and around, piercing Lazy Head's heart in the blink of an eye. Objection overruled. Anyone else? The Green Snake gang members were silenced. Fang Xian turned his back to Luo Jian as if he had eyes growing behind his back watching Luo Jian's every move. Master Luo, I forgot to mention that the thought of going against me is also not allowed. Otherwise, you make a demonstration for the others. Luo Jian, who had raised his knife and was about to sneak attack Fang Xian, suddenly paused in his body. The veins began to bulge, and with a thud, the body exploded into a mist of blood and died violently in place. Fang Xian raised his hand. Line up and come over to receive the divine gift. Those people couldn't breathe. Huang Debao walked up and dragged a man and shoved him in front of Fang Xian. Are you all deaf? Can't you hear what our chief said? Follow Luo Jian to mix. 3 days hungry 9 meals. A lifetime of rat people. Follow our chief to mix. Eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. Fang Xian gave these people divine gifts one by one. There were also 3 other packs that died violently in place during that time. None of the ones that followed dared to show any more great disrespect. Huang Debao came up. Chief, what should we name our force? Fang Xian thought back to the experiences of these days, and then thought that the foundation of the creation of this force was the killing talent. Earlier in the day I read a poem with a few lines in it. The world complains that the sky is not kind to us, and we don't know that locusts are all over the world, and the people are suffering, and all the kings are suffering. And there is a madman sharpening his sword at night, and the emperor's star is fluttering high in the sky, and he is turning the sky upside down, and there is no need to waste time on killing people. The people who are unfaithful are said to be killable. The unfilial man is said to be killable. The ungrateful are the ones who can be killed. The man who's not righteous is a man to be killed. The man who is not polite is said to be killable. Unwisely, I don't believe in killing and killing and killing. Huang Debao slapped his thigh. Officials are different. I can only say 666. What will we call our new force? The 7 Deadly Cult. Huang Debao clapped his hands. The 7 Killings sect is good. Officials are different. So you are now the sect leader of our 7 Killings sect. What about me? You what? I'm a patriarch. I have to be given an official position. Otherwise what will people call me from now on? Calling you Huang Xiui. **********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e color-colored runic circle ingested the tiger guard taper then returned to Fang Xian's palm with a transforming small. Let's see how you do before we finalize your position. Remember what I told you. Huang Debao smacked his lips. Zhong zhong zhong. Fang Xian threw Luo Jian's spatial ring to Huang Debao, the contents of which served as startup capital. He also gave Huang Debao several unused treasure weapons that he had obtained from Shiman Buodwang. After that, the 2 girls who were awakened by fear were cleared of the memories of what they had seen today with the clearing bead. The 2 little girls were abducted. Fang Xian asked Huang Debao to check out their details and send them home. At first light, Fang Xian took the bus back to Sky Shield Academy. This mission was completed with 17,146 points. Fang Xian sent a message to Sister Fawn's side, indicating that she had returned. Fawn is surprised to hear that Fang Xian has made Simon Buokwang. Fang Xian looked at the chat interface with Xiao Deer and was puzzled in his heart. Ko Tianlin said last night that there were their insiders in the Sky Shield Academy, and there weren't many people who knew that Fang Xian was out of the Sky Shield Academy, and Sister Xiao Deer was considered one. Is she on the inside? Yang Haoxi opened his eyes. Cold light burst out from his eyes, and in front of him hovered an irregular light mass emitting a treacherous purple light. Level 3 now. I'm at the 3rd level of battle power. It won't take long to catch up with the new level 3 peak battle power above. Give me a few more days, and I, Yang Haoxi, swear that I'll make sure you don't die. Chapter 81, Don't come back if you're going to be weird. Fang Xian lay on the bed, wearing an eye patch that hones mental strength. Scratchy pretty purple slurping pair of milky white yukos bouncing around. Fang Xian kept admonishing himself that it was all an illusion. One must not be fooled by these falsehoods. If you do not have a woman in your heart, you will be able to draw your sword. Always keep in mind the belief that it is better to be wise than to love the river and build a beautiful dragon country. 1 hour and 50 minutes. Vapidly, Fong Xin removed his blindfold. The whole body was covered in sweat. I just came back and tried out my mental powers with this eye patch. After killing Shiman Buguang, both his talent and spiritual power had improved. I'll have to go out and do some missions in the future when I get the chance. This was supposed to be a man-eat-man world, and the talent for killing brought out the most instinctive law of the weak and the strong in human beings. But Fong Xin also found a little something else interesting. Raise your hand to the clearing. A black and a white wolf appeared in place. After Fong Xin killed Shiman Buguang and Luo Jian, as well as a few of Luo Jian's subordinates, and devoured the essence blood of those people, these two wolves even followed the light, reaching peak level 3 combat power, a hair short of reaching level 4 combat power. If they devoured some more level 3 or so ferocious beasts, they would be able to completely reach level 4 combat power, and that white bear was still at the peak of level 4. The peak of level 4 to level 5 needed to be devoured can be much more than level 3 to reach level 4. After all, level 5 is a watershed moment. This time out to carry out the mission did not use the Royal Beast System talent. The reason is very simple. This kind of ultimately just external force. Use more is dependent. Only their own strong is the hard strength. Put the two wolves away. Fong Xin took a shower, changed into dry pajamas, and fell asleep. Early the next morning was the class of the number 1 in the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Shang Tian K. Fong Xin arrived at the classroom. The class is divided into factions because of the presence of the imposter Pants brother, Zhang Chang. The cause of the disagreement is still the conflict between the two sides of the previous school entrance mapping results. The seating in the classroom was also clearly able to tell that there were two factions, led by imposter Pants brother. They are the unwavering latecomer faction, feeling that opening grades don't mean later, and that their latecomers are able to overtake those who are ahead of them in the entrance mapping scores. Everyone else is a big fan of Fong Xin. Just before Fong Xin came in, he heard imposter Pants brother Zhang Chang talking eloquently. What did I say? Enrollment grades don't mean anything. Yang Xiao is already a 3rd level combatant. Watch. That debt between Yang Xiao and Fong Xin from before is not yet settled. How can a 2nd generation ancestor like Yang Xiao possibly swallow this breath? The pimple-faced tinfoil hot one in front of him concurred. Birds, Yang Xiao's kind of dude. After being quiet for so long, it's impossible to just let it go like that. I'm familiar with one of Yang Xiao's buddies, and that buddy told me that Yang Xiao was afraid that he's going to go on the life and death stage to Fong Xin. Life and death stage? Oh, Young Yang is determined to get Fong Xin killed. But can he beat Fong Xin? Fong Xin was number 1 when he enrolled. If Yang Xiao can grow, so can Fong Xin. Brother Pants said with the face of a brother who knows what he's talking about. What do you know? Even if Fong Xin had high combat power when he entered school, so what? Yang Xiao has a family behind him, and his resources can't be worse than Fong Xin's. What does Fong Xin have? The tinfoil hot once again said. Didn't that Qin Juanhao from the 7th division who has been sucking up to you before say that Fong Xin his parents left him a lot of money? Pants brother chortled and laughed. Qin Juanhao also said to me, Fong Xin his parents died a long time ago. Stay, that little money can do what? Behind him is the family and the White Lotus Society, and the uncle in the church to help. The resources accumulated over several generations. He Fong Xin take the head to win Doesn't Fong Xin have instructor Zhuge and the others to help him? Even if the relationship is good, he, Fong Xin, is ultimately an outsider. No matter if it's instructor Zhuge or Master Hua Lu and the others, they can't possibly support Fong Xin the way the Yang family supports Young Yang. Do you still need to use your brain to think about this kind of thing? Brother Pants despised. Then Fong Xin's battle power is so strong. Can Yang Xiao beat Fong Xin? Brother Pants held his arms. This returns us to our original thesis. After a while, Yang Xiao will use his strength to prove to everyone that entrance grades don't mean anything, and ruthlessly give Fong Xin's gang of followers a resounding smack in the face, so that they know what it means to come up later. What's more, before Young Yang is going to the stage of life and death, his family will surely give a lot of high-level treasure weapons. The Yang family, the White Lotus Society, and the church. What does Fong Xin have? Our Mr. Yang will win 3-1. The advantage is mine. Kun's high opinion. A small chubby peer sitting next to him asked, Brother Chang, in case Fong Xin doesn't die by then, do you want to challenge Fong Xin as well? The acne-faced tinfoil hot immediately said, Grass? What do you mean challenge? Do you know how to use words? Fong Xin is not worthy to let Brother Chang challenge him? Have you forgotten how Kun got his name as a pants man? Back in the day, Chang was the one who made a big splash in the decapitation operation. Previously, he was just unwilling to be the first to go, not to mention the fact that he has improved so much nowadays. And Fong Xin's kind of little Karami is not worthy of him? Kung, tell us all the details of your time in the decapitation operation. Zhang Chang said blandly. Good men don't mention the courage of the past. All we need to do now is to settle down and then meet at the top. Trample those people under our feet. That's right, Brother Chang. Your spirit beasts are now able to utilize peak level 3 combat power, right? Seeing Fong Xin come in, Imposter Pants' brother immediately waved his hand, his voice intentionally rising a tone. A mere 3rd level peak battle power is not worth mentioning. This is all due to Uncle Shang's good teaching. Fellow power department classmate Potato Head came over and cursed. Brother Xin, look at that grandson's face, deliberately saying it to you. When people call him Brother Pants, he really thinks of himself as if he's a man's pants, pretending to be something. Words Fong Xinla out of the sound, or the strength of the mangaka to speak simple and rough. Say if you must say put. Civilization to go to treadmill. Brother Xin, these grandsons said that Yang Haosi still wants to go after you. It seems like they also want to go to the life and death stage. Is there no need to take responsibility for killing someone on the life and death stage? Fong Xin inquired. Right. Fong Xin smiled kindly. Before the thing like fish in the throat like on in the back like sitting on pins and needles, always want to revenge, is no opportunity. If the girl dares to go on the life and death platform, Fong Xin let him feel the art of violent aesthetics. Seeing Fong Xin smile, Pot Lid knew that Fong Xin had full certainty, and also revealed the unique smile of the mangaka. Brother Xin, when the time comes, you'll directly raise the ashes of that grandson Yang Haosi, and reward Brother Pants with a serving of ashes mixed with rice. Make him shut his mouth. While he was talking, the old colorful batch of Shang Tianke walked in from outside. Class, stand up. The imposter pantser was the first to stand up, loving to show himself as always. Originally there was none of this. It was all added by Imposter Pants' brother himself, and many people despised Imposter Pants' brother in their hearts. Seeing Fong Xin slowing down a beat, Zhang Chang immediately said with a stern face, Fong Xin, Tutor Shang came all the way here to give everyone a lesson. You can't rely on Tutor Shang pampering you. You can be reckless, without regard for your teacher. Don't you even know the most basic respect? But what Zhang Chang did not expect even in death was that Shang Tianke frowned slightly and swept his eyes at Zhang Chang. If you're ever going to be this shifty in my class again, don't come back. Chapter 82, there are still 2 sets of things on your face. The classroom was silent. Imposter Pants' brother Zhang Chang froze in place. The mouth dropped open. The face went pale with it. He's here desperately slipping and kneeling to Lord Shan Palace. As a result, he tapped the hoof of the horse, and Shang Tianke returned his hand and gave him a wild horse kicking backward, instantly kicking Zhang Chang in the mouth and kicking to shut up. Zhang Chang's face reddened. Usually try to find ways to pretend to be a pussy, but for some reason, where Fong Xin's side is concerned, he wants to pretend to be a pussy but he can't always pretend to be a pussy. It seems that there is a force in the underworld that will hold him down ruthlessly. Sit down. Shang Tianke coldly rushed at all of them. Originally being set up by that white hair running to work was annoying, but also ran into people like Zhang Chang to make things difficult for his Fong Xin old brother. How could he give a good face? Fong Xin gave a thumbs up at Shang Tianke, getting a space ring full of divine oils and aphrodisiacs from Shiman Boguang. What to do with them was now determined. Shang Tianke stood in front. Today, I will give you a lecture on how to fight. The Imperial Beastmaster can switch perspectives in battle, either from God's perspective or by parasitizing on a ferocious beast to fight from the first perspective. But the prerequisite for all of these is that the Imperial Beastmaster has to have a strong resonance with his own ferocious beast. After saying a whole lot of theoretical knowledge, Shang Tianke once again said, saying so much, it's all just theory. Theory has to be combined with actual combat. Is anyone willing to come forward and compete? I can personally point out, which one of you is the strongest? Almost everyone was looking at Imposter Pants' brother in unison, and Zhang Chang stood up in a way that he didn't want to get up, but everyone was forcing him to. How many levels of battle power? 3rd level peak battle power now teacher. Shang Tianke nodded. Pretty good. Who's going to spar with him? Hearing that he was being praised by Shang Tianke, Zhang Chang couldn't help but straighten his chest and glanced at Fong Xin with his afterglow. No one in the room said anything. Zhang Chang gently touched his loyal lapdog, Tinfoil Hot, with his leg, and gave a look. Tinfoil Hot immediately understood and opened his mouth. Teacher, why don't you let Fong Xin and Zhang Chang put up a fight? Shang Tian-K looked at Fong Xin. New boy? Come here? Fong Xin shook his head. Don't. My two wolves are more ferocious. In case I kill his spirit beast, he'll then cry and hang himself with me. How would I have that much time to mess around with him? As Zheng Chang's loyal fans, Tinfoil Hot the gang immediately unconvinced. Goat is goat. What big head of garlic to pretend? That's right. Also our brother Chang's spirit beast was killed by you. Pretending to be something. Fear of losing just straight say. Net find those have no reason. Everyone is not a little cute. We can't see that little mind. Can't you guys see this? Still holding the frame of the current new trainee number 1. Afraid of not being able to hold his face after losing. You can tell at a glance who isn't wearing pants when the tide goes out. And some people panic before the tide goes out. Our pantser brother definitely wears pants. It's just that some of the ones who don't wear pants know what they're talking about. Those advocates of Zheng Chang's faction had words of ridicule. And Zheng Chang, who heard Fong Xin's words, also cleared his throat. Fong Xin, you can rest assured. We are just normal exchanges. They are all classmates. I won't let you get off the stage. Moreover, victory and defeat are commonplace, even if you lose. So what? Then what if it kills your spirit beast? Fong Xin said with innocent eyes. Zheng Chang said confidently. Just don't worry. My spirit beast is a spirit beast of the upper limit 10th rank. It won't die. No. Then if you die, you'll have to blame me. Won't you? Seeing this, Zheng Chang said. Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't be able to rely on you. As testified by everyone present today, our instructor Shang can also testify. Hearing this, Fong Xin's eyes lit up. I've been waiting for these words from the imposter brother in the pants for half a day. Old Shang, you have to testify. Fong Xin once again took insurance. Shang Tian-K waved his hand. I can testify. You kid, don't brag. Let me see how much you've grown. Even if it's your kid who got him killed, I'll compensate him for one. Right? Oops. Then what should I do if I accidentally kill Fong Xin's ferocious beast? Shang Tian-K also spoke up. I'll pay for whichever one of you two dies. A sinister smile flashed in Zhang Chang's eyes. Then he raised his hand, and a fiery red snake darted out and coiled itself in the open space. Its upper body high in the air. Its triangular head swaying from side to side as it spat out its snake letters. That's Brother Pants' red-scaled viper. It looks so majestic. Where's Fong Xin? Why hasn't he made a move yet? After grinding for half a day, he wouldn't have thrown out two huskies, would he? That red-scaled viper opened its mouth at Fong Xin and let out a provocative sound. Fong Xin saw this and raised his hand to wave. A black and a white wolf appeared in front of that snake. When he saw the two wolves, Shang Tian-K eyebrows and mouth corners could not help but cocked up, and looked at Fong Xin with a smile. The little pussy narrow juice is really bad deliberately fishing Zheng Chang on the hook. Zheng Chang was fished into a warped mouth and still do not know. Zheng Chang raised his hand and pointed at the red-scaled viper. A smile on his face, but in his heart, he chanted, "Get them dead." Sticky venom was secreted from the red-scaled viper's body, and it opened its mouth to spit out a cloud of poisonous mist towards the two wolves. The two wolves with the same level 3 peak battle power dodged left and right, and the white wolf with mental power opened its mouth to wolf whistle. The red-scaled viper was in a trance, and the speed-gifted black wolf had already finished storing up his strength and flashed away as a black shadow. Wait until the dark figure reframes itself. With half of a red-scaled viper inside his mouth, he tilted his head back and turned it upside down twice, completely swallowing half of the red-scaled viper into his stomach. The white wolf also dodged to his heels and swallowed the other half in his mouth. The two wolves had the implicit boost of the killing talent. Killing their peers in seconds was a snap. It all happened so fast that many people didn't react. Holy, these two wolves of Fong Xin's are also peak level 3 combatants. Careless. Kung's red-scaled viper didn't flash. No. Zheng Chang roared. The pain was like Manhwa outside a phone booth on a snowy night. The two wolves craned their necks. As the red-scaled viper was divided, a protective film emerged on the surface of each of the two wolves' bodies, visible to the naked eye. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Level 4 battle power now. They're going to be level 4 battle power. Someone cried out. Kung is being a stepping stone. Ha ha ha, new brother is awesome. Zheng Chang was pretending just now. Why don't you pretend anymore? I told you what Shin was grumbling about. He's trying to bait the hook. Fong Xin raised his hand and collected the two wolves. Zheng Chang roared. Fong Xin, I'll kill you. You give back my spirit beast. The potcake was the first to stand up. Grass. You can't afford to play. Can you? You're the one who had to find our new brother. You said yourself that it's fine if your spirit beast dies. Now you're barking again. Zhang Chang's eyes widened. I'm just being polite. Not really. Besides, they are all classmates. Does he, Fang Xin, have to disregard the love of classmates to drive them to extinction? Fang Xin rested his chin on one hand and leaned on the table to look at the furious Zhang Chang. Hey, there are still 2 more sets of contraptions in the little mouth? Shang Tianke cleared his throat. Sit down. Everyone saw the battle just now. There are 2 drawbacks. Firstly, extremely inexperienced in combat. No clear perception of the strength of the enemy and us. Secondly, no perception of the beast's attack methods. Didn't even look carefully at the 100 beast spectrum in the textbook. After the chatter stopped, Shang Tianke recounted a whole bunch of practical experience. However, Zhang Chang didn't listen to a word of this, and all he could think of was that his spirit beasts were being groomed by others. When the class was almost over, Zhang Chang suddenly stood up and said, Instructor Shang, when will you give me the spirit beast you just promised me? Shang Tianke looked back, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Chapter 83, Increase in Spiritual Spring. Shang Tianke was smiling, looking at Zhang Chang who had already broken his defense. Just now was the lesson of the Imperial Beast Department. Now I'm going to give you an extra lesson. The name of the course is called, Never Trust Someone's Promise. Zhang Chang had already broken his defense, and when he heard this, he even exploded in a spiral in place. Master Shang Palace. Uncle Shang, you are the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. How could you? Can what? An endless cold light erupted from Shang Tianke's eyes as he asked knowingly. Zhang Chang couldn't help but feel chills all over his body, and after swallowing his saliva, he still clenched his teeth and said, I think that you, being such a respected person as the master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, shouldn't go back on your word after making a promise to a junior. Shang Tianke teasingly looked at Zhang Chang. Originally, I did want to give you the spirit beast, but given what you did just now, firstly, you were the one who went back on your word and spouted off, saying that it wouldn't matter even if the spirit beast died. Secondly, you were trying to kill Fang Xin's spirit beast before you urged the spirit beast to strike, but after you were killed in return, you said something about the friendship of classmates and Fang Xin's ruthlessness. Thirdly, you said that Fang Xin had no respect for his elders when you were just in class. So what bit of respect for teachers and elders is in what you're doing now? The 3 points directly gave Zhang Chang a dislike. Shang Tianke carried his hands behind his back. Your character is too poor. I take back the promise I made to you just now. Do you have any objections? Zhang Chang's mouth squirmed, and he was about to drop his little pearls. The main thing is that Shang Tianke is right about everything. Shang Tianke snorted coldly. After the bell rings, dismiss the class on your own. After saying that, he headed outside. Walking to the door he gave Fang Xin another look. Fang Xin packed up his things and walked out amidst Zhang Chang's impotent and furious but helpless eyes. Old Shang, Bureau Spirit. Fang Xin gave a thumbs up at Shang Tianke. Shang Tianke put his arm around Fang Xin's shoulders. Cut the crap. I'll discuss something with you. Fang Xin's chest banged. What is it? When the midterm test is held, we have people from the 10,000 Beasts Palace going as well. I have an illegitimate daughter, so take care of her when you go. Fang Xin and Shang Tianke pulled away. You're so flirty. Shang Tianke's arm clamped Fang Xin's head, and a wave of armpit fragrance almost didn't send Fang Xin away. No kidding you kid. I have an ex-wife who is quite opinionated about my illegitimate daughter, and might send someone to do something about my illegitimate daughter. So you protect it. After you come out, I'll send you a 5th level battle power spirit beast. Fang Xin looked at Shang Tianke. Child exemption? Why would I lie to you? I, Shang Tianke, walk in the Jianghu, relying on my word. Fang Xin pushed Shang Tianke away with his elbow and pointed in the direction of the classroom. Don't bull asterisk 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 me? That's not what you said 2 minutes ago. So just now was just now. Can that cadet just now be compared to you? You're my little baby. No way. Empty words. So what do you say? After Fang Xin thought a little. Find in notary public. Okay. How about a little orange teacher? Shang Tianke twitched his eyebrows. You old colorful lot dreaming of visiting a kiln. You're thinking pretty well. Looking for old lady son. Fang Xin picked the candidate. Shang Tianke sked. You brat. Can't. Old Mrs. Son, I'm scared to see. Get the white-haired boy. Is this okay? Okay. Shang Tianke immediately contacted Zhu Gahong and finalized things after the phone call. Fang Xin thought for a moment. The midterm test went to the divine and demonic ruins. and he had to kill Huo Lion, and he had to help Ko Tianlin, and he also had to help this colorful batch to protect his daughter, and he was quite busy tossing back and forth. Tests are allowed to go alone, right? It's okay to be a lone wolf or work as a team. There's no order in there. You're a Sky Shield. You have only one rule, and that's not to kill Sky Shield people. No one cares what you do otherwise. No one cares even if you're bonding with an inhuman. Fang Xin raised his eyebrows. Since the rules were so lax that could be good, does your daughter have a lot to do? I've made it clear in advance. I don't protect that kind of thing, and I don't protect those who are so saintly. Shang Tianke patted his chest and assured, "This you don't worry. My daughter moved to kill the Virgin Mary's heart will only be more ruthless than you. That's no problem. What does your daughter look like? I'll have to recognize it when I get in there. He looks about 8% like me. I'll give you my contact information later. You're both young people, so you can communicate more, and it's not impossible if you get some sparks. Then we'll be close." After Fang Xin heard the first sentence, even if he had thoughts they became thoughtless. Shang Tianke looks like a fated gorilla, and his illegitimate daughter looks 8 times like him. We're old friends. I'd rather be an uncle to your daughter. Shang Tianke put his arm around Fang Xin's neck. Damn, you hate my daughter, don't you? At night Fang Xin went to the gravity room again to practice the Tai ascending dragon technique. Hua Chang was out on a mission and didn't come. Fang Xin trained hard on his own, and also adjusted the previous gravity coefficient upwards again. He must make himself stronger, and this time, he must get Young Haosi killed. After killing a few people from Shiman Buoguang earlier and devouring each other's essence blood, Fang Xin's chi and blood had also increased greatly. When practicing the Tai ascending dragon technique, the entire arm was enveloped by erupting chi, which coalesced into dragon scales covering both arms. Looking mighty and domineering, a fist blasted out. The value soared from 18,000 kilograms to 19,000 kilograms, and if one reached the peak of the 4th level of combat power, one would be able to let the dragon scales evolved from chi cover the entire body, able to carry and fight. For the next few days, everything went on as usual. Fang Xin soaked his time in practicing kung fu every day except for eating and sleeping, but after 2 days, night, Fang Xin took off the blindfold that honed his spiritual power and sat up from the bed, staring blankly into the air. One's own divine spring had unexpectedly changed from the original 3 channels to 4. The divine origin had also changed from 2 to 3. Fang Xin was flabbergasted, originally thinking that 3 Dao was already invincible, but now it had become 4 Dao. Yin Shangjun, the 3rd oldest of the 8 heavenly kings of the Eternal Night Army, only has 2 divine springs to blow up the sky. What do you say to your own 4 ways? Moreover, Fang Xin also realized that he could only control the 3 Slayer generals and 3 Soul generals who were originally gifted with SSS-level talent through the detention of gods and dispatch generals, but now the quota had unexpectedly increased by 1 more. There really is a connection. Fang Xin didn't know where the upper limit of this was, and spent the next few days grinding hard every day. A week later, Fang Xin had been able to speed through the eye masks honing against the SS-ranked mental faculty talent, and the divine spring had surprisingly reached 5 channels. Fang Xin sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the eye patch that honed his mental power. This was only speeding through the SS grade mental faculty talent level. If he were to pass the SSS grade mental faculty talent honing level, what would happen? Zheng Chang sat in Yang Haosi's dormitory. Yang, I heard that you're now at the 4th level of battle power? Is it true or not? Yang Haosi responded. Not bad. What do you want from me? Zheng Chang continued. Yang, that son of a Fang Xin is already a level 4 Battle Force Imperial Beastmaster, and after such a long time, his strength talent must have reached rank 4 as well. If you want to kill Fang Xin, you'll have to reach the middle of the 4th level. Yang Haosi sneered disdainfully. Mid-4th level? He had a treasure weapon. That treasure weapon could convert the power of other people with the same talent to be used for him. When it came time to kill Fang Xin, he only needed to use external power. He was able to use peak level 4 battle power. After laying the groundwork for such a long period of time, it would only take 2 weeks at the most before he would be able to go up to the life and death stage. Yang, Fang Xin's own strength is not weak, and now that he has the help of 2 4th level battle power wolves. I remember that doesn't your White Lotus Society have a treasure weapon that specializes in the Sentinel Beast lineage? It's not that you can't beat Fang Xin. I'm trying to get you to improve your odds of winning. Yang Haosi smiled and nodded, a ruthless light bubbling in his eyes. That's a good idea. Zhang Chang got up. Then you go on practicing. Yang, I won't bother you. When Zhang Chang left, Yang Haosi called his mother Jiang Suqing over. Mom, that Fong Xin is still a royal beast master. He now has 2 wolves of 4th level combat power. Doesn't the White Lotus Society have a treasure weapon for royal beast masters? Can you bring it to me? Got it, son. I'll ask your dad for it. Have you been tired lately, baby? Mom has lost weight seeing you. It hurts mommy so much. As long as we can get him killed. None of this matters. You're going to ask my dad for it right now. Hang up the phone. Jiang Suqing sat on the bed, took off the mask on her face, and picked out a cheongsam from inside the closet and put it on. The cheongsam slit was very high, like 2 pieces of curtains hanging on her body. After spraying some perfume on her body and smelling it to her satisfaction, she carried a pot of tea and wiggled her hips and stomped her heels toward the living room. Yang Yanbin was flipping through the latest information news in the living room. Hearing the sound of high heels on the ground came, raised his head to look. When he saw Jiang Suqing slightly froze after. Jiang Suqing sat down close to Yang Yanbin, poured tea for Yang Yanbin, and half-kneeled on the sofa to Yang Yanbin rubbing his head. Take a break, dear. Yang Yanbin closed his eyes and enjoyed the massage. Jiang Suqing's pair of fullness rubbed against Yang Yanbin's side just right. Yang Yanbin turned back to look at the foxy woman near his eyes, reached out to take the woman's soft waist into his arms. Jiang Suqing let out a delicate laugh and fell into Yang Yanbin's arms. Nasty. No proper form. Jiang Suqing's charming eyes were like silk, stroking Yang Yanbin's chest again as she spoke. Yang Yanbin turned on his heel and preaching ensued. After everything was over, Jiang Suqing snuggled into Yang Yanbin's arms. My dear, can you bring the White Lotus Society's treasure weapon that targets Imperial Beast Masters? What for? For our son. Of course. Yang Yanbin frowned. What do you want to do? What else can we do? Our precious son suffered a loss before, so of course he has to pay it back. Yang Yanbin frowned, just about to speak. Jiang Suqing immediately said, this matter is not my decision alone. It's the meaning of Uncle Hao Si's side. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Hao Si. Does it have to be a fight? When did our son ever suffer like that? My precious son is my flesh. Even if he wants the stars in the sky, I will go and pick them for him. When will you? A father. Look at your son in the eye? You just said that you love me, but now you're pulling out and disowning me. Is that how you love him? Yang Yanbin frowned. This isn't the same thing. Don't mix it up. How is this not the same thing? Is Hao Si still your son? I've already said that this matter was agreed by Hao Si's uncle. If you don't believe me, I'll call his uncle right now and ask him. Yang Yanbin, also no nonsense, dialed the phone. After the inquiry, Yang Yanbin's brow screwed into a lump. Jiang Suqing stepped forward and hugged Yang Yanbin. I didn't lie to you. Why do I feel that this matter is not simple? That one called Fong Xin seems to be the trigger for the tug of war between the people behind the church and the people behind the 9th Division? That group of people from the church are too unselfish, and have been feuding with other organizational forces for a long time. And back then, when the church was in internal strife, Yi Lao was on the opposite side of the royalist faction. Jiang Suqing pushed Yang Yanbin. What do you care? Whether our family is close to the church or the 9th branch, don't you have a scale in your heart? Besides, this is still your son's business. Yang Yanbin was silent for a moment before. I can give him a low-ranked trapped dragon bracelet, but the highest it can trap a 7th-ranked spirit beast, and that new trainee from the 9th division isn't even close to 7th ranked. Love you the most, dear. I knew you still have our son in your heart. Jiang Suqing kissed Yang Yanbin on the cheek. But in the future, this kind of thing is less of a problem. Don't let the church people use you as a gun to make Haas. Jiang Suqing kissed up and blocked the ladder, and the couch shook violently once again. Fong Xin was sweating profusely and had just sat down when space distorted in his afterglow. The next second a white-haired shivering powder sat down next to it. One good news, one bad news. Which one first? Chapter 84, Pilgrimage. Fong Xin was no longer surprised by Whitehair's sudden appearance. Let's start with the bad news. The bad news is that according to our reliable sources, Yang Hao Si's move against you was secretly directed by the church side. Fong Xin was slightly stunned. What about the good news? The good news is that Yang Hao Si must have a lot of good equipment on him. As long as you get Yang Hao Si killed, the stuff will all be yours. And Yi Lao will use this as a reason to make trouble with the Church and White Lotus Society. The Church and White Lotus Society can only suffer a dumb loss, at least for a long period of time. They won't dare to move you a bit. Fong Xin took a sip of his functional drink. Why does the church have to hold on to me? They've all but determined that my parents didn't leave me anything they wanted. Zhuge Hang bared her small white teeth and laughed. The church's gang of birds are just like that. The root of this matter is a long story. When the rebellion of the gods had just ended, the church possessed supreme power. which is something that many people did not want to see, and wanted to reform the church's internal system. After the meddling of many parties, the power struggle within the church was divided into two factions. One was the innovation faction and the other was the royalist faction. At that time, Yi Lao was the unswerving innovation faction, and as a result, the royalist faction eventually won. So from that time onwards, the relationship between the Ninth Division and the church was very stiff, and the struggle between any forces was not only a test for the strongest, but also a test for the new generation. The young generation of the Ninth Division already has a me, so they will never allow the Ninth Division to produce another demon. I have Zhuge family behind me. The church wants to move me. We'll also weigh the pros and cons, but you do not have a root and foot, so they want to move you. Their idea is very simple. That is, they want to strangle you in the cradle, but they do not dare to do too much publicity. After all, there are still all kinds of treaties between the major forces, and you want to get rid of the Ninth Division of the new trainees must be a division. So Yang Haosher, this gun was pushed out. Fang Xian tilted his head back and drank the functional drink as much as he could. The bottle was pinched and deflated by Fang Xian, a vicious and ferocious light emerging from his eyes. Got it. Zhuge Hong patted Fang Xian's shoulder. Practice well. Feel free to ask me if you don't know anything. Yes. Zhuge Hong shivered the powder and then disappeared in place. Fang Xian stared into the air, a fierce light bubbling in his eyes. Got back into training and trained even harder than before. As time passed, Fang Xian's abilities of various talents were improving on all fronts. Among them, the most obvious boosts were the battle power of the light and spirit talents. The perception talent was also greatly enhanced by the strengthening of the spirit talent. 2 weeks slipped by in the midst of hard training day after day. As Fang Xian blasted his fist on the force gauge, the value on the screen spiked. Fang Xian's strength department talent had rushed to the peak level 4 combat power. The dragon scales evolved by the chi of the Tai ascending dragon technique had been able to cover the entire body. The other talents had also reached the 4th level of combat power one after another. But among these gifts, the biggest changes are in the spiritual talents and the light talents. For no other reason, the divine springs condensed by the spiritual talents had unexpectedly become 7, and the divine source of the light faculty talent had also reached 7 channels, hanging above the divine spring. The number of people who could control SSS-ranked gifted soul generals and slayers had also reached 7. With this change also came an abundance of spiritual and light power. Fang Xian had never recorded anyone having 7 divine springs as well as divine sources even after checking all the information. And the root cause of all this mutation Fang Xian was very clear. It all stemmed from the enchantment of the killing talent. Another delightful Friday. Fang Xian had time during this time to check where all those powerful people who once fell in the rebellion of the gods were eventually buried. If they didn't enter the reincarnation, summoning those bigwigs over to be soul generals would also be a good choice. However, the Tiger Guard taper had said the exact location of 2 more of the 13 Tiger Guards, and Fang Xian was prepared to take these 2 Tiger Guards under his command first. Fang Xian picked a place closer to the Tiger Guards from amongst the list of missions, and prepared to take the 2 Tiger Guards under his command during the completion of the mission. During this time, the matter of Yang Haoxi wanting to go on the life and death stage with Fang Xian intensified. The fact that Yang Haoxi didn't deny it was enough to say everything. Zhang Chang's grandson is afraid of Yang Haoxi does not do it. Every day consciously or unconsciously spread the news that Yang Haoxi wants to take action against the new, intentionally provoking everyone to eat melons and watch the drama of the mind, so that you can Yang Haoxi completely rack up. Yang Haoxi in the way of the face will also be fighting with the new Fang, and he is also good to kill people with a knife. Fang Xian looked at the value of 24,900 kilograms blown out by one punch in the gravity chamber and shook his fist in satisfaction. Zhang Xiaocha handed Fang Xian a cup of water and looked worried. Brother, now that the matter of Yang Haoxi trying to make a move on you is getting more and more intense, I also heard from someone that Yang Haoxi is equipped with quite a few exceptionally good treasure artifacts, all of which were given to him by the forces behind him. Fang Xian sipped his water. His treasure weapon? Yeah. What right? That's clearly my treasure weapon. Zhang Xiaocha worriedly said. Brother, I'm not joking. I heard someone say that Yang Haoxi's family gave him several treasure weapons. Fang Xian said angrily. Having a powerful family is bullying. Taking my treasure weapon and trying to kill me. Seeing Zhang Xiaocha's worried little expression, Fang Xian sidetracked. I heard someone say that Yang Haosher's gang of foxes and dogs put out the word for all those classmates of yours to isolate you, not allowing anyone to get too close to you? Zhang Xiaocha shook her head. No, I isolated them. Fang Xian gave a thumbs up. Yes, worthy of being my sister. Let's go. Go eat. The duo paired up to go to the restaurant. A voice came from the distance. Fong Xin. Get on the life and death stage. I will fight you to the death. The voice was augmented by the loudspeakers, so much so that all the students and teachers in the entire Sky Shield Academy heard Yang Haoxi's voice. Follow the sound. Yang Haoxi stood there, his gaze 3 parts shady, 3 parts fierce, 3 parts conceited and 1 part disdainful. The sound drew many cadets to stop. The love of spectacle is a traditional virtue engraved in the genes. As word spread, more and more people looked this way. Fong Xin. If you have the guts, come and fight me on the life and death stage. If not, kowtow to me and admit defeat. Yang Haoxi roared once again and ascended the life and death stage behind the playground of the Heavenly Shield Academy. Rushing at Fong Xin, he provocatively hooked his finger. Fong Xin stood there in the limelight. Jiang Xiaocha nervously grabbed Fong Xin's arm. Brother! Fong Xin patted the back of Jiang Xiaocha's hand to signal that it was fine. Dean's office. Su Bashan stood at the window with a cup of tea and looked at this side. Zhuge Han crossed his legs and sat in front of the computer to play the game, completely ignoring what was going on outside. Hua Chang clasped his arms, anger tumbling in his eyes. Bei raised. If this kid Fong Xin doesn't beat Yang Haoxi to death, I'll cripple him. Sun Bijuan hooked her sweater, her eyes behind the lenses staring coolly at the life and death stage. Li Baoer held 2 machetes under his armpits and stood with Bai Yulin, Shi Tai Lang, Zhang Yaozu, and Xin Yu, who had a very low presence. This grandson Yang Haoxi must have brought a lot of good equipment with him. Brother Xin is a bit overwhelmed, Shi Tai Lang said. Zhang Yaozu pinched Shi Tai Lang. Blah blah blah. Crow's mouth shut up. Bai Yulin clasped his hands in front of his chest and gave Fong Xin a silent prayer. Baoer, does Xin have a good chance of winning? Li Baoer stood there dumbly and nervously, clicking and eating chips. I don't know. Yang Haoxi is so strange. More and more students and faculty looked over. Imposter Pantywaist caught in the crowd. Fong Xin goons. Those supporters of Zheng Chang followed suit. Goon Fong Xin. Where's his previous arrogance? That's right. You were acting up before. Now you're wimpy? If you're a wimp, then kneel down and kowtow to young Yang and apologize. Holding his arms, Zheng Chang stood in the middle of the trainees and continuously agitated. Today, Major General Yang will prove to everyone that good grades at the beginning of the school year don't mean anything. Brother Chang, then what if Fong Xin wimped out and didn't answer the battle? Doesn't being a wimp further confirm that opening grades don't mean everything? Zheng Chang laughed as he held his arms. Fong Xin, don't wimp out if you have the guts. Don't let everyone look down on you. If you really can't, kneel down for young Master Yang. Amidst all the gazes, Fong Xin walked towards the life and death stage. Zheng Chang looked at Fong Xin with a smirk on his arm. Unexpectedly, when Fong Xin passed by, he flung his hand and gave Zheng Chang a clear and loud big mouth. Zheng Chang covered his deformed, red and swollen face and said angrily, "What are you hitting me for?" Fong Xin shook his hand, passing by. By the way, Zheng Chang raged a bit in anger. Between a million eyes, step by step, Fong Xin walked onto the life and death stage. Chapter 85, Battle for Life and Death. On the stage of life and death. With the moment Fong Xin took the stage, the center of the life and death stage was flooded with a burst of bright light. A short while later an owl was seen flying out from within the glow. The wings vibrated and flew above a side pillar. The owl sized up Fong Xin and Yang Haoxi before spitting out human words. You're the ones who want to sign a life and death agreement? Yang Haoxi grinned. Yes. What about you? Owl turned his head to Fong Xin. Fong Xin was calm on the surface and ecstatic inside. All sent to the door to burst the equipment. Which is the reason not to accept. Yes. Owl stood on top of the pillar at the edge of the life and death platform. But whenever a life and death treaty is signed, if either party is killed in the middle of a battle, the other party shall not be held accountable. Want to get it right? Yang Haoxi said with some impatience. Think about it. Fong Xin blandly took over the conversation. Think about it. The owl's wings vibrated, and a contract appeared in front of each of Fong Xin and Yang Haoxi. Since both of you have made your decision, sign it, and the treaty will enter into force as of your signature. Yang Haoxi scratched his finger and signed it instantly. Scanning the contents of those treaties on it, Fong Xin also signed his name. Deeds were then exchanged and signed. The owl stood atop the pillar. The life and death pact is in effect as of this moment. Good luck to you both. This side of the owl's words just fell. Yang Haoxi could not wait to throw an arcane light in Fong Xin's direction. At a quick glance it turned out to be an egg. As that egg approached, the egg membrane cracked open, from which dozens of spiders jumped out in a dense mass. Those spiders all had blue-striped ghost faces on their bellies, and their bodies exuded a piercing coldness. Wherever the spider passed, faint black spots remained on the ground. A closer look at those black spots are strongly corrosive. Sure Tai Lang, who was watching the battle, cursed. Grass. Sneak attack. The dog basket case. Yang Haoxi doesn't talk about martial arts. Bai Yulin said in a deep voice. Yang Haoxi is a witchcraft lineage talent. It's a good thing that Xin is a spiritual talent, able to restrain the witchcraft talent. But after that was said, it was seen that Yang Haoxi on the life and death stage wore something like a hairband. When Fang Xin urged his spiritual power to activate the eye of divine power to gaze at Yang Haoxi, he was unexpectedly weakened drastically. Sure Tai Lang's brows wrinkled. Grass. This Bai raised has a high-ranked treasure artifact that circumvents mental power attacks. By the looks of it, that treasure artifact is at least 10th rank. Bai Yulin said in a deep voice. It's fine. Xin has the Sentinel Beast System talent, which can also resist Yang Haoxi's parasites to a certain extent. But Bai Yulin's side had just finished speaking. The two wolves Fang Xin had released were bound by a golden light flung out by Yang Haoxi. Going to look closely, it was a golden bracelet that directly bound Fang Xin's two wolves by the waist, and it was difficult for the two wolves to exert their full strength as they were controlled. Grass. Yang Haoxi's family is really willing to spend money. Bai Yulin stared at the stage. It's fine. Xin he's still. Shut up. Sure Tai Lang and Zhang Yaozu said in unison. White Featherwood also had the sense to stop talking. Nervously looking at the stage, Yang Haoxi grinned sardonically. I'll see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. You keep coming. I'll block them all. I'll let you know today. You're a garbage origin with no background and no dependence. What's the point of having high talent? What makes you think you can win against me who has several generations of hard work on my back? Dozens of blue-striped ghost face spiders bounced up and swiped towards Fang Xin's face. Light blue poisonous gas emanated from the backs of several blue-striped ghost face spiders, condensing into a cloud of poisonous mist that enveloped towards Fang Xin. Fang Xin's body was shrouded in light. Brush disappeared in place. When he reappeared in the next second, he was already in front of Yang Haoxi. The moment it appeared, the light was like a sword, sweeping towards Yang Haoxi's face. Qi and Fang Xin arm condensed dragon scales. The arm wrapped in dragon scales is powerful. Muscles like gnarled dragons wriggling. Waist twisting, Tai ascending dragon art under the enhancement of the dragon fist toward Yang Haoxi had blasted and smashed. The instantaneous slash of light, plus the overbearing and rigid dragon fist blasted above Yang Haoxi's body at close range. It was visible to the naked eye that Yang Haoxi's face was severely deformed as if he was a rubber man who had been hammered. Yang Haoxi's entire body flew backwards, but after landing, it was visible to the naked eye that an earth-colored aura was shrouded above Yang Haoxi's body, and that aura seemed to have swallowed and dissolved all of Fang Xin's attacks. Yang Haoxi stood up with a carp, rubbed the corners of his mouth and smiled grimly, raised his hand and pressed it in front of his chest, and a wave of witchcraft chi enveloped his entire body. There were exclamations of surprise from the stage. Peak level 4 battle power. Chi sheltering body. Young Yang has reached peak level 4 battle power. On the school building, Sun Bijuan, who was looking at the life and death terrace from a distance through the window, suddenly stopped hooking her sweater. The eyes behind the lenses were cold and chilling. Turning toward the dean's office, he walked quickly. Dean Su Bashan was sipping tea with his cup when the door to his office was violently pushed open with a loud clang. Su Bashan's hands shook, and the tea splashed his face, and his lapel was also wet with tea. The white-haired boy who was playing the game's hand also shook for the first time in his life. After seeing the raging Sun Bijuan, the white-haired boy rarely stood up automatically, a little vainly not daring to look directly at the exterminator who had killed her way in. For one thing, Master Extinction was very famous, and for another, he had previously pushed the contact information of Old Lady Sun to Shang Tianke, and he instinctively felt fear in his heart when he saw Sun Bijuan. Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Su Bashan hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Sun Bijuan frowned. That little thing from the White Lotus Society has a treasure weapon hidden in his body. His power isn't even his own. It's borrowed from someone else. I don't believe you two can't see it. Su Bashan laughed dryly. Sister-in-law, it's not my fault. It was all arranged by Zhu Gahang. Hey, the white-haired boy's eyes glazed over behind his sunglasses. Sun Bijuan looked at Zhu Gahang coldly, and Zhu Gahang laughed. Fang Xian isn't also at the peak of the 4th level of combat power. Killing someone at the same level isn't much of a problem. Not much of a problem? Can't you see how many good things that little thing from the Yan family has on him? And he's also hiding a killer weapon on him. That witchcraft lineage treasure, I don't believe you two can't see it. I'm asking questions. Zhuge Hong squeezed out a smile. Don't be angry. Fang Xin has thick skin and flesh. He can carry it. Carry it? The Yang family's little thing has a treasure weapon that resists spiritual attacks. But Fang Xin doesn't have a treasure weapon that resists the voodoo compulsion system. So what's it going to defend against? Zhuge Hong immediately said. He has. That kid has a treasure weapon that resists the voodoo compulsion lineage. It's just that he's too ashamed and won't take it out until the critical period. What treasure weapon is still a disgrace to take out? A very fancy red pantsuit. Sun Bijuan froze for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. Outside the stage of life and death. After seeing Yang Haoxi's Qi refuge, the crowd completely exploded. Tai Lang stared at his eyes. Yang Haoxi is at the peak of level 4? Fake, right? Bai Yulin murmured. This family has a background. There are resources tilted. Pile out is different. Li Baoer's action of eating potato chips stopped, tilted her head and stared blankly at Yang Haoxi. After a few seconds, Li Baoer's voice was clear and crisp and still a little bit angry muttered. Son of a cheating. Imposter Pants' brother Zhang Chang rubbed his highly swollen side. Ha ha, Yang Xiao's peak level 4 battle power is up. What's Fang Xin going to win with now? But just the next second. Fang Xin's arms spread out, his qi covering his entire body. The Tai Dragon Rising technique below Xin was on fire. His entire body enveloped in dragon scales evolved from his qi. Asterisk. Xin is also at the peak of level 4. It's a strong ing confrontation. Zhang Chang covered his face, feeling like he had been slapped loudly by an unseen slap, and stared at Fang Xin with envy and jealousy. What's the use of having good talent? Young Yang's family has given many treasure weapons, not to mention that the witchcraft department is so difficult to deal with. You Fang Xin take the head to win. Chapter 86, Bouncing Back. Fang Xin arrived in front of Yang Haoxi in the blink of an eye. Both fists rained down and blasted out. It wasn't for nothing that the strength talent was called the reckless talent. Up close, Yang Haoxi had no room to fight back at all. But the strange thing is, Yang Haoxi hadn't even been killed under the bombardment of so many punches from Fang Xin. The layer of earth-colored protective film that enveloped his body surface unexpectedly swallowed all of Fang Xin's power. Fang Xin's double fists had struck out stumps. Yang Haoxi is being beaten back by Fang Xin. With a frantic bombardment, Fang Xin gradually realized that something was wrong. As per normal, it was more than enough for this grandson to be blasted into a meat pie for a pissman pill by Fang Xin's fist, but the layer of earth-colored aura on his body surface froze and swallowed all of it. Moreover, Fang Xin clearly felt that the energy contained in that protective film was growing steadily with the beating. With a smile on his face, Yang Haoxi raised his hand and made a move towards the blue streak ghost face spider. That's it? That's all you've got? Now it's my turn to fight back. Ghost face spider, come here. The blue streak ghost face spider flashed densely towards Fang Xin. With a sweep of his afterimage, Fang Xin raised his hand and pressed it towards the blue streak ghost face spider through the air. A white bear on fire appeared out of nowhere. White bear pounded his chest hard with both fists, towards those blue-striped ghost face spiders. He charged. Yang Haoxi's color changed for the first time when he saw this. You even have a white bear with peak level 4 battle power. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Yang Haoxi's face twisted, flipped his hand and stuffed a purple bead into his mouth, grinning wildly. But so what? You deserve to die today or die. Visible to the naked eye, the layer of earth-colored protective film on Yang Haoxi's body surface unexpectedly began to turn purple bit by bit. And surprisingly, Yang Haoxi's skin had turned purple, as if he had turned into a poisonous person. Fang Xin immediately realized that Yang Haoxi was holding a witchcraft-type treasure weapon in his mouth, and Yang Haoxi was also wearing a witchcraft-type treasure weapon on his body. With the perception department talent added, it was clear that the sense of crisis had skyrocketed. Yang Haoxi pressed on his chest. The aura surged once again, and the entire person's combat power drew up to the peak of level 4. Feeling that it was only a hair's breadth away from level 5 combat power, the change drew waves of gasps from below. In the middle of the dean's office, Sun Bijuan said in a cold voice, that witch compass lineage treasure weapon on his body is very strong. The reason why he isn't fighting back is that he's storing Fang Xin's energy. It's a witch compass lineage sorcery. Witch compass bounce. It's returning all of Fang Xin's attacks while still exploding enough compulsion. As she spoke, Sun Bijuan turned her head to look at Zhuge Hang, who bared her small white teeth and laughed. New Master Fang is a reckless talent, with thick skin and flesh. Even if he gets doubled back, it's no big deal. Yang family. Jiang Suqing eagerly looked at an old man sitting in front of him, a bead floating in front of the old man's body. Within the beads was the very scene where Fong Xin and Yang Haoxi were battling each other, and the old man's body emitted a witchcraft chi connected to the bead. Using this bead as a medium to transfer his own witchcraft chi to Yang Haoxi, Jiang Suqing pinched her nails into her flesh and ordered the old man, "Get him killed for me. Get him dead. This even dared to hit my son, and also hit so many punches. My precious son is my heartmeat. I as a mother can't wait to go up and get this dog scum killed. Give me kill him." The old man Jia laughed. "Madam can rest assured. The young master wore the witchcraft system treasure weapon anti-injury armor. How many punches that little scumbag just punched the young master? Those punches can be stored. And there are also 10,000 poison beads to enhance. Even the 5th level of the battle force are not sure to be able to carry it. He will die without a doubt. Then do it. Do it now and get him killed." Jiang Suqing screamed. The old man raised his hands and crossed them over his chest. "Now, it's time for the young master to counterattack. And it's time for this little scumbag to feel the terror of the witchcraft department." Just as the old man crossed his arms, Yang Haoxi also made the same mistake as the old man, crossing his arms in front of his chest and flooding Fong Xin with a gust of cold laughter. "Since that's all you're capable of, then I won't play with you. Give me death." An earth-colored breath mixed with purple breath gushed out from Yang Haoxi's body. It was directly poured into Fong Xin's chest. The fierce and majestic aura directly lifted Fong Xin over, fluttering backward like a blade of grass in the wind. The scene drew gasps from the audience below. Asterisk. What the is this? The rebound technique of the witchcraft department's talent. There's also a high-ranked treasure weapon that works with the rebound technique. This treasure weapon is at least a 9th rank, or even a 10th rank. Having a family background is different. No wonder Yang Haoxi has been smothered in beatings this half day. It turns out that he was waiting for this. Fong Xin hit so hard just now, and now the power is all stacked together as one. And it's also mixed with a witchcraft system of compulsion. Imposter Pants' brother Zhang Chang fixed his eyes and immediately made a joyful sound. "Ha ha, Fong Xin is no more." After fighting for half a day, the result was that the power stacked up and returned as it was. Young Yang's family is truly magnificent. High-ranked treasures are wearing them. Yang Xiaoniu. Zhang Chang grinned. "You guys see what I'm talking about. Entrance grades don't mean everything, do they?" Sure Tai Lang turned back. "Will you stop barking?" Zhang Chang shrugged his shoulders and rubbed his red and swollen side joyfully. "How? Is there any problem with what I said? Your new brother is dead." Li Bauer turned back, tilted her head and said crisply, "If the dog barks again, we'll go to the life and death stage." Zhang Chang licked his lips, instantly subsided, and whispered to the people next to him, "We don't fight with women. These people are also really. The fact that Fong Xin is dead is right in front of our eyes. But we still need to be tough." Yang Haoxi's smile was frenzied. Garbage is garbage. Jiang Suqing also clapped her hands excitedly when she saw Fong Xin being sent flying. "Well done. My precious son has finally beaten the poor devil's offspring to death. Humph. Anyone who dares to stand in my son's way must die." Hua Chang smashed the windowsill with one fist. "You dog, cheating. You immortal." Sun Bijuan paused with the crochet hook in her hand. Her anger poured out, and the office window machine roared. Su Bashan's hands shook, silently taking half a step back and pushing Zhu Gahong in the direction of old Madam Sun. Zhu Gahong had his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Just as there was a lot of discussion under the stage of life and death, Yang Haoxi walked towards Fong Xin and was about to break Fong Xin into pieces. "But I didn't expect the coughing to come out suddenly." Fong Xin rubbed his chest and stood up with a carp, eyeballing Yang Haoxi. "I Lu a bean. My treasure weapon is so fierce. Double bounce?" Yang Haoxi's face instantly changed. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The cheering Jiang Suqing also froze, looking through the bead at Fong Xin who was back on his feet. "This? How is this possible? How is it possible that he didn't die?" The old man was also confused. "That's impossible. Can't it be that he has some kind of defensive-type treasure weapon?" Sun Bijuan looked at Fong Xin in disbelief, and with a sweep of her afterglow, she found Zhu Gahong baring her small white teeth, as if she had expected it, and Zhu Gahong explained, "This kid is an SSS grade strength system talent. The strength system talent is invincible in flesh, and the self-healing ability is very strong. His self-healing ability is the strongest I've ever seen." The murmuring cries from below the life and death stage also quieted down in this instant. Not dead?" The imposter pantser stared blankly at the stage. "How is it possible? Just now that hit. Even if it's a 5th level combatant who doesn't die, he'll be greatly crippled." Sure Tai Lang was pleasantly surprised. "Ha ha, brother Xin is fine. Brother Xin is awesome. Jiang Xiaocha cupped her hands on her chest and prayed nervously, whispering in her heart, I would live 1 year less in exchange for my brother winning. Jiang Suqing screamed at the old man. Do it! Give me hands to kill him. The old man smiled and said soothingly, Ma'am, don't be anxious. This little scumbag obviously has no resistance to the witch compass lineage of treasures. You can see his face is pale. Just now that time he was also injured quite a bit. At this moment he is definitely holding on strongly. With me, with the 10,000 poisons bead and the anti-injury armor, and then letting him attack the young master a few more times, the young master will surely kill that little thing today. Yang Haoxi clenched his fists. I don't believe I can't get you killed. As he spoke, Yang Haoxi pointed a finger at Fang Xin. If I don't attack I'll fester all over. Fang Xin clearly felt like he was wrapped up in something, and his skin had begun to flare up with a bit of pain. Just now hard to carry that. Good thing he had that resistance to physical attacks of the scales, and his own self-healing ability is horrible, which can again full-blood resurrection, but at this moment intentionally let his face pale, or have to show to the outside world that he hard to carry a little bit is very weak. But the other party's witchcraft-type talent was evil. Fang Xin had also checked the witchcraft line of defensive treasure weapons in the mall in the past few days, but the witchcraft line of defensive treasure weapons were all ridiculously expensive. A 4th order witchcraft system defense treasure weapon dares to ask for 8 figures. Fang Xin asked the shopkeeper himself as a student, can it be cheaper? The dog basket shopkeeper said that it is not even possible. There was a treasure weapon that resisted the voodoo compass lineage within his own spatial ring. Only that thing. Shame on you whether you wear it inside or out. Seeing that both sides are again motivated to attack. Under the life and death stage, the chatter exploded. The imposter pants brother eloquently said, Fang Xin just had a treasure weapon to carry. But look at his appearance. There is no defense witchcraft treasure weapon. Cannot hold out for long. Today he will die. Tai Lang turned back to me and said viciously, Shut your anus. What do you know? Zheng Chang's supporters immediately clamored. Our Chang brother doesn't understand you do? What a lazy man. It's really going to be a laugh. How many battles has our brother Chang experienced? Our brother Chang has killed more enemies than you have ever seen. Forget how our brother Chang got the name Brother Pants? Hearing this, Zheng Chang raised his hand and said, Good men don't talk about their courage. There's no need to talk about that. It's better to focus on watching the stage. How Fang Xin was killed. And plug some people's mouths with reality. Yang Haoxi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of purple poisonous mist towards Fang Xin. Don't make a move on me. All 5 organs will burn. Fang Xin dodged to avoid the poisonous mist. Feel the pain inside and outside your body. Another look at the life and death platform. Whimpering thousands of teachers and students. Fang Xin took a breath. With a clench of his teeth and a stamp of his foot, he put on his triangular red pants embroidered with mandarin ducks in public. Chapter 87, You're Up. The pants were bright red. You can see it clearly from a distance. Not to mention the fact that those present were all awakened. Sight and hearing are several times stronger than ordinary people. Fang Xin's triangular red pants embroidered with mandarin ducks and earthy and sexually sexy immediately attracted the sensation of onlookers, teachers and students. Asterisk. What a tie red pantsuit. I don't know who took the lead in pulling out their cell phones and taking pictures. Others followed suit and took out their cell phones to take pictures. But after the shot someone was surprised to find out. Why does this look so familiar? Holy, why does it look exactly like that pantsuit war god in the middle of the previous decapitation operation? It's still true. It's got a pair of lovebirds embroidered all over it. Isn't Brother Pants Zheng Chang? Everyone was murmuring, and their gazes were directed towards Zheng Chang. Zheng Chang looked gloomy, obviously not expecting Fang Xin to wear red pants in public. When he was first enrolled in school, he first had the common sense to guide public opinion, and for such a long time, the main owner of the Pants brother did not say anything, apparently feeling ashamed of this title, but he felt that this title was very flirty. He liked it, and the main owner did not want him to want it. I did not expect that Fang Xin, who was forced to wear red pants in public today, and Zheng Chang, the name of the brother of the pants, could no longer keep it. Tai Lang seemed to recall something. No wonder Xin was so against the pants war god when he first heard about him. So he's the man himself. The advocate beside Zheng Chang saw this and said, Brother Chang, Fang Xin followed your example. These words undoubtedly made Zheng Chang's face burn hotly, and Zheng Chang smiled uncomfortably. Who's emulating who? Anyway, is the pants war god you? Tai Lang glanced at Zheng Chang and despised him. Zheng Chang licked his lips. I never said I was Brother Pants either. It was you guys who had to call me that. So can you blame me? The words immediately drew a group laugh. Then you didn't explicitly reject it. Not only that, but you deliberately led everyone on, laughing my ass off. So it's a fake. Pure lazy man. Before people say he is Pants' brother, he still pretend what a good man does not mention the courage of the year. You are not even brave. Of course you do not mention it. He grabbed the name that Xin didn't want. It's really a laugh for the master. Everyone still remembers the previous incident when the Shang Palace master came to give us a lesson, right? The Shang Palace master was clearly coming at brother Xin. And Zhang Chang even pretended to slip up and call the Shang Palace master Uncle Shang. He was slapped in the face. People like that are really pure clowns. Batman went to his parents' graves and he ran out and jumped. The group taunts rose and fell, all mocking Zhang Chang. Moreover, many of those Zhang Chang's supporters subconsciously put distance between them and Zhang Chang. He looked at Zhang Chang with contempt. Zhang Chang's face was blue. His fists clenched tightly, but he could only be inwardly impotent and furious, staring viciously at the stage. He hoped that Yang Haoxi would be able to get Fang Xin killed, so that he wouldn't be so humiliated in the future. But with Fang Xin red pants on, those poisonous gases of Yang Haoxi would be useless to Fang Xin. Fang Xin instantly flashed in front of Yang Haoxi and slammed his fist. The power was rebounded, but it was weakened a lot. Just now, Fang Xin didn't know that Yang Haoxi had a witchcraft system treasure weapon that could bounce back damage on him, so he attacked fiercely. But now that he knew, he wouldn't attack as frantically as he did just now. The spirit system restrained the witchcraft system, while that hairband on Yang Haoxi's head could resist spirit attacks. Moreover, there was obviously a power within Yang Haoxi that didn't belong to him, and it wasn't a solution to wear it out like this. The most effective method now was to remove that hairband from Yang Haoxi's head, launch a spiritual attack so that he would briefly be unable to activate his witchcraft system power, and then give him a set of Lushan Rising Dragon Buster. The power of light swooned inside Fang Xin as he stared at Yang Haoxi, suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared he was already behind Yang Haoxi, lifting his hand towards Yang Haoxi's hairband and jerking it over. Fang Xin even pulled it off with his hair and hairband with the brute force unique to reckless men. Yang Haoxi howled in pain and anger. Turning back towards Fang Xin, he spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. Fang Xin was wearing red pants at the moment and didn't avoid it at all. Holding Yang Haoxi's chin with both hands, activate the spiritual power to unleash the Eye of Divine Power. Look straight at me, son of a. Yang Haoxi's pupils laxed for a split second. Fang Xin held the back of Yang Haoxi's head with his left hand, and a fierce elbow strike with his right arm solidly smashed Yang Haoxi's face. Yang Haoxi was instantly beaten all over his face. Fang Xin doesn't miss this opportunity and comes in with a dozen elbow strikes in quick succession. The Yangs, Jiang Suqing, through the suspended bead, saw that her son had been sent a full set of elbow strike packages by Fang Xin, and immediately let out a piercing scream and viciously pushed the old man from the witchcraft department. Kill him for me. Get him. A ferocious light emerged from the old man's eyes as he urged the witch compass chi to surge towards the bead. Fang Xin, who was in the middle of the battle, clearly perceived another surge of power into Yang Haoxi's body. Reacting, Yang Haoxi must still have some kind of treasure weapon inside his body, connecting to the outside and being able to draw on the power of the outside. Immediately and brutally, he ripped off Yang Haoxi's jacket. It was seen that Yang Haoxi was wearing a treasure weapon similar to an old man's undershirt inside, and it was this treasure weapon that gave off that earth-colored aura. Fang Xin gave it off without saying a word. This was followed by removing Yang Haoxi's clothes inside as well. Only then did he see something the size of a palm attached to Yang Haoxi's chest, something that was dog-eared and gave off an earthy aura. Fang Xin ripped it off no matter what. With that piece of dogskin plaster being ripped off, it was obvious to feel that the power from the outside world pouring into Yang Haoxi's body was gone. Yang Haoxi staggered to the ground, his mouth full of blood. His eyes still had a ferocious light. Fang Xin, mud horse, I am the young master of the Yang family. My grandfather is still the vice president of the White Lotus Society. My uncle is in a high position in the church. Today's matter is not over between the two of us. Tomorrow they will want your life. Fang Xion's killing intent skyrocketed. You don't have tomorrow. Grabbing Yang Haoxi's ankle, he swung wildly from side to side, and blasted madly towards the ground above. The scene of explosive power strikes caused all those watching the battle below to have their faces scrunch up, muttering in their hearts that they were not worthy of being a mangaka with a strength talent. Yang Haoxi was smashed and let out wailing sounds one after another. Sensing the increasing power in Fang Xion's hands, Yang Haoxi hurriedly yelled, Fang Xion, if you dare to kill me, My mom won't let you go. The power behind me won't let you go either. It was fine if he didn't yell, but as soon as he said this, the strength in Fong Xian's hands increased. Yang Haoxi finally got scared. Fong Xian, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Please, don't kill me. You were the one who wanted to kill me, and now you're the one begging me. If you keep talking tough, it's unlikely that I'll still be able to leave you with a whole body. Fong Xian grabbed Yang Haoxi and threw him towards the sky. A whiplash across the face. Yang Haoxi's body flew out horizontally like a discharged cannonball. The moment his back hit the pillar, Fong Xian dodged in front of Yang Haoxi. His arms enveloped in dragon scales evolved from qi, and he threw out punches like dragons at Yang Haoxi. The wind whistling. 10 seconds later, Yang Haoxi, who was no longer humanoid, slid to the ground with his back pressed against the pillar beside the life and death platform, completely dead. Fong Xian's fists were filled with blood, venting a small portion of the repression from these days. The other half was reserved for Huo Lion. Shakes his fist. Fong Xian walked over to the life and death stage with no expression on his face. The lower part of the room was silent. Fong Xian's body exuded a chilling aura, oppressive to the point that they didn't dare to breathe. Fong Xian raised his finger and hooked it at Zheng Chang in the crowd below. You, get up here. Chapter 88. Me? Ha? People want to go to the bathroom when they are extremely stressed. The moment Fong Xian pointed at Zheng Chang felt like the remains of the grains and cereals in his body were about to rush out of his harem. Yang Haoxi's death just now gave Zheng Chang a great shock, mentally chanting that a strength-gifted mangaka really can't be messed with. But he didn't expect Fong Xian to ask him to go on the life and death stage. Zheng Chang froze in place in fear. I thought to myself, no, and kept trying to back up. But when I was extremely nervous and scared, it was hard to move my legs as if they were filled with lead. Zheng Chang's heart was in turmoil, and his mind kept calling out to the dead leg to run. Ah, Kung, Fong Xian is calling you. Someone at the front of the group watched and urged. Zheng Chang stiffened and turned his head back, noticing that many of the people in the room were looking at him with smiles and laughter. Even the previous advocates looked at him as if they were watching. Zheng Chang felt like the sky had collapsed. Oftentimes, there is this type of person who, in order to show that they are great, will go out of their way to step on others, thus making everyone think that he is great. Zheng Chang was precisely this kind of person, and he targeted Fong Xian for nothing more than wanting to step on Fong Xian's shoulders and show off amongst his fellow freshmen. But I didn't realize that Fong Xian's shoulder wasn't that easy to step on. Little fatty Sher Tai Lang hammed and hawed. Oi, Zheng Chang, new brother called you. Your eardrums fell in the dormitory? Zheng Chang's mouth opened, staring blankly at Fong Xian on the life and death stage, his entire body looking like he wanted to cry. Tried to speak, but his mouth opened and his throat seemed to be pinched, and again there was no sound. Fong Xian coldly looked at Zheng Chang below, taking this opportunity to kill the chicken to make an example to shut up all the barking dog lovers among the academy. And this Zheng Chang was a typical example of the barking dog lovers group. Come up, Fong Xian said again. Zheng Chang's face trembled. He knew exactly what he faced after going up and shook his head stiffly. Xian, brother Xian, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you like that before, so be generous and let me go. I won't dare to treat you like that again in the future. Seeing this, Sher Tai Lang finally felt the pleasure of raising his eyebrows and took over the conversation. Zheng Chang, is this the end? You've been targeting our new brother every now and then, and you've even impersonated our new brother, and you've just touched your lips and that's all that matters? There are rules in the life and death stage. If you don't accept the challenge, you'll have to listen to the winning team for the next month. You have to do whatever you're told. Zheng Chang's mouth opened, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, for the next month, I'll listen to Brother Xian's command. If Brother Xian tells me to go east, I'll go east. After saying this, Zheng Chang completely wilted like a doll that had been deflated. Fong Xian's shoulder was suddenly tapped. The white-haired boy stood behind him. Give me that doggone thing. Fong Xian paused or handed it over. Zhuge Hong held the object with 2 fingers. This object is not the main body of the treasure weapon. It's useless for you to hold it. And this kind of thing with the help of external power is too dependent to be of much use. But this object is evidence. I have to take it to the White Lotus Society and the church to make a big fuss. The physical evidence is there, but there's still a lack of personal evidence. With those words, Zhuge Hong shook his 2 fingers, and the piece of doggerel-like thing hovered in mid-air, and Zhuge Hang's one hand disappeared into the void. The Yangs. Jiang Suqing saw her son being whacked by Fong Xian through the suspended beads and immediately screamed out. her screams piercing and raucous. "You give me back my baby boy. You give back my baby boy. Didn't you say you could kill that little scumbag?" Jiang Suqing clutched the clothes of the old man from the witchcraft department. The old man's sullen face atmosphere did not dare to come out. After all, the task was not completed. Jiang Suqing toward the old man's face fiercely scratched a few. "I just like that a baby son. That's my heartmeat. You put my baby son killed. I want you to go and bury my son with me. You and that bottom trash called Fong Xian all have to go to bury my son with him. You give a waste. You trashy thing. Aha! My baby boy. My Haas baby." After being scratched several times, the old man said in a deep voice, "Ma'am, that little scumbag found out that the young master cheated, and this life and death battle is also being watched from the side of the Heavenly Shield Academy, so I'm afraid that the matter has already been exposed, and the Heavenly Shield Academy will definitely seize this handle. We should think of a countermeasure now. It's none of my business what countermeasures are not. I just want my son. You return my son. My son is dead. What more do they want from the Heavenly Shield Academy? My son died in their Sky Shield Academy, and they have to give me a statement. They have a lot to answer for. The Academy leaders watched my son get killed and didn't stop them. I'm going to sue them. I'm going to have my brother go and kill them all to bury my son." Jiang Suqing was in a state of madness. The old man said in a deep voice, "Ma'am, after all, it was the young master who challenged the others first, and the young master even cheated." Jiang Suqing was trembling. Her hands clutched the old man's collar, and she stared at the old man viciously. "If you don't say it, I won't say it. Who knows? You have to die. After you die, only then will I be able to go to the Sky Shield Academy and name only to get a claim for my son." The old man's face changed dramatically. "Ma'am, Jiang Suqing's eyes were sinister. "No one will know about my son's cheating if you die." With those words, cold light emerged from Jiang Suqing's spatial ring, and Jiang Suqing clutched a dagger with an icy blue aura in her hand, about to stab towards the old man's heart, but the dagger had just been pressed against the old man's heart. A hand appeared out of thin air, grabbed too haphazardly, yanked the old man's shoulder, and the old man disappeared out of thin air. Jiang Suqing stabbed an empty knife, and her entire body froze in disbelief. Then he turned his head and looked around. Who? The others in the room also drew their respective treasure weapons and stared at the air vigilantly. The next second, the hand reappeared and removed the bead from the table, and in the process, carried away a plate of fruit from the table. Jiang Suqing screamed and got the dagger in her hand to fling out, nailing it to the tabletop, which instantly froze. I didn't expect that hand to appear again. Picking up the dagger and weighing it, seemingly thinking it was of good quality, and taking it away with his hand. "It's the white-haired one from the 9th place," someone exclaimed. Jiang Suqing roared in frenzy. "Zhuge Heng! You!" Before the words were finished, the hand reappeared and cupped Jiang Suqing's mouth. Jiang Suqing let out a whimpering sound inside her mouth, her eyes spewing fire, and she went to grab that arm, but the arm disappeared out of thin air once again. Immediately after that, the valuable things inside the room were taken away one by that hand. He also took the time to pinch Jiang Suqing's screaming mouth. A room full of people froze. Eyes watched as the hand moved everything of value inside the room. Jiang Suqing was cloaked and screaming in a frenzy. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill all of you to bury my precious son." The fuming Jiang Suqing grabbed a subordinate beside her. "You, go and kill Zhuge Heng for me, right now." The subordinate froze. "Ha? Me? Madam. The priority now is to contact Mr. Chang's side and tell him what's going on here, so that the church can make preparations. And I'm afraid we'll have to get the White Lotus Society side to make preparations as well. That white hair will never let this opportunity pass. He's a redneck beside Elder Yi of the 9th Division, and with Elder Ye's authorization, he'll definitely make a scene." Jiang Suqing gradually calmed down. Her body is still slightly trembling because of her hatred. "Then spread the news from this side. The church side is good. The White Lotus Society side. The old master doesn't know anything about this matter. Once he knows the details of this matter, and learns that the White Lotus Society has been involved by the Church and the Heavenly Shield Bureau's open and shut battle, he will definitely be furious. He must snatch it in front of the Heavenly Shield Bureau before it strikes, and give a precautionary shot to the Old Master ahead of time. Old Master to take a precaution. Taking a breath, Jiang Suqing organized her words, took out her cell phone, carefully picked up the phone and called. Phone call connected. "Dad, what are you doing?" The voice of the young family's old man's personal butler came from the other end of the phone. "Madam, it's not convenient for the old man to answer the phone right now. Uncle Ron, I have something important to tell my father-in-law." so please make sure you put the phone in his hands. The person on the other end of the line was worried. Madam, I'm afraid I can't do it now. That white-haired guy from the 9th Division has come to cause trouble. His lordship is dealing with it. The chairman has been alerted. Chapter 89, he wants to see you. Jiang Suqing's petite body trembled at his words. Uncle Ron, what's the old man's reaction? After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, I've heard an earful of the cause of the incident. The old man is very angry right now, so prepare yourself to be punished. At that point, the phone hung up. Jiang Suqing's body shook. Both legs were soft and almost fell to the ground. Her face clouded over, staggering to run outside. But she didn't want to collide with Yang Yanbin, who entered the door. Yanbin, our son is dead. Jiang Suqing was the first to cry out without waiting for Yang Yanbin to get angry. Yang Yanbin's cheek muscles wriggled, his fingers pointing at the air, and growled. I told you not to get involved in the two major forces' secret struggle, but you didn't listen. Now you're being used as a gun, and as a result, something has happened. That street sneak from the 9th Division went straight to the White Lotus Society's main altar to cause trouble. Even the chairman has been alerted. I told you it wasn't a simple matter. Do you think the guy behind the 9th Division is a vegetarian? He's been through thick and thin. He was able to get to that position by stepping on a mountain of corpses. If he doesn't move, he'll kill you. Jiang Suqing wiped her tears. My brother is a member of the church. If he wants to make a move on us, doesn't he still have to weigh his options? Yang Yanbin was furious, but still tried his best to suppress his anger, his fingers violently pointing at the air. The church is running amok. But for so many years, how much resentment do those people have towards the church? Don't you know? The one behind the 9th Division is waiting for a chance to take a bite out of the church. Do you really think that the church can control everything? How many of the revolutionaries were liquidated by the royalists after their victory? Tai Shu Xiong of the White Robe Army is missing, and Chang Huchen of the Tianxian Army, Li Yuanying of the White Phoenix Battalion in the north of the desert, and so on. All of these outstanding contributors to the rebellion of the gods were liquidated, but the person behind the 9th office was an unswerving innovator. And the fact that he's still fine doesn't mean a lot. Jiang Suqing wiped her tears again with the back of her hand. What are you yelling at me for? Our child died. Don't you, as a father, feel any pain at all? Don't you have any feelings for him? Yang Yanbin, what am I to you? A tool for your lust? Or am I just a hookup for the church? Yang Yanbin took a breath and held Jiang Suqing's shoulders with both hands and wiped her tears. All right, Suqing, let's call this matter a day. I will bring Hao Xi's body back for a proper burial. Let's not be a gun in people's fights anymore, okay? What we need to do now is to apologize to the old master. Let him find a way to bail us out. What about our son's revenge? Jiang Suqing tilted her head and inquired with eyes full of hatred. If you as a father don't take revenge, I as a mother will do it. Even if I go to my death, I will still take revenge for my precious son. That's the flesh that fell off my body. That's my life. Yang Yanbin pinched Jiang Suqing's shoulders. He was very clear that Jiang Suqing was a woman who was a bratty woman. But in order to stabilize Jiang Suqing, Yang Yanbin continued. Suqing, listen to me first. Let's think this over. It's not a good time to make a move. Let's wait for the wind to pass and then avenge our son's death. Is that okay? That's what you said. I'm the one who said. Now make sure you show that you know you're wrong and try to plead with our dad for a lighter sentence. Jiang Suqing gritted her teeth. After all, it's our own family, and my brother is still in the church. So our father isn't going to use heavy punishment on me, right? Yang Yanbin wrinkled his brows and was about to speak when the sound of hurried footsteps kicked in outside the door and a middle-aged man stood in the doorway with his hands hanging down. Sir, madam, the president personally sent word for you to go to the White Lotus Society's main altar immediately. The president bypassed the word sent by our old master himself? Yang Yanbin was shocked in his heart. Right. That street sneak from the 9th Division said that if he doesn't give an account of this matter, he'll lead his men to destroy the White Lotus Society's main altar. This white hair he dares. Sir, when that white hair went, he took a transfer order from Elder Yi of the 9th Division. He brought 2 groups of men from the 9th Division, ready to strike at any time. Yang Yanbin's face brushed white. Jiang Suqing also panicked and nervously grabbed Yang Yanbin's arm. Honey, what to do? Yang Yanbin's face was wrinkled into a pimple. With a lifeless look, he looked back to the middle-aged man in the doorway. Ah lie. Did the old master pass on any words? The old master said that after you arrive at the White Lotus Society's main altar, you will kneel all the way in through the mountain gate. But you guys have to be mentally prepared ahead of time. Death penalty can be waived, but living crimes are hard to escape. It's possible to lose your skin. The couple was as pale as if they had died. on the stage of life and death. Fang Xian ingested the trapped dragon bracelet that trapped the two wolves into his hand. This thing was kinda targeting the imperial beast lineage. Yang Haoxi's mouth inside the 10,000 poison bead grade is not low. This thing can use poison to attack others, but also can defend others' poisonous gas attack. Only by Yang Haoxi shivering over. Fang Xian more or less a little disgusted. Rubbed several times before put away into the spatial ring. On top of that psychic defense hairband was a good one. But the best thing here was the old man's vest-like anti-injury armor. The thing that bounced back attacks as well as stacked the attacks it took and then bounced back with a brain. In addition to the trapped dragon bracelet being a 7th order treasure weapon, the 10,000 poison bead and the hairband were both 9th order treasure weapons, and this anti-injury armor was even a 10th order treasure weapon. Yang Haoxi's spatial ring is also a lot of things. There are also a few pieces of treasure weapons, but the grade is not as good as the equipment that just exploded. But there are a few $1 million in cash. I have to say that the young master of this rich family is different, going out with so much cash with him, almost catching up with Fang Xian's cash. Fang Xian took off his pants in public, pretend like nothing is happening. Zhuge Hong had just reached his hand inside the void and grabbed a panicked old man out, and then he didn't know what benefits he had grabbed, and bared his little white teeth and left a trademark smile before disappearing with that panicked old man, not knowing where he had gone. Fang Xian smiled at Zhang Xiaocha and flicked her forehead. It's okay. Nah, this is for you. Zhang Xiaocha took Yang Haoxi's space ring from Fang Xian, which contained cash. And Fang Xian also gave Zhang Xiaocha the invisibility cloak, revolver, bandana, scarecrow, human skin drum, and 10,000 poisonous beads, all of which were given to Zhang Xiaocha. Brother, what are you using these for when you give them to me? Zhang Xiaocha was surprised. With a better one. Of course, Fang Xian fought more frequently and had a higher combat power than Zhang Xiaocha, so he gave the lower ranked ones to Zhang Xiaocha and kept a few higher ranked ones for himself. Zhang Xiaocha didn't say anything more and took all these things. This life and death battle made those shady people finally shut their mouths. Those who were previously guided by Zhang Chang and said something about beating Fang Xian later on were all honest. Tai Lang and a few others came forward. New brother is awesome. Lil Boyle tilted his head back and clicked his chips. Fang Xian, my grandpa said to invite you to my home sometime. He wants to meet you. Chapter 90, 5th level directions. Fang Xian was stunned. Your grandfather wants to see me? Li Bauer nodded. Right. My grandpa said that if you have time, you can be a guest at my house. This was a bit of a surprise to Fang Xian. At that time, the old man of the Li family had made a move to help Fang Xian, and the old man was ridiculously strong, so it was only right to make a visit to the door to thank him. No problem at all. Fang Xian responded. Tai Lang stood beside him. Bauer, when the church's people came to pick a fight earlier, that person from the church called our grandpa some kind of deputy head. What kind of deputy head is our grandpa? Zhang Yaozu elbowed Tai Lang. How shameless. Still our grandfather. Is that your grandfather? That's me and Bauer's grandfather. Li Bear clicked her chips. I won't say what group. It's not good for everyone. Those words caused several people in the room to look at each other in disbelief, obviously not expecting to get such an answer. But many times, that's the way people are. What they don't allow to be done. The directive given in their heads is that it must be done. However, Li Bauer's grandfather was so strong that the organization he belonged to was definitely not some end-of-the-line goods that couldn't be brought to the surface. But Li Bauer didn't say anything. And listening to this tone as well as the way that Li Bauer's grandfather had treated the church at that time, it seemed that everyone was able to guess something as well. Lil Bowie kept her head down as the keyboard tones barred a message to her grandfather. My grandpa said after the midterm tests? If you have time you can come to my house as a guest. It's okay, Xingcabe. Fang Xian turned his mind to the fact that he still had to meet with Chu Xinyao's father after the midterm test. But there was enough time to just take a vacation and stop by to pay a visit to Li Par's grandfather. Just going on vacation then. Does the old man have time? Broad too. Tai Lang grimaced. Bauer, can you let a few of us go and catch a glimpse of elderly as well? I'll ask. Li Bauer barfed a message over. And a few seconds later, Li Bauer softly said, my grandpa told me to politely reject you guys without hurting my classmates' feelings. Tai Lang scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. Bauer, that's too euphemistic. A few people talked and laughed their way to the restaurant. After eating, Fang Xian, as always, went back to practicing. When he just arrived at the gravity room, Hua Sung was practicing with the puppet inside. When he heard Fang Xian come in, Hua Chun hugged Fang Xian. Ah, Xian. Well done. What a relief. It's also fortunate that sixth brother gave me the Tai Dragon Rising technique. Fang Xin said sincerely. Hua Chang waved his hand sardonically. They're all brothers in their own family. There's no need to be so polite with me. Let's get straight to business. You are now at the peak of the 4th level. Only a hair's breadth away from the 5th level of combat power. The 4th level is to let your body's chi in the surface of the body to emerge as a layer of protective cover. And the 5th level of the power department is to let you not only in the surface to protect your body, your organs, all have to go to the use of chi to create a layer of protective film. During this period, you also have to feel the subtle changes in their own body. To every organ of their body, every muscle, every bone can be perfectly mobilized. The 5th level of combat power with the previous call, called the observation of wells, imagine their own body as a well. Each person's talent is different. The size of the well is different, shapes of different capacity is different. The body of the storage of chi and blood is naturally different. You have to be on your own. This mouth of the you need to have a very clear perception of your own well. At the 4th level of warfare, you are making a protection on the outside of this water well of your body to keep it from leaking. But the water well, you still have to make certain protections on the inside to keep the water stored inside this water well of your body from leaking. The first step is to use your chi to protect your too big waist. The kidney is a person's innate life gate, but also a person's source of strength. Kidney deficiency people look just sickly. For the strength of the department of the gift of the people, even more have to protect their 2 kidneys. People with good kidneys are energetic and powerful, and have endless strength to do anything. When you have coalesced a protective shield of chi outside your 2 kidneys, you have officially entered the 5th level of combat power. After the kidneys, there is the liver. After the liver, there is the heart. After the heart, there is the spleen and stomach. And after the spleen and stomach, there is the lungs, as the kidneys are the main source of water. And these follow the order of the 5 elements that are born together. Fang Xin suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Hua Chang patted Fang Xin's shoulder. Don't be complacent just because you killed Yang Haoxi. Don't forget that the score with the church hasn't been settled yet. Can't forget. Go for it, tart. From now on, tonify your kidneys and build 2 adamantine kidneys. Fang Xin followed Hua Chang's guidance and began to gather chi protection for his 2 large cashews. The back waist is warm, very close to the kidneys. The chi protects the kidneys. It is good for me. Practiced until 11:30 p.m. In the past, practicing like this would be very tiring, but today I am surprised that I am not as tired as usual. So I have to say that it is indeed important to have a good teacher. As night fell, Fang Xin put on an eye mask to sharpen his mental power, and after the 2 large cashews for simple protection, this time the mental power sharpening was a lot easier than before. Fang Xin took a shower and reclined on the bed. We are a month and a half away from midterm testing. At the current rate of progress, it's more than enough to get to level 5 on the midterm test. But before, Zhuge Hong had said that Fang Xin should keep a slightly lower profile. Fighting with Yang Haoxi is also a last resort. There are nearly no rules in the divine and demonic ruins. Fang Xin went there to kill Ho Lion, but also to protect the old colorful batch of Shang Tiankei's illegitimate daughter, and also to go to complete the things that Ko Tianlin has asked for, and by the looks of it, he also had to disguise himself as a master of time management. However, in order to go in and increase his chances of winning, Fang Xin decided to go and take the other 2 tiger guards mentioned by the tiger guard taper under his command before going to the divine demon ruins, taking out the smart linker to look through the quests close to the ancient battlefield where those 2 tiger guards were. Having sifted through it before, Fang Xin picked one of the missions close to the Chu King's ancient ferry and prepared to go there over the weekend. Tiger Guard Taper said that there is a Tiger Guard beaver over at Chuwangudu. Fang Xin took out his grandfather's cell phone again, and there was no message from him. He then sent a message to Huang Xiui asking how the 7 killing sex recruitment progress was going. Huang Debao this period of time and recruited more than 10 in. Waiting for Fang Xin past the divine providence. This guy recruited are selected by Xiui. Each person is picked very carefully. Fang Xin set the time and place next to the Chuwang ancient ferry next weekend. While pondering things, his cell phone vibrated and found that it was a message from Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao forwarded a post to Fang Xin. It was a thread that had exploded on the largest awakened forum in China. The title of the post is slightly more powerful. Surprise! Zhuge Hang, the street sneak of the 9th Division, led a forceful break-in at the White Lotus Society. The photos of his indecent gesture with the daughter-in-law of the vice-chairman of the White Lotus Society have been leaked. Fang Xin raised his eyebrows and muttered in his heart, "This white-haired boy is so flirty." Chu Xinyao's message was sent over. "Feng, look, that instructor from your 9th Division is on the hot search. Fong Xin had just clicked in when Chu Xinyao's message was sent over again. You're not going to pay attention to me voluntarily / chicken shoot you. Followed by another string of seemingly disorganized symbols posted out of anger. Fong Xin naturally knew that Chu Xinyo had only used a secret language that only two people knew. When the translation came over, Fong Xin froze. Chapter 91, Wild History. Chu Xinyao's message translated over two messages. God's Devil's Legacy. The church wants to kill you. There's a secret to your parents' passing. Mud Plow Temple. Fong Xin has a fierce light in his eyes. This group of people from the church are really trying to kill me in every possible way. This is for fear that Fong Xin will become the second Zhuge Hang. As for his parents passed away and other hidden things, looks like the church side is also investigating. And the Mud Plow Temple, this three words Fong Xin is not unfamiliar. Ellie previously followed the clues have been found in this Mud Plow Temple. But Fong Xin through the internal channels to find out that the Mud Plow Temple has been purged. There must be something else that is not known to the public. However, Chu Xinyao took the risk of sending a letter very righteous. Fong Xin also knew that Chu Xinyao's side of a lot of news cannot be explicitly said, and then returned a message. Too busy. Vacation, please eat a big meal. Take a little notebook and memorize the JPG. Chu Xinyao then said, Xiao Feng, both of our vacations are synchronized, but my father has a little too much on his hands, so he's postponing going back a week later. So the dinner date will have to be a week after the vacation. No problem. Fong Xin happened to be preparing to visit Grandpa Li Bauer. Did you read that post? Ha ha ha. The headline made my stomach hurt from laughing. Fong Xin clicked on the forum's hottest post. The 9th place Zhuge Hang and the vice president of the White Lotus Society's daughter-in-law in decent posture. Clicked in only to find that it is a dog thief title party. The picture Zhuge Hong sitting on the sofa, the White Lotus Society's vice president of the daughter-in-law in a very indecent posture kneeling down on the ground. There were all sorts of things being said below, and Fong Xin roughly skimmed through them, realizing that this white-haired boy's reputation seemed to be polarized throughout the large circle of awakened ones, either a fervent admirer or a pure and simple little hack. Fong Xin sent a message back to Chu Xinyao, and when he was rereading the forum posts, he suddenly remembered something. Tapped the private message, posted earlier asking about the 2 divine springs. The information about Yin Shengjun, who possessed 2 divine springs at that time, was obtained from the female color batch whose ID was called Take Your Chest Hair to get a hair transplant. Try to ask if you can ask the Mud Plow Hall from the chest hair sister here what clues. Some things cannot be searched in the main history. It is not guaranteed that the wild history can be searched, although a lot of times a lot of wild history is indeed very wild. Fong Xin sent a message over. Purple TSK? I did not expect the other party's message to reply quickly. This is not my abs, brother. What do you want from me? Let's see the abs. Do you know about the Mud Plow Temple? Fong Xin went straight to the point. Why do you ask? After Fong Xin saw the other party's message, he was sure that he had asked the right person. I saw it looking through the information, but realized that the introduction was just a few sentences. That's why I wanted to find you and ask. Fong Xin made up a reason. Mud Plow Palace, this organization. They burned and killed and plundered without evil. At first, whether it is the degree of positive or negative, all spurned. But later, too arrogant by the then Pope, sent people to eliminate. Mud Plow Palace of the Temple Master was publicly hanged. But well, the story here is not the end of the Mud Plow Palace of the people have not been killed, but also left a seed. And this seed, well, Fong Xin waited half a day. And then what? Don't talk in half. To find out what happens afterward, post your abs first. Hey. Posting it, Fong Xin blackened his face. This kind of person is really. A few minutes later, Sister Chest Hair continued. Legend ha. According to the wild history records, the legend of the Mud Plow Palace Hall Master's sister is a small wave hoof. She and the Eternal Night Army side of a number of Heavenly King's commander have had a full range of multi-angle exchanges. In addition to that, at that time, the Pope and the Mud Plow Palace Hall Master's sister of this wave hoof also had a leg up. So the Mud Plow Palace Hall Master's sister, instead of not dying, I heard that also gave birth to a child. After Fong Xin froze slightly, he inquired curiously, whose child is this? Sister Chest Hair said, here comes the most explosive part of this wild history, the child in this prodigal hoof's belly. Legend has it that it belongs to the Mud Plow Temple's Hall Master. That is, her brother. So this child is the seed of the Mud Plow Palace. Fong Xin had the whole look of a subway old man looking at his cell phone. This wild history of yours is too wild. Couldn't you have made it up to fool me? Sister Chest Hair immediately sent over a few pictures. Although sister is horny, Sister's professionalism is unquestionable. Fong Xin clicked on the photos and enlarged them to look at them carefully, and found that they were blood letters. Brother, I already have your flesh and blood. I will try to give birth to the child and raise it to adulthood to avenge you. In addition to this bloody letter, inside the other photos were other handwriting of the sister of that hall master of the mud plow hall, and in comparison, that was indeed written by the same person. It was also laced with pictures of both that mud plow temple master and his sister. Inside the photo, the two people snuggled together. Although the photo is very fuzzy, but still can see the mud plow hall master's sister looks very beautiful indeed. Standard oriental classical beauty's looks, and the body that is also a steel pipe child stabbing the frog, the top croak. As for the mud plow hall master, his looks were mediocre, but his eyes were revealing a strong ruthlessness even through the photographs. Fong Xin saved these photos one by one, and then messaged Sister Chesthair to inquire. ZTSK, then do you know where this mud plow hall master's sister went afterwards? Look at the pecs. Sister Chesthair continued. According to wild history, there are two possibilities. This female was secretly taken away by someone sent by the Pope. There is also another theory that a certain heavenly king of the Neverwinter Nights army became the receiver and took the person away. But exactly where it went, no one knows. Fong Xin sked. There was no difference between saying it and not saying it. The mud plow palace was purged already in the last century. Counting the time, that child is now very old. It's a toss-up whether he's still alive or not. It was just that if his parents' passing was really related to the mud plow temple, then why would the mud plow temple be targeting his parents? Fong Xin suddenly seemed to realize something. Zhuge Hong had said that Fong Xin's parents had developed something that altered genes at a very small cost, and it was false that the seeds of the mud plow hall wanted to take revenge and were not moved by that kind of thing. Does the mud plow temple have any totems or anything like that? Fong Xin asked again. Sister Chesthair replied quickly. A three-headed hellhound. Do they have anything connected to the Haruai dolls? Sister Chesthair was puzzled. There's a connection with the Haruai doll? The mud plow hall master died by hanging like a Haruai doll. That's the only thing that's connected. How did you connect these two things together? Nothing. Asked blindly. Fong Xin didn't message Chu Xinyao back for half a day, and Chu Xinyao sent several messages one after another. Fong Pig, are you asleep? Why are you ignoring me? Cross your arms JPG. Just checked something. I'm all sleepy / left humming. Sleep then. It's late. I'll see you on vacation. Make a list of what you want to eat, what you want to do, and I'll arrange it for you. Hooray! You've now been upgraded from a square pig to a little square. Beat you up I'll. Hey, good night. After bidding each other good night, Fong Xin lay in bed and thought about things for a while before drifting off to sleep. In the following days, Fong Xin continuously impacted the 5th level battle power. Having the talent for killing paved the way in front of him, coupled with Master Hua Lu's attentive teaching, as well as the essence blood that Fong Xin had devoured from killing Yang Haoxi before. 3 short days, the two adamant and large loins were tightly protected by the Qi machine. Strength and energy are qualitatively improved, as Fong Xin blasted out 26,000 kilograms with one punch. Fong Xin's strength-based talent officially stepped into the 5th level of combat power. On Saturday, Fong Xin caught a train to the side of Chu Wan's ferry, ready to collect the Tiger Guard beaver and finish the job in the process. Abstract Bandmaster Huang Xiuyi received a letter. Has arrived yesterday next to the Chu Wang ferry, with people waiting for Fong Xin. A 4-hour drive. Fong Xin arrived at the place. Chapter 92, The Shadow of an Old Friend. Huang Debao stood on tiptoe in the direction of the exit. Eagerly, he looked inside. His shoulder was suddenly tapped, and Huang Debao turned back to find Fong Xin standing behind him at an unknown time. What are you standing here for? Waiting for you, Godfather. When did you come out? I took the special passage. Where are the people you were told to bring? Huang Debao immediately pointed in a direction. Over there. I'll take you there. Because he had been an inhuman for many years, Huang Debao was cautious in his actions. And even with Fong Xin behind him now, he didn't dare to be too wild. Huang Debao arranged all those newly pulled-in members separately among several small hotels. After the group of people met, those new arrivals were all looking at Fong Xin curiously. When they saw that their chief scooper was so young, they all had doubts in their minds, wondering why these old men would be so afraid of a youngster. Some even questioned it. A tattooed youth licked his gums. Brother Huang, are you kidding me? He's our godfather? I can accept that we are a startup team, but to have a hairless man as our godfather and listen to him and everything? You're kidding. The others followed suit. Huang Debao immediately reprimanded. don't be so bull tie. Don't look at our sect master as young, but our sect master is very powerful. Fong Xian raised his hand and pressed it on Huang Debao's shoulder. I can understand them having this query. You take the people and follow me. There's no need to get too close. Just watch from afar. Huang Debao was unsure, but still nodded and rushed at the group of newcomers. All follow me. Fong Xian glanced at the wisdom linker. The mission this time was a murderous maniac with a mid-level 4 combat power. Having already locked on to the target's location, Fong Xian walked towards the wanted man. Huang Debao looked at Fong Xian's direction from afar and seemed to understand exactly what Fong Xian was trying to do. The newer members following behind were unsure. Brother Huang, what is he up to? Watch. The instructor is going to show us something. A few people looked over and saw Fong Xian tapping a middle-aged man's shoulder. The man's afterimage saw Fong Xian's smart link and immediately a protective film surfaced on his body surface. The tattooed youth exclaimed, "Holy level 4. He's going to fight a level 4. Because it was a bit crowded, a group of people stood in the alley, and the people behind them were blocked, sniffing and pushing forward. Where is it? Where is it? Over there. The people in the back squeezed up and looked at Fong Xian from afar. Why don't you fight yet? The tattooed youth had his mouth open as he looked at Fong Xian, who was sweeping the corpses with his smart link. His throat was a little dry. The scene where Fong Xian had just punched out the 4th level battle power alien left a lingering shadow in his mind. It's already over. Fong Xian walked over towards this side and beckoned. Huang Debao immediately understood and took out a towel from his spatial ring and handed it over to Fong Xian to wipe his hands. Whoever is unconvinced can fight me and I'll let you take the position of the sect leader. Fong Xian swept his gaze across the faces of these new trainees and finally paused on the tattooed youth's face. The tattooed youth immediately raised his hand and shouted the slogan. 7 killings, divine religion. Invincible in battle. Lord of the holy religion. One Chang Wudu. Unify the world for 1,000 generations. Fong Xian sized up the tattooed youth. What's the name? Back to the Godfather. My name is Dagger. Fong Xian nodded and gave these people the do's and don'ts of the killing talent, and then went from person to person and bestowed the killing talent on the group. After one of them blew himself up and died to give the others a demonstration, the rest of the others who were left did not dare to breathe, and looked at Fong Xian with awe in their eyes. Fong Xian roughly observed. These people are some of the 3rd level of combat power below. Genius has seen more than Fong Xian to see so many people combat power so low. More or less still some egg pain. Good thing that these people currently also have the talent to kill, and in the future only need to kill and devour can be enhanced. Arranged with Huang Debao again the subsequent statute, for the moment, or to go a little more meticulous way. First playing the field, and then emerging when the development is almost. Looking at the time, take advantage of it to go to the place where Tiger Guard Taper said to come before, and summon that Tiger Guard Beaver to take him under his wing. As he was about to go to the Divine Demon Ruins, recruiting one more Tiger Guard would also give him an extra chance to win. King Chu's Fairy. Breeze wrinkled the water, higher than a man's reed swaying with the wind to send out the sound of rustling. The old fairy is not seen, barren and desolate. Next to the fairy, next to the eaves of the wooden houses in disrepair, hanging wind chimes tinkling sound. It seems to be a song by the wheels of history mercilessly crushed by the corner of the years. The Tiger Guard Taper floated next to the Chu King's Ferry, his eyes full of pathos, muttering under his breath, "The waters of Chu are still the same. The deceased is not there." The sentence that the marshal often recites in his mouth. The human face does not know where to go. The peach blossom still smiles at the spring breeze. Turns out to be the meaning of this. Fong Xian raised his hand, and the blood ring pieced together by the runes in his palm grew larger and flew out, vertical in mid-air. Fong Xian raised his hand and pressed it into the blood ring. "In the name of my killing, order the ghosts and gods of the 8 directions to have an audience." Time passes by. Suddenly, the gale is picking up. The reeds were blown and tilted. One hand was interlocked with Fong Xian's palm. Fong Xian clearly felt that it was a woman's hand. "Who is calling me?" It was a woman's voice, clear and pleasant. Fong Xian gave a gentle tug towards his arms. A blonde woman was seen yanked out of it. The woman is tall, wearing a garland on her head. Her features are 3-dimensional. Her eyebrows are like a painting. Her white and blue wide-sleeve dress is wrapped by a golden girdle, setting off a full and proud arc. Her legs are long and white, and her delicate and exquisite prison feet are naturally hanging down, and her fingertips are lightly pointing at the water to float in mid-air. Fong Xian looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. The woman was indeed unbelievably beautiful, and there seemed to be an unfathomable holy light enveloping her body. The woman stared at Fong Xian. curiosity filling her eyes. Beaver, Tiger Guard Taper called out. The woman looked back, her beautiful eyes flashing, rippling circles of autumn water, filled with the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Brother Taper. A smile pulled at the Tiger Guard Taper's dull face. Beaver's gaze fell back on Fong Xin. The two were still crossing their fingers when Beaver took Fong Xin's hand and placed it over her heart. Beaver slowly lowered his head. That is, if you are summoned, then you will be reborn. Beaver will serve my lord to the death. Fong Xin smiled innocently. Hey, this is good. This is good. Upon inquiry, Beaver is dual talented. Both SS-ranked Bao talent and SS-ranked psychic talent. At his peak, his battle power was also at the peak of the 11th level. Beaver scrutinized Fong Xin. The master's name is Fong Xin. Is the surname the same Fong as Heavenly Circle? What's going on? Fong Xin said with some confusion. Beaver paused, scrutinizing Fong Xin's brow. Martial Tai Shu Xiong once had an old friend, and I see the shadow of that old friend of Martial Tai Shu Xiong in my master, and that old friend of the martials is also named Fong. May I ask if Master has ever known the head of the 4 great divine generals of the divine court, Fong Qingdi? Chapter 93, Cultivation. Fong Xin was stunned. I know, that's my grandfather. Beaver looked surprised. Are you really the grandson of Fong Qingdi? Is it hard for you to say that I'm pretending to be a grandchild? Beaver smiled slightly. It's no wonder you're so strong. Did you just say that Martial Tai Shu Xiong and my grandfather were familiar with each other? Fong Xin inquired. Beaver explained. The two of them are more like Boya Ziqi. Dare I ask my lord, is Martial Tai Shu Xiong still alive? Fong Xin said. Whereabouts unknown. Beaver's gaze was slightly lax. Whereabouts unknown? Then where is your grandfather? Fong Qingdi? I don't know where it went. Beaver sighed languidly. So, their plan failed in the end? What's the plan? A plan to overthrow the imperial power of the church. Hey! Fong Xin was dumbfounded. Are you saying that the plan to overthrow the church's royal authority was already in place before the rebellion of the gods ended? Beaver nodded. Yes, your grandfather was one of the initiators of the program, though not many people know about it. Fong Xin's brain went slightly blank. At that time, White Hair Boy said that the reason why grandfather Fong Xin left the divine court was that there were many internal mountains, and there were great differences between the factions, and some people put the charge of collaborating with the enemy in treason on grandfather Fong Xin. And grandfather Fong Xin left the divine court angrily after he hit the divine court hard. This timeline is unclear. It's not clear which came before or after the internal struggle within the church and grandfather Fong Xin's departure from the divine court. We have to find Zhuge Hang and ask him. This white-haired boy is in a high position in the 9th division. He should also know some of the secret stories of that year. Both of the tiger guards in front of him died during the rebellion of the gods, and what happened behind them must have been unknown. Fong Xin looked like he remembered something. Do you two know about the Mud Plow Palace? A very large organization of human traffickers. It was later purged by order of the then Pope. Nothing? Nothing fancy? Beaver thought for a moment. The sister of the Mud Plow Hall's hall master was a flirt, and had affairs with many powers in both the good and evil factions. She was the only one from the Mud Plow Hall who survived, but it's unknown where she went. Are there any rumors that she's pregnant or anything like that? Beaver shook her head. I'm not sure. Tiger Guard Taper also shook his head. Not sure. I didn't expect Beaver to pick up the conversation, but I once heard a piece of news from Grand Marshal Tai Shu Xiong, that the sister of the Mud Plow Hall master had once seduced your grandfather. Ha! Oh! Fong Xin's eyes widened at once. And then what? Beaver smiled. Then I don't know. I heard that it seems to be a bit unclear. That woman is a bit heartwarming even when a woman sees her. By the way, the last general is a bit curious. Dare to ask my lord, who is your grandmother? Who did Emperor Fongqin's so stunningly beautiful heavenly pride end up marrying? My grandmother I've never seen in person. This really gave Fong Xin asked. Fong Xin had never seen his grandmother since he was a child. When he asked his grandfather when he was a child, the old man said at the time that Fong Xin's grandmother had passed away at an early age, and Fong Xin's father had also recounted to himself that he had lost his mother when he was very young. Grandmother's photo Fong Xin saw when he was a child. Not very good looking, but generous. Looks very much a very bright and gentle woman. When Beaver said that, grandfather was still having an affair with the sister of that Mud Plow Hall master back then. What is this? Emeralds? Strange thoughts dispersed. The clues to the Mud Plow Temple were always atrocious, and the chain of clues to the murder of his own parents could not be connected. Fong Xin puffed his breath and looked at the time. The return time was tomorrow. If he rushed to Ancient Ape Ridge now, he could still take that other Tiger Guard predator under his command. In any case, getting your strength up first was the top priority. According to the Tiger Guard taper, Tiger Guard Predator was the third most powerful of the 13 Tiger Guards. Put the 2 Soul Generals away. The 2 Soul Generals were only SS-ranked warlords after all, and it was hard to find an SSS-ranked Soul General. But it was the previous awakening of the summoning talent that vaguely felt like it could be a surprise at the divine and demonic ruins. Fong Xian bought a ticket to Ancient Monkey Ridge. Arrived at the Ancient Ape Ridge just after 4 a.m. No moon tonight. The dome of the sky was dark, and the few stars that hung sporadically flashed twice at long intervals in a passive manner. Ancient Ape Ridge is dark. Deserted mountains. No people. The edge of the wire fence is still hanging on the dangerous forbidden sign. Except that the sign has long been man-made destruction. Powerless hanging there, squeaking hook rattling. The night wind blew. The leaves of the trees clattered and clattered as if it was a ghost clapping his hands in general. Even though it was nighttime. Even though the terrain of the Ancient Ape Ridge was treacherous and rugged, Fong Xian was still able to walk as if he were walking on the ground. Tiger Guard Taper and Tiger Guard Beaver floated behind Fong Xian on the left and right. Pointed Fong Xian to the place where Tiger Guard Predator had fallen. From afar, I saw a cluttered pile of earth bags between the mountains and fields, and the tombstones made of wooden plaques had long been blurred after years of weathering. Fong Xian suddenly paused and collected the 2 Soul Generals, looking at the side of a boulder a few meters away. A young monk with a clear brow was nibbling on a pig's hoof, a happy and contented smile rippling across his face. Hearing the footsteps behind him, the little monk's body stiffened and he hurriedly stuffed the pig's feet into his bag and looked back in Fong Xian's direction. After the young monk recognized Fong Xian as a large living person, he licked his lips and folded his hands. Scholar, in the middle of the night, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? It's dangerous here. Quickly go back. So what are you doing here? The little monk once again licked the flavor left on his lips, and without blushing or panting said in a serious manner, cultivate. Pig's hooves go through the gut, but Buddha stays in the heart, right? The young monk scrutinized Fong Xian and inquired, do you recognize me? Know which temple I am from. Don't recognize. Don't know. The little monk immediately crossed his arms, full of arrogance, and said, then the master will eat it. What can you do about it? Go to the host to report. Go. Fong Xian took out his smart link and swept it at the little monk. Of the Hanging Temple. Common name Chen Bodhi. Dharma name Mo Nung. Hey. The young monk's expression froze and his eyes glazed over. Grass. Officer. Big brother. I was wrong. I admit that I spoke a bit too loudly just now. You're a generous man. Just let me go as a fart. How about a pig's foot? Why don't you have a pig's trotter too? With those words, the little monk once again pulled out a pig's trotter and presented it with both hands, his face full of attentive little expressions. Fong Xian looked at Miao Nang with a smirk. Honestly did get hungry too, and took the pig's feet from Miao Nang. You came to this place in the middle of the night to eat pig's feet? Miao Nang immediately said with a straight face, hey. This is not the right thing to say. Monks, the young monk came here, firstly, for the purpose of fostering the dead souls, and secondly, the few evil people I tracked to this place, in order to fostering them. To put it bluntly, it's to brush up on merit. As he was talking, dozens of rays of light flashed out from the other end of the mountain, wild chaotic graves. Those rays of light were a single mutated firefly, lifting its wings and flying, emitting a light so bright that the scene within a 3-meter radius could be seen clearly. Visible to the naked eye, dozens of figures swept out from within the glow of those mutated fireflies. At the head of the group was a youth covered in blood and carrying an unconscious little girl on his back. Dozens of figures in the back went crazy and came after them to attack. Those people attacked mostly with a sense of teasing. The attack also doesn't kill the youth, just barely touches the youth. The youth stumbles, can't help but fall. The little girl on the back of his back flew out. The youth hurriedly picked up the little girl and ran for his life on his hands and knees. Among the group of people pursuing from behind, the leaders were a pair of young men and women. The man wore a pink designer suit and rushed at the youth with a playful smile on his face. Chapter 94, Convincing People by Virtue. Xiahou Wu, can you escape? The young man in the pink suit walked towards the wolfish youth with his hands in his pockets. With a wave of his hand, the stones above the ground flew up and smashed towards Xiahou Wu. Not a lot of damage, but extremely insulting. Xiahou Wu held the little girl in his arms. You wake up. The little girl's face was pale and her eyes were full of tears. Brother, I'm in pain. Xiahou Wu's body trembled as he looked back angrily at the youth in the pink suit. Zhao Shua, I've already given you everything you want. What else do you want to do? The youth in the pink suit had a smirk on his face. Give me your sister and I'll let you go. Don't you dare think about it. Zhao Shuo, is your family animals? Your father was down and out like that, and it was my father who helped him rise again. And now that my father is gone, you guys have appropriated all of my father's properties, and now you're going to drive our siblings to extinction. Do you guys still have a conscience? Xiahou Wu roared. Zhao Shuo spread his hands wide and shrugged his shoulders, full of concern. Who can be blamed for that? It's still not your dad's problem. If he didn't help my dad, there wouldn't be a situation today, wouldn't it? In the end, it's still your father who is cheap, isn't it? He had to be the good guy. Did we ask him to help us? Oh, I think he did, but he helped us when we asked him to? Then he's still a bastard, right? Xiahou Wu smiled with scarlet eyes. Blame my father for being blind and helping such a nest of beneficent people like you. Zhao Shuo laughed in disbelief. It's just that your father's old thing is blind. You say you're also a waste. Your father left so much family property for you. You can't keep your family property, and you can't keep your women either. As he spoke, Zhao Shuo wrapped his arms around the waist of the woman on his side, and the woman giggled daintily in Zhao Shuo's arms. Hubby, who's his woman? Why I appeared by his side is unknown to others. Don't you know? Xiahou Wu's eyes filled with intense hatred. Dog, man and woman. The woman covered her lips and giggled. Hubby, he said we are dogs and men. He made me so angry. Zhao Shuo laughed out loud. If we're dogs and men, then he's Wu Delang ah. Too bad it's a Wu Delang without Wu San's protection. Xiahou Wu hung his head, holding his younger sister Xiahou Yu in his arms. A vicious light flashed in his eyes. His chi enveloped his legs, and he jumped up violently in place, heading towards the distance to escape. Zhao Shuo's long, narrow, triangular eyes flashed with ridicule, and the corners of his thin lips hooked up. Right here. It happens to be a mass grave, and there are so many lonely souls here to accompany you when you die. I'm also considered to be kind to you. Huge boulders flew up from the ground, and as Zhao Shuo swung forward, the rocks pierced through the air like a meteor shower towards Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu was unable to avoid it, was smashed by a boulder. The body surface with a treasure weapon to create a protective shield immediately collapsed. The whole person choked out a mouthful of blood, flew out, impartially landed in Fang Xian more than 10 meters away from the place. Fang Xian stood behind the boulder and watched these expressionlessly. After casually scanning Xiahou Wu with the smart linker, suddenly his eyes lit up. Although Xiahou Wu's battle power was only at the early stage of the 3rd level, he was surprisingly an S-ranked talent. Seeing that Xiahou Wu was now carrying a blood feud, and that his family was broken up, and he was dependent on his sister for his life, Fang Xian couldn't help but let his eyes flicker. The young monk beside him wiped his greasy lips, straightened his shirt, and pulled out the Buddha beads from inside his bag to hang around his neck. This half-true not fake monk looks red lips and teeth, so a dress really have a kind of cut off from the dust of the solemn feeling of the treasure phase. He was a different person from the little monk who was sneaking around eating pig's feet just now. Inside his mouth he muttered, "Here comes merit." Niaoning folded his hands, cleared his throat, and sauntered out, standing in front of Xiahou Wu. Amitabha Buddha, my Buddha is compassionate. Fellow monks, do not kill. Xiahou Wu's head was covered in blood, sparing his body to protect his sister at this time. Raising his head with difficulty, he looked towards Miaoneng, raising his hand to grab Miaoneng's ankle, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. It's you, master, save me. Zhao Shuo looked at myriad energy with cold eyes. So there are still helpers. Dead bald donkey, if you don't leave the road to heaven, you'll come and join us without a door to hell. Miaoneng folded his hands with a smile on his face. This is not a good thing to say. The little monk is a member of the Buddhist sect. Heaven and us are not in the same system. They can't go even if there's a road for the little monk to go. Zhao Shuo's shoulders shrugged with laughter. Damn, kinda humorous, huh? The boulders and wooden branches between the mountains and fields flew up one after another, and Zhao Shuo's eyes were sinister. Dead bald ass, get out of my way. Fang Xian stood behind the boulder. This Zhao Shuo was a 3rd-level mid-level combatant with a royal talent. There was also a battle force level 5 expert inside the group behind them, and although his breath was well hidden, he couldn't hide from Fang Xian, who was gifted in the perception department. And this half-truthful little monk was a peak level 3 combatant. Fang Xian was curious as to what this little monk was capable of calling out to so many people. The boulder trunks were guided by Zhao Shuo, and they all bombarded towards the little monk. The little monk, still in the same manner, took out a candlestick from inside his bag, and with a gentle blow, the candlestick sprang up brightly. The light haloed out a protective shield, protecting Miaoneng and Xiahou Wu's siblings. Those flying boulder trunks were blocked out. Zhao Shua's eyes glowed ferociously. Damn you! Get him for me! Behind him, a burly man pressed his hands down on top of the ground, and a pair of gigantic earth hands rose up, clutching the three Nianeng people within them. But the next second, the earth hand split open cracks, light from it overflowed. Nianeng shrouded in candlelight, warm and moist as jade, precious solemn. All monks, all evils are not to be done, and all good deeds are to be practiced. Those who always do good deeds, though their blessings have not yet arrived, their misfortunes are far away, and those who do not do good deeds, though their misfortunes have not yet arrived, their blessings are far away. Killing intent erupted from Zhao Shua's narrow eyes. Good Nima, I'm most annoyed with you bald asses. Kill him for me. The boulder in front of Fang Xin wobbled and pulled itself up. Under Zhao Shua's guidance, he flew over in the direction of myriad energy. Before the boulder rose up from the ground, Fang Xin had instantly flashed to the other side to continue watching the battle. Nianeng still had that look. Scholar, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Zhao Shua grinned a sinister smile and dashed towards myriad energy. Stinking monk, it's better for you to go and become this Buddha. Grandpa won't accompany me. The boulder blasted down towards Mianan. The protective shield shook as Zhao Shua laughed rampantly. Fang Xin suddenly stared at Nianeng. Nianeng fiercely sucked in his breath. His body suddenly drew up. The original clear and lean monk with red lips and white teeth instantly turned into a ferocious muscular man, and his battle power unexpectedly soared from level 3 to level 4. You're an immortal. The son of a can't listen to the words of a human being and has to let your grandpa me do it, right? Grandpa will let you feel the subtle heaviness of Buddhist martial arts today. Nianeng took out a treasure from the bag he was carrying, and looked closely at it. It was a gold brick with the word "de" written on it in golden light. With a flash of golden light, Mianan kills out. One for each slate. And all the bricks are made of virtue. A few flashes of Xuanhe's eye-piercing golden light. Nianeng had already arrived in front of Zhao Shua, his eyes glaring roundly in anger, just like the unmovable king of light, and a slate slammed down fiercely. Zhao Shua was immediately smashed in the head, and blood spurted out. Mianan took the slate and hit it with two more hard bricks, hitting it that way. Exhaling, Nianeng stepped on Zhao Shua's feet and clasped his hands together. Buddhist iron arm technique. Understand. But the words just fell. The wind whistled. The distant man of the 5th level of combat power had already arrived in front of Mianan. His body was densely covered with a layer of serpent scales. His eyes were also dark yellow vertical pupils. His tail vertebrae extended more than 2 meters of serpent's tail, and he appeared in the moment to imprint his palm on the mouth of Mianeng's heart. Nianeng's upper body was thrown back by the blow, and his legs were entangled in the snake's tail, so he couldn't help but fall backward. Zhao Shu rubbed his head and stood up from the ground, rushing at myriad energy. Undertake your mama, undertake. Mianan clasped his head with both hands. Sure fu, sure master. A gentleman does not move his hands and feet. I know I'm wrong. Don't fight. Let's talk it over. Zhao Shua covered his blood-covered head and kicked again. Shut the hell up. I have to kill you dead bald ass today. Nianeng clasped his hands around that shiny brain. Big brother, don't watch the show. You can't just stand by and watch after eating the poor monk's pig's hooves. As soon as those words were uttered, Zhao Shua immediately looked around vigilantly. The afterglow swept to a fellow 3rd-level perception awakened who shook his head, indicating that he did not sense anyone else in the vicinity. Zhao Shua kicked 2 more times at Mianan. Damn it, the bald donkey dares to cheat even when he's dead. Mianan was holding his brain and looking left and right in the empty slot of being punched, full of confusion, wondering where Fang Xin had gone. Zhao Shua raised his hand and a stone flew over. Zhao Shua held the stone with both hands and was about to deliver a hard blow to Mianeng's brain. Mianeng hurriedly shouted, I am the personal disciple of the abbot of the Hanging Temple. If you dare to kill me, you won't get any good juice. Zhao Shua's eyes were ferocious. You're the Buddha's personal disciple, and if you mess with the old man, you should still be killed. But his wrist was strangled by that rank 5 expert. Young master, the Hanging Temple side is not to be messed with. Zhao Shua's expression was fierce. What then? We can't just let it go, right? The serpent-scaled man with 5th-level battle power still shook his head firmly. Can't be killed. Zhao Shua turned around and smashed the stone in his hand towards Xiaohu. Xiaohu was smashed with blood flowing out, his pupils lax, and the little girl in his arms was snatched away by Zhao Shua. Zhao Shua lifted the little girl high in the air, head down, about to smash it on the ground to vent his anger. The gale is picking up. Zhao Shua only felt a lightness in his hand, and the little girl was nowhere to be found. Looking around alertly, he saw a black shadow standing not far away. His subordinates gathered together. Zhao Shua stared at the black shadow. Who are you? Vulnerable stack. Zhao Shua's eyes were ferocious. And the rubble headed towards that black shadow, the air being cut by the rubble with sharp sounds. Fang Xian tilted his head slightly as debris swept past his ears. The mutant firefly flew up, and the cool light illuminated Fang Xian's appearance. After Zhao Shua saw Fang Xian's young face, his killing intent was hard to hide as he said in a deep voice, Uncle Qin, Xiaohou, you can't be taken away. I'm on fire right now. This monk can't be killed, but this scumbag that popped up can be killed. Right. The snake-scaled man's dark yellow vertical pupils stared at Fang Xian. Xiaohou Wu weakly cried out, please take my sister to escape. Niaoning also shouted, big brother run. Don't worry about brother me. The snake-scaled man was incredibly fast, flashing to 2 meters away from Fang Xian. The yellow vertical pupils stared at Fang Xian, grinning and revealing a mouth full of fangs. The snake-like tongue spat out and licked his lips. Want to run? Did I agree to that? Chapter 95, Tiger Guard Predator. Fang Xian just glanced bashfully. The snake-scaled man's yellow vertical pupils stared at Fang Xian. The thick snake tail flung towards Fang Xian, but it was almost a back and forth. Fang Xian raised his hand. The index finger was pointed squarely at the snake-scaled man. Fingertips of pitch-black breath took shape between swirls. It turned into a small black ball the size of a fist. It's as if it's a gunshot. Fang Xian's index finger went up. The fist-sized black breath struck the snake-scaled man's brow in the blink of an eye. The mutated blazing sun skill not worked wonders on both light and spirit powers, and the small ball smashed into the snake-scaled man's brow. The snake-scaled man's pupils trembled. The sharp pain almost tore his head off. Ah! The snake-scaled man fell to his knees with his hands on his head, desperately trying to get that black mass out of his body. But instead of being expelled from the body, the breath scorched what little spiritual energy was left in the body. Cold and hot sensations hit my body. The snake-scaled man was in agony. The mutant fireflies in the sky were all first-order gadgets. Fang Xian controlled them in a moment. The fireflies converged their light, and the surrounding area was plunged into darkness again. Fang Xian had a clear insight into every move of everyone here with his perception talent. Fang Xian raised his hand and pressed it on the snake-scaled man's ceiling. The ring of killing coalesced in Fang Xian's palm, directly piercing through the snake-scaled man's head. Zhao Shua, who wasn't far away, couldn't see too clearly, but when he heard the snake-scaled man's screams, he immediately yelled, together! Fang Xian raised his hand, and 6 more fist-sized clusters of black breath hovered over the palm of his hand. A normal brightness talent awakened person could only activate one of the blazing sun burning skills, but Fang Xian, who possessed the 7 divine origins, was able to activate a full 7 of them. Push at the gang. 6 small balls of black breath flew out. In the blink of an eye, it scorched the spiritual energy of the 6 people who rushed at the front, those whose realms were lower than level 4. In just a breath of effort, lay motionless on the ground, and the small black ball flew out anew, heading towards the others. It's strangely fast, because it was at night. The visibility was very low, and at the moment there were no more mutated fireflies. Fang Xian's black ball was almost blended with the night, and it was hard to perceive it. These subordinates of Zhao Shua fell in batches. Perceiving the scene, Zhao Shua paled and yelled, all of you! With this shout on his lips, the grandson himself turned around and ran. Fang Xian's body melted into the black night and disappeared in place. The hastily fleeing Zhao Shua only felt a flash of black shadows in front of him. Then he saw the figure appear in front of him. The face is expressionless. The cool eyes carried the cold indifference of treating all things like ruminants. Fang Xian held the little girl with his left arm and raised his hand to press the little girl's head into his embrace, not allowing the little girl to see the killing scene. His right hand was raised, and his palm was facing Zhao Shua. The two were very close together. Fang Xian's palm was less than a foot from Zhao Shua's face. Zhao Shua's voice trembled as he bitterly begged, completely losing his previous arrogant appearance. Big brother, spare me. I beg you to spare me. I'll give you money. $5 million. Oh no. $10 million. Let me go. Okay? Let me go. You're swearing pretty dirty. Fang Xian's smile was icy cold as the killing ring erupted from his palm. It directly pierced through Zhao Shua's head. Zhao Shua's body leaned back and became a corpse. That woman who followed Zhao Shua had just seen the situation and ran after Zhao Shua as well. But he didn't expect to be seconded by Fang Xian in a single shot. The woman immediately knelt on the ground, her voice trembling as she pouted. Little brother, please don't kill me. Okay, I'll do anything you want me to do. I can do a lot. You don't have to do anything to enjoy it. I'll make you happy. Can you? Fang Xin raised his hand. The ring of killing erupted. The woman went peacefully. The other Zhao Shua subordinates behind them fell in batches. There were screams, but the screams came and went as quickly as they came. Not much longer. Between the barren mountains, there is no longer half a movement. Silent in all directions. And in the middle of the chaotic graves, the weird and eerie atmosphere pouring in. Fang Xin raised his arm. The ring of killing had gone from 5 channels to 6. It was also proof that through the killing talent, Fang Xin was able to utilize his level 6 battle power. Amitabha Buddha. Blessings of the Buddha. Infinite Heavenly Father. Hallelujah. Allahu Akbar. A bright light sprang up abruptly. Sprawled on the ground, Mayanin stood up alertly with her lamp in hand. It had switched back from the ferocious big muscle buster state of a moment ago to the brow-raising little monk state. The light spreads brightly, and the scene can be visualized by the naked eye in a radius of more than 10 meters. After seeing dozens of figures become corpses, Mianing hurriedly drew a cross on his chest, then put one hand up in front of his body. Amitabha Buddha, Grand Master, I've met the king of living hell today. How the hell did this happen? So many people. The roll call wasn't even that fast. Xiaohu's eyelids were swollen from the beating. His eyes could only see a slit. When he saw that so many of his enemies were dead, he also marveled in his heart. Surprisingly, they were all dead. And there was also a 5th-level battle power expert, who died just like that. Fang Xin placed Xiaohu next to Xiaohu. Recall those mutant fireflies? And the dark night was light again. Xiaohu struggled to get up and hugged his sister, examining her for a moment, then rushed at Fang Xin and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, benefactor. A show of hands. After killing so many people, their families will definitely still be after them. Have you thought about where to go next? Fang Xin asked. Xiaohu sat down disheveled on the ground. There's nowhere else to go. My sister and I are the only ones left in our family that were killed. Fang Xin looked at Xiaohu. Do you want revenge? Xiaohu froze for a moment, then raised his head, a little agitated. Benefactor, do you mean to avenge me? As long as you help me avenge my death, I am willing to take out half of our family's assets and give it to you. Fang Xin shook his head. How many levels of battle power are the strongest in Zhao Shuo's family? There's a 7th level battle strength powerhouse depending on Zhao Shuo's father. That old beast spent a lot of money to hire an envoy. Xiaohu hurriedly said. Fang Xin nodded. Then how many levels of battle power is Zhao Shuo's father? 5th level battle power. Fang Xin looked at Xiaohu. Do you want to kill him yourself? Xiaohu froze for a moment, then shook his head. Me? I killed him with my own hands? How could that be possible? I'm only at the 3rd level of battle power. If I want to kill him, it would take a year and a half at any rate, and that's if I have the resources. Now that everything I have has been taken away from me by them, it's simply impossible for me to kill him with my own hands. I have a way to make the speed at which you raise your strength faster, and your battle power will be enhanced from the original. Xiaohu's eyes lit up. Really? But soon. Xiaohu added. What price do I need to pay? Fang Xin just faintly spat out 3 words. Follow me. If Xiaohu followed Fang Xin, then when the time comes to help Xiaohu avenge his death, incidentally, he can annex the Zhao family. The 7 Killings sect can't keep covering up and seeing the light of day. It also has to have a proper identity. After hearing Fang Xin's words, Xiaohu was obviously hesitant. Fang Xin didn't rush. Xiaohu wasn't an inhuman. He couldn't use force. He had to submit willingly. I'll give you a contact information. If you figure it out, you can come back and find me again. After saying that, Fang Xin turned around and was about to go clean up the battlefield. But without taking 2 steps, Xiaohu said, Benefactor, do you really have a way for me to raise my realm and handily kill my enemy in a short period of time? Can. 3 months at most. It will be able to help you take revenge. Take back everything. Then that 7th level battle power offering from his family? I'll fix it. Xiaohu's eyes flickered as if he was weighing the pros and cons. I have nowhere else to go now. And Zhao Shua is dead. Zhao Shua, his father, will definitely try to hunt me down and kill me. Benefactor, I'll ask you one last time. Can you really let me kill my enemy handily within 3 months? Yes. Xiaohu 3 levels of combat power already, and its own talent is not weak. A little bit of suffering. Want to kill through the talent within 3 months to reach the 5th level is not difficult. As if he had made some sort of determination, Xiaohu knelt on the ground and rushed at Fang Xin, clasping his fists. Benefactor, you saved me and my sister's lives today. I already owe you 2 lives. If you can help me take revenge, on the mountain of swords and in the sea of fire, Xiaohu, will die by all means. Fong Xin raised his hand. There is one thing you have to remember. You must not be half disobedient to me. Otherwise you will die a miserable death. Xiahou Wu gritted his teeth. No problem. Fong Xin raised his hand and made a point on Xiahou Wu's brow. The blood aura flickered imperceptibly, drilling into Xiahou Wu's brow. Divine providence. Xiahou Wu was in a trance for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Fong Xin. Many thanks to benefactor. At first light, I'll arrange for someone to come and pick you up. You follow him first. Understood. After Fong Xin thought for a moment, clean up the battlefield. Whatever you can use. Xiahou Wu struggled to get up and took all the space rings from those corpses. After inspecting them, he thought for a moment and presented all the space rings to Fong Xin first. Benefactor, take a look first. Is there anything you need? Fong Xin smiled bashfully, kinda uptight. Sweeping casually, there wasn't much to look at. All for you. Many thanks, benefactor. Fong Xin's gaze fell on the little monk. Nianing chanted inside his mouth, seemingly treating Fong Xin and Xiahou Wu's siblings as if they were air, grouping and arranging all the corpses, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his hands folded together and chanting the sutras to transcend. Fong Xin was clearly able to feel that this little monk's aura was getting stronger bit by bit as he chanted the sutras to overpower the dead souls. Ever since the era of awakening psychic abilities came to pass, some people were able to awaken all sorts of Buddhist gifts, and the young monk in front of him clearly belonged to this trigram. Just now when I swept with the wisdom linker, this little monk is the holy son of the Buddha selected by the Hanging Temple in this generation. But what rank is not indicated. He awakened the talent of moving the blessing of the two Buddhist giants, Earthstore Bodhisattva and Immovable King of Brightness, and brushing the merit is the easiest way for him to be promoted. So this kid has to be careful with everything on weekdays, and he has to accumulate virtues and do good deeds every day from the moment he opens his eyes and help people. But this kid looks like a master of riding granny across the street anyhow. Chanting the sutra to supersede, the little monk entered a strange situation. The light emitted by the lamp and his sitting down cohesion out of a lotus platform to, even more seemingly solemn treasure, if not for the bag of leftover half of the pig's hooves exposed, but also really let a person think that it is a serious monk's. Those Zhao Shua's people's spirits had all been scorched by Fong Xin's dark aura. And even if Zhao Shua's old man brought the bodies back and looked for the Department of Perception to examine them, he wouldn't be able to find out who had killed his son and those subordinates. Fong Xin turned around and went to the other end of the wilderness graveyard. Xiahou Wu was unsure, holding his sister and following behind. Fong Xin raised his hand. The blood ring emerged, and Fong Xin probed into it. In the name of my killing, order the ghosts and gods of the 8 directions to have an audience. Gust of wind. A large bushy hand interlocked with Fong Xin's fingers. Fong Xin saw the situation and made it hard. Yanked the other guy out. Fix your eyes on it. That person is 1 meter 8 tall. Big waist round. Span long beard open. Eyes like copper bells. Lion nose broad mouth. Fierce face. Head wearing ghost face pattern gold helmet. Wearing bloodstained locks armor. Shoulder embroidered python cloak. Waist hanging 3 feet of blue blade. Left hand carrying a pair of mixed hammer. The 13 Tiger Guards are ranked 3rd in terms of battle power. Tiger Guard Predator. After seeing the other party, Fong Xin's eyes couldn't help but light up. If the 3rd in the battlefield has to be like this, then the first 2 will have to take off. With the appearance of Tiger Guard Predator, Xiahou Wu, who had followed Fong Xin, could not help but feel fear in his heart as his throat rolled up and down. Tiger Guard Predator surveyed Fong Xin. You summoned me? Yes, last General Predator. I am willing to go through fire and water for the Lord. I'll die for you. With those words, Tiger Guard Predator grabbed Fong Xin's hand and pressed it towards his chest. Fong Xin was stunned. Hey, TSK. You're this. We're all men. There's nothing to hold down. Not soft at all. 100,000 miles short of Beaver's pecs. Fong Xin held it down with extreme reluctance and went through the process. Tiger Guard Predator's tiger eyes turned to Tiger Guard Taper and Tiger Guard Beaver. Taper old man. Beaver girl. Mother asterisk 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 heirs. How many of you are dead? Where's the marshal? Tiger Guard Predator inquired in a loud voice. Whereabouts unknown. Why is it unaccounted for? Beaver gave a brief explanation. The church power struggle. He was a reformer and was liquidated by the royalists. Tiger Guard Predator's face was twisted. Mother asterisk 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 her. The church of this gang of dog days. I'm not going to be able to handle it. If I were alive. Church renewal time. I this double treasure hammer high and low into the Pope's chrysanthemums to give it stirred on the 3 stirring. Beaver rushed to Fong Xin and explained. Pred grew up in a military camp. That's why he speaks slightly roughly on weekdays. Understand. This predator was at his peak 12 levels of battle power. SS-level strength talent. SS-level fighting talent. A natural battle maniac. And talking like this was all flawed. Fong Xin glanced towards the direction of the little monk in the distance. The little monk also sensed something and looked towards Fong Xin's side. Fong Xin smoothly collected several soul generals as much as he could. Miaoning rubbed his eyes as the supererogatory process ended. And when he saw Fong Xin about to leave, Miaoning hurriedly ran over. Big brother. Oh no. Officer. You wait. Fong Xin glanced at it and was quite impressed with this half-truthful little monk. Something wrong? Officer, are you a new cadet or an old member of the Sky Shield? Why do you ask? If you're a new cadet, you're going to the Divine Demon Ruins for your midterm test, right? I'll be stuffed in there too. So let's form a team. No need. Miaoning hurriedly chased up, holding Fong Xin's arm with a big face. Big brother, I definitely won't rob you of your resources. It's like this. I see that your killing heart is quite heavy. By the time there is no rule in there, everyone will kill Red Eye. You must not go in to kill. But killing is ultimately to have karma. You take me. You are responsible for killing. I am responsible for overcoming. You do not have karma oppression. I can also brush the merit. Ah, two birds with one stone. Fong Xin was happy. Don't you Buddhists say that everything depends on fate? So if we have fate, let's meet there. What's your name? Let's get reacquainted. Shall we? My common name is Chen Bodhi, and my dharma name is Miaoning. Fong Xin didn't report someone else's name this time. Fong Xin. Okay, new brother, let's make a deal. If we run into each other in there, you'll have to team up with me. You're in charge of killing, I'm in charge of burying. You get the resources, I'll swipe the merits. Yes. A few people hitched a ride out of ancient Aperidge. The young monk, Miao Nung, gnawed on a pig's trotter and waved goodbye to Fong Xin. When the east was white with the color of a fish's belly, Fong Xin handed over Xiahou Wu's siblings to Huang Debao to take good care of them. Didn't hang out much. Fong Xin went back to Sky Shield Academy in the morning. I just returned to the academy and spoke to Fawn's sister's side, ready to go back to my dormitory to rest and relax. But unexpectedly, Sister Fawn looked at Fong Xin with some sympathy in her eyes. Fong Xin was puzzled. What's wrong, Sister Fawn? Sister Fawn took a breath and was about to speak when space distorted and the white-haired boy appeared beside Fong Xin. With a rare seriousness, the white-haired boy raised his hand on Fong Xin's shoulder. You come with me for a minute. As his eyes blossomed and the surrounding scenery was pieced together and reorganized once again, Fong Xin realized that he had arrived at a morgue. In the middle of the morgue stood a bed with a body lying on it, covered with a white cloth. Cheng Bingqing stood next to him, and Dean Su Basan also stood next to him. After seeing Fong Xin arrive, they all had sympathetic eyes. Take a look, Zhuge Hong said softly. Fong Xin slowly lifted the white cloth. After seeing the person inside, his hand shook violently. Chapter 96, Pulling Back the Curtain. Fong Xin's hand trembled slightly. Looking at familiar and pale faces, the head went blank. Fong Xin stood frozen in place. There seems to be some disbelief. Looked closer again. After confirming that there are no errors, Fong Xin stared blankly at the face. Anxious, he scratched his head. It felt a little hard to take in for a while. The white cloth was pulled downward. After seeing a bloody hole the size of a fist through the front and back of the corpse's heart, Fong Xin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Baoshan sighed and raised his warm palm to gently pat on Fong Xin's shoulder. Wanted to comfort something, but at this time many comforting words seemed to pale in comparison. Zhuge Hong stood next to her. Cry if you want to. Fong Xin leaned over, straightened his aunt's hair. Raising his hand, he pressed it against Fong Huilan's head, sensing what her aunt Fong Huilan went through before she died. Images gradually appeared in Fong Xin's mind. Stormy night. A group of people stormed into the aunt's house. These people are wearing raincoats, can make movements by lifting hands as you walk. It was possible to see that the other man was wearing a uniform underneath his raincoat, and on top of the uniform, there was a badge. In the middle of the badge is a design of an eye. The leader of the group shook the rainwater off the top of his raincoat. The people below were instructed to hold the three members of Fong Huilan's family together and kneel on the ground, directly using the controlling people ability of a spiritual powerhouse to forcibly ask Fong Huilan's family if they had ever received any packages from Fong Xin's parents or strange packages with no place of shipment, or if there were any strange packages sent to Fong Xin with no shipping address. After the ravages of the psychic powerhouse, Fong Huilan's gaze was dull and uncontrollable by herself as she recalled that once upon a time Fong Xian did receive a package without a shipping address. Just when it's time to follow up, someone else broke the window. The two sides fought, and the other side wanted to take away Fong Huilan's occasion. The leaders in the church ordered their subordinates to do it on the principle that if you can't get it, you have to destroy it. Someone brutally pierced through Fong Huilan's heart. The last image of Fong Huilan before she died was a face. A face Fong Xian was familiar with. Huolian. Fong Huilan knelt on the ground. Huolian stood there, his golden pupils full of teasing, his face smiling, condescending, his lips wriggling as he wordlessly spat out a few words. All of the Fong family must die. The screen ends here. Fong Xian slowly withdrew his hand. Lie down next to the crib where the body of his aunt, Fong Huilan, was laid out. Fong Xian clutched Fong Huilan's hand. After an unknown period of time, Fong Xian raised his head and clutched Fong Huilan's cold hand tightly. There were no over-the-top words as well as emotions. Calm. Unprecedented calm. However, the few people on the side were able to feel the intense killing intent that was contained from within Fong Xian's body. It seemed like some ancient beast was gradually reviving. Fong Xian's pupils vaguely showed signs of turning scarlet, but he restrained them under his strong self-control. Zhuge Hong stood behind him apologetically. I was over at the church when your aunt's accident happened, and by the time I received the news, the person had already left. Sorry. Fong Xian looked at his aunt's face. When the divine and demonic ruins come, are you sure you can place Huolian and I together? Zhuge Hong answered. I'll definitely put him in a place with you. What about those other churches? That will be arranged too. Fong Xian's bite muscles wriggled in both cheeks. What's that other gang? A remnant force of the Neverwinter Nights army. Fong Xian slowly stood up straight. Where are my aunt and my cousin? No luck. Fong Xian looked at Fong Huilan. Since his parents passed away, his aunt had always taken good care of him, and now that she passed away, Fong Xian had one less relative. Thinking of Huolian's face, Fong Xian's killing heart boiled. Does T know about this? Chang Bingqing took over. I know. Fainted and is resting in the dormitory. Mr. Sun is taking care of it. Fong Xian slowly covered Fong Huilan with a white cloth and turned back to Zhuge Hang. Big brother, can you send me to my sister's place? Zhuge Hong nodded, and in a flash of light, several people arrived in the middle of Jiang Xiaocha's bedchamber. Jiang Xiaocha was pale, lying on the bed, a layer of fine beads of sweat covering her forehead, seemingly having some kind of nightmare, her body trembling slightly. Seeing Fong Xian arrive, Sun Bijuan slowly stood up to make way for Fong Xian. Fong Xian sat on the edge of the bed, and as soon as he sat down, Jiang Xiaocha seemed to be telepathically connected and suddenly sat up, panting violently. Jiang Xiaocha raised her head and looked at Fong Xian, clutching Fong Xian's arm tightly with both hands. Jiang Xiaocha opened her mouth as if she was having trouble breathing. Sun Bijuan gave Jiang Xiaocha a light pat on the back. Jiang Xiaocha's lips trembled, as if the emotions that had been pent up for a long time had finally been cathartic at this moment, and she cried out instantly. Brother! Jiang Xiaocha hugged Fong Xian and bawled, crying miserably. The mother is the pillar of a family's soul. And at this moment, this pillar collapsed. Jiang Xiaocha as if she had lost her warm harbor. Fong Xian hugged Jiang Xiaocha, his eyes clear and cold. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xiaocha finally got tired of crying and stared into Fong Xian's eyes. And for the first time, intense hatred flashed out of this kind girl's eyes. Brother! Fong Xian nodded his head, indicating that he understood what Jiang Xiaocha meant. Divine demon ruins, Zhuge will arrange for us to meet with Huolian. Jiang Xiaocha clutched Fong Xian's hand tightly and nodded heavily. Sun Bijuan paused. Xiao Xian. Your aunt's funeral. Fong Xian turned back. Grandma Sun, wait until I kill Huolian before burying my aunt. Good. Good. Sun Bijuan said too good in a row and wanted to say something else, but felt that it was futile to say that much at this time. Kongshu Cha says she still wants to go and spend time with her mother. Zhuge Hong agreed and took the siblings back to Fong Huilan's corpse. Jiang Xiaocha lay on the edge of the bed and her body couldn't stop trembling, and in a short while she once again bawled her eyes out. Zhuge Hong and Chang Bingqing stood outside. Chang Bingqing supported Zhuge Hong and inquired heartily, does it still hurt? I'll ask Granny Ran to give you another look? Zhuge Hong shook his head. No need. It's fine to nurse for a few days. I'll go back first. Later on, you give Fong Xian a word. Just tell him that I have to go back beforehand. Chang Bingqing was full of heartache. Her eyes reddened and choked. Church this gang. Let's go. Zhuge Hong disappeared in place. Fang Xian walked out from inside and Chang Bingqing stood outside with her back against the wall. Mr. Chang. Chang Bingqing returned to her senses. Going back? Well, where's Zhuge? Chang Bingqing's eyes were slightly red. Something happened to your aunt. Zhuge went to the church's Red Lotus District branch to fight, killed the church's second-in-command in the Red Lotus District branch, and seriously injured the church's Red Lotus District first-in-command. And finally the Pope stepped in and severely injured Zhuge. If it wasn't for Elder Ye's hand, Zhuge might have. The latter words didn't come out. Fang Xian also knew what Chang Bingqing wanted to say. The white-haired boy disliked pretense, but this favor Fang Xian remembered in his heart. As he headed out, Su Boshan followed from behind. Fang Xian, wait a moment, I have something to say to you. Fanson paused. What is it, Dean? Su Boshan walked to the front with his hands behind his back. Just now, Xiao Cheng accessed your aunt's dying memory. And I think you've seen that your aunt told the church people that you had received packages with no place of shipment. After seeing Fang Xian's expression, Su Boshan once again said, don't think too much. It's not to ask you what's inside the parcel. I just want to tell you that the church won't let it go. Elder Yi and the Pope have exchanged hands with each other, and they have promised that they won't do anything to you again. But it's only on the surface that they won't do anything to you. And when it comes to the divine and demonic ruins, there are no rules in that place. I know. Su Boshan nodded and gently patted Fang Xian's shoulder. The ninth branch will always be your solid backing. Train well during this time. After you leave from here, Fang Xian soaked in the practice hall with Zhang Xiaocha every day after school. The period after that was pretty quiet, but behind this calm lies a raging undercurrent, waiting for the moment of shock. Time is gradually approaching towards midterm, a month and a half. Fang Xian's power lineage's combat power also steadily reached the late 5th level from the early 5th level. The qi had wrapped around most of the lobes of the lungs. When the lung lobes were completely wrapped, it was the peak of the 5th level of combat power. As for the other talents, they were all gradually breaking through under Fang Xian's continuous hard honing. That big white bear had also been promoted to a 5th level battle power. The light and spirit lineages rushed to level 5 one after another. As for the perception department, although the perception department has no combat power, but at the 5th level of the perception department can open a field. The field seems to be a spider web, able to perceive the wind and grass on this spider web. In addition to this, the 5th level of the perception department can, through the perception of the eye, able to foretell the movement of a person in a short period of time. Finally, the midterm test leading to the divine and demonic ruins kicked off.